Natural disasters strike, the world changes dramatically, and only the fittest survive. Earthquakes, tsunamis, toxic fog, tornadoes, floods, insect plagues. Lan Jin struggled to survive for a year in the apocalypse, but was tragically killed by her ex-husband while holding her child. Reborn 3 months before the end of the world, she gained space and stockpiled supplies and bought food, just wanting to survive the end of the world in peace. However, some people were not afraid of death. Lan Jin opened her eyes and sat up abruptly from the sofa. Her hair was wet with sweat and dripped down her forehead, her eyes were full of despair. She got up from the sofa, picked up the mineral water bottle on the side like a hungry wolf, and quickly drank half of the bottle to her mouth. Suddenly, she put down the water bottle and sat down on it with weak feet. On the ground. Looking at the familiar living room, this is her home, but wasn't she thrown down from the 28th floor by her ex-husband? How could it still appear at home? Ding dong. When the text message sounded, Lan Jin glanced at the phone on the coffee table, picked it up. It was a spam message, but when she looked at the time on the phone seriously, her hands trembled unconsciously. 2121, January 1st, 5:14. How can that be? Could it be that she was reborn? Lan Jin pinched her face fiercely, and a burst of severe pain hit her, so it was not a dream, she was really reborn, and returned to 3 months before the end of the world. Thinking of this, Lan Jin's eyes became gloomy. She and her ex-husband just divorced yesterday. The reason is that the child, the third, intervened, the crime, and the evidence were full. The children, money, and house were all awarded to her, and the ex-husband left the house without leaving the house. But the ex-husband was not willing to give her all the money, so he took Xiaosan to rent a house directly opposite her house. On the one hand, he wanted to monitor her, and on the other hand, he naturally wanted to scare her. During the 3 months before the end of the world, the three of them quarreled quite a bit, and she also found a new place to live, but the end of the world came before she could move out. After the apocalypse, the previous order has disappeared, and these two people became even more lawless. They directly picked the lock of her house and snatched away the sleeping child and turned it into a tool to threaten her. The order was sent to their home, and when the food was finished, the two used the child to force her to go out to find food for them. She can't find food and beats the child, and if she finds too little, she still beats the child. Every time she hears the cry of the child, she feels distressed, but in the last days, people are indifferent, and there is nothing she can do. In the end, she couldn't find any food, so the two sluts starved the child to death, and then forced the child's death on her, insisting that it was because she couldn't find food for them to eat. Is simply scum. But at this time, she hadn't had any food or water for 5 days. She was also worthless to her. In order to prevent future troubles, when she was holding the dead body of her child and was sad, she was thrown down by these two people. After reaching the 28th floor, when she opened her eyes again, it was now. Sadness and joy were intertwined, and after a while of trembling, it made her more sober. Since fate gave her another chance, she will definitely live a good life with her children in this life. As for the ex-husband and mistress, don't worry, the end of the world hasn't come yet, we can settle some accounts slowly. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered something. When she was thrown downstairs by her ex-husband, the pendant on her hand gave off a strong golden light, so when she fell, she didn't feel too uncomfortable. The body has a very comfortable feeling. She hurriedly took off the pendant from her hand, found a needle, pricked her finger and dripped blood on the pendant. Then, the familiar golden light flashed, and when she opened her eyes again, she had already come to another place. Immediately afterwards, a fresh air of grass lingered on the tip of her nose, and the warm and suitable temperature wrapped her whole body, making her feel comfortable physically and mentally. It seemed that this was her space. At this time, Lan Jin was standing in front of a thatched cottage. From the outside, the thatched cottage looked small and broken, only 8 square meters in size, but after entering, one could find that there was a universe inside. It had a layout of 3 rooms and 2 halls. The internal visual inspection is more than 160 square meters, Chinese retro style, complete furniture, bathroom and kitchen, but there is no water and electricity. There is a 100 square meter black land on the left-hand side outside the thatched house, which allows her to grow some vegetables, and there is a spring at the end of the black land. The spring water is very clear, and there is a lotus growing in the center of the spring. The lotus is wrapped in a lotus pod, which emits a faint golden light. No matter how you look at it, you feel that this lotus pod is not ordinary. In addition to these, the remaining empty area in the space is about the size of a football field. If it is used to store supplies, it can hold a lot of things. After observing the space, she began to verify the space. She took a popsicle from the refrigerator and threw it into the space. Time was running out and she couldn't wait for the results all the time, so she began to think about the supplies she needed after the end of the world. First of all, she only survived for 1 year in the apocalypse, so she didn't know what disasters would happen in the future, so she took out her mobile phone to search the internet for the types of natural disasters that would occur after the apocalypse. Seeing the numerous answers from netizens, Lon Jean almost lost his temper. It's really hard to live. But when it comes to the end of the world, it is not completely without warning. The solar storms are frequent, and the electromagnetic radiation, high-energy charged particle flow and plasma clouds released during their activities directly cause the Earth's magnetosphere, ionosphere, middle and upper levels the atmosphere. In short, these substances have caused great damage to all space layers of the Earth, thus causing this devastating disaster. Natural disasters are ruthless and cannot be solved by manpower. She can only take care of herself first and stock up more supplies. Let's start with what she knew. The end of the world was officially kicked off by a 9.5 magnitude earthquake, and then a huge tsunami was triggered by crustal activity. The city they were in was neither an earthquake zone nor a seaside. Although the earthquake was felt strongly, the losses in these cities are really negligible. But who would have thought that just after these two disasters ended, a poisonous mist permeated the air and came silently around people with a breeze. You can't touch the skin, it will make the skin red, swollen and festered, but as long as the whole body is well protected to isolate yourself, then walking in the fog is not harmful to the human body. In addition, animals can survive in the poisonous fog even without protection. In short, the poisonous fog is only directed at human beings. This poisonous smog quietly claimed the lives of many people. It was not until a week later that the higher-ups found its loopholes, and then people's lives slowly returned to order. The poisonous smog lasted for half a year, and dissipated with the arrival of the tornado, followed by a torrential rainstorm for 5 consecutive days. The rainwater directly flooded the 5th floor in 7 days, and many old and short residential areas were completely destroyed. It was submerged under the water, but fortunately, the water level gradually dropped after the rain stopped after 5 days. Then there was another 2-month insect plague. Probably due to the influence of poisonous fog and floods, many insects mutated during this period. People who were bitten would have fever, epilepsy, and even contagious. Fortunately, ordinary insecticides are effective, but the price. Then there was another 3-month torrential rain. If the torrential rain was a disaster, then this heavy rain was a disaster. The rain directly flooded the 18th floor. People rely on yachts and rubber boats to travel. Equipment, and she died just as the heavy rain stopped. With such a harsh environment, one can imagine how difficult it must have been for her to find food, so how could she just let these 2 people go? I have opened a new book, Survival of Natural Disasters in the End Times. Please support me a lot. End of this chapter. An hour later, Lon Jean took out the popsicle from the space. It was the same as when it was put in. She knew that the time and the space was in a static state. Make some cooked food and put it inside, and you can take it out and eat it directly when it is inconvenient to cook. And during this period of time, she also learned how the space is used. Not only can she physically enter the space to operate, but she can also directly cover the entire space with her consciousness, and then use her mind to operate, which is simply not convenient. After learning how to use the space, Lon Jean threw the list of supplies that she just wrote into the space, and then went to the room to wake up the napping child. Opening the door of the room, looking at the little angel-like face of the child on the bed, Lan Jin couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. Sushir moved too much, the sleeping child trembled for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Lan Jin, he called softly, "Mom." The sound of mother made Lan Jin's soft heart fall, and tears burst into tears. Seeing her mother who was crying so fiercely, Xiao Doubting was stunned. She was still fine before going to bed. Why did she cry? She quickly comforted, "Mom, don't cry." Lan Jin wiped away her tears indiscriminately, suppressing the turbulent emotions in her heart, and then forced a smile. "Well, Mom doesn't cry." The child didn't understand so much, so he directly stretched out his hands and took Lan Jin into his arms, giving her the greatest comfort, and after the mother and daughter had been tired of this for a long time, Lan Jin was relieved. "Come over. Every minute and every second of the next time is precious, and she cannot waste it, but the child is only 2.5 years old and cannot go to kindergarten, so she must place the child in an absolutely safe place so that she can buy supplies with confidence." And at this moment, she felt that there was no place that could be safer than her space. By the way, she also wanted to see if she could bring other people in besides her. Lan Jin thought about holding the child, and the child followed her into the space. Lan Jin was happy now, but Xiao Doubting was stunned. She was sitting on the bed hugging her mother just now. Why did she come to another place now? Could it be that her mother can perform magic tricks, or she didn't at all? Wake! Mom! Little Doubting didn't know how to express it, so he could only call out to his mother and look at this strange place. Lan Jin explained in the simplest and easy-to-understand language, "This place is the secret of Mom and Xiao Xiao. When Mom goes out in the future, can you put Xiao Xiao here?" Ren Xiqiao felt very magical looking at this space. After staring at it for a long time, she didn't know if she understood, but she nodded seriously, "Okay." After finishing speaking, Ren Xiqiao pointed to the golden lotus and lotus pod not far away, and said, "Eat." "Eat? Do you want to eat, Xiao Xiao? Why don't you try it first, and see if you can eat dead people? To be honest, I want to eat this golden lotus orchid brocade, but who knows that? There will be a lot of food after eating?" What was the reaction? So she wanted to try it first, and if it was okay to eat something good, she would give it to her daughter. But Ren Xiqiao disagreed when he heard it, and immediately acted coquettishly, "Let's go together." Seeing that Lan Jin didn't respond, Ren Xiqiao immediately became fussy in her arms. Eat together, Mom." Lan Jin couldn't control the noisy Ren Xiqiao at all, and then thought, if she ate to death, Ren Xiqiao didn't know what to do in the space alone, so it's better to eat together, just in case can also be together. After making a decision, Lan Jin brought her daughter to the spring. She reached out to fish and picked off the lotus pods from the lotus. She planed 2 grains of lotus seed rice, and she and her daughter returned one together. He instructed, "Don't rush to bite slowly, don't choke or tuck it in, chew it up and swallow it." Ren Xiqiao nodded seriously, took the lotus seed rice, and stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing that Ren Xiqiao was chewing slowly, she confidently stuffed another lotus seed rice into her mouth. After eating the lotus seed rice, the two of them stood there in a daze. 1 or 2 minutes passed, and they didn't react at all. More. Ren Xiqiao still wanted to eat after eating, and his eyes were fixed on the remaining lotus pod in Lan Jin's hand, but it was impossible to eat again, because after 5 minutes passed, the two of them reacted slowly. It was late. First the whole body exuded a very bad smell, and then the skin slowly seeped black dirt similar to oil stains, and after a while, the two of them felt severe pain in their bodies and stomachs. The mother and daughter kept rolling on the spot in pain, but after a while, when the pain passed, Lan Jin felt as if the boulder that had been pressing on her body was removed, relaxed and comfortable. Regardless of other things for now, she really can't stand the smell. Lan Jin carried Ren Xiqiao out of the space and went to the bathroom, and it took a whole hour to wash off the dirt and smell from the two of them. After the two of them washed, Lan Jin looked in the mirror and didn't see any difference between herself and before. Although her skin was a little whiter, it seemed that her skin would turn white after taking a bath. But in fact, apart from the skin, the surging strength in the body and the no longer drowsy mind are telling Lan Jin that her body has definitely been transformed. Not only that, she now feels that her hands are much stronger. Holding the baby for a long time will be a bit difficult, but now she has held the baby for a long time, and she doesn't feel tired at all. Leaving aside anything else, strength is definitely a good thing for Lanjin. Lanjin didn't bother too much. After putting Rinsicho into the children's play area in the living room, she began to count the family's assets. 340030025700. She will definitely not continue to live in the apartment they are living in now. If she wants to move out, she must have chosen among these 5 apartments. In her previous life, because of her ex-husband and mistress, she chose the apartment that is the farthest from here. The house far away, the house over there was not renovated, and Lanjin asked someone to renovate it, so it was delayed until the end of the world. Cayman did not move out. But this life is different. She doesn't want to live too far away, inconvenient for revenge, and she doesn't want to live too close, gives people the opportunity to take the initiative. It's safe, and it's all in line with her requirements. The house over there has a total of 33 floors, and Lanjin's suite is on the 32nd floor, but because of the strange apartment types in the community. I didn't know it when I bought it, and it was too late when I found out. The elevators in each building can only reach on the 30th floor, starting from the 31st floor. You have to walk several floors to reach your home. When everyone bought it, they clearly agreed that it was an elevator room, but who knows that there is an elevator, but it just doesn't reach your door. No one can accept this situation, so disputes continued for a while. Such strange things have no effect on the residents below, so those who should live in the houses below the 30th floor have already lived in them, but many of the buildings above the 30th floor are still in lawsuits, which leads to the 3-story house. The occupancy rate of the building is not very high. Isn't this a good thing for her? In addition, there are 2 supermarkets nearby, a large warehouse supermarket, similar to the type of a certain Mu and a certain Co, and the other one is a certain Ma. Since the end of the world is coming, she naturally does not want to let this go opportunity to pluck wool. What's more important is that she has lived in this area for several years, and her range of activities was also in this area in the last year of the previous world. She is very familiar with this area, so if she really encounters any problems, she also knew which direction to go, instead of switching to a strange place and scurrying around like a headless chicken. Now that I have this plan, I naturally have to go to see the house first. End of this chapter. Lanjin hugged the child in her arms and planned to go out, but she was unlucky. As soon as she came out, she met her ex-husband and mistress who were moving. The ex-husband Renxing and Xiao San Menging who entered the room were in the corridor, feeling very upset. Brother Xing, what's the situation? Didn't she see us? How is it possible? She's not blind. Renxing, who had moved home for a day, was very tired, and had no intention of guessing Lanjin's thoughts at all. He just wanted to go into the house and lie down. Besides, the 2 houses were opposite each other, and Lanjin also ran away. No, right now he really doesn't want to go up and trouble Lanjin immediately. It's one thing not to make trouble, and another thing is Lanjin's strange reaction, but to be honest, any ex-wife who sees her ex-husband and Xiao San living in the opposite door should not be able to resist. Let's scold a few words before, but Lanjin seems to have not seen them. Isn't it strange? Menging was determined to make troubles, but Renxing, who was tired and half dead, had no intention of finding fault at all, and she couldn't be too proactive, so she stopped her mind to make troubles and watched the elevator doors close, then went into the elevator house. Lanjin didn't care what crooked thoughts these 2 were thinking, but she only took a look at the opposite neighborhood before she decided to move. Here. The water and electricity in the house here have been completed, the walls have been painted, and the lamps, kitchen utensils, cabinets, and sinks have also been installed. When she came to this suite, she remembered that although she hated this place at the beginning, the elevator is not good, but I have some spare money on hand, so I gave it all to the decoration company and planned to rent it out for rent collection, but I forgot about it later, so I can go in directly with my bag at this moment. The most important thing is that the house here was refurbished last year, and it happened to emit formaldehyde after being vacant for a year, so it was safer for people to go in. But the doors and windows should be strengthened or strengthened again. Ordinary doors and windows can't prevent the human nature of the last days. Lon Jean took out her mobile phone and immediately contacted the door and window master, and replaced the doors and windows of the house with anti-theft glass and double-layer anti-theft doors. Replacing the doors and windows is very simple. The masters came to measure the size that afternoon, and replaced them the next morning. It took 2 days to get everything done. In the afternoon, when the doors and windows were finished, she went to the agency again and hung up the other 4 suites. It doesn't matter if the price is lower, as long as they can be sold within a month. Handling these things is nearby, and it's okay for her to run around with her child, but afterward, she ran around in the wind and rain, and it was a bit inconvenient for her to take a 2-year-old child with her. After thinking about it, she asked, "Jojo, Mom puts your toys into the space, can you go and stay inside? It's warm inside, and you can play in it alone." However, Rin Xiqiao refused without thinking. "No, stay with Mom. It's cold outside, what if Xiao Xiao gets sick from the cold?" "No, Jojo is in good health." Helpless, Lon Jean could only go shopping with her daughter against the cold wind. Of course, if she found any signs of freezing in the middle, it would be the same for her to put the child in again. The supplies started from the year she knew about them: 10 sets of earthquake first aid kits, 10 sets of tsunami first aid kits, and 50 sets of protective clothing during the toxic fog period. These 3 items are not easy to buy outside, so she placed the order directly from the internet. After placing these orders, she quickly rented a warehouse and then went to the farmer's market. Insecticides are very important during the insect plague. She ordered 300 bottles. In addition, she bought some cement separately. In case some small insect eyes are found, use them. Cement blocking is also a way. After that came raincoats and rain boots for the rainy season. Adults ordered 50 pieces for men's and women's styles. Because children grow up fast, she only needed 5 pieces for each size. These things are not easy to break and are durable, so they don't need them too much. Then there is the food. She doesn't know how many years the end of the world is, so you must prepare more food: rice, millet, glutinous rice, black rice, brown rice, purple rice. 500 bags of all kinds of rice come. Under the conditions, I still hope that I can change the taste more. Of course, rice can also be traded as hard currency, so it is not wrong to prepare more. Rapeseed oil, walnut oil, olive oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, sesame oil. 500 barrels each. Soybean, mung bean, red bean, black bean, kidney bean. 200 caddies each. These beans can not only be cooked directly to replace the staple food, but most of them can also produce bean sprouts, which can be regarded as a different taste on vegetables. Low gluten flour, high gluten flour, wheat flour, starch, cake flour, bread flour. All come in 200 bags. Potato flour, sweet potato flour, wide, round, vermicelli, rice flour, pea flour. All bought 100 caddies. White sugar, brown sugar, rock sugar, honey. 300 caddies each. Soy sauce, vinegar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, beef sauce, old godmother, bibimbap sauce, various sauces with 0 calories. 500 bottles each. Chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, cumin, chile, pepper, star anise, cinnamon. 100 caddies each. Green onions and shallots totaled 50 caddies. Neither she nor Rin Xiqiao liked to eat shallots. If she could, she wouldn't want a caddy of them, but she bought some small ones just in case she needed them. Garlic and ginger each cost 500 caddies. Garlic can be sterilized, and ginger can be eaten and can keep out the cold. It is definitely right to prepare more. In addition, she asked for bags of salt alone. It is said that salt is very precious in the last days. Anyway, it is cheap to buy now, so she prepared some more. For dry goods, fungus, mushrooms, kelp, seaweed. All cost 100 caddies. Hot pot base, sauerkraut fish base, golden soup fat beef base, crayfish base. 50 boxes each. Although there is black soil in the space, what if she can't grow vegetables with her hands, so she bought all kinds of fresh vegetables and fruits. For emergencies. It took her a day at the farmer's market to put it all together, but how could she buy so much without attracting the store's attention? While remembering her request, the boss asked suspiciously, "Are you planning to open a supermarket with these things you ordered?" Good guy, this is really complete. Well, the boss thought up an excuse for her. "Well, I bought a store and plan to open a small supermarket at the entrance of the community. Now that I have all the supplies, I can open it directly after opening a year." Lon Jean explained dryly. Whether the boss believed it or not, it was just an excuse anyway. And the store owner is even more happy because he was able to clear the inventory and make a fortune a year ago, so how can he think about the truth of this statement? The farmer's market had come to an end for the time being. She left the address of the warehouse and went to a store selling outdoor supplies. She asked for 5 life buoys, 10 life jackets, 2 assault boats, 5 rubber boats. In addition, 5 tents, 3 axes, 10 knives, 5 climbing ropes, 5 telescopes, 2 drones, 3 radios, 10 waterproof flashlights, 3 alcohol stoves, 10 cassette stoves, card. There are 50 boxes of gas bottles, 10 boxes of alcohol block, 5 induction cookers, and 10 walkie-talkies for the type furnace. Some of these things are very useful, and some are not. It's all about being prepared, because the quantity is not much. The boss didn't ask too much. After she left a warehouse address here, the boss delivered it to her directly. After buying these, she only has hundreds of thousands left in her hand. She bought a lot of junk food while receiving the goods, such as dang, pizza, and ordered hundreds of copies of each package and single product. I bought them together in several stores, ordered online and then drove to the store to pick them up, although these foods are not healthy. But if you haven't eaten them for a while, you will be very greedy, so I bought some and eat slowly. End of this chapter. After a while of busy work, she had already sold 2 of her 4 sweets after putting all the goods she had bought into the space. The 2 sweets made a total of 450 million yuan, plus it still had some remaining money on hand, and the total was as much as 480 million yuan. Before a year ago, she went to the wholesale market again and bought a lot of young people favorite fast food. Various flavors of instant noodles, ham sausage, canned meat, canned fish, canned fruit, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, hot and sour noodles, nanchang mixed noodles, snail noodles, compressed biscuits, chocolate, energy bars. Each there are 300 boxes of each kind. When she was buying these, she suddenly thought of the convenience store. There are more food in the convenience store. The boxed lunches of various flavors are a bit different from those made in restaurants outside, but it is good to have something to eat when the end of the world comes. Oh, who cares about so much? And the convenience store not only has boxed lunches, but also triangular rice balls, pocket rice balls, dessert cakes, iced bread, oden. There are all kinds of food, and the manufacturers she directly contacted have everything ordered 300. Although she already has such finished products as KC, she still bought a lot of semi-finished products, such as semi-finished fried chicken, semi-finished chicken tenders, and steamed buns, steamed cakes, siumai, etc. When the door is opened, it is all cooked at home, and when you want to eat in the future, you don't need to waste water and electricity to make it, and eat it directly. Taking advantage of the last 2 days of the annual vacation, Lon Jean ordered another 3,000 empty water buckets from the drinking water company. She got a card for fetching water in the community. Filtered pure water. If you apply for a card, 5 L of water only costs 1 yuan, which is cheaper than a sweet. She puts the bucket in the space, and then takes the time to drink it slowly every day. Anyway, she has nothing to do during the Chinese New Year. On the contrary, it can save a lot of money in this way. Of course, she will also buy bottled water. Some things are indispensable. After all these things are done, it will be New Year's Eve. She has no family, and she can only spend the first New Year with her daughter alone after the divorce, but mother and daughter are not at all together. Lonely, but very warm. The dumplings that the 2 of them ate at this New Year's dinner included 20 large dumplings and 20 small dumplings. After the mother and daughter were wiped out, she was busy at home in the following days. She spends one day heating boxed meals and rice balls, one day frying semi-finished products, steaming steamed buns, etc., and 2 days Cooking side dishes, steaming rice, cooking porridge. The child is too young to eat the same as her. The food for the children is always prepared separately, which takes another 2 days, and the rest of the time has to be squeezed out to fetch water. In short, her itinerary is full throughout the annual vacation. Fortunately, to save trouble for the child, prepare some toys for her and throw them into the space so that she can play all day. After the end of the new year, the other 2 houses were also sold, and more than 400 million yuan was recorded again. After the house was sold, Lan Jin naturally didn't need to live here anymore. After putting all the things in the apartment into the space, she quietly moved her daughter from here to the opposite community, and then kept going. Again and again. Prepared supplies. Charging treasure, mobile charging treasure, solar charger, solar charging board, generator, running generator. This running generator is very interesting, just need to run on it for an hour. It can meet the electricity demand of 3 meals a day. The practicality is quite high. In addition, she is equipped with a bicycle generator, which operates like a bicycle. Sometimes if you don't want to run, you can change to a bicycle. While exercising, you can also charge yourself at the same time. Why not 4? In order to prevent the extreme cold, she also bought down jackets, military coats, long johns, cashmere suits, scarves, gloves, socks, skates, sneakers, warm shoes, slippers, air conditioning quilts, duvets, lighters, matches, hot water bottles, warm baby, heater, thermos cup. If it is extremely hot, she also bought an ice machine, thermal clothing, electric fans, air conditioning fans, popsicles, ice cream, and ice cubes. If the ice cubes are just pure white water ice cubes, you can buy them directly in the ice factory, and the price is very cheap, and the ice cubes are not easy to deliver. Lan Jin rented a refrigerated minivan with a C1 driver's license and can drive it. It is not expensive to rent for only 1 day. After dragging it 5 times by herself, she collected all the ice cubes into the space. Of course, these are tasteless ice cubes. If you want flavorful ice cubes, you can only make them at home. When you have time, you can just take out the ice machine and make them slowly. She remembers the last days after the arrival. Each community will have intermittent water supply and power supply, so there is no need to rush this. In order to prevent extreme weather, she also bought a set of constant temperature clothes and a piece of constant temperature fabric at a high price. I don't know if the clothes can adapt to the extreme temperature difference after wearing them. Anyway, the advertisement is very powerful and the price is also very beautiful. She was reluctant to buy it before. It's the end of the world right now, so it's okay to buy one. In addition, there are toiletries, shampoo, shower gel, washing powder, laundry detergent, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, wet diapers, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and small umbrellas. It is said that the price of them is extremely high in the last days. Not expensive, she bought a lot. Of course, she also bought a lot of disposable items, such as disposable towels, disposable underwear, etc. If it is inconvenient to wash, these disposable items can be replaced. The most important thing to pay attention to is hygiene in the last days. In addition, she was worried that everything was out of electricity and she didn't have time to charge it, so she bought a glass kerosene lamp, and also prepared a lot of kerosene, candles, lighters, and matches separately. Because she was worried that it would be very cold, she also prepared a charcoal stove and a lot of anthracite at home, which was enough for a long time. The environment in the apocalypse is not good, so disinfection products are also indispensable. Disinfectant water, disinfectant, alcohol spray, alcohol cotton pads, drinking water purification tablets, toilet water. 30 boxes each. The 3,000 bottles of water hadn't been finished before, and Lan Jin didn't intend to waste them. After that, she always took time to go back to fetch water. With these 3,000 bottles of water, she bought a lot less small bottles of bottled water, and she only wanted 600 milliliters bottles of pure water. 3 bottles, it's okay to drink all of these waters. There is still a spiritual spring in her space, and since she has a space, the water she and her children drink has been directly replaced by spiritual spring water. The taste of spiritual spring water is better than mineral water. It's even better, and she takes the child to run outside for a whole day. Whenever she feels a little tired, she can drink Linquan water and her body will recover immediately. It can be seen that Linquan water really has the effect of strengthening the body. Drinking water alone is not enough. She also bought milk, milk powder, yogurt, sesame paste, lotus root powder, fruit tea, coffee, various teas, and carbonated drinks and juice drinks of various flavors. Although she bought so many things, there are still many things she didn't buy, such as various meats, medicines, and well-equipped weapons. Turning around, she went to the meat market and ordered 500 pigs, 300 sheep and 300 cattle, all of which had to be killed on the spot. In addition, she ordered 300 chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, rabbits, each of which had 30 pigs. She also ordered a lot of fish and seafood, and she also ordered plates of eggs alone. There are eggs per plate, and plates are enough for a long time. It's not that she doesn't want to directly raise poultry, but that she doesn't know how to handle it herself, so it's better to just buy and kill it. As for weapons, she can't get controlled products, but some knives, crossbows, arrows, slingshots, electric batons, etc. can be bought online. In order to prevent accidents, she ordered some of these things online. In order to solve the physiological problems, she bought a lot of cat litter. She read that those people in the novel used cat litter to solve their physiological problems when they had no conditions. They are very smart. The cat litter is clean and has no peculiar smell. During the flood in her previous life, the toilet smelled so bad that she went to buy a lot of air fresheners. End of this chapter. The last thing is the seeds. She has provided all kinds of vegetable seeds. The key is that these things are cheap, and the seeds of 1,000 yuan can eat her to death. Seeing that there is still a lot of balance in her hand, she is itching for all kinds of saplings in the store, so she bought a lot of various fruit, trees and tea saplings. Even if the space can't grow them, they will not be damaged if they are stored in the space. The next step is the most important: medicine. She also doesn't know any acquaintances, and she can't buy a lot of medicines, so she can only use the most stupid method. Isn't there a lot of pharmacies these days? If you buy some, you can add up to a lot. The medicines that can be bought for minor diseases can be completely cured. If you can't buy medicines for these diseases, you can only go to the hospital for treatment. Although it takes time to buy medicine like this, there is still more than half a month left, which is enough for her. As for the behavior of buying medicine, she is not worried at all. She has said it, and it has only been more than half a month, and it will not be so fast to find out. My son, besides, running slowly like this is also beneficial. Every time she goes out, she can buy some edible delicacies that she and her children love and store them in the space, from breakfast to lunch to afternoon tea, as well as dinner and supper are not missed. The nervous shopping some time ago was completely healed by the eating, drinking, and having fun in the past half month, and during this half month, it also left a very good memory for the mother and daughter. Finally, more than half a month has passed, and the time has officially come to April, and there are only 4 days left before the end of the world. She has already bought all the supplies on the supplies list, and she can't figure out what else is missing for a while. Another very important point, Lan Jin was also a little worried that her rebirth would cause a deviation in the time of the end of the world, so starting from April, she planned to try not to go out as much as possible. Coincidentally, just one day after she made her decision, she suddenly wanted to get a dog. People in the last days are sinister, but they are also boring. Although she downloaded a lot of animations, teaching videos, books, and toys for her children, the children can't always communicate with her alone. Allow children to have multiple playmates and friends. When she was watching videos on the internet and wondering what kind of dog her family should have, she finally set her sights on the guard dog. Rottweiler. This kind of dog is obedient and protects the owner and has strong fighting power. The food intake is also much smaller than other dogs, and it is indeed a good dog that is standard at home in the last days, and she was immediately locked in her eyes. That afternoon, she took her daughter to the dog market. After picking out a Rottweiler, she bought a lot of dog food, canned food, and various kennels. Finally, the two of them happily left the dog market with a dog. The days of the two of them were relaxed and happy, but it was different for her ex-husband and mistress who had just moved to the opposite door not long ago. It was fine for Lon Jean to ignore them when they met. They sold the house without even saying hello. If the two of them hadn't seen the agent take someone to the opposite side to look at the house, they would still be kept in the dark. So, what does Lon Jin's sale of her house have to do with them? But Ren Xing was very angry. We are at home every day, and we haven't heard any movement on the opposite side. Now people are actually coming to see the house. I'm afraid the house has already been put up. Meng Ying followed Ren Xing's words and said, that's right, this person moved away quietly, so Lon Jin probably did it on purpose. It's normal for Lon Jin to move away on purpose. After all, they both managed to move to the opposite door of their ex-wife. Could it be that she still wants to welcome her warmly, and then sit together every day to eat melon seeds and gossip? But there is one thing these two people don't understand. They stay at home all day and don't go to work. Of course, there are times when they go out, but the time is not too long. So how did Lon Jin seize this gap without the two of them knowing? Just moved away so quietly. The two of them thought about it, and the only possibility was during the Chinese New Year. Meng Ying said angrily, it must have moved out during the Chinese New Year, and we were not at home during the 7 days of the Chinese New Year. It is impossible to move all of them out at once, so we can only ask someone to move them out during the Chinese New Year when we are not at home. She is so cunning. Although Ren Xing was angry, he was not stupid. You said it's Chinese New Year. Who doesn't take a break during Chinese New Year? The moving company also takes a break during the Chinese New Year. Temporary workers are even more good at rest. I guess she just left. The things should still be next door. I should have taken a look just now. As long as the things are there, everything will be fine. She will come back sometime, so I can't just give up a piece of furniture. But Meng Ying feels that even if the furniture is there, it is not safe. Now that Lon Jin is so rich, she can completely replace it with new furniture when she moves to a new house. If there is new one, who will use the old one? Thinking that the money spent by Lon Jin may be hers in the future, she felt distressed. If I have that much money in my hand, I'll replace it all with new ones. What old furniture do you want? Brother Xing, let's find Lon Jin's place and keep people watching. In case Lon Jin, what if we spend all the money, then we will have no money. Ren Xing didn't think too much about it. He knew Lon Jin, and Lon Jin was not a person who would spend money recklessly, but it was a matter of not being around. Lon Jin probably avoided us and moved to another place. I know she. Where are the houses in my hand? I will find out after 2 days. Meng Ying originally wanted to pester Ren Xing for a while and ask him to investigate quickly, but seeing Ren Xing's impatient expression, Meng Ying didn't dare to use too much force, for fear that Ren Xing would think too much, and if he got the money he didn't give her any money, so he said, Brother Xing, don't blame me for being troublesome. You know Lon Jin's character. She is too simple. I am not afraid of her spending money, but I am afraid that she will be killed by others. It's nothing to spend the money on her, after all, she is your daughter's mother, but if she is cheated and the money is gone, she will be wronged. Lon Jin's other Ren Xing might not agree with her, but Lon Jin agrees with her simple Ren Xing. If she is not innocent, how could he have the opportunity to get together with her colleagues? That's right, Meng Ying is not only Xiao San, but also a colleague of Lon Jintong's company in the same department. Speaking of which, the times have developed to the present, and the relationship between colleagues has long been very ordinary. Everyone communicates at work, and they are all strangers after work, but Meng Ying can get along with Ren Xing. It can be seen Lon Jin is so innocent. But in fact, they thought that Lon Jin didn't know, but in fact, Lon Jin always knew, so they found a lawyer to plan for her in advance. Otherwise, the man found a mistress. How could he give her all the property and money? Before the lawsuit between the two of them was over, the final result had already come out. Meng Ying made a fuss in the company after knowing that Ren Xing didn't get a penny, and Meng Ying's mistress was still arrogantly provoking her. Original partners' affairs. Everyone who was fooled in the company also knew that Meng Ying wanted to pretend that she didn't know and continue to work, but she resigned voluntarily after being talked about for a few days. Lon Jin also left with her. She didn't care about other people's opinions, but she had no one to take care of her child, so she had no choice but to resign. Besides, she was rich and had no burden to play at home. As for Ren Xing, he didn't have a job from the beginning to the end, and he went fishing for 3 days and posted the net for 2 days, but he didn't add any money to the family. Later, Lan Jin gave birth to Ren Xichao, and he became a baby daddy at home, and still a useless dad. Lan Jin regretted countless times how she could blindly fall in love with such a person, but who knows that there are people who are even more blind than her, and they want to be such a person. Anyway, this is the situation, so the 3 of them, no, plus a child, a total of 4 people, in fact, they don't have a job, and they stay at home all day. End of this chapter. Lan Jin didn't know what this pair of dogs, men, and women were thinking about, but before the end of the world, she had no intention of dealing with these 2 people at all. On the contrary, after she just came out of the dog market, Lan Jin realized another problem. Well, she bought everything on the material list, but there is no car on the material list. Apart from a classic solar tricycle in the space, she only has this rechargeable energy car that is driving now. Energy-saving cars are fuel-efficient, and it is feasible to drive them at the moment, but it may not be so when the end of the world comes. If the charging pile cannot be charged, then this car will be useless, and how far can the solar-powered tricycle in the space run? The road, and another one, what if there is no sun on the road, so the 2 cars she owns are not enough to allow her to move too far in the last days? In her previous life, she never drove a car after the apocalypse came. The range of her activities was basically the area around the community, but she planned to go to the base later, so the car was naturally indispensable. She does have batteries and charging boards in her space, but they are not enough to charge a car of this size, so she actually still lacks a car that burns gasoline. As for the oil, she can also go to the gas station to get some back during the poisonous fog, so she doesn't need to worry about the lack of oil. Thinking of these things, Lan Jin couldn't sit still for a moment. She could go back and take a look at the car, but there was not one oil drum missing. Turning around, she drove to the farmer's market and bought 200 medium-sized oil drums. I bought 100 super-large trash cans. The rice, porridge, steamed buns, and fried things she cooked before are all packed in such trash cans. It doesn't matter if the bucket is a trash can, it mainly depends on how you are. Usage, as long as she has never pretended to be garbage, she can pretend to eat. Last time, she just prepared the trash can for emergencies, so she prepared less and used up all of them now. Thinking that there might be many other uses in the future, Lan Jin naturally bought some more. 1. She still has more than 20 cash in her hand at the moment, and if she doesn't use it now, it will only become waste paper in the future, so it's better to replace it with supplies now. The warehouse she rented before had expired, so she immediately contacted the boss if he could rent the warehouse to her for another day. Fortunately, the warehouse was still vacant, and the boss immediately agreed when she called. The goods she bought that afternoon were delivered to the warehouse by the manufacturer the next morning, and she put them all into the space as soon as the people left. In the afternoon, she started to rent a car. The car cannot be rented on the same day and taken on the same day, so she can only look at it today and pick it up tomorrow. Back home, Lan Jin slumped on the sofa and kept looking for the car model she needed. She has read end-time novels, and knows what kind of car is generally needed after the end time, so after reading it on her mobile phone for a while, she settled on the model recommended by everyone in the novel. As for the price, there is no need to look at it, because she is only renting and not buying, so it will not cost much. As for why she only rented a car, this is actually very easy to explain. It is not a few days before the end of the world, and the current car may not be available, and the spare money in her hand cannot buy the model she wants. Another one, the end of the world is coming, and there will always be advantages in the future. What's wrong with her taking one in advance? Even if she doesn't take it now, someone else will take it in the future, so she really has no burden to take advantage of it. She first chose a Hummer. It is said that this car is standard equipment in the last days. She has to say that even if she looks at it through the screen, she can feel that this car is much, much better than her own car. The other is a RV, which is said to be a standard configuration in the last days. Although she has a house in her space and can live anywhere, but there are always inconvenient times on the road. If she has a RV at this time, it will allow the two of them to travel together. A lot of comfort. Although she rented the car on the same app, the two cars do not belong to the same company, so there is really no conflict. After she came to the car rental location in the morning and drove the Hummer away, she found a place where there was no one and put it in the space. In the afternoon, she went to drive the RV away and put it in the space. Of course, during the period in between she didn't waste it either. She fully charged her energy car and put it in the space for emergencies. After all three cars entered her space, she let out a long sigh of relief. Now that the car is done, she should really have everything she needs. Back home, looking at the wall calendar on the wall, there are only 2 days left before the end of the world. Lan Jin relaxed and became nervous again. On the one hand, she is looking forward to the end of the world, and on the other hand the doomsday cannibalism does not come, but whether the doomsday will come or not is not up to her to say. No matter how much you want, it is better to wait quietly. There are still 2 days left in the apocalypse. Since I don't want to go out, I will naturally find something to do at home. Lan Jin first took some of the big trash cans I bought out and kept drinking water at home. It will be too much water. While the water is running, her stove is also working. There are a lot of supplies in her space, but most of them are still raw food, so she also wants to make more cooked food. On the one hand, it is to add a dish, and on the other hand, it is better to prepare more for the children. After thinking about it for a while, she felt that making lo mein was the best choice. There are ready-made materials in the marinade space, and the materials are also ready-made. She just needs to turn on the stove and put everything in the pot to cook. Since braised meat is for children, chili must not be added, and the dishes are also meaty and vegetarian, such as braised chicken legs, duck legs, pig feet, pork belly, beef, kelp, lotus root, dried seeds, tofu, and most importantly eggs. Each of these braised vegetables, meat and vegetables, plus a little bowl of rice and a spoonful of marinade is already a very rich braised pork rice. When they want to change their taste, they can eat it directly. After cooking the stewed meat for a while, the fragrance gradually overflowed, and then the child and the dog couldn't move at the sight of the pot. Rensichio pointed to the pot on the stewed pot and said, "Mom, I want to eat." Wang. The Rottweiler barked in conjunction with the child. By the way, this Rottweiler was named Nana, and Nana is a male dog, but no one has stipulated that it be called this. The name must be a female, so its name is Nana. Of course, this means that the dog is ignorant, otherwise it will definitely quarrel with her. The child and the dog waited for a long time by the marinade, and finally when the stove turned off, Lan Jin took out 3 chicken legs first, and the child and the dog couldn't help sucking at the side several times while the chicken legs were cooling. Own saliva. Fortunately, it was still a little cold in April, and the chicken legs cooled down after a while. The two of them and the dog each had 1 leg and gnawed quite vigorously. In addition, Nana gnawed too much for the two of them to eat leftovers. Bones, the tail wags even more joyfully. She stewed 10 pots of stewed meat in a row and filled 4 large barrels. After seeing that it was enough to eat for a long time, and seeing that it was still early today, Lan Jin followed the video and started busy with dog food again. Dog food and dog food are different things, but they are both for dogs. The taste of dog food and canned dog food is always a bit monotonous. In addition, if you want to keep the dog's hair well, it is naturally necessary for nutrition. She bought some calcium tablets and essential oils for dogs, but because the time was too short, the amount was not too much, but dog food can also supplement nutrition, so she made some while she was free. The ingredients required for dog rice are broccoli, carrots, pumpkin, sweet potatoes, and chicken breasts. First steam the pumpkins and sweet potatoes and mash them, then mash the carrots, broccoli and chicken breasts with a blender, and then mix all the ingredients mixed together, then add the eggs and stir to steam. Just this thing, not only the dog thinks it is delicious, but she and the child also think it is delicious, and even the dinner that day was directly replaced by this. Of course, dog food is not limited to this one flavor, and if she has time in the future, she will make other flavors of dog food for dogs. After the dog meal was finished, today's time was passed away, and at this time it was completely dark. She put the rest of the dog meal into the space, and then she took the child to sleep. End of this chapter. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, instantly turning the black night into white, and then a bang thunder resounded across the sky. The sound of thunder seemed to tremble the earth. Lan Jin was sleeping soundly with the baby in her arms, and the two of them who were defenseless were both woken up from their sleep by the sound of thunder. Originally, Rin Xiqiao just looked at her in a daze, but after the second thunder, Rin Xiqiao finally collapsed and fell into Lan Jin's arms, crying heartbreakingly. Lan Jin was hugging the child and was about to say a few words of comfort, but a few seconds later, flashes of lightning and bursts of thunder came. One after another, quickly drowning out Lan Jin's voice. No matter how you look at this scene, Lan Jin is extremely familiar. She has a bad idea in her heart, maybe the end of the world is coming early. After all, the apocalypse in the previous life began with the thunder, followed by an earthquake, tsunami, and poisonous fog. The rapid arrival of the three disasters made human beings overwhelmed. It is precisely because of these three disasters that the apocalypse has just begun. There were countless casualties directly. Lan Jin quickly recalled the memory of her previous life. She remembered that after the thunder that lasted for 3 minutes, the earthquake would come, and the only feeling in J City that did not belong to the earthquake and tsunami was the chandelier hanging in the middle of the living room up. Lan Jin came to the living room with the baby in her arms. While kissing Rin Xiqiao, who was choking with tears, comforting Nana, who was trembling in her footsteps, she also looked at the chandelier above the living room. Sure enough, as soon as the thunder that lasted for 3 minutes stopped, the chandelier above his head shook. Now almost every city is installing lightning rods, so no matter how loud the thunder is or how long it lasts, as long as you stay indoors, everyone will not worry about safety issues, so no matter how loud the thunder is, everyone will not feel panicked at all. But the chandelier above the head is different. Although J City is far away from the earthquake zone, what if the earthquake is too strong and the house collapses? I saw people in 2s and 3s running out. This scene is almost exactly the same as in the previous life. Even if Lan Jin changed to another community, there is no doubt that the end of the world is really ahead of schedule. However, after she learned that the apocalypse really came, she felt a sense of relief. During this time, she felt that her heart was hanging on a string every day. While she was worried that the apocalypse would come, she was also worried the end of the world will not come. Lan Jin's heart still can't settle down. As the day is getting closer and closer. But it's different now, the matter has been confirmed, and as for the follow-up, whatever comes, it's okay, no matter what others do, she just wants to bring the child to grow up safely. There was no thunder, and Rin Xiqiao in her arms came back after a while, and Xiao Doubting said pitifully, "Mom, I need some water." "Well, Mom will pour it for you." Rin Xiqiao took the water glass and drank a big glass of water, then pointed to the Rottweiler on her footsteps, and said, "Nana wants to drink too. She's screaming, her throat hurts." Lan Jin had no choice but to fill the dog with water again. While Nana was drinking water, Lan Jin looked out of the window from time to time and looked at the little black dot running below. Ren Xiqiao said suspiciously, "Mom, people." "Yes, many people are running outside, but if we don't go out, we can just stay at home." The weak tremor lasted even shorter than the thunder just now, and the chandelier above his head stopped shaking after only 2 minutes. Lan Jin pointed to the chandelier and said, "It's not shaking anymore, we don't need to go down, anyway, it won't be too late to come back." But as soon as Lan Jin finished speaking, let alone whether he could go downstairs or not, the lights in the house were turned off. Lan Jin looked back to the window, everything was pitch black, and even the street lights didn't turn on. Well, the power went out, yes, same as previous life. And not long after, the people running downstairs turned on their mobile phone flashlights one by one because they couldn't see the road clearly. There was a faint light in the hands of the bustling crowd, but she looked down from the 32nd floor, how could she see it? There is a kind of everyone bumping around like headless chickens, and even from time to time, she can still hear the faint quarrels downstairs. Lan Jin had no interest in these people, but because of the power outage, Ren Xiqiao was a little scared by the feeling of darkness around him. Lan Jin quickly took out the candles in the space, and then lit them on the corner of the dining table. When the light came on, not to mention Ren Xiqiao, even her heart became much more stable. Urgent notice, due to the earthquake in neighboring cities, the circuits in many places were damaged, and staff have been dispatched to repair them. Residents are requested to wait at home and please do not walk around. The earthquake has stopped. Residents who just ran out, please go home quickly. Community workers will come to register in a while, please stay at home and don't walk around. Remember, don't walk around, wait for the community workers to come to your door. The sound of the broadcast quickly ran through every corner of the community. The running residents heard the community broadcast and finally stopped. Seeing the residents walking back one by one, they followed the crowd and walked to their homes together in twos and threes. Seeing the lights in everyone's hands walking back, Ren Xiqiao asked, going back? Yes, the community broadcast tells everyone not to wander around. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lan Jin sensed something was wrong. It's too fast, this broadcast came too fast. Almost as soon as the overhead chandelier stopped, the community radio came directly. Ren Xiqiao leaned on her, and he didn't hear clearly, so he asked, Mom, what are you doing? It's too fast, the news from the community is too fast. Whether it is the previous life or this life, the broadcasts of the community workers come too fast. You must know that it is midnight, and the community workers work from 9 to 5. Who will stay in the community in the middle of the night? Not to mention the door-to-door registration after the broadcast. The whole piece has been changed. It can't be said to be exactly the same, it can only be said to be completely different, but it's finally connected. End of this chapter. Another community worker notified everyone in the form of a broadcast, but the power outage only happened a few minutes ago. How did they use this speaker that needs to be plugged in to use when the power is out? Unless the power is supplied separately in advance, after all, the power supply equipment required for the speaker is relatively large, and it needs power generation equipment such as a generator, and it is impossible to find out this thing in a minute, and in the dark night. Plug it in and use it again. Just now there are too many contents in the speaker. If it is not notified in advance, how can it be so specific? That is to say, in fact, the staff in the community have already received the news. In her previous life, she lived in dire straits and couldn't think too much about it, but now that she thinks about it one by one, everything is wrong. Speaking of registration, it's not that there have been power outages before, and there was no registration for power outages before, so why is there a registration for this power outage? Combining these situations and summarizing, things are not difficult to imagine. Since the community had to register, the mother and daughter naturally stayed at home obediently, even though she had no plan to go out at first. The scope of a community is very large, but there are only a few staff members in the community. Lan Jin guessed that the staff members did not come to the door so quickly, so they sat on the sofa and swiped their mobile phones, constantly paying attention to the disaster situation in various places. The phone swiped for 3 hours, and finally when the sky was slightly bright, there were 2 bangs on the anti-theft door. She guessed it was the staff from the community who had been resting at her feet. Nana quickly stood up and looked towards the door vigilantly. Lan Jin said to it, "It should be a staff member of the community. You are still young, don't scare people, don't bark for a while." I don't know if Nana understood. Anyway, she moved towards the door, and Nana followed her to the door. At this time, a woman knocked on the door and shouted, "Is anyone there? People from our community come here. Check in, is anyone home?" Before Lan Jin could reply, a man's voice also replied outside the door, "There should be no one, the people on the 3 floors above here are all engaged in lawsuits. Who lives here? Is there no one living here? Isn't there only one family living on the top of the building? Someone lives on the roof. She lived here for more than a month and didn't hear anything, but worried that the people outside the door would leave." Lan Jin hurriedly shouted, "There is someone, there is someone." Lan Jin walked quickly to the door, opened the inner door, and used the cell phone tube to shine outside, then asked, "Are both of you from the community?" The two of them were a little surprised to see someone open the door, but after hearing her question, a man and a woman outside the door showed her the work card hanging on their chest, and then took the red armband in front and waved it, proving that I am a worker in the community. There is no way, the more chaos there is, the more people will take advantage of the chaos to rob. The staff in the community also understand, so the staff answered Lan Jin's doubts patiently. Yes, we are from the community. You don't have to open the door for our work permit. I'll ask you a few questions. When did you move here? No one lived here before, have you registered with the community? The current policy is that if a family moves to live in a community, it needs to go to the community for real name registration. Whether it is the head of the household or the tenant, the community staff will also make clear notes when registering. After the real name registration, the community will issue them a residence card, with which they can enter the gate of the community, which is equivalent to real name access control, so that the security of the community can be guaranteed. If you come here temporarily, you also need to apply for a temporary access control card. You need to register for a few days after you come here. After these few days, the card will naturally become invalid and become a useless card. After entering and registering, it becomes a permanent residence card. So Lan Jin went to register. It was after the new year, and she sent a pack of melon seeds and candy there. After a while, the lesbian among them recognized her. She said, "You moved after the Chinese New Year. You came here, right? I remember your surname seems to be Lan." "Yes, you still remember me, I just moved here after the Chinese New Year." Lan Jin replied with a smile. The community staff asked again, "How many people live here? Are you the head of the household?" Lan Jin replied, "I am the head of the household. This is my own house. I planned to rent it out after it was renovated last year, but the layout of the apartment is not good, so I haven't rented it out, so I moved here by myself. For the time being, it's just me at home. 2 kids, oh, and a dog." After Lan Jin finished talking about her footsteps, Nana showed her existence with a well-behaved whine, and the staff in the community also followed the voice and looked over. I have to say that Rottweiler, who is only 2 months old, is simply too big. It's too small, and I didn't notice the dog beside Lan Jin's feet without making a sound. The community worker asked, "Have you got the dog certificate?" "It's done." This Lan Jin has really done it, mainly because it is easy to get a dog certificate now. She is a dog owner, so naturally she has to give the dog a legal identity. This means the same thing as the household registration book. When the end of the world came, it would come in handy, so after the dog came home, she went to apply for a dog certificate without delay. The community worker nodded, then handed over a notebook and came in, saying, "Okay, I see, here is a piece of information, you can fill out the information, and then sign on the back. Have you joined the group with this building? If there is any latest news, we will share it in the group. After you join it, you can see it at any time. But for more important news, we will still broadcast it to the community residents, so even if the mobile phone is out of battery, it doesn't matter. We will not miss any residents, and please find out household registration books, dog certificates, residence permits, etc., and put them away, maybe they will be used." The last chapter was banned, and it was unblocked twice. The content is that the end of the world is advanced, and then the scene of natural disasters is described, but it may not be possible to write, so I changed it to the end of the world. The feeling of the community informs everyone to return quickly home. The content of an entire chapter has been deleted and changed. It lacks the taste of the original version, but it is still coherent, and I don't know when it will be unblocked. Hey, I am tired. End of this chapter. Lan Jin nodded while filling in the information. Because the staff did not let her open the door, the two of them handed in the registration book. Directly through the crack of the door, Lan Jin quickly filled in the information, signed the book and sent it from the past-it to the community worker through the crack of the door, and replied together, "Fill it out, I added 2 to the group, but I don't know if it is the 2 you mentioned." Lan Jin opened the phone group and handed the page to the staff before saying, "Is it these 2 groups?" The staff glanced at it for confirmation and nodded, "Yes, it's just these 2, just add them in, remember to pay attention to the group news, and don't know when the electricity will come, try to save the battery of the mobile phone and save some usage. What? Okay, thank you, sorry to trouble you. After Lan Jin said thank you, the community staff put away their notebooks and planned to leave. Before leaving, Lan Jin was still worried about what she had just heard about people living upstairs, and she asked, sorry, I just heard about your. Did you say there are people living upstairs? Yeah, I moved here years ago. It was just in front of you for about a week. Because it happened to be in the middle of the year, I also have an impression. What's the matter? Seeing her asking this question, the staff asked a little strangely. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just a little strange, because I have lived at home for more than a month, but I haven't heard any movement upstairs. The two of them were taken aback for a moment. They really didn't expect Lan Jin to say that. Let's go upstairs and have a look, I'll come down later. And tell you. Okay, then leave the door inside me open, I'll wait for you to come over. In the middle of the night, the corridor was unusually quiet, and she could even hear the voices of the community workers coming upstairs. The two of them went upstairs and knocked for a long time. Just as they were about to leave, the people upstairs said after opening the door, the following content was almost the same as her previous ones, but it was really strange. She had lived here for more than a month, and she really didn't hear any movement upstairs. Even if she and her child go out early and return late, that's just an adjective. She doesn't work. Although the supplies are very important, she doesn't need to be in such a rush. She usually waits for the child to sleep until he wakes up naturally, and the two of them still have breakfast at home. No matter how dilly-dallying, she can only go out at 9 o'clock, so she usually wakes up at 6 or 7 o'clock, and at night, she can't really take the child back home after dark, so it is usually at the mealtime and the evening the sun came back, so whether it was morning or evening, she really didn't hear the movement upstairs. Lan Jin stood at the door and waited for a while. After the people upstairs finished filling in the information, the staff came to her and said, we asked specifically, the guy upstairs is indeed at home all the time, maybe your time is staggered. So I don't know, but I think the child is quite young and looks like a teenager, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Don't worry, if you have anything to contact our community. Okay, thanks, maybe it's just a time stagger so I didn't hear anything. As for the rest, forget it, the world will soon be chaotic, contact the community may not be able to manage it. After seeing off the staff in the community, she wanted to go back to sleep, but the clock on the wall told her that it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Why should she sleep? Took 2 breakfasts out of the space, ate breakfast leisurely, enjoying the last piece in the last days. But who would have thought that after the two had finished their breakfast, she picked up her phone and found that the news in the group had already exploded. No, it's fine if the power goes out, but why is the water and natural gas also stopped? Could it be that the water pipe and the natural gas pipe are also broken? Yes, when will the water and electricity be restored? We can still go out for breakfast, but we must wash up. Brother, don't go out for breakfast. There is no water or electricity everywhere. There is no breakfast shop open at all. There is nothing to eat when you go there. Don't ask, you just came back. I'm going, isn't that going to starve to death? I eat 3 meals a day outside, and I don't have any food at home. As soon as they heard that there was no food outside, everyone who was still relaxed immediately became nervous. No, there is no food outside, so it's hard for all of us to starve to death? Go out and buy something if you don't have anything to eat at home. It's not that you can't go out. If you don't know how to cook, you can buy what you don't need to cook. Bread, crispy noodles, and self-heating food can fill your stomach. Don't be so particular about critical moments. Eat first, let's talk when we're full. People in the community, are the people in the community here? Why are you pretending to be dead at this time? When will water, electricity, and natural gas come? Answer us quickly, there must be a time. That is, you are always there when you are not looking for you, and you are pretending to be dead when you are looking for you. Now that the disaster elsewhere is not ours, why have our water and electricity been shut down? There must be a letter for those who come or not. Bar. That's right, my child is still young and is waiting for hot water to make milk powder. What do you eat for my child who has no water or electricity? Seeing that so many people in the group couldn't eat breakfast, Lon Jean burped leisurely, and then looked at the dishes on the table that hadn't come yet to be cleaned up. Well, let's put them away if there is no water and can't be washed. Residents are in a hurry without water and electricity, but the masters who repaired water and electricity are actually more anxious than them. They knew the seriousness of the matter after the layers of documents were issued before the maintenance. No water or electricity is very serious, but isn't it more serious that City J will be attacked by poisonous smog after one day and one night, while the hydropower masters are rushing to repair the water and electricity, they also have to bear the survival problem of the entire J city. You can ask them if they are nervous, so they will naturally be more serious and responsible in their work, and the time will naturally be longer. But at this time, no matter how the people in the group are making troubles, the staff and the community are indifferent and have no intention of replying. Some people can't stay at home and go directly to the community. The community was already overcrowded at this time, and the purpose was naturally to ask about water and electricity, and the community worker took the trouble to say, "We have received a notice that the renovation must be completed today, but we really don't know when we will be able to come. Today, you guys are arguing with us now, it's better to go to the supermarket to see if there is any food that can be eaten directly, buy it and eat it first, otherwise you're really hungry." The community workers felt that she was reminding her in disguise. Some people thought it made sense and hurried to the supermarket, but some felt that the community was shirking responsibility and kept pestering them, unwilling to leave. The group of people continued to make trouble like this until around 3 p.m., when the water came first, then the electricity came after more than an hour, and the natural gas came after another hour, and the troubled day finally came to an end. When everything was over, a more severe situation came. End of this chapter. Just as most of the people were eating their first official dinner today at the dining table, one message after another popped up in the community. Notice, emergency, received a notice from above, there is an unknown poisonous smog hits China at a fairly fast speed from the United States. Now many cities in China have been invaded by the poisonous smog. Inhalation of this poisonous smog will cause people to suffocate and death. Please close the doors and windows immediately, block the gaps with tape, and remember, don't go out. The community staff of this kind of news hit everyone in each of their groups, and they sent more than 20 consecutive messages before giving up. And when they sent a message to the group, the radio in the community did not stop and kept repeating this notice, urgent notice, the poisonous fog is coming, please close the doors and windows immediately, and stick the gaps with tape, please remember, don't go out, don't go out. However, they were not the only community that released this news. Almost at the same time, the entire city of J erupted into excitement. I'll go, I just got the chopsticks, what's the situation, can I have a good meal? What are you going to eat? Hurry up and close the doors and windows. If you come across the poisonous fog, you won't be able to eat anything. I'm cooking, and this dish is still half cooked, so should I close the door or cook? The people upstairs are not stupid. Food is more important than life. You see, this situation must be urgent. Close the doors and windows and stick the gaps. That is, as long as you have breath, are you afraid you won't have time to cook? The community's emergency notices were repeated non-stop. This kind of behavior has indeed increased the tension of many residents. After all, this kind of thing has never been seen before hundreds of years ago. Everyone understands that if the poisonous smog situation is particularly severe, it is impossible for the community staff to play the notification in a loop like this. No one wants to die, and no one wants to die, so naturally they will curse and act according to the requirements of the community. It's just that in this world, there are always people who believe it, and there are always people who don't believe it, and some people even think it's a prank. Poisonous mist? Poisonous mist, I haven't heard of such a thing in my life for decades. I don't close the door or close the window. It depends on what this poisonous mist can do to me. Upstairs, Nyopi, the doors and windows of my house have been closed. Please tell me what's going on after the people upstairs come into contact with the poisonous fog. Yes, we also want to know whether this is alarmist or true, but I don't dare to take risks with my family. Let's just wait for the results upstairs. Are you stupid? If you inhale the poisonous mist, you will die. What else can he tell us about the result? It's true. If there is no result, the poisonous mist is really poisonous. If there is a result, the poisonous mist is fake. You are all bored, you are joking with your life. Listen to me and close the doors and windows quickly. You can't bet your life on anything. But I also think it's so fake. It can't be just a community drill, just like other people's showery country, earthquake drills, tsunami drills. Upstairs, where is there such a small country nowadays? It has been buried under the water for a long time. I'll make an analogy. Can't you compare it to something else? It sounds weird. Seeing that everyone's chatting in the group is becoming more and more like a joke, the community staff once again said on the radio, please take the problem of poisonous smog seriously. This is not a game. Once again, this is not a game, nor is it a drill. You only have one life. Please cherish it. The poisonous smog is coming to J City. Please seal the doors and windows quickly. Please get out. Remember, please get out. However, the community workers only said that the poisonous smog would come, but did not say when the poisonous smog would dissipate. Someone in the group hurriedly asked, no, the poisonous smog came so quickly, I haven't bought anything to put at home, well, just ordering food like this today. It won't last for 2 days. When will this poisonous fog dissipate, or when will it come, so as to give us a little time to go out and prepare some food? That's right, how long does it take for the poisonous mist to dissipate? It can't starve us to death. Yeah, I don't know when I'm coming, and I don't know when I'm leaving. If the poisonous fog doesn't clear up for a few days, we'll all have to starve to death at home. Yeah, I don't have any food at home. You're going to be locked up for a few days and I'm going to starve to death at home. A community worker, told everyone, there will be arrangements in the future, and the doors and windows will be sealed first. Looking at the two bustling work groups on the mobile phone, Lan Jean hurriedly got to work on the things in hand. She had already closed the doors and windows, but she never sealed the gaps. The main reason was that the poisonous fog did not come. You can't seal your home too tightly. Now that the community has notified you, it's not too late to seal it up again. She was busy by the door and window, while the child and the dog were sitting on a chair and the other was sitting on the ground obediently nibbling on the stewed chicken leg in her hand. She was very obedient. There are several pots of potted plants in the house, which can be regarded as a fresh air for the little family, and the potted plants are also very cheap. She bought them for the sake of rounding up, and now she is using them. Of course, she was worried about putting potted plants, so she also took out the air purifier, one big for the living room and one small for the room. When all these were done, she suddenly thought that the windows of the safety passage and the elevator passage hadn't been glued yet. That's right, even if the elevator doesn't reach the 32nd floor, there is still an elevator passage. It just bricks the door to the elevator, so there is a ventilation window next to the elevator. She has always been a people live on the first floor, and the windows on the other side have not been closed for ventilation, so they have to close them quickly at this moment. Speaking of safety, fire exits, it is also on each floor. Oh no, the windows of the fire exits here are shared by 2 floors, not a big 2-story French window, but a half-person high window. The large and small windows are stuck in the middle of the 2 stairs on the 32nd and 33rd floors. In short, it can be seen at a glance that this is also a symbol of the incomplete design of the building, because no one would design the windows like this, even if it is a safe passage. But anyway, the windows of the 2 floors are connected together, so just seal them up quickly. Lan Jean took tape and scissors to seal the window on the simple elevator side first, and then went to the safe passage. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lan Jean came here, he saw a boy busy by the window. She remembered that the community worker said that a teenage boy lived upstairs, so it must be him. Speaking of living here for more than a month, it was the first time she saw this boy. Lan Jean said, "Do you live upstairs?" "I'm on the 32nd floor." The boy noticed Lan Jin when she appeared in the safe passage, and when Lan Jin opened her mouth to speak, the little boy quickly replied, "Yes, I live upstairs." End of this chapter. Let me help. I'm the only one on my floor. I was about to come over and fix things here. I saw you were busy. The boy smiled shyly and said, "What a coincidence, I'm the only one on the 33rd floor, so I came down." Lan Jin took the scissors from the boy's hand, and after the boy tore off a piece of tape, he immediately cut it off with the scissors. The two of them cooperated well. The boy in front of him was indeed very small, and he also reminded, "The one in the elevator passage, have you glued the windows?" Although there is no elevator on our floor, there are windows over there, and the surrounding area must be sealed. The boy nodded, "It's already glued over there." During the busy work, Lan Jin also inquired about the boy's background. The boy's name is Huang Jinghe. He is 19 years old this year. After half a year, he dropped out of school and planned to retake the exam. As a senior high school student, those who leave early and return late are really different from her time, and there is really no time to make any noise. As for his parents, although they didn't quite understand his thoughts, they didn't object. Huang Jinghe's parents are both soldiers, and they are not soldiers in the local area. There is no other relatives in the family except him, so this is the reason why he lives alone. As for moving here, he completely fell in love with the weird house type here. Before his parents came and objected, he bought it with his own money. Therefore, human beings really have all kinds of ideas. Just this kind of weird house, there is still a lot of money. Someone really likes it, and the kids these days are really rich. The windows between the two floors are not big, and it didn't take long for the two of them to work together to seal the windows. Before leaving, Lan Jin asked with concern, "Do you have anything to eat at home?" It's unfortunate that the poisonous fog came. The commotion in the community is so serious that it probably won't go away for a day or two. Yes, high school seniors race against time. I keep a lot of instant noodles at home, enough for me to eat for several months. The boy took a meal, and then asked, "Is your family ready to eat?" "If you don't mind." No, I still have some food at home, and I won't be hungry for the time being, but I don't know how long it will take for the fog to dissipate. It's better to save some food at home, and don't give it to others casually. Save some water at home. After speaking, Lan Jin hurried home. There was still a child and a dog waiting for her at home. She was really not at ease after being out for so long. But as for why she cares so much about the boy, it's purely because he thinks that the boy is too young. He lives here alone and encounters such a situation. What if someone pretends to be pitiful and cheats him of all his instant noodles? Of course, in fact, there is no need to worry too much, because after a week, the people above will distribute supplies to the residents after they find a way to walk in the poisonous fog, so it is impossible to starve to death. Think about it, she was really worried. Lan Jin was in a relaxed mood, but when Huang Jinghe returned home, he became serious. Looking at the mountain of instant noodles at home, he couldn't help but think about what Lan Jin said just now, storing water, yes, what's the use of just having instant noodles? Well, people can't help but drink water. Although there are dozens of boxes of drinks in his house, they can't just drink drinks. Huang Jinghe came to the balcony and took the empty bottles piled up in the corner back into the house. Speaking of these empty bottles, they are actually empty bottles saved from drinking drinks. He is rich, but thrift is a beauty. Well, what's more, empty bottles can still be sold for money, so he naturally couldn't just throw them away like this. Who would have thought that he would have saved dozens of them, and all of them were big bottles? After taking the empty drink bottle back into the house, Huang Jinghe immediately locked the door again, and after confirming that the gaps were sealed, he began to fill the bottle with water. The faucet in his house is equipped with a water purification device, with triple purification and hot water function. The main reason for installing this purifier is because he is too lazy. The faucet produces hot water, so he doesn't need it when he is making instant noodles. After boiling water, I didn't think it was very good before, but now I think it is very practical. He first filled the utensils and plastic empty bottles at home with cold water, and then found out the insulated bottle and filled it with hot water. He didn't need to worry about keeping it for a long time. He just fetched water while using it. It will be the latest, plus he still has so many drinks. Anyway, enough for him to drink. After being busy for a while, the doors and windows of most residents have been sealed. As for the other small group of people, no one can persuade them, and no one can control them, so any consequences can only be borne by themselves up. In the night, the poisonous smog descended quietly, and those who did not seal the doors and windows had already suffered from the poisonous smog. At this time, the staff still tirelessly reminded the residents of the seriousness of the poisonous smog. Please pay attention to the hazards of the poisonous smog. During the poisonous smog, people from various departments are unable to come to support. If there are any consequences, everyone can only bear it by themselves, so please be sure to close the doors and windows and seal the gaps. Residents, please take it seriously and check again and again. If there is any accident during this period, no one can come to rescue. In other words, even if you are going to die, you can only wait for death at home. However, no matter how earnestly the community workers send messages in the group and play them on the radio, when the poisonous fog falls, you will still die. Can receive help information from residents of each household. Is anyone in the community here? My dad's doors and windows are closed, and the gaps are also sealed, but now his skin is red, swollen and hot, his whole body is in pain, his face is livid, as if his throat has been choked, and he looks like he is about to suffocate. The community worker said, the poisonous smog has already arrived. Your situation means that you have been infected with the poisonous smog. Are the doors and windows not sealed properly? You need to strengthen them. Otherwise, after the poisonous smog covers J City, your situation will only get worse. The community worker again asked everyone in the group. Residents of all households are asked to strengthen the gaps in their doors and windows. Again, and they must be sealed, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Looking at the messages in the group, everyone quickly reinforced the gaps between the doors and windows several layers before they could reply. But what about those who had already developed symptoms? Then what should my dad do now? He has been unable to breathe normally, and he seems to be dying. Please help my dad. However, there was no need for the community staff to answer, and the news from layer to layer replied in unison. The community workers have said. Before that, if you come out at this time, you will die. Who can come out to rescue? That's right, maybe people were killed by the poisonous smog before they even went out. It's normal without rescue, but the poisonous smog is too scary. How long has it been? What are the community workers saying? It's officially here. How terrible it would be if it came. Hey, I saw in the app that many other cities have been shrouded in poisonous smog, and many people have suffocated. This is too scary. If you have duct tape at home, quickly reinforce a few more houses. But my dad is about to suffocate now. 55555. Can someone save my dad? Who can save me? I can't get out of the door. Besides, is there any medicine to cure the poisonous fog? No, if the suffocation is caused by inhalation of the poisonous mist, there is no cure at all, but if the skin is only exposed to the poisonous mist, it can still be cured in the later stage, but that is the later stage, when the poisonous mist has just arrived. How can there be any medicine can cure this? Everyone in the group was busy reinforcing the gap, and finally someone replied after a while, don't ask for help upstairs, who will come to rescue? At this time, my mother also doesn't believe in this evil. I will put all the places are sealed tightly, and her old man tore off the glue in her room in the middle of the night, and she insisted that she was fine, and she was lying on the bed right now, dying of pain. End of this chapter. It's the same in my family. The old man just doesn't listen to what he says. He's lying on the bed so painful that he can't even scream. By the way, when I went to seal the windows of the elevator and the fire escape, my husband said I made a fuss over a molehill. Now that I think about it, I'm really glad. Damn, I didn't even think of closing these two windows. It's over, I can't keep guard in the corridor, I'm really stuck at home now. It's okay, we have a window on 2 floors, there are a total of 8 households, and one person always remembers it. When I went out to seal the windows, there were already 2 households sealed there. Thank you, good neighbors. This night was extraordinarily long, and the sobbing and whimpering sound was extraordinarily lonely under the reflection of the street lamps. This feeling of powerlessness was something I had never experienced before. The sky outside was getting brighter, and the poisonous fog was getting thicker and thicker. It wasn't until the day officially came that everyone couldn't see the sun, and then they realized how terrifying the poisonous fog was. Here, do you know what's going on outside? Why can't you see anything clearly? I also discovered that the poisonous fog is too terrifying. Visually, the visibility should be only 1 meter. If it is really covered by the poisonous fog, it may not be possible to breathe. Upstairs, the visibility of 1 meter is exaggerated. I think I can't see my fingers directly when I raise my hand, okay? It must not be more than 50 centimeters at most. The fog is too thick. I think it looks like it's like some new type of smog. It's said to be poisonous smog. Why mention smog? It's not a species at all. That's right, inhaling smog won't kill people, but inhaling this thing will kill people. Thank you to the community for reminding us yesterday, otherwise we would all be dead if the poisonous fog descended in the middle of the night. Thanks for the community reminder. There was a row of words thanking the community in the group. However, while thanking the community, eating has become the primary concern of everyone. Do you have food at home? I don't buy much at home. Such a thick fog should not be a day or two. The sky will be gone, what shall we eat? Didn't the community say there would be arrangements? Let's wait. How to wait? People can't go outside, the staff and the community are also people, they can't walk in the fog, then the food can't be delivered, this is a dead end, we can only wait at home to die. The people upstairs are too discouraged, but I think one thing is right. Even if the community wants to solve it, it will not be so fast. There are so many people in a community, and there are so many people in J City, even if there is an arrangement, it should not be so. It can be arranged in a day or two, so we can only rely on ourselves during this time. Let's not mention the food. Yesterday the community reminded us to fetch water, did you all fetch it? They are not sure whether the poisonous fog is in the water, but the water that was pumped before the poisonous fog is always safer to drink. Hey, the water was blown, but why didn't the news come sooner, so that we can prepare more food at home? I only have 2 packs of biscuits left at home. I can eat them for a few days. You figured it out. My family really has nothing to eat. Who has food? Can you sell me some? I'll pay double the price. Hey, I'll pay 3 times the price, and I want instant noodles. Who has instant noodles? Instant noodles are so precious right now. Who will sell you 3 times the price? If I pay 10 times, who will sell me a pack of instant noodles? However, when these questions were asked, there were a lot of booing people, but not many people actually wanted to sell. After all, no one knows how long it will take for the poisonous mist to dissipate. What if you give the food to others and you starve to death? So it is absolutely impossible to give food to others. On the first day when the poisonous smog came, almost all the discussions in the group were about food, but this was nothing to Lan Jin, who had prepared supplies in advance. Lan Jin knew that her chance had come after scanning the app to see that the poisonous smog had covered the entire city of J. She mentioned before that there are 2 large supermarkets not far from home. She didn't dare to think about it before the poisonous smog came, but now is the best time, because in a few days, the people above will wait after. Discovering how to walk in the poisonous fog, she had no chance to go out again. Lan Jin put on protective clothing and a gas mask. After putting the child and the dog into the space, she cautiously left the gate of her house. Because the windows of the elevator room were sealed, there was no poisonous fog in the corridor on the 32nd floor, but when she opened the protective door of the safe passage, the poisonous fog hit her face, and there seemed to be a strong wind pushing Lan Jin, making her she took a few steps back. Unconsciously, and the door she just opened closed again. The strong wind stopped instantly, and Lan Jin felt a lot more relaxed instantly. At this time, she was leaning against the door of the safe passage, panting heavily. Although this situation was unexpected, it proved that the protective clothing and the gas mask can indeed prevent poisonous fog. After all, there is no sign of redness, swelling, itching on her body right now. Lan Jin settled down, took a deep breath, and took a firm first step. She opened the door of the safe passage, stepped into the safe passage first with one foot, and then jumped into the poisonous mist with her whole body. After her whole body entered the poisonous mist, she lost her previous panic and looked around. Looking at the surrounding environment, she found that although the poisonous fog was thick, it was not completely invisible. She took out a flashlight to shine on her feet, and then went downstairs step by step along the hand railing. The height of the 32-story building. Lan Jin walked for half an hour to reach the first floor, but the first floor was not her destination. After confirming the floor, she turned around and went down to the parking lot on the first floor. When he walked out of the parking lot, because he was too excited, he didn't even notice that there was an obstacle on the road. Lan Jin was stumped by this obstacle and fell a big somersault. After the fall, Lan Jin immediately got up to check whether her protective clothing was damaged and whether the gas mask was worn properly. After confirming that it was intact, she then checked what the obstacle was. I don't know if I don't look at it, but she is terrified when she looks at it. The obstacle on the ground is nothing but a corpse that didn't escape the poisonous fog in time. Not to mention rotten, red, and swollen, her eyes are slightly protruding, and her mouth is wide open. Lan Jin was shocked when she saw it, but it was over after she was scared. She quickly moved the body aside. It would be bad if I tripped over again if I came back here. By the way, she also received the access control card on this obstacle, that is, the residence permit, into her purse, and then she searched for her destination like a normal person. The situation in the parking lot is more severe than that in the corridor. According to Lan Jin's own estimation, the visible range is only 30 centimeters, which also makes it more difficult for Lan Jin to move forward. But fortunately, she has walked this road a lot. My memory turned around and I really found the destination of this trip, so and so. End of this chapter. Mumu is a large supermarket. It is built according to the shopping mall and directly leads to the underground parking lot of their community. Its first floor is a supermarket and parking lot, and the first to fifth floors are shopping malls and restaurants. The purpose of her going out today is to it's been a good day of walking here. At this time, the entrance of the parking lot and the supermarket was blocked by a metal mesh door, which is normal. After all, it is not open, so the supermarket door can't be opened directly, but she didn't plan to enter from here. I know that there is a hidden employee passage next to this large iron mesh door that can lead directly to the inside of the supermarket. Regardless of whether the employee passage has a door or not, it is always easier to handle than the large iron mesh door. Lan Jin took a flashlight and searched beside the iron mesh gate. After searching for about a few minutes, he found the staff passage. As she expected, the employee passageway was also blocked by a small rolling door, but the small rolling door was easier to deal with than the big iron mesh door. So yesterday, Lan Jin found a chainsaw in the space, oiled it up and kept it as a backup. She thought about it, and if she couldn't do it, she cut the door open. Anyway, she came out once, and she took a risk. No, it's not worth it to go in. However, the chainsaw was really useless, because Lan Jin just bent down and gently lifted the bottom of the rolling door, and the lock of the rolling door was torn off, and the whole thing was thrown up. There was a loud noise. Lan Jin looked at the sky and was speechless. I didn't try too hard, the quality of this door is too bad. But at this time, she didn't think much about it. It would be better if she didn't need a chainsaw. Anyway, she hadn't used it before, so she wouldn't hurt herself in any accident. The door had already been opened, and Lan Jin walked straight into the supermarket without pretense, but when she entered, she realized that the poisonous fog had already spread to every corner of the supermarket. At this time, the visibility inside the supermarket is the same as outside, only 30 centimeters away, and the place where Lan Jin walked first is the snack area of the supermarket. It is full, and this kind of picture can only be seen clearly when she walks in front of her, but it is fine if she can see it clearly. Although the difficulty of collecting materials will increase, but this opportunity is missed, and the difficulty of getting materials later only. Bigger. But even if it's 0 yuan purchase, Lan Jin has no idea of ransacking the supermarket. After all, compared to her who has prepared supplies in advance, others also need a way to survive. She is not a virgin, but she can't be too desperate, so Lan Jin took 3 floors of the 4-story container and reserved 1 floor for others. Merchants. Afterwards, Lan Jin slowly wandered in the supermarket, the rice, flour, grain and oil section, cooked food section, bread section, milk section, nut section, hygiene product section. She walked while touching side collection, but she takes in 3 and keeps 1 of all the supplies. The supermarket is very big and has toxic smog. This trip to the supermarket took nearly 4 hours to end. After shopping in the supermarket, she followed the stairs to the first floor of the shopping mall, thanking that there was no door in the middle. Otherwise she would destroy another door. The first floor is where skin care products and gold are sold. Lan Jin came to the counter of cosmetics, first put the unopened skin care products in the warehouse into the space, and then went to the gold counter, and put them away through the glass counter. The gold in each counter was also collected into the space. Because she didn't need to touch the items to put them into the space, so even if the counter was locked, all the things could be put in with just a look from her. After walking the entire first floor, she went to the second to 4th floors. These 3 floors are all stores selling clothing, men's clothing, women's clothing, and children's clothing. She collects part of what is hanging on the counter and stored in the warehouse she had prepared before entering the space, and she only collected part of it for emergencies. In addition to stores selling clothes, the 4th floor also sells shoes. She went to the warehouse to collect some of the shoes. As for the upstairs, the 5th floor is a movie theater and a place to eat. All the dishes were put away, so she didn't go to the 5th floor. After she finished sweeping the shopping mall here, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lan Jin walked out of the parking lot on the 1st floor, and came to the next door Moma supermarket. With everything, she fumbled in the supermarket and took 2/3 of the amount, then left here. Although these 2 supermarkets are not far from her home, after fumbling around in 2 supermarkets and a shopping mall, the sky has already darkened. At this moment, it would be difficult to move even if it was completely dark. Lan Jin went home without the slightest hesitation. Along the way, she would scan the space with her consciousness from time to time to see what the child and the dog were doing. At this time, the child and the dog were having fun, and Lan Jin felt relieved when she saw that there was nothing else going on. Come. On the way back, Lan Jin didn't walk down to the parking lot on the 1st floor. It took too much time to go around. Lan Jin slowly entered the community and came to her own house by relying on her memory and the range she could see. The door of the building. As for the 2 gates, Lan Jin also cleverly swiped the card of the obstacle just now, so as not to find her later. Everything is going well, but Lan Jin, who has been walking for a day, is really struggling to climb the 32 floors. She has not eaten any food or drank a drop of water this day. She is tired and hungry. She had already exhausted all her strength, and when she finally reached the 32nd floor, it was already dark outside. But coming back is not the end. Lan Jin first opened the door of the safe passage, and after quickly walking sideways, because of opening the door, a lot of poisonous mist drifted in. It was impossible for Lan Jin to bring the poisonous mist home, so he could only take out the ventilation equipment, first to draw out the poisonous mist from the place where she was staying, and then quickly walked forward. After passing through a curtain, Lan Jin once again sucked the poisonous mist behind the curtain, then she entered the gate of her house. The curtain she used was installed on the night when the poisonous smog came. The curtain is transparent, and it is the kind of curtain used by supermarkets in summer to prevent cold air from escaping. Some poisonous mist entered, so it was installed. Although it took some effort to install, it is just right for use now. After returning home, Lan Jin quickly took off her protective clothing and gas mask, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with her skin, she released the child and the dog with confidence. A child and a dog were still in the space, but they suddenly appeared in the living room of their own house. They were both stunned for a while, but looking at the snacks in their hands, Lon Jean said with a serious face, "Chow Chow, what happened to the snacks in your hand?" End of this chapter. Hearing Lon Jin's words, Ren Xichao glanced at the snacks in his hand indifferently, and replied, "Mom's inside, Chow Chow is hungry and eats." "How do you know it's edible? What if it can't be eaten?" Looking at Lon Jin with a serious face, Ren Xichao directly pushed the dog out. "Nana has smelled it, I will only eat what I can eat." "But Nana is a dog, and you didn't give this snack to Nana, right?" Lon Jin took the snack in Ren Xichao's hand and asked, but when she said this, one child and one dog fell silent again, and Lon Jin looked at the snack in his hand, and took out his 40-meter-long ruler beat the child up. After Ren Xichao burst into tears and promised that she would never steal food again, Lon Jin didn't let her go. She said, "It's not a question of whether you eat or not, but a question of whether you can give it to dogs." The snack that Ren Xichao ate had chocolate on it. How could a dog eat chocolate? She explained the relationship. Ren Xichao immediately admitted his mistake. "Mom, I was wrong, and I will never feed Nana again." But Ren Xichao couldn't be blamed for this matter. She thought the child didn't understand, so she didn't say anything. Who knows, if you tell her well, she will understand. "Chow Chow, Nana is your friend in our family. Mom is just worried that you will hurt it unintentionally. Anyway, just remember that dogs are different from people. They can't eat everything. The next time Chow Chow wants to feed Nana, it's better to ask Mom, is that okay?" Ren Xichao nodded earnestly, then rolled his eyes, and asked, "Mom, Nana can't eat it, can Chow Chow eat it?" "Chow Chow can eat it by himself, it's fine not to give it to Nana." "If you can eat it, you can eat it, but why is she so excited?" Lon Jin ruthlessly refused. Today's snack share has exceeded the standard. "If you want to eat, let's talk about it tomorrow." Disappointment was written all over Ren Xichao's face, but when Lon Jin gave her a duck leg for dinner, she immediately forgot about the emotions just now. Lon Jin didn't have any energy after working all day. No, after coaxing the child to sleep, he fell asleep immediately. Of course, she didn't forget to feed Nana some spiritual spring water before going to bed, so that she can't find a doctor now and really kill the dog. Even if the spiritual spring water can't cure the disease, it can strengthen the body, the human body and the dog's body. There should be no difference. The next day, Lon Jin, who had been busy all day yesterday, didn't have the energy to read the news in the group. Now that she has recovered enough energy, she must make up for what she didn't know yesterday. Unexpectedly, the more she read the news in the group, the more alarmed she became. People who had suffocation symptoms due to the poisonous smog all passed away without surviving yesterday. There are more than 500 people in the group in their community. People also represent more than 500 households, and looking at the increasing number of solitaires in the group, there are old people and children in their community alone. But it's not a problem that dead bodies are always kept at home. At this moment, people in the group are clamoring for people in the community to deal with the current situation. But what can the community do about it? You can't just leave it like this all the time. The corpse will stink in a few days. There are so many people dead in this building. How stinky it will be then. Find someone to drag it out as soon as possible. Upstairs, who wouldn't want to, but you clearly know how these people died, and you let others take the risk of dragging your corpse, aren't you too selfish? That's right, no one wants to sleep with a corpse, but these people die because of drug mist. You ask people from the community to come and drag the corpse for you, or let people from the community send someone to drag the corpse. Isn't it all about letting others die in vain? You can't be too selfish. Your life is your life, and other people's illnesses are also your life. But you can't just leave it like this. You don't know how long it will take for the poisonous mist to dissipate, and you don't know how long it will take for someone to deal with it. It's not you who slept with the corpse. It doesn't hurt to speak. You shouldn't be afraid, no, although it's okay to be afraid, but after all, this is also my family, so there's nothing to be afraid of. That is, you might as well take advantage of this time to mourn your loved ones and enjoy the last time with them. The last time of the goddess. By the way, my unscrupulous boss actually called me to go to work just because of the poisonous fog. So, it's an unscrupulous boss. Note, I'm not mistaken about this. Otherwise, how can you call him an unscrupulous boss? There's no car outside here, so you ask your boss to pick you up. If he can pick you up, you can get in. For money, we can fight. Yes, why can't you fight for money, but this boss is really good enough. No, why did we drag the topic so far? I remember that we were asking for food at the beginning. As for the people in the community, my house has nothing but water. If I don't eat anymore, I will starve to death. If you want me to tell you, don't even think about it. It's not that the community doesn't want to control us, but it can't control us at all. If there is anything wrong, try to solve it yourself. Isn't this unsolvable? My family really has nothing to eat, nothing at all. After a while, a person below hit a person who hadn't eaten, and asked, "Do you have toilet paper in your house? I can exchange it with you for biscuits." Yes, my family has it. However, someone soon replied, "Don't think about it, I have already observed it yesterday, someone in our safe passage didn't close the doors and windows tightly, the safe passage is full of poisonous fog, and the door can't be opened, you can change it even if you want to. If you don't have anything to eat, don't take any chances, let me tell you to drink more water at home. Fuck, God is going to kill me. You can't blame me, but my house really lacks toilet paper." Such rambling topics have been chatting from yesterday to today, and maybe talking more can relieve the inner tension. The news in the group really hasn't stopped for a moment, and the work of the community the staff also kept emphasizing in the group that everyone should not open the doors and windows. As for the other things, they could solve it with a sigh of relief, and the community staff who couldn't solve it were all pretending to be dead. Today is the 4th day of the arrival of the poisonous smog. Because yesterday's action was too smooth, it gave Lon Jean a lot of confidence, so he decided on a certain CO for today's itinerary. A certain CO is not far from their area. Yesterday's XX was directly in front of their community, and a certain CO was directly opposite XX, but there was a road in the middle, and there was no pedestrian crossing between these roads. She first walked to the door of Zma on the left, crossed a bridge and then went around to a CO. Although the distance was not very far, it was really difficult to walk. End of this chapter. For Lon Jean, it is not an exaggeration to say that this journey is a trek through mountains and rivers. Although there are many difficulties, she has no intention of giving up. Materials are the root of survival. She wants to live a carefree life in the future. It is necessary to spend more energy on food now. After checking the messages on her mobile phone, Lon Jean had already finished her breakfast. She put the child and the dog into the space first, then put on the protective clothing and gas mask as yesterday, and carefully left the house. Yesterday she went to the first floor, but today she walked directly to the gate. The first floor of the high-rise community is unoccupied. She just needs to be careful, and no one will notice the movement here. Lon Jean slowly moved her footsteps according to the route when she came back yesterday. She would rather walk slowly to avoid the possibility of accidents, but perhaps the poisonous fog has stabilized. Lon Jean herself felt that today's visible range it seems to be much farther than yesterday. And she can see clearly within 1 meter after calculating the distance. Lon Jean walked through XXXX, crossed the overpass, stumbled all the way and finally came to the entrance of XXCO, which is different from XX in that it is not built according to the shopping mall, but it is a separate supermarket. What? There are large supermarkets that sell them. There is no hidden door in this supermarket. Lon Jean went directly to the employee passageway, but the door of the employee passageway here is not a rolling door, but 2 glass doors. Iron lock, this is really a chainsaw. Lon Jean took the chainsaw out of the space, pulled the wire on the chainsaw several times, and the chainsaw started to work, and a large lock was cut in half with a few clicks. Lon Jean quickly entered and quickly closed the glass door, but to her surprise, except for a little poisonous fog she brought in when she entered the supermarket was not infected by the poisonous fog. Lan Jin didn't have time to think about it. She took out a flashlight from the space and walked into the supermarket according to the road in front of her. Lan Jin, who turned around, came first to the staff to change clothes, and after walking a long road, she finally came to the entrance of the supermarket. A certain CO is worthy of being a large-capacity supermarket. The size of every item in it is oversized, and the placement of the counters is the same as that of the opposite. Supplies are also piled full. Lan Jin is the same as the opposite side. I'll take 3 and keep 1, because the supermarket is big, and it also took more than 4 hours to get all the supplies after running down this lap. Although I am tired, I am satisfied. After getting the supplies from the supermarket, Lan Jin didn't stay any longer, and returned out of the supermarket on the same road as Lan Jin made many detours. Since this person came out for a trip, Lan Jin always felt in a panic when he only went to a supermarket. She had a car in her space, so the oil was naturally arranged. The morning schedule was the supermarket, and the afternoon schedule was naturally its gas station. She used to drive to the nearest gas station to their home in 5 minutes, but it was not easy to drive in such heavy fog, and naturally it was also difficult to walk, so she took out the old solar-powered tricycle in her space. Now that there is a viewing range of 1 meter, it is no problem to drive a classic tricycle. The previous 5-minute journey, this time she drove for 15 minutes and finally arrived at the destination gas station. The gas station must be empty. Lan Jin first checked whether there was oil in each gas tank, and after confirming that there was oil, she took out the oil barrels in the space and began to beat them one by one. Surrounded by poisonous smog, no one sees the space anyway, but it can be used generously. It is really hard to pump barrels of oil, but a gas station can't meet her needs of 200 barrels of oil. After pumping 80 barrels of oil, the oil here is gone. Putting away the oil barrel, Lan Jin got on the old man's tricycle and went to the next gas station. Don't be surprised, she originally planned to steal oil. It's not too normal to check the address in advance. Another thing is that the road can't be seen clearly at the moment. The mobile phone navigation can still be used normally, although it takes a bit. It took time, but the place to go was still safely arrived. She went to 3 more gas stations according to the gourd painting, and finally filled all 200 medium-sized oil barrels with oil. Seeing that there was still some oil left in the gas station after the oil barrels were filled, she put the extra large trash can. She took it out and pumped 6.5 barrels of oil. After the gas station was finally empty, she called it a day and went home. This busy work is another whole day. She didn't eat or drink, and it was already dark when she got home. She took off her protective clothing and gas mask first, and after drinking a large bottle of spiritual spring water, only then did he recover his energy, and then he was busy with the children and the dog before he had time to lie down and rest. After working hard for 2 days in a row, plus 3 days at home before, 5 days passed in a flash, and there are only 2 days left before the people above study the results of the poisonous fog. She has everything that should be in the space. Of course, she won't go out to take risks for the rest of the time. Lan Jin was so busy that she completely forgot about the existence of her ex-husband and mistress, but at this moment the two were in a panic. Ren Xing and Meng Ying are both lazy people, and they are used to enjoying themselves. Whenever they have a little money, they order takeout. There was no staple food either, and the two of them survived the 5 days with the snacks that Meng Ying had hoarded before. However, after eating snacks for 5 days, how much could there be left? Ren Xing looked at the few snacks in the bag, and complained, "Hey, eat less. I don't know how many days you will be locked up. What will you do after you finish eating the snacks?" However, Meng Ying continued to eat the snacks in the bag as if she didn't hear it. Ren Xing was a little annoyed, and pulled the bag into her arms. Seeing that the snacks in her arms were gone, Meng Ying's face was not very good. Said, "What are you doing? How many snacks I have eaten, but you haven't stopped talking all day." "I'm hungry, and I'm a man, what's wrong with eating more?" Ren Xing replied as a matter of course, but Meng Ying was also angry when she heard this. "I bought these snacks, it doesn't matter whether you are a man or not. I can eat my snacks whenever I want." Of course, Ren Xing knew that Meng Ying bought the snacks, but he felt that he paid the rent of this house, so everything in the house should belong to him, so no matter who paid for this bag of snacks, it should also belong to him. Is his. Mengying was speechless. What kind of logic are you talking about? Anyway, I bought the snacks. I'm hungry now, so I want to eat. For a while, the two were arguing over the few snacks left, and had a big fight. End of this chapter. Longjin doesn't care if others are arguing or not. At this moment, she looks at the mountains of supplies in the space. Not only is she satisfied, but her appetite has improved a lot. One dinner is both steak and chicken drumsticks. Na called out. After dinner, Longjin took a good night's sleep. After sleeping well after 2 days of busy work, she started to work again at home. Longjin put the coffee table in the living room in one corner, and put a fence in front of the sofa to come out. This is Rin Xiqiao's toy corner. She put the old and new toys in first, and then put Rin Xiqiao in. Among the toys, Rin Xiqiao liked the Barbie doll the most. Every time she took a Barbie doll, instead of changing their outfits, she took them all apart. Longjin felt a little helpless when she saw this scene. Xiao Xiao, that's not how Barbie dolls are played. She is used to change clothes. You can put on whichever clothes you think look good on her. There is no need to put your arms. Before the words behind the arms were finished, Rin Xiqiao forcibly pulled out the doll's head. Longjin knew that the doll's limbs could be disassembled, but she never knew that the head could also be detached. Look, it can't be unloaded here, it was obviously pulled out by force. Chow Chow, how did you pull out the head? Its head and neck are connected together. In order to demonstrate to her, Rin Xiqiao quickly put an intact Barbie doll beside her in front of her, and then demonstrated to her, Mom, that's it. It's very simple, just pull it lightly and it will fall off. Longjin twitched the corner of his mouth. That movement was indeed very light, but it was a fact that his head fell off. Speaking of which, Longjin also realized some differences between her and her daughter, like when she went to some the other day, the door was obviously fine before. Why did she just lift the door and go up? I don't know if the quality of the door is not good, or because she was too strong and broke the lock abruptly. Looking at Rin Xiqiao in front of her, Longjin suddenly had a bold guess. She stood up from the toy corner and looked back and forth at home. The refrigerator in the corner became her primary target. Hugging the refrigerator by the waist, he lifted it up with a slight lift. During this process, Longjin felt like lifting a feather, effortlessly. Longjin was a little surprised. She knew that she had great strength after drinking the Lingquan water, but she had never lifted a heavy object before, so she had no idea that her strength was so great. Her home was a double-door refrigerator, and the size could be imagined. It can't be light, and she doesn't feel any difficulty in holding it. Does it mean that she can lift heavier things? And many more. If all this was caused by drinking the spiritual spring water, then did Rin Xiqiao also, so it was very easy to take off the head of the Barbie doll. Longjin hurriedly said, Xiao Xiao, you can play later, can you help Mom lift up the table here? Longjin turned around and pointed at the dining table beside her. Rin Xiaoxi also looked in the direction of her finger. Rin Xiqiao didn't understand why Longjin asked her to do this, but her mother asked her to do it, so she would do it, as long as don't say that she is holding the head of the Barbie doll. Okay. Rin Xiqiao stepped out of the fence and walked towards the dining table. Rin Xiqiao, who is more than 2 years old, is not particularly tall, and his small head is only on the same level as her dining table. Xiqiao raised one hand easily. After lifting the dining table, Rin Xiqiao was also very surprised. Did she have such great strength? Then she hurriedly showed off to Longjin, Mom, Xiao Xiao is so strong. Yes, Xiao Xiao is so strong. Xiao Xiao, why don't you try to lift the refrigerator again? Rin Xiqiao remembered that Longjin hugged the refrigerator just now, and she really wanted to try it now. Okay. Rin Xiqiao excitedly came to the refrigerator, but naturally a small person couldn't hold the entire refrigerator, so she could only look at Longjin for a solution. Longjin said, you don't have to hug the whole thing like your mother, you just need to hug this corner. Lan Jin moved Rin Xichao to the side, so that Rin Xichao's small arms could completely hug a corner of the refrigerator, and then lifted it up, using some strength, but it didn't feel like the refrigerator was heavy. After putting down the refrigerator, Rin Xichao took a small breath and said, "Mom, this one is heavier." Lan Jin twitched the corners of her mouth. The refrigerator is of course heavier than the dining table, but she can lift it up very well. Lan Jin immediately praised, "Xiao Xiao is still young, and when she grows up, she can easily lift it up." "My Xiao Xiao, it's awesome. It just looks very joyful." A small child lifts a big refrigerator. No matter how you look at it, it feels like a strange little Lolita. Rin Xichao couldn't be happier to be praised, but Lan Jin's next sentence made Rin Xichao's expression stiff. Lan Jin said, "Xiao Xiao, Mom knows you are strong, but you can't just pull out the doll's head just because of your strength. Although it is just a toy, we should take care of it and play with it, you know?" Ren Xichao was a little frustrated, and said with a complacent expression, "I know Mom." Xiao Xiao put it together. "If you fight hard, you will definitely not be able to fight back. The head and neck are hard torn, so how can you fight back? But it is good for the child to have this heart. Well, you can play hard first, Mother. First go to the space to put classify yesterday's supplies, and they will come out in a while. And if you have anything to do, you can call Mom, and Mom can hear your voice even inside." After Rin Xichao nodded, he went to his toy corner to put together toys, and Lan Jin immediately entered the space. As for the sound, Lan Jin in the space can hear the sound outside, so whenever Rin Xichao calls her, she can hear it. Everything in the space can be manipulated with thoughts. When Lan Jin came to the supplies department, she divided them into various supplies according to what she saw. She sorted them out in more than an hour. When she came out, she even brought out a few packs of snacks. After eating snacks and lunch, I naturally skipped it. In the afternoon, after Lan Jin put the child to sleep, he came to the space to think about the Black Land. That's right, she hasn't touched a piece of the 100 square meter Black Land until now, but let her grow vegetables, she doesn't know how to start, and then looks at the trees beside her. Lan Jin thinks it's better let's start by planting trees. Lan Jin found a hoe and a shovel from the space. She looked around the space for a long time, and finally decided that the tree was planted on the right side of the thatched house. Because the left side of the thatched house is black soil, and if all the trees are planted on the right side, one tree and one vegetable, it is very artistic to think about it. End of this chapter. After making a decision, Lan Jin began to plan the location of the trees again. Lan Jin first planted a pomegranate tree on the upper right side of the thatched house. Pomegranate tree. However, this idea is very good, but the soil in the space is not so easy to dig, especially for a person who has never done farm work, digging holes. And planting trees is simply killing her old life, and the trees are crooked if she survives. She was sweating profusely when she was still tired. Lan Jin complained, "Isn't this in space? Why can't you use your mind to plant a tree, and why can't this pomegranate tree be planted straight?" As soon as Lan Jin finished speaking, the pomegranate tree, which was crooked just now, straightened up by itself, quite straight in the soil, as if it had grown here for a long time. Lan Jin was shocked when she saw it, and then she was overjoyed. Does this mean that you can really plant trees with your thoughts in the space? Lan Jin found a few tea trees from a pile of trees and placed them where she wanted to plant them. When she thought about it, the tea trees were actually planted in the ground. She said excitedly, "It turns out that it really works. It's too convenient to plant trees with your mind." Lan Jin followed the same pattern and planted all the remaining trees on the right side of the house with her mind, one by one in a row. As expected, it was just as she planned, and it was very beautiful. But it doesn't take much time to plant trees with thoughts. Lan Jin came out of the space in less than an hour, and then sighed, "Why is this time so difficult?" But Lan Jin, who had been busy for a long time, really didn't want to move now, so she just lay down on the sofa, and leisurely checked her phone. But when she opened the group message, she found out that her community has adopted limited water supply since today. Notice, residents, please don't panic. Due to the poisonous smog, many departments cannot go to work normally. In order to ensure the water use of residents, the water use is now adjusted to a limited time. every day from 7 to 8 in the morning and from 6 to 7 in the evening. During the water supply time, residents and friends can prepare a day's water consumption at home in advance to avoid the situation that there is no water available, and the date of resuming all-day water supply will be notified later. After reading this notice, the group became more and more enthusiastic. After all, because they were afraid that the water would be infected by poisonous fog, everyone used the water stored in advance, but 6 days have passed. How can the stored water be used? What's left? Is the news of the time-limited water supply in the community telling everyone that the water in the tap is ready to use? As soon as the news from the community came out, the group that hadn't stopped in the first place exploded in an instant, and right now it was really a time of fighting on mobile phones. Some people frenziedly sent messages to bombard the group, and she got stuck and crashed immediately. Lan Jin was speechless. My mobile phone is more than 1 yuan, and it's not that bad. Why is it still stuck? Reluctantly, she pressed the power off button tightly, and then turned on the phone again after the phone was no longer hot. After that, although it was still stuck, it was barely in a usable state. The time-limited water supply is like a bomb, disturbing the hearts of people who are already in a panic, and then the group still has the same old problems. What should I do if the water is drinkable, but the food is gone? It is already the 6th day of the poisonous smog, and the whole city of J has been covered by the thick poisonous smog. Not to mention, 6 days without going out, for people who have no food at home. Is it a matter of life and death now? It's a big problem. Another one, those who died due to the poisonous smog are still at home. Just this month, the humidity in this space. I think it doesn't need to go into details to understand that people who live together will not have an easy life. But if you really want to talk about the other part of the people whose skin was touched by the poisonous mist but did not reach the level of suffocation, their life is actually in dire straits. She said before that when the poisonous mist touches the skin, it will make the skin red, swollen, festered, itchy, and the human body cannot heal itself, which leads to the current situation. People in the environment, without the intervention of any drugs, the redness and swelling will spread quickly to the whole body, so that the skin of the whole body will be ulcerated and the body will become inflamed and infected, and finally die. She mentioned a word for this process that spread to the whole body, quick. That's right, because this set of procedures will be completed in just 1 week. In other words, within a week from the time the poisonous smog descended on the people above to find a solution, they had already died at home. But these people did not leave quietly, because the festering and itchy skin could not calm them down, nor could they stay in one place. They asked for help everywhere, and those who were anxious and angry, the emotions can only be vented in their community groups. As for the reply, don't make trouble, who would reply to such a message when they knew that they couldn't provide any help? She said that such a way of death is not as refreshing as being directly suffocated by the poisonous fog, but most people still have the idea of survival, so they naturally want to procrastinate for a while, just in case they can be saved. But there are always some people who can't wait. Among these people, half of them can't stand the torture on their skin and directly open the door of their house to inhale the poisonous mist, then fall down in the corridor and struggle for a while, then face death calmly. But the remaining half of the people were different. They held the idea that you would not be able to live if I died, and after leaving their own gate, they slammed into the door of the neighbor's house desperately. However, their estimation was a little wrong. The poisonous fog has enveloped the entire city of J at this moment. The concentration of the poisonous fog can no longer be compared with the night that just came. Over a period of time, almost within a few minutes, there is rapid suffocation. At this time, Lan Jin, even if he lived on the 32nd floor, could hear the banging of the door downstairs from time to time, as well as the panicked screams of the neighbors. Then quiet down. As for the follow-up, someone will always send it to the group, and I don't worry about not knowing the follow-up situation. I also have to say that sometimes people's hearts are really dirty. At this moment, Lan Jin has completely given up the idea of going out, and it is because she is lucky that she really did not meet these people when she went out 2 days ago, otherwise she might not be able to think of a way for a while, and another material I have already got it, and it doesn't matter whether I go out or not, so staying at home is the safest choice at this time. Listening to the crashing sound in the corridor, it finally came to the 7th day. Just after lunch, the community staff released a good news on the radio. Notification, I received a notification from the superior that a preventive method for the poisonous smog has been found. The staff of the department will resume working hours from now on, and the relief supplies will be distributed to each community as quickly as possible, and then the community staff will distribute them to each household. Please wait patiently. End of this chapter. After playing it on the radio for more than 10 times, the community staff immediately forwarded the document issued by the superior leader in the group, and then the community staff continued. Now the materials have not yet reached the community, and the materials are being distributed before. It was necessary to clean up the corridors of each community before distributing materials, and the cleaning tools have been placed in the community. Due to the shortage of manpower, we are now recruiting several volunteers. Many people are still hesitant to become volunteers at this time. After all, they still don't know how to prevent poisonous smog. At this moment, someone asked in the group, how to prevent this poisonous smog, please tell me first, and cleaning the corridors, what is the cleaning method? Do volunteers get paid? In such a terrible time, doing nothing for nothing. The community worker replied, as long as the poisonous fog does not directly inhale the body or touch the skin, you only need to put on the protective clothing and then put on the gas mask to walk outside. Of course, the protective clothing is damaged or the gas mask falls off. Dangerous situations will also occur, so volunteers are not doing nothing for nothing, and in addition to 3 meals in the community, there will also be 2 packs of instant noodles per day as a material subsidy. Please sign up enthusiastically. This is the same equipment that Lon Jean used when walking outside. As for food, people who have not experienced the beatings of the last days do not know the importance of food. They only heard that the salary of 2 packs of instant noodles a day made them laugh. No, are you begging for food in your community? 2 packs of instant noodles a day, are they the kind of instant noodles I think? Do you know how much a bag of instant noodles costs? The most expensive one is only 2.5 yuan, and I'm worth 5 yuan a day money? Upstairs, how much do you think you are worth? If you don't like it, you can quit. You think it's too much for you to do. I don't think there are too many volunteers, but volunteers seem to have no money. It's good enough for them to give you 2 packs of instant noodles. At this time, you can't get to work. What else is there to choose? Since it's good, why don't you sign up? Don't be too late for such a good job to be snatched away by others. Wait, let's not mention the salary for now. It seems that the volunteers are not paid. I'm just curious about what the volunteers eat for 3 meals a day. I haven't eaten rice for a long time. If I have rice, I will just sign up. That's right, that's right. I've been eating instant noodles at home for several days, and now I want to eat rice. Subsidies and other things don't matter. Is there any rice? The community worker posted a photo of self-heating rice and a bottle of mineral water to the group, and said, "This is our dinner today, a bowl of self-heating claypot rice, a bottle of mineral water, by the way, supplies in addition to 2 packs of instant noodles. The subsidy also includes a bottle of mineral water, which I forgot to distribute just now." No one really pays attention to material subsidies, because everyone's attention has already been attracted by the rice. Rice, I really want to eat. I want to sign up, I want to sign up. Volunteers who want to sign up can sign up directly by adding me. Don't sign up in the group. Click my profile picture and add me to sign up alone. It is now 1:35, and the deadline for registration is 3 p.m. There is no set number of applicants. The upper limit, please sign up enthusiastically. The corridor will be cleared as soon as possible, and everyone will be able to receive supplies as soon as possible. As soon as the voice fell, the community worker's mobile phone kept adding messages to his account, which also made his nervous heart feel relieved. After all, it is better if someone adds it than no one adds it. Of course, it doesn't mean that the more people there are, the better, and they don't want everyone For example, those with poor physical fitness or mental capacity cannot participate in volunteer activities. To put it bluntly, the work of cleaning the corridors is actually dealing with corpses, and people with poor physical and psychological qualities cannot really do this job. So even if these people add him, he will explain the content of the work immediately, and then give them time to think about it before deciding whether to do it. Otherwise these people will stop doing it after half of the work. Where are they going to reason? Regardless of whether other people do it or not, Lan Jin will definitely not participate anyway. There are so many supplies in her space, there is no need to compete with people who have no food, and it is not convenient for her to do these things with her children. The staff had registered the families of each household before, and knew that Lan Jin was a woman with children, so she would not be allowed to participate in this event. Of course, that's what she thought too. In this way, the time came to 4 o'clock, and the final list of volunteers was finally determined. There were many people who signed up for volunteers, but there were also many people who were rejected. The final number plus more than 10 workers and the community personnel, a total of 63 people. However, after the 63 people actually started their work, they realized how cumbersome the work was. The number of communities under the management of a community varies. The community opposite Lan Jin lived in her previous life had a total of 6 communities under their jurisdiction, while the community she is in now has a total of 4 communities under their jurisdiction. Don't think that there are only 4 communities. It is managed by sub-districts. There are not many communities, but the number of people in the sub-districts and buildings cannot be small. The community where Lan Jin lives now is called Jaihua Community. It is divided into 2 phases. The first phase has 15 buildings, and the 2 phases add up to 30 buildings. Each building has 33 floors. The floor is divided into 4 households. One can imagine how many people there are here. But the number of people is not their volunteers to manage. What they have to do now is to allocate a few people to each community. How many people go to the top floor and how many people are on the first floor? Those who go to the top floor must first check the access door on the roof. If it is not locked and sealed, if there is no one, they need to lock it and seal it, and then go down layer by layer, carefully inspect the passages of each layer, and seal the gaps in time if there are gaps. And the people on the first floor also need to seal the gap on the iron gate of the community on the first floor at this time, and then they need to install 2 layers of protective curtains outside the iron gate. That kind of transparent curtain, and the other layer is the super large and thick one that supermarkets use in winter. It is mainly divided into percent passages, so that it will be safer to remove the poisonous mist from the body. After finishing these, the staff then sucked the poisonous fog from the top floor to the first floor layer by layer, and discharged it layer by layer from the curtain on the first floor to the outside. After the staff sucked the poisonous fog, a poisonous mist alarm will be installed next to the windows of each floor. If there is a trace of poisonous mist drifting in through the gaps, the alarm will be sounded immediately, and the residents who hear the sound will naturally know that they cannot go out and pay attention to safety. Thanks to Top Peak for the reward, thank you. End of this chapter. This is the work that community workers and volunteers have to do. This work is easy to say, but it is really time-consuming and labor-intensive in practice, because if you are not careful, it is not just a simple injury. In case the protective clothing is damaged, the gas mask if you don't wear it properly, your life may be in danger at any time, so this job is not about taking your life. But if this is the case, there are still only 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. It does sound like a kind of exploitation of migrant workers, but in fact the salary is really good, but everyone doesn't know it for the time being. Everyone is concerned about the issue of salary, but Lan Jin, who has experienced the afterlife, is really completely opposite to their concerns. The poisonous smog in a building is gone, and neighbors can naturally walk freely in the building. In this way, people who have food will naturally be concerned by those who have no food, and some things will happen once after the first signs. It will be endless. It seems that it will not be long before this building should become lively. Lan Jin has already prepared her heart, she has adjusted her mentality early. No matter what happens, her original intention will not change, as long as she takes your daughter to live well. As long as these people don't have eyes, then don't blame her for being rude. After the volunteers were confirmed, the community staff went to the homes of these volunteers without delay and handed them protective clothing and gas masks. The staff in the community are still very humane. These volunteers have been locked up at home for a whole week. Presumably not everyone is full of food, but how can they have the strength to work if they are not full? So we are distributing these. A bowl of self-heating rice and a bottle of mineral water are also included with the supplies. The community is not afraid of throwing away food after eating it. When distributing relief supplies later, they will simply deduct the food that they have eaten. But at the same time, these people will also be blacklisted by the community. Once they are on the blacklist, they will never get out again. But at the moment everyone is okay. They took supplies and ate food, and gathered at the gate of the community according to the time given by the community. Community workers are first assigned according to the buildings of each community. In short, you are a person in this building and you are assigned to work in the building you live in. When recruiting people, the community intends to recruit people in this area. First, the building I live in will definitely be more dedicated to maintaining the building. Second, I don't know when the poisonous fog will dissipate. Every building must grow out of it. What happens in the community? It's also convenient to contact, so we arranged it like this. This kind of arrangement is not only good for the community, but also for the volunteers in each building. If you do the hygiene of your own building, you and your family can live with more peace of mind. I can inform my family members in time, so everyone is very happy with such an arrangement. After the building was divided, the staff of the community led everyone to start working. First, they worked together to put up the ceiling and 2 layers of curtains at the entrance of the building, and then a group of people entered the community. People went to the top floor and started to seal the door. The elevator is available, but the elevator only goes up to the 30th floor. The 2 people who went to the top floor reached the 30th floor and then walked up 3 floors. When walking these 3 floors, the 2 volunteers couldn't help complaining. Get up, to be honest, this building is really wonderful. Do you think there are people living in these 3 floors? Yes, there are people living on the 3 floors of each building. The current housing prices are not low. Who bought a house after saving their entire life? I can live by myself. It's really embarrassing to say, to spend so much money on such a thing. Stop talking, save people listening. It's so quiet in the building at the moment, it's not good to hear it. Okay, walk slowly, don't fall, I almost fell just now. Hearing the voices of the 2 people outside, Lon Jean knew that the staff in the community had started to get busy, and when they were recruiting volunteers, Lon Jean closed the curtain outside, otherwise the poisonous fog would clear up later. She found that there was a curtain on her floor, and she couldn't explain it. Naturally, this night was not a quiet night. In order to allow the residents to eat relief supplies as soon as possible, after the passages on each floor were sealed, the machines for pumping poisonous mist have been working non-stop in each corridor. Lon Jean also used this kind of mist extractor at the time, but hers was a low-power one, and the sound was about as loud as a hairdryer, so even if others heard it, they wouldn't think too much about it. But the one used by the community is different. It has high power and strong suction, which naturally means that the noise will not be low. If you want her to make an analogy, there must be a vacuum cleaner at home. The noise made by the 3 vacuum cleaners together is the noise of the mist extractor, and this noise works continuously all night, not to mention it is still in the next building. One after another, even if you want to be quiet this night, you can't be quiet. However, even after such a noisy night, I didn't hear any complaints in the group. Until dawn, someone in the group asked curiously, "Hey, it's so noisy outside, why no one said anything?" "Ah, I've been waiting for a long time." "Tell me why you have such a bad heart." "It's not that we don't know what's good or bad. People in the community stay up late to work to distribute supplies to us. What else can we say to hurt people's hearts? What you said upstairs is good, but I thought so too before. I waited for a long time in the group to spray people, but none of them came out. It seems that everyone is quite sensible. It was dawn outside, and the work of pumping fog was finally over. Of course, the exhaustion of the fog does not mean that the corridor is safe. The previous poisonous fog alarm has not been installed yet. This installation took another morning. When the time finally came to noon, the community staff Kai said in the group, "This building is already safe, and the poisonous fog alarms on each floor have been installed. Now the materials are on the first floor, but for the sake of safety, the community staff will come to distribute the materials for the first time. In addition, the community staff will register the residents on each floor. Please actively cooperate with the community staff, prepare the household registration booklet and residence permit in advance, so as not to waste their time." As soon as the news from the community was sent out, someone in the group immediately asked, "What about the corpse? When will you drag it away?" The community worker replied, "After the registration is completed, we will contact someone to drag it away. Please be safe and calm." End of this chapter. As soon as they heard that the community staff had arrangements, they couldn't say anything more, and the next thing was to wait for the supplies. The distribution of special funds is led by a community worker with 2 volunteers. The community worker is responsible for registration, and the volunteers are responsible for carrying and distributing materials. In addition, the community worker said in the group, "The poisonous fog in the corridor is gone, and the door can be opened." Open it, but the poisonous fog outside has not dissipated. Please residents do not open the window. However, as soon as the news was sent out by the staff and the community, the windows of some quick-handed residents had already been opened. This is very serious. Even if the rescue work has started, it is only for the rations of each family. Medical treatment really can't be solved for the time being. Those who had already opened the window with cheap hands saw the belated news from the community, and blamed them one after another. "Why did you say such important news now?" However, there is no need for the community staff to explain. Some people in the group have already said, "Isn't this basic common sense?" Guess why the community closed the corridors to smoke poisonous smog, but why didn't the whole community be closed to smoke poisonous smog? My God, there are really such stupid people. I'll go. I almost opened it just now. Fortunately, my daughter-in-law gave me a slap in the face, otherwise I would be finished right now. Thank you, daughter-in-law. Is the IQ of people nowadays so touching? It's been said that it's the poisonous fog that clears the corridors. Could it be that the windows outside your house are next to the corridors? That's right, I don't know what these people are thinking, and the news from the community has been sent out very quickly. Basically, once the notification is sent out, everyone will be told not to open the window. Who told you to do it so quickly? The news in the group has never stopped, and the staff in the community have no time to read these news. They have started to initiate supplies. Non-stop. Materials were distributed from the top floor down, and the staff in the community also held the list that everyone registered before the poisonous fog. From top to bottom, they first came to the 33rd floor, which is the floor where the senior high school student lived. Lon Jean didn't hear clearly what was said above, but soon the group of them came down. Lon Jean opened the door, and 3 people in protective clothing stood at the door of her house. Before the other party could speak, Lon Jean took the lead to say hello. Hello, MS. Lon, we are community workers. Can you take out all your documents before distributing supplies? I remember that you have a dog, and you said you have a document. Please register for me together. Lon Jean took out the documents that had been prepared in advance from the side cabinet. Actually it was a space, because she needed to deliver supplies. After confirming the community staff's documents, Lon Jean opened the door of her house. Don't blame her for being too careful. After all, this is the end of the world, and it is always right to be careful. As for Lon Jean's cautiousness, the community staff didn't have any complaints. Is there anything wrong with a woman with a child being more vigilant? The staff first showed her ID card, and then Lon Jean opened the door, and handed her own ID card to the community staff for them to complete the Registration. She herself is the head of the house. There are only her and the child in the household registration book, and the address of the household registration is also the current address. It means that there is no problem if all households are registered at the same place. After registration, she and the child yes, the next step is the dog certificate. Anyway, 2 people and 1 dog have all the certificates. After the staff registered, they returned the certificate to her, and also explained, because you have a dog certificate, there is dog food in the rescue supplies for dogs with a dog certificate. Lon Jean was really surprised at this point. Now that he can't even take care of people, the people above can still take care of dog food. I didn't expect the above to take care of our details at this time, thank you so much. The staff explained, the main reason is that you have obtained a dog certificate. Nowadays, there are many difficulties outside, and it is difficult to deliver relief supplies. Those who have a certificate follow the rules. If you can't show the certificate, I can't use dog food. Give you. Anyway, now it's just looking at the certificates, so Lon Jean is really grateful for bringing the household registration here and applying for the dog certificate. There is a big bag of dog food for the dog, which is enough for him to eat for a whole month according to its month, but this is only the dog's food. She and the child don't have food for such a long time. The community worker said, dog food is not included, and the rescue supplies are a week's worth. We distribute supplies on a head-by-head basis, regardless of adults and children. Oh, of course, except for babies, so your family is divided into 2 groups. Personally, the amount for a week is 2 large packs or 10 small packs of instant noodles, 6 boxes of self-heating rice, 4 boxes of compressed biscuits, and 4 bottles of mineral water. The community worker's explanation must be because she is taking the child with her. Some things have been clarified beforehand, which will save trouble in the future, and these supplies are actually not too small. Of course, if you want to open up and eat, it is definitely not enough, but if you save a little, there may be more. It would be nice to have supplies from above in such a difficult time like now. Who dares to ask for full food? Another one is that the 10 packs of instant noodles that the community workers gave them were not spicy in order to take care of the taste of the children, which made her very grateful. Thank you so much. You're welcome. We'll only come to the door once for supplies. It's mainly to facilitate the registration of each household. Next time, we'll go down and get them by ourselves. Alright, let's go first. Okay, ciao ciao, thank you uncle and aunt, and see you again. Rencicio had been standing by her side all the time, and now it was her turn to speak. She quickly smiled sweetly and said, thank you uncle and aunt, goodbye uncle and aunt. Goodbye kid. Lon Jean closed the door of her house. Looking at the supplies piled up on the table just now, she was very happy. At least with these supplies, many people really couldn't go hungry anymore. However, Lon Jean has no intention of eating these things for the time being. There is a lot of food in her space, so why bother to move these, not very delicious food first? After putting the supplies into the space, she looked at the news in the group again. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time? Someone started complaining in the group, no, it's just a little food, something to eat. Are you full? It's definitely not enough to eat, but they don't let you eat enough, they just let you hang your life. If you want to eat enough to be a volunteer, there are 3 meals a day, and 2 bags of bubbles are also given away. It's okay if you don't have enough noodles, and you can have extra meals when you go home. Is that what I mean? I didn't say that. The distribution of materials is enough at one time. How much does it mean to distribute it for a week? Is it possible that the fog will clear after a week? Then we can go to work? You think about if the materials are not distributed every week, it is possible that they will be distributed to you in a month. What if you finish the construction in a week? Do you want to distribute it again? End of this chapter. I don't think there is any problem with the timing of the distribution of supplies, but how long it will take for the poisonous mist to dissipate has always been uncertain. Who can tell you about this kind of thing? That's right, the rice is really delicious. It's as if you can smell the smell through the screen. Looking at the videos in the group, those who didn't receive the supplies couldn't help it. My God, you guys are really enough, can you stop posting these pictures in the group? I'm really going to die of hunger. Upstairs, so am I. This rice looks delicious. You don't need to watch it, and you can also restrict people from posting it. But recently when I have nothing to do, I like to follow the group news. What should I do if I don't follow the group news? Shut something else, there is no other important news in the group right now. The group was very lively, and the supplies of the staff were being distributed in full swing, but the number of staff was limited. By the time everyone in the community got the supplies, a whole day had already passed. After they were finally able to eat, they first drank a large bottle of carbonated drink, which quickly increased the sugar needed by the body, and then a large piece of chocolate, to slow down the exhaustion, and then came to eat Link. After working for a day and night without eating or drinking, one bowl of rice is definitely not enough. Almost everyone uses 2 bowls of rice as a base. Some eat a lot, and they just kill 2 to 3 boxes. This is the end, but no one I think he eats too much of them. After all, they eat their own supplies, and even after eating so much, there is still leftover food to take home. Volunteers can still pay the salary of this day and night. And bring it back. Everyone looked at the supplies piled up in front of them and felt emotional. These supplies can last for many days. Isn't it? It's good that these things are convenient and well placed. To be honest, who of them used to like these things, but now the poisonous fog, even instant noodles, is also a good thing that many people can't think of. Can we call it a day? I just happened to go home and bring these things back. Yes, it's been a day and a night of work, can we go back and rest? Wait, let's go and ask after everyone has finished eating. And these people who stayed up all day and night fell into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, all the volunteers who had raised their spirit gathered at the gate of the community and listened carefully to today's work content. Haven't all the supplies been sent out, but in fact, there are quite a few things left, such as cleaning the work of each household without delay. When hearing such a detailed arrangement of this job, everyone will be more or less scared in their hearts, but when recruiting volunteers, they have already explained their job responsibilities clearly. After a while of fear, everyone after making up my mind, I followed the community staff to clean every building in every household. This cleaning work is very cumbersome, and the time is tight and the tasks are heavy. After only one night's rest, almost everyone entered the ranks of staying up all night again. After 5 full days of busy work, the cleaning work was successfully completed. When all these tasks are finished, the second batch of materials has been sent to the community. As for putting it in the warehouse, there is no need for it at all, not to mention that they don't have such a big warehouse at all. Even if the outside is full of poisonous fog, it is impossible for ordinary people to run out at this time, and the materials are already placed at the gate of the community. Even during the poisonous fog, there are people on duty, and if there is any movement outside, someone will hear it, so it doesn't matter if it is outside. The number of volunteers is relatively large for placing materials. After a short period of work, the group sorted all the materials into categories. After a simple inspection by the community staff, everyone went home and had a good rest. As for tomorrow, it is natural to distribute supplies to everyone. I changed it 4 times, but I couldn't change the harmonious part, so I just deleted it. The cleaning work in the article refers to cleaning up the body of each family. All the content in it has been deleted, but it must not be missing, otherwise there will be bugs. End of this chapter. After the community staff recharged their batteries all night, they began to carry the materials to be distributed for the second time. After all the materials arrived in each building, the staff immediately called everyone in the building and said, the materials for each building are now on the first floor of the community. Please go downstairs in an orderly manner and line up to receive them. As soon as this news was released, the group was blown up immediately, and many people criticized, no, didn't you send it to your home before? Why do you have to go down to collect it yourself? Is the corridor safe? Don't once you get out, they're all dead. That's right, are you community workers trying to be lazy? You obviously sent them home last time, but now we have to go down and collect them ourselves. Could it be that you want to open the door and wait for the poisonous fog to come in and take the opportunity to kill us? The talk upstairs is too wicked. If you want to kill us, just starve us to death at home. Why do you need to clean up the corridor and distribute supplies? If you don't want to go down, don't go down. It's a habit. Although opening the door to get the supplies and going downstairs to get the supplies will not be contaminated by poisonous fog, but what's going on? In this situation, why do you have to collect them yourself? That's right, you were the ones who sent it to your home last time, so you're going to lighten your workload too much. No, I remember that when the community distributed supplies last time, I said that I would go downstairs to get them next time. Did you all ignore them? Community worker, the last time I came to the door was to register the materials distributed by the deceased. After that, please queue up at the safe passage by yourself. It is now 9 a.m. and the deadline is 11 noon. Please go downstairs in an orderly manner. Note, 1 person per household is enough. Bring your own bag, the community does not provide it. The meaning of the community is very clear. Anyway, they will distribute supplies until 11 o'clock. You can come or wait if you like. Anyway, they will not be the ones who will starve to death by then. The attitude of the community would have been unacceptable in the past, but now they are relying on the relief supplies distributed by the community to survive, so naturally they dare not continue to talk nonsense in the group. He hurriedly found the bag and went downstairs without stopping. After all, who doesn't want to get the supplies quickly? It is understandable that only 1 person from each household will go down to collect supplies for the time being. The dead people in the building have just been cleaned up, even if there are more, it will not be so fast. Of course, this method of receiving materials in the community is still aimed at healthy people. Those who are stupid to open the windows and get infected with poisonous smog, and those who are physically inconvenient to go downstairs, the community will still deliver them to their door. That's why the distribution of supplies ends at 11 o'clock, because they still need to deliver supplies to the fools in the building before 12 o'clock. But take the supplies and get the supplies, even those who don't complain in the group can't help but complain after queuing. At the moment, everyone's mentality is similar. One person said that the other naturally quickly agreed. In addition, there were so many people, the place where the line was lined up was noisy, and the community workers could not even hear a sound when they registered. They yelled for everyone to be quiet, but unexpectedly ignited everyone's anger unintentionally, and the group almost started fighting on the spot. But do you think the people above are not prepared? Just when everyone was clamoring, a soldier stepped forward, and he stood still and shouted loudly, "Quiet." However, no one listened at all, and these noisy and fighting people seemed to be getting more and more violent. Seeing that it was useless, the soldier picked up a wooden warehouse hanging on his body, and shot his body into the air. After the bang, the corridor fell silent instantly. How to put it, the wooden warehouse must be a real wooden warehouse, but no one thinks that it will be opened, but who knows that it will be opened? So you can say whether you want to live or not. Since he wanted to live, he naturally became quiet. The soldier looked at everyone in the corridor stunned, and asked, "Can I get the supplies?" Everyone nodded helplessly, and replied, "Okay." Then everyone lined up automatically, a long line, from the stairs on the 1st floor to the 5th floor, which shows that there are so many people. After the queue was lined up, supplies continued to be distributed, and even the community workers on the side breathed a sigh of relief. 5 packs of instant noodles, 1 serving of self-heating rice, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 pieces of chocolate. This is 1 person's supplies for a week, and the person who received the supplies was obviously stunned. Although he was a little scared, he still asked cautiously, "Is this a person's supplies? How long is the amount?" The community worker pointed to the sign on the side and replied, "It's clearly written here, these supplies are a week's worth for 1 person. A week is a week, but the supplies are too little. No, how can there be enough for this week? Last time, the supplies could barely eat 2 meals a day. Now, is it just 1 meal a day?" The community worker said coldly, "We don't care what you want to eat, the material standard given to us by the superior is this, and we will distribute it to you according to this standard. The attitude of the community workers must be bad, but there are only so many supplies, it's useless for you to explain to these people in anger, it's better to get rid of the matter quickly. Anyway, there will always be people complaining in the group, they just pretend you can't see it. Although the person receiving the supplies wanted to make a fuss, but looking at the soldier holding the wooden warehouse, well, he could only go upstairs dejectedly. After the community workers saw that everyone had finally left with the supplies, they suddenly understood why the people above wanted someone to distribute the supplies with them. I have to say, they were really far-sighted. Leaving aside other things, Lan Jin is very far-sighted anyway. The distribution of supplies must be the busiest time at the beginning, and Lan Jin doesn't want to stand in line for a long time, so she plans to wait until 10 o'clock before going downstairs. It's not too late to go downstairs at 10 o'clock, don't they finish at 11 o'clock, even if you go down now, even if you have to queue up, it shouldn't be long. So when everyone was actively going downstairs to line up, she was the only one looking at the time on the wall and doubting in the corner who was seriously grabbing Barbie's head. She was speechless. Jojo, Barbie, the other parts of the body can be easily removed, but this head cannot be removed, so why are you so obsessed with removing its head? As soon as Lan Jin's words left Ren Xiqiao, he immediately stuck his head back. But Sai definitely couldn't be pushed back, but the head was really crowded, and it didn't stop. After Ren Sijosai returned to the head, he immediately changed another place to pull, first the legs, then the arms. After all the limbs were pulled off, she said with an aggrieved face, "No, Mom, I'm pulling my arms here." After Ren Xiqiao finished speaking, she raised the things she was holding in both hands. In short, a brand new Barbie doll was completely in pieces at this time. Ask for votes, ask for comments. End of this chapter. Lan Jin was really speechless. She asked, "The arm can be pulled at random?" Ren Xiqiao glanced at her ignorantly, and then tried hard to put its arm back on, but a child could put a pea on it. At this time, Ren Xiqiao moved the arm in his hand towards the hole in Barbie's leg, until there was a hole in the leg, and finally pushed his arm up. No matter how the legs looked, Ren Xiqiao immediately tore off his arms again, and said with an aggrieved expression, "Mom, that's not right." Lan Jin raised his forehead, "Of course not, are your arms resting on your legs?" Ren Xiqiao glanced again, suddenly realized, oh. Then Lan Jin saw that Ren Xiqiao forcefully fitted the Barbie doll's left arm into the right hole. The arm was put on, but the posture was reversed. Anyway, it still looked strange, but Ren Xi disguised himself. That's right, she immediately stood up in front of Lan Jin wanting to praise her. Lan Jin is not good at hitting children, so she really boasted, "Xiao Xiao is awesome, my Xiao Xiao is really smart, just be gentle next time." Of course, Xiao Doubting, who is more than 2 years old, can't understand the word gentle, but she listened to 10% of what her mother praised her, so, no matter whether you understand it or not, just obediently agree. But, Ren Xiqiao, who had been imprisoned for half a month, really couldn't hold it anymore. She threw the Barbie doll back in her hand, and then she threw herself into Lan Jin's arms and acted coquettishly. Said, "Mom, go out and play, I don't want to be at home." Lan Jin didn't want to, but where would he get out now, and he wouldn't be able to go out for a long time after that, and looking at the time on the wall, it was almost 10 o'clock, Lan Jin said, "Xiao Xiao, you and Nana go to the space first, and Mom will get the supplies." No, together. This is really not good, Lan Jin explained. The aunt who came to register for us last time said that only my mother is allowed to go down alone, so I can't take Xiao Xiao this time. If it is okay next time, my mother will take Xiao Xiao with me again. Ren Xiqiao wanted to make a fuss willfully, but Lan Jin immediately put the child and the dog into the space. After speaking, Ren Xiqiao couldn't do it, even if he wanted to. Of course, there is nothing in the space. There is a children's toy area in the thatched cottage, and there is also a children's play area a little farther away. This set of children's play equipment was collected together when she went to the supermarket to collect supplies. Although it takes up a place, it's fine if the child likes to play, and if she doesn't play in the future, she can just throw it out. When Ren Xiqiao first came into contact with it, he still liked it very much. After playing in it for several days, it really relieved Lan Jin a lot, but no matter how fun it is, it will be annoying if you play it too much. Playing with Barbie dolls in the corner of the living room. But now that she has already entered, it's not that she can't continue to play. Rin Xiqiao looked at the amusement park in front of her and was hooked. After a while, she climbed in and started playing by herself. After Lan Jin saw what the child was doing with her consciousness, she took her bag and went downstairs. There are no stairs in Lan Jin's building. Since she is queuing up at the safe passage, she can just walk down through the safe passage, but who knows that as soon as she enters the safe passage, she sees Huang Jing who was about to go downstairs. Blame. Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe didn't know each other very well, but since they met, they naturally greeted each other. Another thing, this child is really too young. She always wants to remind children, but it's just verbal, nothing more. Lan Jin said, "You also go down now." Huang Jinghe nodded, "Well, there must have been a lot of people going down when I was notified, but now there are fewer people. I don't like queuing." Same, I think so too. It's already 10 o'clock now, so there should be a lot fewer people. As the two of them expected, there were indeed very few people at this moment. They went down the 32nd floor until they reached the 2.5 floors, only then did they see some people queuing up. And those people who were waiting in line, when they saw the two of them coming down now, they said sadly, "You were so smart, we have been waiting in line for a long time knowing that we are coming down now." "It's not that you don't want to queue up," Lan Jin replied. "That's the reason." After finishing speaking, the man said again, "My house is really gone. Before the community supplies came, our house was in a panic. If I don't hurry up and line up, I will panic." After the person finished speaking, the person in front of her also echoed, "No, I drank lotus root powder at home for several days before the last batch of supplies came. I can't stand eating it every day, of course, but fortunately there is water and electricity, otherwise I wouldn't even have to eat lotus root noodles." Lan Jin did not participate in the conversation between these two people. After all, such words were said in a queue of so many people, but anyone with a heart would know what these two people wanted. But Lan Jin didn't say anything, but the two of them took the initiative to ask, "Hey, sister, what have you been eating these days? Do you have a lot of food at home?" As soon as the words came out, everyone turned their heads towards him, and Lan Jin smiled and said, "What's the matter? I don't have anything at home. I ate dog food at home for several days before the supplies were distributed. My dog has a problem with me and barks at me when it's mealtime. Dog food is really not a good thing for them now, and people nowadays really haven't reached the time when they run out of ammunition and eat dog food." Hearing her say that now, I really laughed out loud. "Son, hey, sister, your family still has a dog?" "Well, the paparazzi of my friend's house, a purebred guard dog Rottweiler, I kept one because I thought it was very fierce and recognized the owner. There are dogs in this house, so naturally I stock up on dog food. It really came in handy. To say that it was really good to have a dog at home in the past, but now people can't support it anymore, and raising a dog has become a burden for everyone." Everyone didn't look envious after hearing this, and then they lined up in their own team. After all the inquiries that should be made have been made. Lan Jin rolled her eyes, and followed closely behind these people, lining up in her own line, and Huang Jinghe also lined up behind her naturally. As for why Lan Jin said that, it was because Nana was too forceful. Wasn't Xiao Doubting fed chocolate without her knowing? But dogs can't eat chocolate. Lan Jin was worried that something might happen to the dog, so she gave the dog some spirit spring water. Not old, but the bit of chocolate you eat can always be drained. Unexpectedly, after drinking the Lingquan water, Nana was the same as they were at the beginning, with unbearable abdominal pain. It was really uncomfortable for a while, but after that period passed, the whole dog was different. Only when it stood up, it was majestic. A feeling Of course, the dog is still not very old, and it is only 3 months old now, but after drinking the water from the spiritual spring, the dog seems to be enlightened. Its strength also made a qualitative leap like their mother and daughter. End of this chapter. and her Nana's strength was naturally unintentional. That day Nana was biting the corner of the table to play, but after she said a few words, she picked up the corner of the table and tilted her head to run around the house. The corner of the table scratched countless marks on the wall. By the way, even an adult Rottweiler can't do this biting force. Therefore, even if the dog looks small, its danger cannot be ignored. Lan Jin felt that if you want to come, you can come, and if something happens, don't blame her and Nana for being rude, so naturally they used the dog as a shield at the moment. There was no one in line at the moment, and after waiting for a while to get the supplies, they went home. On the 32nd floor, Huang Jinghe, who was still young, thought she was really eating dog food, and asked in a low voice before parting, "Sister Lan, if you haven't eaten, just come to me, the stairs are ready to go now, don't eat dog food at home, I still have a lot of instant noodles at home." Lan Jin laughed immediately, and replied in a low voice, "You are so interesting, who really eats dog food at home? These people just ask if there is any food in my house, but I accept your kindness, so I will give it to you by the way. Just remind me, remember. Don't open the door for anyone who comes, even if you open the door, don't borrow food from anyone who asks you." Huang Jinghe didn't understand at first. After all, the supplies were just distributed today. Everyone has food, and whoever borrows food. But he was naive, because as soon as the delivery person left that afternoon, the person who borrowed food went to his house first. After all, the information that a 19-year-old senior high school student lived on the top floor was not a big secret at all. Not to mention in a building, even in a community, there will always be one or two people who inquire, but anyone who is not the kind of silent person can chat with him, her, the news that I heard casually before, now it becomes very useful information. So compared to Lan Jin who raised children and raised dogs, isn't Huang Jinghe the primary target of everyone? Boom, boom. Is anyone home? Huang Jinghe really didn't think much about the sudden knock on the door, but just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered what Lan Jin said in the morning, remember, don't open the door if anyone comes, and don't ask anyone to borrow food, borrow. The steps forward suddenly slowed down. And this slow happened to hear the conversation between the two people outside. No, I heard that there should be someone in this household. You sure? I'm sure, there is a high school repeat student living in this household, 19 years old, he is tall and big, but no matter how big he is still a child. Nowadays, children love to stock up on some fast food at home, so this family must there is food. After finishing speaking, the woman outside the door said bitterly, it's really interesting to talk about this community. You can distribute supplies as soon as you distribute them. It's better like last time. 2 meals a day are enough for us to eat. Yes, I only posted so few things this week, what's enough? After the woman finished speaking, she knocked on Huang Jinghe's door several times. This child must not have fallen asleep, he just took the supplies back, why sleep? The man on the side rolled his eyes, and was a little speechless towards the woman. I think you made a mistake, maybe the boy can't live in this house, let's try someone else's house first. Okay, then go to another house and try it. There are only a few things for the whole family at home. If you don't borrow food, you will starve to death at home. After the woman finished speaking, she was puzzled and kicked Huang Jinghe's door hard. After a while, he reluctantly followed the man downstairs. Huang Jinghe in the room covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes were full of shock. This was really hit by Lan Jin, and the two of them knew that they were not easy to mess with just by looking at their posture, as long as they were sure of him live here and will definitely come back. After listening to the sound of footsteps going away, Huang Jinghe reconfirmed through the cat's eyes that there was no one outside the house. He picked up his mobile phone and frantically searched for Lan Jin in the group. As for Lan Jin, what kind of floor remarks? She didn't make any remarks from the beginning, and she never spoke in this group. But children always have their own ways, and after a while, they found her in the group and added her as a friend. When Lan Jin saw the message of adding friends, she was a little surprised, but still clicked through. After passing through the friend, Lan Jin's emoji hadn't been sent yet, but Huang Jinghe's news bombarded him. Sister Lan, is it Sister Lan? Lan Jin, it's me, on the 32nd floor, what's wrong? Huang Jinghe, someone really knocked on my door just now, but I didn't open it when I remembered your words, but I was standing at the door and overheard the conversation between these two people. They really came to me to borrow food, but why do you know these things? Lan Jin, you are still young and some things are unexpected. It is normal, we are locked in a building, but everyone's supplies are limited. Who doesn't want to eat enough? If you can't eat enough for yourself, why don't you just ask someone else's food idea? If you have free time, don't study, read more about the end of the world, and you will understand. By the way, have you seen it before? Huang Jinghe, the zombies have seen it, but Lan Jin, where are there any zombies in our real life? But I remember that there are other themes in post-apocalyptic literature. Let's read what Xiao said about those themes first. After you understand it, you can almost understand it. Lan Jin, where are your parents? Have you contacted your parents? You're not safe here alone if you can get them to take you home. Huang Jinghe, Rai smile, my parents are both soldiers, and they are not in the local area. I'm afraid they don't have time to take care of me at the moment. I had a call yesterday. I sent a message this morning and they haven't replied to me yet. Lan Jin was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Huang Jinghe's parents were both soldiers, but there was nothing I could do about it. Let's see what Xiao said first. Remember, it's best not to open the door, but now I'm worried that even if you don't open the door, they may still pry open the door later. Do you have self-defense tools at home? Huang Jinghe's family really does have one. He loves to play baseball and is a member of the school baseball team. Not to mention the many baseball bats at home, there are still more than a dozen. It's no problem to hit people, but he is very strong, and he can swing a baseball. It doesn't matter, if in case. Huang Jinghe, I'm going to act hard. What if something happens? Lan Jin, but people have robbed your house, so you can't defend yourself. You have to understand whether your life is important or the lives of others. You can't live without food, and if you give it the first time, they will definitely want the second time. If something happens to you, your parents, I will also blame myself. After all, they did not protect you by your side when it was such a dangerous time. As for how many Lan Jins there are, I dare not say. She only dares to be beaten. As for whether he hits hard or not, and how the other party is injured, it is really human nature, but if it is her, it must be it directly solves the eternal trouble. After all, people who start to borrow food just after the distribution of supplies, do you think they are any kind of good people? Ask for votes, ask for comments. End of this chapter. After the two people who were not good people went downstairs, they got Lan Jin's idea again halfway up the road. The two of them stared at the passageway on Lan Jin's floor, and the woman whispered in the man's ear. Hey, I heard that this family is a woman with a child. I guess the family will have a lot of supplies, or we wait, or come back at night. The man said. After thinking about it, the woman felt something was wrong. She said, it's too quiet at night, and you can hear every movement clearly. Taking advantage of the noise, even if we fail, we won't attract too much attention. I have to say that the woman's words are really reasonable. If they really want to do something at that time, they will make a fuss quietly at night. It is estimated that the whole building will know that they are borrowing supplies outside. It would be okay if the materials were not distributed today. They still have a reason to talk about it, but the materials that were just distributed this morning ran out to borrow again, or borrowed at night. I am afraid that everyone will feel bad, then their house will be in this building in the future. Life here is not easy. After the two of them got together, they decided not to go downstairs for the time being, but to explore the way here on the 32nd floor. So, just after Lan Jin finished replying to Huang Jinghe's message, the two knocked on the door of her house. Is anyone home? I'm the downstairs neighbor. This tone and attitude are much better than when they went upstairs. It's not like when they just knocked on the door and didn't speak and then started cursing, but actually think about it. Lan Jin is an adult after all. There is still a big difference between the teenagers, and she is not so easy to fool around, so the attitude at the beginning is not so good. She has such a good attitude, it would be bad for her not to open the door, so she opened the door inside without taking 2 steps. Lon Jin looked at the 2 people outside the anti-theft door, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" The woman outside the door originally planned to say that she was from the community, so she went in to register, but the person in the room was the person who had just stood behind her in line to get supplies, so the other party must know that she was not from the community, so the strategy just now can only be replaced by no strategy. "Hello, I'm a neighbor downstairs. We have a heartfelt invitation to come over this time," the woman said with a look of embarrassment. "It's like this, we have a lot of family members. And the materials distributed by the community are not enough. I see that you are alone with a child. The child can't eat much and there must be plenty of food, so I want to borrow some from you." Lon Jin smiled. "No, you just finished the supplies we distributed this morning?" The woman said, No, it's just that there are too few. There are too many people in the family, so it's not enough. I want to borrow some first. The supplies are all based on human hair. If you want to eat all the food for a week in one day, I can't stop you. But coincidentally, I just finished eating all the supplies for the week. Go find someone else to borrow." Lon Jin closed the door with a bang before giving them any time to reply. The 2 people who had been shut down were very upset, and the man directly scolded at the door, "What does this bitch mean, dare to shame me? Don't borrow it if you don't borrow it." You really gave her face. The 2 of them, who were able to borrow or not, felt angry at this moment, and instead strengthened their determination to pry open the door in the middle of the night. The woman pulled the man aside and said, "Let's come at night, the tools are still there." "Of course it is, but she has a dog at home, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with." Although the man was angry, he still didn't forget these obvious little details. But who knows that just after the man finished speaking, the woman lowered her eyebrows and smiled, and said, "You didn't see it clearly just now, but I saw it. Her dog is only 3 or 4 months old. It is a milk dog. What can a milk dog do? Yes, when the time comes, I will knock it unconscious with a bag of cloth, and I can still eat a meal of dog meat when I carry it back. When it comes to meat, both men and women are greedy. Thinking about it, it is true. Now that life is better, who can't eat meat for half a month? They have been imprisoned for so long. Just hungry." After finishing speaking, the woman said with a smile on her face, "The materials are distributed once a week. The materials were just distributed this morning. The staff and the community may not come until next week. Something happened tonight, and I found out that it was its next week, and there's no surveillance on this safe passage, so who will find out that we did it after a week? And if you still have time, let's include the upstairs." The man agreed with the woman's words quite a bit, and the 2 of them who had made up their minds decided to swallow this breath for the time being. And then they went home in a happy mood and walked lightly, and Dang even prepared the handy tools to be used at night. After the sound of closing the door with a bang, Huang Jinghe sent another message to Lon Jin very nervously. "Huang Jinghe, Sister Lon, what's wrong? Why did you open the door?" "Lon Jin, they knock on the door with a good attitude. If I don't open the door, it will be more suspicious. You should pay attention to it at night. They were chased away by me. I'm afraid they will come to break the door tonight." Huang Jinghe said solemnly, "Okay, Sister Lon, I will be vigilant. If you need anything, remember to call me at any time. I can hear it from upstairs. If it is inconvenient to call, please send me a message." No, she didn't need it. If Huang Jinghe really came down, it would be hard for her to do something. "Lon Jin, no, don't come down even if you hear the sound, the most important thing is to protect yourself." Huang Jinghe, okay. Although Huang Jinghe promised very well, since he already knew that these people would act at night, he couldn't sit idly by. He first sent a message to his parents, telling them what happened today, and also told them what Lon Jin reminded him. He didn't expect his parents to reply. He just hoped that his parents would know his situation. Who knows that his parents called him without delay. "Son, are you home now?" Huang Jing has said excitedly, Dad, Mom, I'm at home, on the top floor of the apartment I bought myself. Dad, Mom, you don't know, if it wasn't for Sister Lan, I'm afraid I'd have sex with these people. It's time. Although the couple were worried that their son would live alone in such an environment, they really couldn't go over to help at this time. If the Sister Lan you mentioned is not bad, you can make a proper gesture. You both live alone. On the 32nd and 33rd floors, she has a child, so it's okay to help each other, but you must see whether the other party is worth helping. Mom and Dad can't go back now, and they can't judge for you. You can only take good care of them. Yourself. I will, parents. Huang Jing has said. End of this chapter. Is there enough food at home? Did you buy the one I asked you to buy more? Mama Huang's voice softened a lot. They are also soldiers, and they must know that the supplies have been distributed. Those materials can only hold their breath. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I have a lot of food at home. Didn't you remind me to buy more things to put at home, but I don't know how to cook, and all I buy are instant noodles. Dozens of boxes. Before Huang Jinghe could finish his sentence, he suddenly lost his composure. Dad, Mom, didn't you all know that there would be poisonous smog, so you asked me to stockpile supplies at home? No, really not. The poisonous smog descended too fast, and swept the whole world very quickly, so this was really unexpected by the whole world, but insiders like earthquakes and tsunamis do know something about it. It's just that J City is a plain area with casualties. The impact on the sun will not be great. But the people who are in serious danger will definitely be very vigilant to grab supplies. They are worried that their son will be hungry if he can't get the supplies, so they bought some fast food for his son in advance and sent them home. The materials they prepared were very solid, such as self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, chocolate, and most importantly water. They bought some of each material, but the quantity was not particularly large. But the two were also worried that their son would not like to eat the food they prepared, so they asked his son to prepare some by himself. But who knew that his son actually prepared all the instant noodles? Trouble him to buy it himself. But at this time, there are a lot of instant noodles. It's also a good thing. Instant noodles can be stored for a long time, and they are also convenient to eat. Judging from the current situation, instant noodles are really hard currency. But when it comes to someone knocking on the door, it is really not suitable to open the door for others with so many supplies piled up at home. I just remembered to care about my son's situation, so I just asked a few words. Thinking about it this way, Lan Jin's reminder was really well-intentioned, and the other thing is the kindness of others, but those who should be vigilant should also be vigilant. Half and half. Duwu really didn't expect it. Son, does the sister Lan you were talking about know that you have such supplies at home? When Huang's mother said this, Huang's father was also stunned for a moment, and he immediately asked, yes, why, son, does she know? You know, when the earthquake just happened and the poisonous smog hadn't come, we sealed the doors and windows of the safe passage together. At that time, there were many people in the group shouting that we had no food. I just asked a question when we happened to be together, but she didn't want it. She said she had it at home, and she just asked me to seal the doors and windows of the house, and the doors and windows of the stair passage, so don't go out. And it was the same today. When we were queuing downstairs to get supplies, two people kept asking us how many supplies we had at home. Sister Lan kept interrupting me and didn't let me talk. I already know that those people are uneasy. At that time, when Sister Lan answered others, she said that she ate dog food at home for a week. I believed it at the time, so when I reached the 32nd floor, I asked me to bring some food over. Sister Lan still said that she didn't want to have it at home. Food, and then reminded me not to open the door, and reminded me to be more vigilant. Someone will knock on the door at night and ask me if I have tools for self-defense. As for the fact that Lan Jin asked him to read the doomsday literature on the internet, he selectively ignored it. After all, if you read what Xiao said, you can read what Xiao said. What do you read? His parents should say that Lan Jin is not reliable. Spectrum. But who knows that just like that, Huang's father and Huang's mother are also very emotional. this is your kindness, the sister Lan will take care of you when you are young. Okay, since this is the case, you must be careful at night and pay attention to it. As for the movement downstairs, if it's okay. You kid has also learned a few tricks, and it shouldn't be a problem to hit a few ordinary people. Huang's father and Huang's mother wanted his son not to meddle in other people's business, but Lan Jing kindly reminded himself that it was the same thing for his son twice. People can only be Lan Jing who has a good relationship. Another one, they really can't go back for a while, and the son is too young. If there is really someone who is a little older to remind him, it will be a good thing for the son. Huang's father reminded, we can't go to help you, and we don't know when the poisonous fog will dissipate. You must take good precautions at home, don't trust strangers, and don't meddle in other people's business. This is a special situation. I hope you have a correct judgment in everything before you take action. Respectfully, your parents are not by your side. I hope you can take good care of yourself. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine, I'll stay at home well, even if I don't go out now, these supplies are enough for me to eat at home for 1 or 2 years, if I save it for 3 years not too much. Huang Jing had tried his best to tell his parents not to worry too much, but a sensible parent like him felt distressed when he heard it. Well, my parents are busy, so we may not be able to answer your calls, but the communication has not been cut off yet. You can also send us a message from time to time. We will definitely reply to you when we are free. It is good. After hanging up the phone with his parents, Huang Jing has started to go back to his room and picked out his baseball bat. But Huang's father and Huang's mother, who are far away in another city, are both emotional and anxious. Huang's mother said, the child is still so young, so I have to let him face so many things alone. I don't know if he can hold on, how long can it last? Father Huang said, if the sister Lan that my son said is really good, I can ask him to take care of my son a little bit more. I don't know if this fog can dissipate, how much it can dissipate, and it's not like we didn't miss it when we went down to distribute supplies. It's only been a week. What kind of chaos has become in the corridor? Even if Sister Lan can take care of her son now, it can be matured, after a long time, and there are no supplies, it is inevitable that there will be no dissatisfaction. Father Huang frowned, don't think everyone is so bad, what we saw today is only part of it, since there are bad people in this world, there must be good people, why can't you expect your son to meet him, is a good person? Besides, every community has someone on duty. After I find my colleagues in my son's community, I can just contact them and take care of them. Hey, that's all I can think about now. To be honest, I'm a little thankful that Jing had dropped out of school and reread. If I'm stuck in school now. Hey, I'm even more worried. Huang's father and Huang's mother couldn't help sighing. Sometimes things are decided, and it is indeed very fortunate. Thinking about it this way, Huang's father and mother's anxiety has calmed down a lot. Then, there was nothing after that. After that, Huang's father and Huang's mother began to get busy again, without touching the ground, and only when they were busy, they could think about their son. Ask for votes, ask for comments. End of this chapter. Lan Jing didn't know about Huang Jing his follow-up. Since she closed the door, she has been immersed in the world of educating her daughter, because in just a short while, Ren Xiqiao dismantled the doll behind her back, but the doll she gave this time is not a Barbie doll, but a rag doll. She has lived for more than 30 years, and she has never seen a rag doll that can be taken apart. In short, these dismantled tissues were thrown everywhere by her, and the cotton in the doll's body was also hollowed out by Xiaodowing. In short, it was invisible. For Ren Xiqiao's behavior, Lan Jing didn't even scold him lazily, it was just strange. Would children from other people's families have such a strange habit? Lan Jing remained patient and didn't beat or scold. She just stood by and told Ren Xiqiao to clean up the garbage she had made, and throw it into the trash can as if she was done. But this act of picking up and throwing away rubbish is really boring. Ren Xiqiao still had a good time playing in the first few times of picking up and throwing rubbish, but she reached her limit after a while, and then started playing tricks. Lan Jing, who didn't want to beat the child at first, had no choice but to beat up Ren Xiqiao. So far, the garbage has finally been cleaned up. It's just that this little doubting has a long memory, so I have to wait and see. Rin Xiqia lay in Lan Jin's arms crying heartbreakingly, but she recovered after a while. To be honest, Lan Jin really doesn't blame the child. Even if the dog is locked up at home for half a month, it's boring, but even so, even if the animals can move freely in the poisonous fog, her Nana doesn't care. Those who dare to let them out, after all, Nana is too young. What should I do if I can't come back after being let out? Midnight. On the safe passage, a man and a woman took their steps lightly and went upstairs sneakily. When they opened the safe passage door on the 32nd floor, Nana, who was sleeping next to the mother and daughter, woke up vigilantly. Because there are only the mother and daughter at home, the door is always open. Nana quickly walked from the room to the door of the living room. She stood by the door and listened carefully to the movement outside, only hearing the footsteps outside the door. After they got closer and closer, Nana immediately ran back into the house, gritting her teeth during the whole process, and didn't make a sound at all. Nana's dog bed was at the end of Lan Jin's bed. She was too small to jump on the bed, so she jumped onto her own dog bed first, then onto the bed, and then pulled Lan Jin, who was asleep. Lan Jin was a light sleeper, and she woke up almost the moment Nana picked her up. Nana bit the corner of her clothes and pulled it out. Lan Jin understood instantly, and she asked in a low voice, "There are people outside?" Nana nodded repeatedly, indicating that there were indeed people outside. This is the benefit of Lingquan water. Look, this dog is only 3 months old, and he can fully understand Lan Jin's meaning without any training from her. After confirming that there was someone outside, Lan Jin also quietly left the room, and closed the door very thoughtfully on the way. When she came to the gate, she really heard a rustling outside the door. Come on, these two people were really picking her lock outside. But her lock, oh no, it should be a reinforced anti-theft door, which is so easy to pry open. So after the two people outside the door hadn't pried it open for a long time, they gradually lost their patience and cursed softly, what kind of broken door is this? Why is it so strong? This door looks like it has been replaced. It's not so easy to pry it open, but hurry up, don't wake up the people inside later. The woman urged, still looking at the entrance of the corridor. From time to time, I'm afraid that someone will find out, and it will be embarrassing if I hit him right then. But the man couldn't pry it open, and he couldn't pry it open. After a long time, he still didn't pry the lock open. The woman also got impatient and said, "Why don't you go upstairs first?" The man looked up at the sky and rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? The upstairs door has also been changed. I can't pry it open. Isn't it the same for the upstairs? The woman became a little impatient looking at the man's movements, and she said doubtfully, "Isn't it because of your craftsmanship?" As soon as the man heard this, he became angry. What do you mean? I have problems with my craftsmanship, so don't follow me. You have no problem picking the lock, and it took you so long to pick the lock. I saw that the master who picked the lock with the community workers in front of me is very good. It is also such a security door, and it will be opened as soon as you pick it. I've said that the anti-theft door is better. Besides, if I have that skill, I'll be a master lockpicker. Why else would I work on a construction site? No matter how good the anti-theft door is, it's just a door. It's just a matter of your craftsmanship. If you can't do it, what are you bragging about? The woman said with a disgusted expression, mainly because they had been excited for so long, and finally returned empty-handed. Is the most important. Lan Jin in the house was non-committal. Craftsmanship is a problem, but her security door level is indeed very high, but she can't let people outside. Try it there all the time. If one accidentally opens the door, the lock is broken. How will she use it in the future? So when the two were arguing, Lan Jin opened the door inside, and said with a serious face, "Stop arguing, I heard everything." The man and woman who were quarreling outside the house were already quarreling to the point of fighting, but because of Lan Jin's sudden interruption, the hands of the two who were about to fight were frozen in mid-air, and for a while, they really didn't know whether to continue fighting or withdraw them. But it stopped, and it must not continue. Among them, the man was the first to react. and looked at Lon Jin behind the door with a displeased expression on his face. You, Tien, have heard the movement long ago, haven't you? Look inside the room, our joke, isn't it? After thinking for a while, Lon Jin said, if you want to say that, then that's what happened. The woman became angry instantly when she heard this, and her voice didn't seem to restrain herself as she knew before. She shouted loudly, you open the door for my old lady. The volume really startled Lon Jin and the man next to her, and even the sensor lights on the corridor lit up. Afraid that someone would really hear it, Lon Jin said excitedly and in a low voice again, slow down, and then call the neighbors up. The woman also knew that she had broken something just now, but it was appropriate for them to say it. For Lon Jin, it was a bit inappropriate. After all, they picked the lock of her house, so they definitely wouldn't believe Lon Jin's kind reminder. You need to worry about it. We are picking the lock of your house. If you find out and you don't report us, is it possible that you still want to help us? Now that everyone is talking, hand over the food in your house. Forget about it today. The door has been pried open, so don't even try to keep any food from your family, even your dog. My wife will also take away some dog meat. What should I do? I suspect that the following plots will be banned. I am too difficult. End of this chapter. As soon as she heard the dog meat, Nana, who had endured it for a long time, couldn't take it anymore. She yelled wang wang at the top of her throat, and directly backed the couple outside the door a few steps in fright. Lon Jin seriously reminded, Nana, stop yelling, you're scaring people, and you'll call them up later. When Nana heard her words, she immediately withdrew her voice. But Lon Jin's behavior was even more wrong. After all, shouldn't it be right to make a noise and call the neighbors when something like this happened? Why did he help them train their dogs? The couple couldn't understand Lon Jin's thoughts for a while, and the guilty two subconsciously wanted to run away, but how could Lon Jin give them this chance? When the two of them turned around, with a movement of their fingers, the security guard outside the door was just opened by her. There was a sound of click, and the security door outside slowly revealed a gap, and the gap gradually opened wider and wider, and the two people who were about to leave couldn't move at all after hearing the noise. Step. Greed and surprise were written on the faces of the two of them at this time, and the man subconsciously grabbed the doorknob to prevent Lon Jin from closing the door one step too late. At this time, the two of them didn't care whether there was a dog in the house or not. He said, since the door is open, don't blame me for being rude. Lon Jin smiled and said, I have a child at home. When you come in, can you not wake her up gently? The corner of the man's mouth curled up into a smile, and at this moment he took a good look at Lon Jin in front of him. I have to say that although Lon Jin is not particularly beautiful, her figure is first class, especially those big long legs, and the long hair in the shawl, coupled with the dim light at night, no matter how attractive they looked. The man who seized the opportunity suddenly became distracted. At this moment, he not only wants something special but even wants something else. But the woman on the side didn't know the man's mind, she just thought that she went in, and the two of them were afraid that she would fail with a woman and a puppy. Even if the whole thing reveals something wrong from the beginning to the end, so what? The temptation of food is too great at present, and no one wants to miss this opportunity. The two of them entered the house vigilantly, and Lon Jin also closed the two doors casually. Although the sound of the two doors closing was very low, it still shocked the guilty men and women, and turned their heads to Lon Jin's side. Looked over. Lon Jin looked back and smiled, pulled off the rubber band on her wrist to tie up her hair, and when Nana at her feet was about to yell, Lon Jin reminded again, Nana, don't yell. When Nana heard Lon Jin's order, she silenced her voice obediently, but her vigilance did not relax in the slightest, as if there was a kind of Lon Jin's command, it could rush forward. Tear. It's just like losing the two of them. Just when the two were wondering, Lon Jin quickly took two rags from the dining table after finishing tying up her hair, and gagged their mouths, without giving them a chance to react. Of course, it's not that these two people don't want to resist, it's just that Lon Jin's strength is so scary that they have no chance to resist at all. So far, the two who have just come in and haven't seen any food are so easily crushed. Lon Jin was subdued. Fear flashed in the eyes of the two of them, but they didn't expect that when they came to grab food, they fell into the den of thieves by mistake. What kind of food are they grabbing now? Escape is the right way. But how could Lon Jin give these two people this chance? When they turned around, he grabbed their collars and threw them down. But it was blocked by Lon Jin. No matter how painful the two were, they couldn't make any sound. And because there were children at home, Lon Jin laid a soft cushion on the ground, so that when the two fell to the ground, even the sound of dong was pitifully soft. The two people twitched on the ground in pain, and the sense of fear welled up in their hearts. The two people who fell on the ground did not dare to delay for a moment. After turning half a circle on the ground, they crawled towards the door. At this moment, they just want to get out of here quickly, away from this terrible woman. But how could Lon Jin give them this chance? She took a step forward and walked between the two of them, with one head in each hand, and after showing a death-like smile at the two of them, she bumped her two heads into each other. After a bang, the two of them passed out on the spot, and during this whole process, the two of them didn't make any other sound except for the sound of woo-woo. Taking a closer look at the clock on the wall, the whole process was so fast that it took less than a minute. Even Lon Jin felt that the two lying on the ground were really pitiful. But there must be no sympathy. As long as she is weaker and the security door is not changed, the consequences tonight will be unimaginable, so she will never show mercy. However, looking at the two people lying on the ground, she felt a little depressed. Really, these two people were too careless, so they fainted. She hasn't even started yet. But after the depression passed, what should be dealt with was to deal with it well. Lon Jin made up his mind to throw the two of them downstairs. Anyway, there was poisonous fog outside, so they would not be discovered so quickly. But where to throw it and how to throw it has become a problem. The previous safe passage was full of poisonous fog, which allowed her to walk freely, but now the safe passage is unimpeded. If poisonous fog invades, if the alarm is sounded, the whole building will be woken up. So going down is absolutely impossible, but going up, she goes out from the door of the roof, throws people out, and then comes back. The roof is only one floor away from her house, and she can hide in her own house in time even if there is anything. Thinking about it this way, the rooftop is the best choice. Lon Jin looked at the two people on the ground, and slapped them on the head again. After confirming that they couldn't get up, she went out to check the situation. But who would have thought that it took only a short while to go up and down the stairs, and when she came back after confirming that the rooftop was not working, she found that her little doubting was doing something terrible. Lon Jin stood at the door, staring wide-eyed. Because she was too shocked and afraid that she would cry out, she stretched out her hands to cover her mouth. After the shock, she tremblingly stretched out one of her hands, pointing in the direction of Rin Siqiao, unable to utter a word. As for Rin Siqiao, she heard the movement as early as Lon Jin got up. When Lon Jin eavesdropped on the movement outside, she also opened the corner of the door to peek there, but Lon Jin's attention was all on these two people, so she didn't notice the movement on the other side of the room. Later, when Lon Jin subdued the two, Rin Siqiao, who was peeping, was still excited for a while. In her eyes, her mother was really amazing. After the two of them remained silent, Lon Jin opened the door and went out. Rin Siqiao didn't know where Lon Jin was going, but she felt that Lon Jin would definitely not be back so soon, so she opened the door and went out. End of this chapter. After Rin Siqiao left the room, he first came to these two people and fiddled with them. Although she understood the situation of these two people very well, the person her mother beat up must not be a good person, so the little Rin Siqiao had a sense of justice in her heart, and decided to clean up the bad guys on the ground for her mother. Later, when Lon Jin came back, she happened to see the scene that shocked her. A nearly 3-year-old little doubting directly dismantled a grown man just like the Barbie doll she played with before. What's more, she ignored the man who was almost twitching in pain, and jumped up and down on his back. Those innocent laughs completely covered up his tight mouth stuffed with rags, but that's it, he couldn't even cry out the pain, so you can say whether this man is miserable or not. But in fact, the woman on the side didn't give up much. In short, in such a scene, how could Lon Jin not cover her mouth in shock?
The point is, Run Xiaodong didn't think there was anything wrong with what she did.
She split up the bad guys. She was helping her mother share the responsibility on her shoulders, but now she was hit by Lan Jin again. When she thought that Lan Jin didn't love her for doing these things, she was really stunned for a moment when she was caught. Afraid of Lan Jin's scolding, Rin Xichao said with an innocent face, "Mom, I didn't do it on purpose."
Lan Jin's voice trembled. "Girl, can we come down and talk first?" The bouncing on someone's back meant several things, but she didn't even notice. But it's also true that these two people are asking for trouble. If these two people don't pry the door of her house, they won't be caught by her daughter, so naturally she won't blame her daughter, it's just this behavior. After being shocked for a while, Lan Jin came up with a new method. If it doesn't work on the roof, she can just throw it from home. Lan Jin quickly closed the door, let a child and a dog hide in the room, then put on protective clothing and a poison mask, and after putting the two people on the ground into the space, she opened a corner of the window and stretched out her hand. "Go out, let the two of them out," with a thought. Because her house is on the 32nd floor, after they were released, the two fell directly to the first floor. After hearing a loud dong, Lan Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feasible. As for the discovery, well, her house is on the 32nd floor. Even if there is no one living on the first floor, there are still 30 floors to be checked. How can we be sure that it is her? Then she quickly withdrew her hand, sealed the window again immediately, and quickly took out the small mist extractor to pick out the poisonous mist. That just came in, and finally sealed all the sides of the window. She just went to clean up the hygiene issues in the living room. It was easy to clean the floor, but the smell in the room was very clear. Lan Jin turned on the air freshener and added a few drops of essential oil to the top. After the aroma of the essential oil filled the whole room, she put it on again. The anti-theft door is open to dissipate the smell. After she finished these, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and when she was about to go back to her room to ask what happened just now, Xiao Doubting was already sleeping soundly on the bed with Nana in her arms. Lan Jin looked up at the clock. "Well, it's already midnight," she smiled helplessly, and fell asleep beside a child and a dog. The next day. Regarding what happened last night, Lan Jin felt a little grudged. She didn't ask about the child's sleep last night, but today she couldn't be fooled so easily. After breakfast, Lan Jin started looking for Rin Xichao. Talking started my heart. In the past, Rin Xichao would not mention it again because of Lan Jin overnight, but now that he knew that he could not escape, he honestly explained. "What happened last night? Mom woke up, and I woke up too. Mom peeping, I peeped too, and when my mother left, I came out. Well, the mantis catches the cicada. This little oriole is still behind. The key is that she is less than 3 years old, she is quite calm, and she didn't make a sound after watching the whole process." Seeing Lan Jin not talking, thinking that Lan Jin was not angry, Rin Xichao said arrogantly, "Mom is doing important things, so don't disturb her." "Well, let's talk about it. It's really big, but this little doubting is only under 3 years old, so he accepts it too quickly." Lan Jin really hoped that Xiao Doubting could survive in the cannibalistic apocalypse, but she couldn't let her be so inhuman since she was a child. Lan Jin said, "Xiao Chao, mother did this because they wanted to rob us of food. We were locked in a building and couldn't get out. If mother didn't get rid of them, they would keep coming to attack us, so mom has no choice but to do this, and Xiao Chao can also do it when she is in danger, but that is only when she is in danger, not usually." Ren Xichao tilted his head and was a little puzzled. Yes, it would be strange if he was only 3 years old and could understand what he said, but it would be scary to tear down people at will. Isn't it scary in the last days? Said, "It means that you were young. Don't dismantle the house as soon as you come up. My mother was terrified last night. The floor is so dirty and difficult to clean up." Ren Xichao twitched the corners of her mouth. She seemed to understand, and she didn't seem to understand, but the meaning was basically that her mother didn't want to clean up, so she wanted to be clean. After all, no matter what was on the ground, it didn't make much difference to her. Big. But when Ren Xichao thought about the cleaning scene last time, a sense of fear welled up in his heart. Ren Xichao immediately acted coquettishly. "Mom, Xiao Xiao was afraid last night, afraid that Xiao Xiao would be robbed again." "Again?" Lan Jin frowned, and asked strangely, "What do you mean again? When did your mother let you be snatched away? You have always been with your mother."
Ren Xiqiao stretched out her small head, and said with an aggrieved expression, "Last time, Dad and Auntie snatched Xiao Xiao away, and they didn't give Xiao Xiao food, and even forced Mom to give them food.
This time it's the same.
Auntie and Uncle came over in the middle of the night. Although it wasn't Father and Auntie, Xiao Xiao was still scared."
Ren Xiqiao's words explained very well, but Lan Jin was shocked when he heard Ren Xiqiao's explanation, because these words undoubtedly did not refer to what happened in the previous life.
In the previous life, on the night after the second distribution of supplies, Ren Xing and Menging broke the door lock of her house and snatched
away the sleeping Ren Xiqiao.
He said that he was still hungering about the child's hunger and hunger. Naturally, there would be many beatings during this period, so it's very normal for Ren Xiqiao to be afraid of what happened in his previous life and
couldn't sleep because of worry.
But these things are all things from the previous life. How did Ren Xiqiao know? Could it be that Xiaodao split the paragraph about the man and woman, and was reminded by the editor not to write too detailed, so I can only write it down.
Ask for votes, ask for comments.
End of this chapter. Lan Jin suddenly thought of the golden light when she was dying.
Could it be that the golden light brought her back to life?
She hugged her daughter again, so the daughter was reborn with her, right? Although this matter is unimaginable, it does not seem to be an impossible thing. After all, I can be reborn, why can't Ren Xiqiao not? But because she is still young, and the language is not particularly rich, so that Lan Jin
didn't realize that she hadn't realized that she had lived a new life.
Thinking carefully about the details of her rebirth, in fact, everything is traceable.
Lan Jin asked, "Why wasn't Xiao Xiao afraid when he saw Dad before?"
Ren Xiqiao said seriously, "Mom, it's useless to be afraid, Dad will beat me, but Xiao Xiao is smart, just pretend that you don't know him." Lan Jin twitched the corners of her mouth. She finally understood why Ren Xiqiao didn't call him father and ignored him every time she met Ren Xing. She felt that as long as she pretended not to know Ren Xing would be her father.
Yet, although this logic is a bit problematic, it doesn't matter.
A father who can treat his daughter like this is not worthy of being a father. Speaking of which, Lan Jin also wanted to know how her daughter lived in her previous life, so she continued to inquire. As for Ren Xiqiao, although she was more than 3 years old in memory, her actual age was still only 2 years old. Although she remembered everything from her previous life, she still couldn't express it very clearly, but after repeatedly emphasizing some key points, Lan Jin I still understood everything, anyway, besides beating, scolding and being hungry. As for telling her about the rebirth, Lan Jin felt that there was no need to specifically explain that children usually have no memories of before the age of 3 when they grow up. After a few years, she will forget these things. Besides, Ren Xiqiao might not understand even if she said it, so she said no.
Said it doesn't matter.
The hatred in Lan Jin's heart deepened because of Ren Xiqiao's complaint.
She asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you want to avenge yourself?"
Ren Xiqiao asked with a puzzled look, "Did you beat your father and aunt?
Did Xiao Xiao beat you?
Why can't Xiao Xiao fight? Xiao Xiao used to be weak, but now Xiao Xiao is so strong, plus there are Mother and Nana. We can be the same as today, Mother fights first, and then
Xiao Xiao."
Before Lan Jin finished speaking, Ren Xiqiao continued excitedly, "Xiao Xiao will tear them down again. As for what was removed, I don't need to go into details, anyway, I know everything I need to know." At this time, Ren Xiqiao was speaking the most terrifying words in the world with the most immature child's voice. If she hadn't clearly known that she was holding her own child, she would really think that she was watching a horror movie. Peace. However, after listening to Ren Xiqiao's words, Lan Jin seemed to realize something, and said seriously, "Xiao Xiao, why weren't you afraid at all?
When you did that thing yesterday?
This scene will be scary, isn't it before? Oh no, didn't they treat you like this when they were at Dad and Auntie's place before?" After shaking his head, Ren Xiqiao said, "No, it's just that my aunt always says that about me, and the children she says are disobedient will be removed by the adults. Just now they were disobedient, so I helped remove them, but Xiao Xiao is obedient."
Lan Jin understood what Rin Xichao meant, so she was fine in her previous life before she died. Another one, they also had food in the previous life, so they wouldn't really touch Rin Xichao. After all, they really wanted to do this. Let Lan Jin know where these people are starved or not, and they will fight them desperately. But that is to say, Rin Xichao's current actions are still influenced by those two people in the previous life. These damned dogs and men, when she finds the opportunity, she will definitely deal with these two people well. As for why it is to find an opportunity instead of now. Unfortunately, the staff outside have already begun to work. Although most of them have not returned to work normally, the road is no longer empty. It would be bad if they ran into it. Although it is a pity, but the two of them couldn't run away either. Another one, she also wanted to see how these two people would get food to support themselves without her in this life. Now back to last night. In the middle of the night, how could the people who hadn't been out for a long time doze off so much, so that many people in the same building heard the sound in the middle of the night? At the beginning, everyone didn't think much about it, but after a while, everyone got over the smell. This sound can be outside? I'll go, no one should open the window. Not long after, the people in the group started talking. Did everyone hear the voice just now? I heard it, what the hell? Then who knows, tell me, will someone be so itchy that they can't stand it, It's possible, it's really possible. But if that's the case, will the poisonous mist float in? Could it be that the building is full of poisonous mist right now? How is it possible? It's not that there is no siren. It will sound when there is poisonous fog. But this thing has never rang, who knows if it really rang? Even if it can ring, it doesn't have enough volume, and it can't ring. That's right, there will indeed be poisonous mist floating out of the gap in the door, but as long as the door is not fully opened, how long will it take for the thin mist to float to the window? But it will definitely get on the door when you open the door. Everyone be careful, don't go out. Who knows which floor the window just opened? Well, what the person upstairs said is too scary, so am I going to seal the door again? I don't have tape at home. It was the last piece of tape when the door was sealed. After a good day, why did this start again? Yes, is there anyone at work? Can you check for us? Upstairs, it's midnight now, and you have to wait until daytime for work. The fog outside is so thick that you may not be able to see clearly during the day, let alone at night. But there are still people who go to work. Even in the past, there were people who were on duty at night, and they also paid attention to the news in the group, but as everyone said, not enough people is one thing, and those who are on duty at night are indeed watching. I don't know, so I replied in the group, after I have recorded this matter, I will check it tomorrow morning, and when there is news, it will be announced in the group. Please don't panic. If you are worried, you can use the clothes at home. Block the gap. For the sake of everyone's safety, please don't go out for the time being. Hey, it's too difficult for me. Ren Xichao's dismantling is to dismantle the arms and legs of the villain, but if you write it directly, you will be banned, so let's look at it like this. Sure enough, it was blocked and changed a lot. I really found that there are many things it can't write, but I have no experience in writing this kind of subject for the first time, so I can only slowly avoid it. End of this chapter. Unknown fear lingers in the corridor, no matter whether they dozed off before or not. Almost everyone has woken up now, everyone is blocking the door. Listening to the sound, in short, it is bad with Lan Jin. It's right for people to do the exact opposite. The night was finally over, and the colleague on duty immediately handed over the matter to the colleague at work. On the 12th building, I looked at the house number noted in the group, and almost the whole building heard it. I'm afraid the sound is really loud, and I can't see clearly at night, so I didn't pass by myself. He wasn't the only one on duty at night, but he was the one who spoke last night, so that's how he reported in the morning. After hearing this, the man said, "You're right that you didn't go there, and you don't know what you threw. What if you hit someone?" After speaking, the man asked again, "You pay attention to the news in the group? Alright, will there be any sound in the future?" No, I've been watching the group news, and no one has heard the sound of something falling. Okay, you can wait before you get off work. We will supply you with materials during the time delay. After all, it is what happened in your class. If there is anything, you know better than us. Okay, then I'll go with you.
After finishing speaking, a group of 5 staff members put on protective clothing and gas masks and walked towards Building 12. The road was unimpeded, and the 5 people didn't rush into the building after they came here. After all, they heard the sound from outside, so they explored around the building. Although not every piece of news in the group has been read carefully, some key points are still known, so before the group came over, they had already made psychological preparations, but Ra was mentally prepared and waited to see the scene afterwards. The screams still rang out one after another. The work in the community is more meticulous, so the proportion of girls here is very large. Of the 5 people who came here today, except for a man who was on duty last night, the other 4 were all women, and there were screams outside. He immediately attracted the attention of the residents in Ludong.
What? I heard screams. I heard it too. I was shocked.
The children were woken up.
Does anyone know what happened? Yesterday I stayed up all night and didn't dare to sleep.
I finally just squinted, and I woke up again after a while.
What happened? Who knows? Didn't this call just now?
But judging from this point of time, it's the time for the staff to go to work.
Could it be that the person calling is the staff? What happened outside? How can people call it like this? Could it be that someone really jumped from the building last night? The sound must have jumped from a high-rise building. It probably looked ugly? That's why it scared people? I have to tell the truth about the upstairs. Longjin's floor was originally on the 32nd floor.
Even if a healthy person jumps down from here, it won't look good, let alone the state of these 2 people who have been separated.
Up.
What's more, they stayed in the poisonous fog all night, and the red, swollen, ulcerated, and rotten skin became more and more terrifying.
It's really not surprising that they scare people like this.
Then, when something like this happens, what else can there be other than calling the police?
However, it was the first time that the police were called out during the poisonous smog.
The staff just called the police, and 10 minutes later, the police brought a group of people to Building 12. Looking at the couple on the ground, the police frowned involuntarily.
Because it is really ugly. Did you find it when you came over in the morning? Do you know the identities of these 2 people?
The community worker replied, yes, we found it when we came over in the morning, because the residents of this building heard a loud dong in the
middle of the night, and then woke them up.
I didn't even sleep, and then I chatted in the group all night. Because the incident happened at night and the road outside could not be seen clearly.
After the person on duty made a note, we came to check in the morning.
As soon as we found this situation, we got in touch with you immediately.
But I know these 2 people.
The man is a resident of 7 on the 701th floor, and the woman is a resident of 14 on the 1404th floor.
Neither of them lives alone, and each has a family. So I remember clearly.
After the policeman nodded, he carefully observed the man and woman on the ground, and asked the community staff, apart from these, do you know any
other information?
The staff member said, we are not here at night, some information is learned in the group, I am afraid that the residents have not understood it
clearly.
After looking at the direction of the door, the civilian police said, let's go in and have a look first, 701 and 1404, right?
Show us the way.
The staff did not refuse, and the group entered the 12 buildings. After a few people sucked away the poisonous mist from their bodies through 2 layers of curtains, they took the elevator and pressed the button on
the 7th floor.
At this time, the staff and the community explained dryly, last night, there were people in our group.
Guess if someone jumped off the building. Our corridors are sealed off here.
Everyone guessed whether they jumped from their own windows. So after we found these 2 people, we quickly checked the corridors. There was no poison from the top floor to the 1st floor.
Trail of fog. Is there no one guarding your door?
The community worker replied, no, everyone can't go out without protective clothing, so they didn't guard.
Naturally, I don't know how these two people appeared here. After all, if Tyag came down, the gaps in the house were not sealed. It is right to say that there should be poisonous fog in the corridor, but there is only a little poisonous fog in the corridor. No, even she herself felt very strange. Comrade Min Jing nodded, and a group of people appeared at the door of 701. The staff knocked on the door first. 701, I'm from the community, please open the door. In 701, a middle-aged woman heard movement outside the door, and she hurriedly asked, Community, is there poisonous fog in the corridor? Can I open this door? Yes, there is no poisonous fog in the corridor. Other staff have checked it just now. You open the door. We need to ask you for some information. The middle-aged woman was a little puzzled, but she didn't retort, Oh, wait a minute, my clothes are blocking the gap, wait for me to remove them. That's right, because of the loud noise yesterday, everyone was worried about the intrusion of the poisonous fog, so they spontaneously took out the clothes at home and blocked the gap in the door, so everyone didn't find it strange that the middle-aged woman said that. After cleaning up the clothes in the gap, the middle-aged woman opened the door and found that there were many people outside. She asked vigilantly, Who are you? I feel like my post will be banned every day, but I don't know how to change it, so let's just do it. End of this chapter. The middle-aged woman in the house relaxed her vigilance after the middle-aged woman asked questions and several workers outside the door showed their IDs. We have a few things to ask you. Min Jing glanced into the house and asked, Are you the only one in your house? The middle-aged woman shook her head, I live with my wife. My son didn't come back from school, but my wife hasn't come back since going out last night. I'm the only one at home now. After the policeman nodded, he asked, Do you have protective clothing at home? How did your wife go out? Didn't you look for him before he came back? He went out in the middle of the night. I didn't know it when I fell asleep, but he couldn't get out of the building without protective clothing, and where could I find it? I thought there was poisonous fog in the corridor, and I didn't dare to open the door. I called him. He didn't answer the phone calls all night. Did you guys hear about my lover when you came over? After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, her head cleared up, and she hurriedly asked, Is it true that something happened to my lover when you come here now? After the middle-aged woman finished asking, one of the policemen took out his mobile phone, opened a photo, put it in front of the woman, and asked, Do you think this is your lover? The middle-aged woman took a look, and found that this person was really the person in the photo. The middle-aged woman asked in a panic, Well, what's the matter with my lover? He was fine yesterday, why is he so old today? If it becomes like this, then I love him. The civilian police said, Are you sure this is your lover? You are not mistaken. The middle-aged woman said firmly, There is no mistake. He has a big mole on his face. Even if the skin is like this, the mole is still there. I can recognize it at a glance. This is my lover, but what about his skin? It's so rotten, he won't just run out like this. Then my lover. Still alive? Your lover is dead. When the staff went to check the abnormality of the loud noise last night in the morning, they found your lover's body in the grass next to the building. Just as the woman was distraught, the policeman added another sentence, There is a woman's body next to it, and the two of them are lying together. When the woman heard this, there was no pain on her face, and she immediately shouted, Who is that woman? Is she that little bitch on the 14th floor? Yes, he also said that they are fine, which is called fine. Liars, they are all liars. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman began to cry sadly, My life is miserable. Civilian police didn't have time to listen to the wailing of the middle-aged woman, so Dang even interrupted the middle-aged woman to take notes. First inquire about the relationship between the man and the woman on the 14th floor, and then inquire about the itinerary of the middle-aged woman. From last night to this morning. The middle-aged woman naturally tried her best to clear herself up, and said very cooperatively, My house is monitored. Although the water is restricted during this period, the electricity is always available. You can see if what I said is true by watching the monitoring. This surveillance was installed by my child. At the beginning, she thought it was expensive. After all, there is no elderly or children in their house. What kind of surveillance is installed? But she didn't expect that it would be useful one day. The middle-aged woman took out her mobile phone while talking, and the monitoring software was installed in her hand. After opening the software, she immediately handed it to the police. As soon as they heard that there was surveillance, the civilian police readily accepted it. After all, they were more willing to believe the footage captured by the surveillance than confessions. The middle-aged woman had a clear conscience and naturally agreed to the policeman's request, and the policeman returned the middle-aged woman's innocence after a quick review of the surveillance during this period, because the period after the man left home during the time, the middle-aged woman never went out at all, and after the loud noise, she went to the window to look for a long time, and then chatted in the group for a long time. Before it ended, the civilian police immediately copied a copy of the video, and then returned the phone to the middle-aged woman, saying together, "Thank you for your cooperation, we will notify you as soon as we have any news, but you have to think of something useful, please inform us in time." Just as the few people were leaving, the middle-aged woman hurriedly asked, "That woman is from the 14th floor, right? The little demon spirit on the 14th floor." A few people are very speechless in their hearts, and they can't tell you. The middle-aged woman watched several people get on the elevator and was unwilling to leave, until the elevator stopped on the 14th floor. The middle-aged woman wailed again, and sure enough, it was the 14th floor. 1404. After confirming that there was no poisonous fog in the corridor, the people in the house also opened the door after a short busy. It was an old lady who opened the door, holding a little girl about 4 years old in her arms. Seeing a lot of people standing outside, she asked suspiciously, "Are you from the community?" A group of people outside the door quickly showed their ID cards. "We are civilian police, how many people live in your household?" As soon as this sentence was finished, an old grandfather came to the door with a baby about 1 year old in his arms. Looking at the scene in front of him, the policeman's heart tightened. Could this family be all old and weak? Sick and disabled, and the grandmother in front of her at this moment also said, "My son died in a car accident last year. My daughter-in-law went out last night and never came back. Now there are only 4 of us at home." The policeman asked, "Do you know where your daughter-in-law has gone? Didn't you go out to look for her after you haven't come back for so long?" The mobile phone group said that there is poisonous fog in the corridor. "We dare not go out. Call her and her phone is also at home. Are you here because my daughter-in-law did something wrong? This is not right, she can't get out of the building. There shouldn't be anything wrong, maybe he was injured by inhaling the poisonous mist, what should we do?" Even if the old grandma was impatient, the family really couldn't afford to play online games. If the daughter-in-law died, what would happen to the 2 children in the family? But in fact, the person is already dead. Did your daughter-in-law tell you anything? Just go out in the middle of the night, and you don't ask? No, we go to bed early when we are older, and she usually takes care of the child at night, but we heard the child crying in the middle of the night last night and found out that she was missing. We originally planned to go out to look for it, but it didn't take long to hear we were startled by a loud noise, and we didn't dare to go out after. Checking the news in the mobile phone group. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, the grandfather hurriedly said, "Did my daughter-in-law commit a crime or was injured? If something happens to her, what should the 2 children do?" End of this chapter. Everyone wanted to sympathize with this family of 4, but they still had to do what to do. The civilian police took advantage of the opportunity to show the photo of the woman in front of the eyes of the 2 elderly people. After seeing the photo, the old man immediately lost his footing and fell to the ground, while the baby in the old man's hand fell. He was caught by the quick-sighted civilian police, otherwise he would have suffered serious problems if he fell from such a high height. Looking at the grandfather who fell on the ground, the policeman hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" The old man shook his head slightly. After a long while, he finally managed to slow down. Several people helped the old man into the house. The sharp-eyed police found that the house was also equipped with surveillance cameras. He immediately asked, "Your home is also equipped with surveillance?" The old lady looked in the direction of the monitor, nodded and said, "Well, because there is a child at home, so I installed it on purpose." "Excuse me, we want to take a look at the surveillance from last night."
The monitoring software is definitely not in the hands of the old man, but the daughter-in-law's mobile phone is at home.
The policeman took the mobile phone and asked, "Does any of you know the password?"
The little girl walked over immediately, and unlocked the password after pressing a few numbers on the phone.
The police officer boasted, "Little sister, you are really smart."
And when one of the policemen was investigating and monitoring, the two elderly people also asked, "My daughter-in-law, she, her. He's dead, please mourn." There was another burst of wailing, and after the wailing, the group took the time to talk about yesterday's situation.
As soon as they heard that their daughter-in-law died with a man, they immediately asked, "Is that the man on the 7th floor?" This man is not a good thing at first glance. These two people always get together.
I've said it several times, but she doesn't listen.
Do you two know that these two people are together? The two old people nodded reluctantly, and the old lady even said, "I can't let my daughter-in-law never marry for the rest of my life after my son dies, so I didn't say anything when she found someone, but the man on the 7th floor, they have a family, so we disagree, and there have been a few conflicts, but I really haven't seen these two people together during this period of time. I didn't expect, hey." The two never broke up.
At this time, the surveillance was adjusted last night, and the surveillance footage was very clear. The reason why the woman went out was because the man from 701 came and called her out.
As for the man's expression, it was still in the middle of the night.
Obviously, he was not there to do something. It's a good thing, and the two old people in the family, like the previous confession, were indeed woken up by hearing the cry of the child and never went out since then, which means that the two old people are not suspicious. But if the family members of these two people are not suspected, then their investigation can only go back to the original point. At the same time, the matter of the police investigation quickly spread in the group. Others didn't care about it, but Huang Jinghe instinctively felt that something was wrong, so he sent Lan Jin a message immediately without even
thinking about it.
"Huang Jinghe, Sister Lan, have you read the news in the group? It is said in the group that there is a man and a woman. Could it be related to those two people? What should we do if someone comes to ask us later?"
Lan Jin, "Of course I'm telling the truth, no matter what it is. We didn't go out, so what does it have to do with us?" Huang Jinghe choked, "That's right, it's better to tell the truth, but the police won't make a mistake, right?"
"Lan Jin, what's wrong? You didn't open the door yesterday." "I only opened one door yesterday, it has nothing to do with us, but it seems that they came at night, after my dog barked a few times. There was no sound outside son." Having said that, Huang Jinghe also remembered that he heard a dog barking at night. Yes, I heard the dog barking too, probably because I was a guilty conscience and was scared away by the dog barking."
"Huang Jinghe, Sister Lan, how big is your dog?"
"I didn't hear it clearly at night, and I was confused, but I feel that your dog is not big."
"Lan Jin, 3 months, but don't underestimate it. A guard dog is completely different from an ordinary dog." Huang Jinghe was speechless. If these two people were really scared away by the 3-month-old dog, there is no other explanation except guilty conscience.
It also has to be said that Huang Jinghe is really not so at a loss when there is someone who can discuss things at this time, and his whole heart is
also settled down.
As for the downstairs, the two families are no longer suspected, so everyone living in this building is also suspected. Their next task now is naturally to investigate each family.
A group of people start from the top floor first, and it will definitely be easier to walk from top to bottom.
There is only one house on the top floor, and the first one to go is Huang Jinghe's house, but this house type is also really weird.
So with such a strange house type, is there really someone living in this top floor?
The community worker explained, there are people, but not every household lives in them.
There are only 12 buildings.
On the 33rd floor, there is a 19-year-old college student.
On the 32nd floor, there is a woman with a child.
A dog. There is no one on the 31st floor for now. The staff in the community have such a description, and they have a bottom line in their hearts.
3,303 door. A community worker knocked on the door of Huang Jinghe's house. Is anyone in 3303? Who is it? Huang Jinghe asked inside the room. For the community, please open the door.
The community staff said. Huang Jinghe opened the door carefully, and after making sure that what he saw was indeed the face of a community worker, he dared to open all the
doors inside, and then asked, "What are you doing here?"
The policeman was very strange, because Huang Jinghe was too cautious, so he immediately said, "We are the policemen, I think you should have seen
those news in the group, so let's go to investigate the situation. Convenient, go in?"
After Huang Jinghe confirmed the IDs of the group of people outside the door, he opened the security door outside and welcomed them in. This is what Lan Jin reminded him.
Anyone who enters the door must look at the ID.
In special circumstances, the staff will go out with the ID, and no one will be allowed to enter without the ID. This is to ensure his own safety, so he must keep it in mind. I remember very clearly that I would never open the door outside without a certificate. The group didn't delay too much after they came to the door, took out the photo of the couple and put it in front of Huang Jinghe, and asked, "Do you
know these two people?" Huang Jinghe nodded in shock. "I know."
The group of them were very surprised. After all, the two of them didn't seem like they would know each other.
"Do you usually meet a lot? Can you tell us?"
I changed each chapter to be a lot more obscure. I wish I could write a sentence in each chapter. I don't know if it will be sealed, it's too
difficult for me.
End of this chapter.
Huang Jinghe said, "I have no contact with them.
If I insist that there is an intersection, it should be the time to pick up the supplies yesterday morning.
This woman is in line with me and Sister Lan. Sister Lan is the sister on the 32nd floor. She is in line with the two of us."
At the front of the line, she kept asking if there was any food in our two homes and what to eat during this time.
When queuing.
At that time, Sister Lan was very vigilant and said that there was no food in our house. Later, when she went upstairs, Sister Lan was worried, so she told me that in case someone knocked on the door to borrow food, she told me not to open
the door.
I thought, don't feed others at that time, I'm starving to death. I thought Sister Lan was joking. Who knew that this woman and this man came to my
house in the afternoon? The policeman asked, "How did you know it was these two people when you didn't open the door?"
Huang Jinghe pointed to the cat's eye on the door, and he said, "I saw it through the cat's eye, and we were in the same building, and we would meet each other in the elevator or something, although I don't know who he is, but I know the face, so I recognized it at a glance. The mole on this man's face is very characteristic." Min Jing continued to ask, "Then you listened to Miss Lan on the 32nd floor and didn't open the door.
After that, they just left?"
"Afterwards, they cursed at my door for a while, and said they would come next time, and then the two left, but after they left, they went downstairs.
And Sister Lan opened the door." Huang Jinghe explained. At this point, they asked in confusion, "Sister Lan reminded you not to open the door. Why did you open the door by yourself?"
Huang Jinghe opened the chat history of the mobile phone and said, "I asked yesterday, and Sister Lan said that these two people were very polite when
they knocked on the door.
Besides, it's not good if I don't answer the door and she doesn't answer the door, but I listened to the movement." After Lan Jin said there were no two words, she slammed the door shut. Huang Jinghe handed them the chat records of the two of them, from yesterday's chat to today's chat all over, so the news that Lan Jin asked him to tell the truth was naturally read by them. Huang Jinghe, I also remember that I said some bad things, so when the policeman looked at him, he smiled
awkwardly, a little embarrassed. Although Huang Jinghe was a little embarrassed, he finally gave them some clues and information. "When did you and Sister Lan meet? You don't live on the first floor here, and you seem to have a good relationship."
Huang Jinghe smiled embarrassedly, and said, "Sister Lan and I haven't known each other for long, that is, when the community asked us to seal the window, we met at the safe passage. It was the two of us who sealed the window together, but when I was leaving, I was worried that Sister Lan would have nothing to eat at home, so I kindly asked. Sister Lan didn't want it. I asked my mother, she said it was my kindness. Sister Lan thought I was young, so she specially mentioned
me, my mother, that's what it said. Do you have any other information to tell us? Huang Jinghe shook his head, not anymore. After finishing the notes here, the group left. 3202, Lan Jin's house.
It was the same routine. The community knocked on the door first, and after seeing the ID, Lan Jin welcomed the person in. But when strangers enter the house, Nana, as a guard dog, is very vigilant. From the moment she enters the door, she will stare at these strangers and grin her teeth. No matter what action it makes, it dares to scream desperately to scare away the stranger in front of it. Lan Jin thought it was funny, so she reminded, Nana, these are not bad people, so don't be so nervous. When Nana heard Lan Jin's words, she looked in her direction. After Lan Jin confirmed again, Nana's guard relaxed a lot, and she stepped aside and stood at Rinsicho's feet to guard Rinsicho. Joe, even though he is only 3 months old, he has to sigh, the guard dog is such a good dog. A group of people saw the vigilant milk dog in front of them, and they really liked it, so they asked, your dog is not very old, but you are really vigilant. Yes, Nana is only 3 months old, but the Rottweiler is a guard dog, so it seems that she has been so vigilant since she was a child. I really don't know about this, but they didn't come here to talk about dogs. After Lan Jin greeted a few people to sit on the sofa, she asked, what are you doing here? Have you read the news in the group? We are here for this matter. Do you know these two people? After finishing speaking, the policeman put the photo of the man and the woman in his hand in front of Lan Jin for her to recognize them, and the skin of the two people in front of them was red and swollen because they had been soaked in the poisonous fog all night. Ulceration and decay are really ugly, but people can still recognize them. Lan Jin nodded and said, yes, these two people came to me to borrow food yesterday. It's ridiculous. They just finished distributing food in the morning and started borrowing in the afternoon. The policeman asked a few more questions, and Lan Jin told the whole story without hiding anything. As for the things he did by himself, of course he would not say anything. However, while they were asking questions, they also looked at the house for a long time, and now they asked with some doubts, you have children in your house, why didn't you install surveillance? Oh, we went to several houses, and the houses with children it's very strange to install surveillance, so just ask. I originally planned to pretend, but because my family just moved here after the new year, I have only lived in it for 2 months now, and I have been locked at home for nearly half a month. Before that, it was Chinese New Year, so many the store didn't even open, and the delay hasn't even been installed yet. Why do you live here alone with your child, your lover? My ex-husband and I divorced in January because he found a mistress who was also my colleague. I originally lived in the opposite community. Who knew that my ex-husband rented a suite opposite my house with his mistress? I looked at I was bored so I moved out. This house was renovated before, and it has been vacant for a year. Although the two communities are close to each other, this house happens to emit formaldehyde, so children should feel at ease living in it, so I moved here. As soon as they heard it, everyone understood Lan Jin's meaning, and it had nothing to do with the case, so they didn't go into it, so they continued to ask, we are very surprised, why did you remind Huang Jinghe upstairs not to open the door? Lan Jin smiled and said, this child wanted to bring me food twice, although I didn't want it, but the child is kind after all, such a good-hearted child. What if he is cheated, and the child is young, and my parents are not around? I actually did nothing, just a few reminders. It would be better if nothing happened, and if something happened, it can be prevented. Everyone is locked in the same building, and there is only so much food. I am not saying that everyone is a bad person, but there are always 1 or 2 bad people. Picked my lock. End of this chapter. As the saying goes, you can't have the heart of harming others, and you can't have the heart of being defensive, so it's not too much to be wary of strangers, and Lan Jin reminded Huang Jinghe that it was just the child showing kindness to her twice. So it makes sense. But they didn't miss the main point of what Lan Jin said just now. You said someone picked your door lock last night? Yes, the sound was very small, I didn't hear it, but Nana heard it. I didn't wake up when it ran to the door. Later, I don't know if it made a lot of noise. Nana yelled Wang Wang several times at the door. Son, when I woke up and went to the door, I didn't hear any movement outside. Because it was night and I didn't dare to open the door, so I opened the door in the daytime to see. The door lock did have traces of being pried. My door was newly replaced when I first moved in, so it is still very good for normal use. Be careful, the mark is not made by me at a glance. With this understanding, there is actually nothing wrong with Lan Jin, and the two of them are not very noticeable after the police officers have taken notes on the whole building. It is because the couple almost lived alone in the whole building. Everyone borrowed it over and over again, but it was the first time for Lan Jin to pry open the door. Of course, it was also because she had a dog at home, otherwise she wouldn't be able to hear, but if they didn't have a dog, the two of them really opened the door, and the consequences would be unimaginable. These people who have borrowed food are not too suspicious, but in fact, all of them are suspicious. Even the people who have not been borrowed food are the same. Otherwise, what kind of shit are these two people? But when it comes to the S method of these two people, it is also a matter that confuses the civilians and the police. You say that the doors and windows are closed well, and there is no poisonous fog in the corridor. How did these two people do it? Lying on the lawn outside. This is definitely a nasty incident, and the follow-up policeman will definitely continue to investigate, but as for whether they can find out, it has nothing to do with Lan Jin. After all, judging from the current situation, everyone is really there was no way to get these two people downstairs without any poisonous smog in their house. If the reason cannot be found, the case cannot be solved naturally, so that this case eventually became an unsolved case, but this is all for later. At the same time, the people from the upper department issued a new order at this time, now withdrawing the private business licenses of each merchant, and compulsorily recalling all the materials in each merchant's store, and these materials will also be returned to the merchants in exchange for contribution points. This process must not be so smooth, but it will not work if you don't do it. After all, no matter how big the warehouse is, it can't withstand the consumption of so many people. Recycling is indeed a good way. For the rest, only the staff can communicate with the merchants themselves. As for contribution points, it will officially become China's currency in circulation starting in May 2021. As for how to store, acquire, and use contribution points, community staff will come to your door to open and guide you, so residents can just wait at home with peace of mind. Up. The above instructions only mentioned contribution points, but did not explain the RMB, which also made everyone a little confused. But Lan Jin knew that since the earthquake, all banks would no longer be open for business. The money that people keep in banks will forever become a series of numbers, and the century-old online payment will also become a series of numbers. In the past, even those Z-coins will disappear from the public site forever after being exchanged for supplies under the subsequent instructions of the superiors. Once this news was announced, almost the entire China was in an uproar. No way, it's not unacceptable for special circumstances to contribute points, but as for RMB, you have to explain its follow-up. It's okay if you can still use it later, but if it can't be used, then what they did before. As for the saved money, is it just gone? But, isn't it gone? Then the crowd broke out again. No, the line, if you say no, it will be gone. I have saved so much money and plan to buy a house, so it will be gone? That's right, if you say it's gone, it's gone. After that, the poisonous fog will dissipate. What shall we eat when everyone resumes work? That's right, after that we resume work. What about the salary and contribution points? No, don't you understand yet? It's up to you whether you can resume work in the future. I still have the same question. How do we live? We have to eat. In fact, it is not so pessimistic. Work can still resume, but not all walks of life can resume work, and not everyone can return to their original jobs. After all, under such an environment, employers really can't afford it. So many people. No, although there are few relief supplies, they are distributed every week. It's just that the supplies are just a sigh of relief for people. As for the remaining people, there will be work arrangements in the future, such as coolies and so on. Anyway, as long as they are willing, there is always a way to support themselves. On the evening of the release of this news, community staff also issued a notice Contribution points can be exchanged for materials at home. Materials include but are not limited to food, such as gold, silver, iron, glass, wood. In short, things that are not used at home can be exchanged for contribution points. Different materials have different prices. However, the prices of all materials are unified across the country, and there will be no errors. Please rest assured. The redeemed contribution points will be stored in everyone's residence card immediately, and this function will be activated for everyone tomorrow, so that everyone can use it later. If any residents have materials to be exchanged, please take them out and exchange them on the spot when you open the residence permit. Tomorrow. If you want to exchange it later, there will be a unified time, and it is not exchanged at any time. Please pay attention. As for why this function is enabled in the residence card instead of the SF card. In fact, it is because some children have not applied for SF certificate because they are too young, but the residence permit is different. As long as you are from J City, as long as you are a person with a place of residence, no matter whether you are from this city or not. Everyone must apply for a residence permit, adults and children are all the same. With this certificate, first, it can prove that you are a resident of the jurisdiction, and the access control can be used freely. Second, there is a chip in the residence permit, which allows you to take buses, subways, and shop in designated supermarkets and convenience stores. It is very easy to use. It is convenient, so the residence permit has already been integrated into everyone's life. Since everyone has it, it is naturally the best choice to use residence permits to store contribution points, otherwise they would have no way to create a container for everyone to store contribution points in such a short time of. Thank you Buchinger for your reward, thank you. End of this chapter. Unlike the SF card, the residence card is not a square shape. After all, it is to be used as an access control card, so when it was first designed, the residence card was designed in a small round shape, which can be hung with keys. It can also be hung on the mobile phone. Because of the frequency of use, it is really not so easy to lose. The front of the residence permit is printed with the real head portrait of the resident, and the back is a series of QR codes. When you need to verify the person's SF, take out a specific mobile phone to scan the QR code, and then combine with the receipt of the verification code, the user's information will pop up directly. This information includes household registration and residence. Of course, for the sake of safety, the mobile phone that can scan this QR code is naturally a specific mobile phone. Otherwise, anyone can scan randomly, and the information will be exposed at will, so compared with the SF card, why not just choose the residence card? After receiving this news from the community, Lan Jin began to prepare. That's right, even though she already has a lot of supplies, she still wants to exchange contribution points. After all, contribution points will be the mainstream currency in the future, and almost as soon as contribution points come out, they will be in a usable state, so she will want to save some more contribution points. Just as Lan Jin stood up from the sofa, Huang Jinghe's news came. Sister Lan, have you seen the news from the community? Lan Jin sat back on the sofa again, and replied, I see. Huang Jinghe, didn't I say before that my parents are in the army? They just sent me a message, asking me to take this opportunity to exchange things. I don't use at home for some more contribution points, and they said that I will be able to use them in a short time. Although I don't quite understand why, but Sister Lan, my parents won't be fooled by me. Why don't you take advantage of this time and put on some more? Although Lan Jin also intended to do so, but seeing Huang Jinghe's news, Lan Jin still felt that the previous acts of kindness were useful. Moreover, there are people inside who are really different, and some news can be received in advance, so she also replied, well, since this is the case, I will exchange some more contribution points, and you are the same. Hurry up and clean up. If you live on the top floor, the staff will start from top to bottom, and our 2 floors should be the first to come. Huang Jinghe, well, yes, Sister Lan. After Huang Jinghe put down the phone, he called his parents again. Dad, Mom, I already told Sister Lan, and she said she would change more. As for whether she will really change, I don't know. Understood? Anyway, you've already said, if she doesn't change it, you can't do anything.
After finishing speaking, Mother Huang said again, "Your respect, I think it's best if we don't change the food. The supplies you pile up at home, I just bought them this year, and they won't have any problems if I put them away for 2 or 3 years. In addition, the news we received internally is that the people above will arrange canteens in each community, and provide meals to the residents downstairs in the community every day, and this meal needs to be paid for by contribution points. If there is food at that time, you try to eat food from outside first, and save food at home if you can. As for the cafeteria mentioned by Huang's mother, this is built according to the community, so people in each community have already received the news, and the cafeteria is also under preparation." After Huang's mother finished explaining, Huang's father immediately said, "Although you are moving to a new home, I know that there are a lot of waste in your house. Take this opportunity to clean them up. Can you replace those things? Contribute less, listen to Dad, don't be reluctant." When Huang Jinghe heard his parents mention waste products, he felt a little unhappy. After all, the waste products in Huang's father's mouth are all his favorite things, but naturally he can't care about them at this time. Huang Jinghe said, "I know Dad, I will sell them all." Immediately afterwards, Mother Huang said, "There are also electrical appliances. If you don't use the electrical appliances at home, you can exchange them all at once. This means that there is no furniture in the house. Otherwise, I will let you exchange the furniture. You simply don't want sofas, coffee tables, dining tables and chairs. It's good to exchange them for contribution points and save them. You can use them even if you go to other places in the future, so don't worry about changing them, don't be reluctant." Huang Jinghe had no choice but to say, "No Mom, you are exaggerating too much. Is it necessary? And this is new. Didn't you specially match it for me at the beginning? You also said that this may be the new house I got married, the house type. It's not good to use furniture and home appliances to make up for it, but now I'm selling them all, are you willing?" However, Huang's mother still said firmly, "I can't bear it, but if I can't bear it, I have to change it. Listen to me. If a staff member asks, you can say that your parents are from the army and ask you to change it." Although Huang Jinghe felt that his parents' behavior was a little too much, he was still a child who listened to his parents very much, so after hanging up the phone, he first packed up the waste at home, and then the home appliances and furniture. Huang Jinghe's waste products were piled up on the closed balcony of his bedroom, and those waste products were also dragged to the living room by Huang Jinghe. For example, all the books from kindergarten to university, the whole set, one book is intact, although I don't understand why Huang Jinghe wants to keep these books, but they don't have much to say about their personal hobbies. For example, all the toys from kindergarten to university, from cars to baseball bats, plus miscellaneous things, let alone, without these waste products, the room is much more spacious. As for home appliances, they are things that people can move away with a single finger, so there is no need to tidy them up. At this time, Lan Jin downstairs was also thinking about the materials that could be exchanged. This material must be inconspicuous, but also something that exists reasonably. After thinking about it, she felt that the old furniture that was not used before was feasible, so at this moment she opened the door of the second bedroom, first dismantled the unused bed and put it in a corner, and then moved the unused bed. She piled up shoe cabinets, wardrobes, bookcases, glove cabinets and lockers in the second bedroom. This is the advantage of the cabinet wall not being integrated, otherwise Lan Jin would not know how to dismantle it by herself. But these supplies only accounted for 2/3 of the second bedroom, and then she put the glass bottles and jars that she had used before and didn't need now into a big bag. Then there is jewelry. She has a lot of gold, but she has no plans to exchange it in a big way now. It would be bad if people become suspicious, but it's okay to exchange a small amount to know some prices. She has all these old jewelry, but she doesn't need it. Those in the use space were collected later. In addition, she also cleaned out the clothes and shoes that Ren Xiqiao couldn't wear. Don't look at these things as secondhand, but they are actually worth the money. And then, it's already a lot, let's exchange it first, it's unreasonable to have more. End of this chapter.
The staff and the community gave everyone a night to think about and sort out the materials that can be exchanged. Regardless of whether you exchange them or not, anyway, the residence permit is opened, so they always have to run one by one. They have no complaints about this job. And the number of people coming to the door this time will not be very small. After all, the staff and the community are responsible for explaining the purpose and calculating the price of the materials, so he must not be able to deliver the materials alone. After some calculations, the number of people in a team is finally determined to be 5 people were allocated according to the number of volunteers in each community, and more than 20 small teams were actually divided. As everyone expected, the staff still started working from high to low, and the first one to go was Huang Jinghe's house. With parents' instructions, Huang Jinghe cooperated with the staff quite a bit. The waste at home was piled up right in front of the gate, and the staff could notice it as soon as they entered the door. Huang Jinghe didn't think much about it. He said, except in addition to these, I also want to exchange some unused home appliances, and you can exchange them too, right? The staff member said, yes, let's do the calculations first, and look at the home appliances later. However, it didn't take a while. After sorting out the books in front of me, the exchange points accumulated to more than 6,000. Huang Jinghe couldn't help but interrupted, is my pile of things so valuable? I thought I could exchange for 200 points is not bad. The staff explained, the most valuable set of textbooks is your set of textbooks. Not to mention the complete set is still very new. One set can be worth 5 contribution points. A total of 5,000 sets is worth contribution points. The rest toys are also very valuable. Just wait a minute and I haven't finished the calculation yet. Although the staff didn't know why these things were so valuable, they just did so after the arrangement of the superiors. In the end, Huang Jinghe's pile of waste was exchanged for 16,738 contribution points, although I don't know the contribution points. What is the value of the price, but as far as this number is concerned, it must be a lot. This is too much. Huang Jinghe couldn't believe it, but the most important thing was that his pile of things was valuable. The staff still remembered that Huang Jinghe wanted to change something else, and before he could digest these things, he immediately asked, you said before that there is something else that needs to be changed. Huang Jinghe pointed to the things in the kitchen, and said, my mother told me that I don't want the oven, steamer, dishwasher, stove, and pots. I keep the microwave and refrigerator, and the sofa, the tea table, dining table, and chairs are also not needed. If possible, you can also accept this wine cabinet, right? The staff members glanced at each other in turn, nodded, but still asked a strange question, and said, all of them are collected, but if you collect these, there will be nothing left in your house. Huang Jinghe said, my parents are both from the army. They asked me to replace them all, so I listened. Isn't that too exaggerated? The staff member shook his head. Fortunately, since they have to be replaced, I'll give you some contribution points. After hesitating for a moment, Huang Jinghe agreed, okay, I'll change them all, and I'll buy them later. The staff at this end continued to settle the accounts, and everyone who had counted the waste slowly dragged down the stairs. In the final calculation, after all these furniture and home appliances are added together, nearly 4 contribution points can be added. Counting the previous ones, the community workers said, a total of 58,463 contribution points. The staff first used the equipment to activate the contribution point function of the residence permit, and then stored these contribution points into the residence permit. After saving, she said, it is used in the same way as we were in the convenience store before. You can directly enter the amount, and you can just scan it with your residence card. As for checking the balance, there will be a special app to check it later, so you can rest assured. After finishing speaking, the staff handed back the residence permit to Huang Jinghe, and then it was over. After all the things here were moved out, everyone went downstairs. There are really many things in Huang Jinghe's house, but Lan Jin's house also has a lot. After the group went to Lan Jin's house and saw the supplies in her second bedroom, everyone couldn't help saying, this, all do you want to change it? Well, I'm going to change it. Lan Jin finished and explained, these furniture are old furniture from my previous house. My house used to be a 3-bedroom and 2-living house, but now my children and I only use it in the living room. And the master bedroom, the extra furniture is useless. I was reluctant to throw it away and sell it, but now I drag it here and I think it takes up space. It would be best if it can be solved this time. The staff went in and took a look, and said, yes, you can exchange anything, and your items are very new, so the price can be exchanged for a higher price. Lon Jin nodded, and said, well, I bought these when I got married, and I left within 2 years of marriage, and the children at that time were not yet naughty, so the furniture was relatively well preserved. But next to the furniture there were 2 bags of small things that Lon Jin cleared out yesterday, and she dragged them out first, and said, there are all unused bottles and cans in here, and the bags here are all from my house. There are new and old clothes that the children don't wear. I don't know if you will accept them. After taking a look, the staff said, yes, we accept both the new and the old. After Lon Jin felt relieved, she said, that's good. I was reluctant to throw away these clothes before. The child grows fast, and after wearing them once or twice, he didn't wear them anymore. There are still a lot of clothes tags that haven't been cut yet. The staff first opened the bags containing the clothes and checked them carefully one by one. Those with tags are naturally counted as new clothes, and those without tags will be evaluated after seeing the old and new clothes, and then there are glass bottles and cans without gaps. There is a price for one price, and another price for the one with a gap. After the 2 small bags of materials are recorded, the cabinet will be there. After a careful inspection, the community worker said, you are all made of solid wood. They were very expensive when you bought them. Naturally it is expensive, Lon Jin said, it's a little expensive. When I bought this wardrobe, it was 1 yuan, the shoe cabinet was more than 8 yuan, and the locker was. But the one wardrobe is only 2 meters in size, and the 8,000-odd shoe cabinet can only hold 8 pairs of shoes. It can be seen how flashy the cabinet is, but it looks good and is well preserved, and it has a lot of capacity, so Lon Jin's cabinets really cost a lot of money. After the community staff finished calculating these, Lon Jin took out her jewelry again. I have some gold, platinum, and silver jewelry, which I wore before I got married, and this style is a bit outdated now. You help me to see how many contribution points these can be exchanged for. Anyway, I just let it go. Thanks Tsing Ead for the reward, thank you. End of this chapter. The staff took the jewelry from Lon Jin. There were 3 gold jewelry, including 3 rings, 5 thin bracelet, 35,921 platinum crystal necklaces, which were pure necklaces without diamonds, and silver bracelets. The work of its value community has been carefully calculated again. After counting all the materials, the community staff gave Lon Jin a number, a total of contribution points. Because she had exchanged them in her previous life, she knew roughly how much Lon Jin could be exchanged for, but in this life, it was the first time for Lon Jin to contact contribution points, so after hearing this set of numbers, she asked in a daze. Said, more than 3, so is it more or less? I don't quite understand this, can you tell me more about it? The community worker was here to explain this. She said, it mainly depends on the quality of things. For the same furniture, if the wood is good, it will be replaced more. If the wood is not good, it will be replaced less. Your wood is good, and the furniture is well preserved. If the depreciation is calculated, these old furniture can be exchanged for 2.7 to 2.8 contribution points. The price of the child's new clothes must be higher than the old clothes. The clothes in glass are exchanged for 1,700 contribution points, and the rest is jewelry. Among them, gold is the most valuable, but your ring and bracelet don't have many grams, so the price is not bad. Platinum doesn't weigh much, but your silver bracelets are very heavy. The sum of these 2 things is about the same as gold. Is there anything else to redeem? After thinking about it for a while, Lon Jin said, I bought a lot of gold when I got married, but it doesn't suit me to wear it now. Can I change it? All together? Okay, let me see how many grams there are. Lon Jin turned around and went to the master bedroom to take out the jewelry, but this Lon Jin didn't lie, the jewelry she took was indeed bought when She got married, but she spent her own money and Ren Xing didn't care about the dime. It doesn't matter, she has no burden to exchange it now. Besides, she, a married woman, would not have any loopholes in giving such an explanation. Although their house type is strange, it can be regarded as a commercial house. Those who can afford a commercial house get a few more pieces of gold, which is not good at all. Suspicious. Lan Jin handed a bracelet, 3 rings and a necklace of some weight to the community staff. The staff paused when they received them, but then calculated the price professionally. These can be exchanged for 1 contribution. Are you sure you want to change it? Change. The staff added this price to the previous price, and finally said, a total of 57,921 contribution points. Lan Jin nodded again and again, and the staff asked, if you have nothing to exchange, I'll store it in your residence permit. No, no more. The staff at this end helped her and the child to open the residence permits, and the rest of the people at the other end were also moving the furniture. I have to say that the workload of the 33rd floor and the 32nd floor is really heavy. I just moved 33. The Liu family and the others were already exhausted enough, and now with Lan Jin's thinking of the workload that would last a whole day, the staff almost collapsed. However, this is not the case at all. Opening a residence permit is indeed a household-by-household process, but there are not so many people who can exchange items for exchange. Now the policy of contribution points has just come out, and everyone does not understand it, so more people they were just trying to exchange a small amount with the mentality of testing the waters, so the staff returned to normal after the crash. After the group finished their work and returned to the community, they finally came to their senses. Hey, I thought that many people would exchange contribution points, but I didn't expect that there were not many people at all. Isn't that right? I'm already prepared to be exhausted. Who knows that today's task is quite easy, so the 2 families will be a little tired in the morning. These volunteers may not know it, but the staff still know it. She said, the parents of the child on the 33rd floor are both from the army. They should know some internal information, which is why he asked him to change more. The relationship between the child on the 33rd floor and the woman on the 32nd floor is not bad, so I reminded a few words when exchanging supplies. And it makes sense for the 2 to exchange more. I have to say that this explanation is very reasonable, and the plot did develop like this, but everyone didn't know that Lan Jin was reborn. It was arranged like this earlier, but in this way, everyone couldn't help but become vigilant. Let's not talk about the 32nd floor, but the kid on the 33rd floor almost changed all the things that could be changed at home. This behavior is very abnormal. Maybe he knows some inside information. Then you say whether we want to change it or not. Yeah, anyway, there are so many people now, everyone can work together to move together. I heard that next time I want to change, I have to move down and change it by myself. Don't worry about it. It's always better to contribute if something happens. Everyone really didn't expect it at first, but after thinking about it carefully, they couldn't help but become a little nervous. I think it can be changed, just keep what you can use at home. I want to change it too. I changed it and pulled it down, so that the house can be much more empty. Yes, there are quite a lot of waste products in my house, and they have been replaced. You're right, that army must know more information than we do. Even if it's useless to change it now, since they changed it like this, there must be a reason for it. If I change it, I will change all the things I don't use at home. Gone. Afterwards, after the busy work in other people's homes was over, these staff and volunteers got busy again at their own homes. Anyway, those who were temporarily unused and unused were almost all exchanged for contribution points, so that the exchange of materials in their community in the work of the entire J City, they are all in the lead. But is there really any inside information? Anyway, I don't know now. Lan Jin, who got the contribution points, was still in a very happy mood, but the people in charge of the other 3 places felt like crying without tears. These 3 places were XX, XX, and XXCO. Without knowing that their supermarket was bought by 0 yuan, they happily planned to exchange all the supplies in the supermarket for contribution points, But who would have thought that when the door of the supermarket was opened, the poisonous fog inside had just been cleared, and then I was dumbfounded, because 2/3 of the supplies in the supermarket had disappeared. What is the material? It is a contribution point.
What is the contribution point? It's money.
After the three responsible persons found out that their money was gone, they fell to the ground on the spot and couldn't get up.
But how did such a large amount of materials disappear?
It has to attract the attention of the people who collect the materials. The key is that the three supermarkets in this area have been bought by people for 0 yuan. If you want to say it is a coincidence, no one believed it. End of this chapter.
Can you check the monitoring?
Isn't there monitoring in the supermarket? Asked the staff who came to collect the supplies.
However, it didn't work at all. It's useless. The interior of this supermarket is full of poisonous fog. Ordinary monitoring can't detect it without a heat source. Even if there is a heat source, do you think people who come to steal things don't know how to protect themselves?
You know it's full of poisonous fog here. Even if the surveillance camera captures it, you can't see your face clearly, let alone the outside. So even if this batch of supplies is gone, the person in charge of the supermarket can only admit it. But there is another important point. There is someone who knows how to walk in the poisonous fog earlier than us.
Isn't this a more terrifying thing? As soon as this was said, everyone paid attention to it, and the person in charge of collecting supplies said, "Report today's incident to see if there are similar incidents in other places. If it is only here, then the people in this area will we all have to pay attention." The people around were taken aback for a moment, and then they understood. You mean, it's very likely that this thing was done by someone who lives nearby?
Yes, there is poisonous fog outside, and it will take a lot of time for us to come here by ourselves. Even if those people know how to walk in the poisonous fog, they are still not as good as our equipment, so they can't go too far place. Another one, there will be 1 or 2 large supermarkets like this within a short distance. Why don't people steal this place instead of other places? There are still 3 large supermarkets in a row, so I think those people should live in those nearby, even if they don't live in this area, should be in the next street or 2, otherwise it would be difficult to transport these supplies.
That's really the case, the man finished speaking and said, "You go and check, around here, mainly in this street and all the streets around it, has there been any poisonous fog after the period? Anything special, report to me no matter what."
Yes. After finishing speaking, the man left to investigate these matters, and the leader who collected the materials also woke up the person in charge of the fallen supermarket, and asked, "The remaining materials can also be exchanged for a lot of contribution points.
Do you want to change now? But my other supplies?" The person in charge of the supermarket asked tremblingly.
But in fact, everyone knows in their hearts that it may be more difficult than going to heaven to recover these missing supplies. The two looked at each other but didn't speak. After a long time, the person in charge of the supermarket gritted his teeth and said, "It's been changed, all of them have been changed.
Let's talk about how much we can change first."
At this end, whether it is Lon Jean or the person in charge of the supermarket, no matter how many, in short, these two people have exchanged some contribution points and stored them in their residence permits, but Ren Xing and Meng Ying, who live in the opposite community, did not do this for a while.
Well done.
These two people were originally tenants, and they did move some furniture when they rented here, but neither of them planned to live for a long time. So these furniture were really necessary emergency furniture, which led to the desire to exchange contribution points. The two of them couldn't exchange anything for a while. But just because my family doesn't have one, it doesn't mean that Lon Jin's family across the street doesn't have one. Even though Lon Jin no longer lives across the street, even if she has already found someone to sell the house, the two of them have never seen Lon Jin move, so they feel that there must be a lot of things in the opposite house. If all of them are used to exchange for contribution points, I'm afraid it can be replaced with a lot of contribution points. Although Meng Ying thought so, she didn't dare to say it directly, so she said tactfully, "Brother Xing, since the news came from this community, then the contribution point naturally has its uses, so I think it's better to change it by one person." It's better to be on the safe side. We don't have much furniture or electrical appliances. Why don't you pick up something you don't use in exchange
it for contribution points and try it out? But looking at the few things at home, Renxing really couldn't think of anything to exchange for. Is there anything in our house that I can exchange?
This rental house is the same as Lan Jin's apartment with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, but in addition to a bed in the master bedroom, there
is also a sofa in the living room.
They even use the coffee table for eating, and even the wardrobe, it's also the simple cloth wardrobe sold in the supermarket, plus the 2 of them
don't cook. This house is visible to the naked eye. Nothing. Meng Ying said with a distressed face. Then what should I do?
I read the internal news in the group that this contribution point can be used as money, and it seems to be able to buy food.
Our family has no food and no contribution point.
If we can't go out, then we have to starve to death at home. No matter how difficult it is, I think it's better to put on some contribution.
Insurance.
At this moment, Meng Ying and Renxing have completely forgotten the face of being trapped at home grabbing snacks, so the 2 people who have
interests can always come together in various ways. Renxing asked, then what do you do? Meng Ying looked at the opposite direction and said, didn't Lan Jin move away? She doesn't live in the house opposite. Why don't we sell the furniture in it for contribution points, and then look around to see if there is anything in it? It's good to eat, I remember.
That Lan Jin used to be cute and hoarded food, and there must be food hoarded at home. When it comes to hoarding food, Renxing, who was a little reluctant before, is a little relieved at the moment. After all, people are really hungry during this period of time. It is really tempting to be able to eat enough. He thinks after thinking about it, he said, okay, let's go and have a look.
Renxing took the key to the opposite door.
The 2 of them stood at the door and thought it would take a lot of effort to get in, but who knew that the key in Renxing's hand opened the door
smoothly.
But who knows that these 2 people are not very happy. After entering the house, the empty house directly gave them a critical blow. Meng Ying had disbelief written all over her face. How is it possible? Why is there nothing here?
Renxing was also dumbfounded. Impossible, I didn't see her move. Why is there no furniture here?
Renxing and Meng Ying quickly walked around every corner of the house, but who knows that there is really nothing, seeing that the place is already
empty.
How could Meng Ying have any thoughts about Renxing's and slander? She yelled loudly, I said that she moved out during the Chinese New Year, but you don't believe me. I told you to come and have a look, but you still say that she must have changed the locks. What will happen to her?
My son came
in, but there was nothing. At this time, after Meng Ying saw nothing here, she completely shattered the filter on Renxing. She suddenly found that the man in front of her was actually not as good as before. Especially the male chauvinism, she has been panicked for a long time. How did she fall in love with such a person in the first place? It is simply useless at all. End of this chapter. But when Renxing was spoiled since he was a child, when has he ever been so angry? He replied angrily, why are you yelling? I didn't know that she didn't change the locks. According to normal people's thinking, they should change the locks. So Lan Jin is really not a normal person. After all, she changed the lock in her previous life, but it was not pried open by these 2 people. Thinking about it this way, there is no need to change the lock? But in fact, Lan Jin originally thought that these 2 people would come over early to have a look, but who knew that these 2 people held their breath, and they didn't open the door until now, which surprised her. But at this time, the 2 of them overlooked a fatal point, that is, no one lives here. When Lan Jin left this room, the windows of each room were naturally opened, and the seller closed them after several visits. Everything in this house was prepared by the 2 of them for their wedding, so everything is the best. But no matter how good the doors and windows are, if there are no artificial seals, the poisonous mist will seep in from every corner. That is to say, although the inside of the house cannot be seen clearly, there is still a little thin poisonous mist remaining. These 2 people walked in unsuspectingly, and after staying in this room for so long, the still poisonous mist had already started to move wildly. And before the 2 were unprepared, it touched the skin of the 2 of them. Superior.
And the two people who didn't find anything lost their temper with each other and went home. One stayed on the sofa and the other stayed in the room until their skin gradually itched. They looked at each other in shock. As for the evil result, it was enough for the two of them to taste it slowly. The matter of contributing points here has just come to an end, and the matter of garbage on the other end has started again. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that since the day when the poisonous smog started, they have never taken out the garbage again. At the beginning, they couldn't open the gate so they didn't take out the garbage. Then they were able to open it, and they were busy here and there. Don't let it go, no one really cared about the garbage for a while. Now that the contribution points have finally been exchanged, the garbage is on the agenda. Is there anyone to dispose of the garbage? My garbage has been piled up at home for more than half a month. Although there are no insects, the smell is really bad. My house is the same. It's too smelly. It's so sour and smelly that I can't open the windows to ventilate it. The smell is all stuffy in the house. It's too bad. Throw it in the corridor. Our garbage is thrown in the corridor. I just said why there is so much rubbish in the corridor. Although it is not good to put the rubbish at home, it can't be put in the corridor. Everyone has to go down to collect supplies. Can the smell be okay? Can it be a little public moral heart, everyone? I won't mention the injustice, but you upstairs are really brave. You put the garbage in the corridor, and you are not afraid of someone digging through the trash can. Everyone looked at the news and was puzzled. Who digs through the garbage these days? Maybe they thought they could find something to eat in it. It's to find out what you eat at your house. In addition to the supplies in your garbage, what else do you eat? Doesn't it produce garbage? People can find out by looking through the bag. I am very puzzled. There is no one in your house. Borrow food? Are you stupid? Who threw the corridor on your own floor? I'll go, you're not hurting someone. It's said that the corridors are not very safe recently. I sincerely advise everyone, really, don't go out, and don't open the door. Now we are talking about garbage, what to do with the garbage, how long will the garbage be piled up, really, in a few days it will really be full of worms. Lon Jean spends her days watching the news in the group, but she also has some impressions about the trash. Most of the garbage is now incinerated, and incineration of garbage will inevitably produce smoke, and the poisonous smog outside is so thick, not to mention whether the garbage can be burned. Wouldn't adding more smoke pollute the environment more, so incineration is definitely not acceptable. Since it can't be burned, it can only be buried. J City is so big and there are so many people, so there will naturally be more garbage. Even if you want to bury it, first find the location, dig a hole, and then collect it one by one, and then drag it. Going out and burying it can't be something that can be done in a short time, so no matter how much trouble these people make, they can only make trouble like this. But after a while, someone in the group put forward a useful suggestion. In fact, everyone can wash and dry the garbage we generate before packing it, so that it will not smell bad and can be recycled and reused. The following are all question marks, and then someone mocked, no, cleaning the garbage, what do you think? Do you know why they are garbage? That's right, I threw it out because it was garbage. I washed it clean, what should I throw away? But, why do I think it makes sense? Let's not talk about the instant noodle bowls we eat. Our own bowls must be washed, but the self-heating rice boxes we eat seem to be really reusable after washing. Even if you don't use it, wash it and put it in it, it won't get bugs or smell, so it seems to be a good way to dispose of garbage like this. The water is limited. There is only a little water every day. How can I have time to wash those things? It's a time-limited water use, not a limit on how much water you can use in a day. Besides, the water is supplied for so long in the morning and evening. You only need to pick a time to wash the dishes, and you won't waste much water. Is your family? Didn't you wash the dishes before? That's right, there seems to be no other garbage. After cleaning these up, won't there be no smell in the house? I think that's the case, but we didn't do it before. This garbage has been thrown out for half a month. Who would like to pick it out and wash it? If you want me to say, first collect the garbage, and then we will handle it carefully. Even Changxian can't solve the existing garbage problem, so the staff has no intention of answering everyone. Community. I think everyone's opinions are very good. If you follow this way in the future, there will not be so much garbage that needs to be collected, but the previous garbage should be cleaned up. Once. The first time the materials were distributed, it was okay. The second time when the materials were distributed, I really smelled a strange smell in the corridor. So what if it smells? Where do we collect it and throw it away? It's not the original trash can. The trash can is so small and can pile up the garbage of several houses. Even if we transport all the garbage out of a building, if it is piled up in the rubbish corner, the high-rise residents will lose their taste, but what about the low-rise residents? Yes, this matter is not so easy to solve. If we can pretend to be dead, we will pretend to be dead first, and we will follow after the order from the superior is given. Thank you Yi, Guo, for your reward, thank you. End of this chapter. No matter how noisy the garbage problem was, it didn't make a fuss anyway. On the contrary, it was because the civilians and the police often came to investigate, and their building was much more secure than the people in other buildings. Time passed and it was time for the third distribution of relief supplies, not to mention the supplies this time, 2 packs of instant noodles, 1 pack of compressed biscuits, 1 bowl of self-heating rice, and then they were gone. To say that the previous quantity can still allow people to eat 1 meal a day, the supplies at the moment are really just a sigh of relief, even if someone is carrying a wooden warehouse next to them, they still have to ask, no, this supply is too little, is it going to starve us to death? That's right, this material is not enough for 1 meal a day, is this forcing us to eat 1 meal every 2 days? I also said that last week's supplies were a sigh of relief for us. I misunderstood. It is clear that this week is the one. But, this material is originally free of money, so it would be nice to give you a sigh of relief. Do you still want to have a full meal? But the staff will definitely not say that directly, and they have indeed received the arrangement from the higher-ups about the residents' meal problem, but this also cannot be said now. Leave as soon as you have received the supplies, and any news will be posted in the group it's posted. Here, just pay more attention to the group news. I don't know if you ask me here. Everyone wanted to embarrass the staff in front of them again, but the wooden warehouse was real, in case one of them went off. So even if you are not reconciled, everyone can only leave angrily after receiving the supplies. If it was said that Lan Jin and Huang Jingha met by chance when they received supplies last time, then this time they really made an appointment to go downstairs together. In the corridor, Huang Jinghe whispered, Sister Lan, you have listened to me and exchanged more contribution points. Lan Jin hurriedly said, I changed a lot, I changed all the furniture and jewelry that I didn't use at home, but what is the use of this contribution point? It's been a few days and no one said anything. My heart was pounding. Huang Jinghe said, my mother said that it is impossible for the people above to continue to give us supplies. After all, there are too many people in Huaxia, and no one can afford to support such people, so I plan to let everyone use their contributions in exchange for food. To be sure, I paid it out with my own things. And so there are the next ones. Lan Ji nodded, and then pretended not to know and asked, then how to change this one? We can't get out. My parents didn't go into details about the method of exchange, but my father said that the people above will open canteens and supermarkets in every community, and these things need to be bought with contribution points. Huang Jing has seriously replied. Therefore, it is very convenient to have someone inside. Now that Lan Ji knew the news, he naturally thanked him and said, thank you. Fortunately, I have listened to your advice and exchanged more contribution points. If I can really exchange things and contribute, it's also convenient to have on hand. Well, in fact, you can redeem contribution points later, but the staff doesn't seem to come to collect it if you change it later. If it's small, it's fine, but if it's a big one, it can't be taken down at all, so it's the first time we've changed and pulled it down. Lan Jin continued his words, anyway, thank you this time, you don't know, I changed all the cabinets last time,
which made me go downstairs by myself.
Possible. Huang Jinghe couldn't help laughing out loud when he mentioned this.
Because the two of them came really late, and they were stuck, there was really no one in line at the moment, and the staff member who distributed the supplies was the one who had registered them several times. When she saw it was her, he and Huang Jinghe laughed and said, "You guys are really stuck. It can't be helped, there are too many people coming early." Lan Jin glanced at the phone, and made sure that she was not late, and the two who had received very little supplies didn't say anything bad, and immediately went on with smiles building. Another staff member on the side stepped forward and said, "Hey, do you know these two people? They are the residents on the 33rd and 32nd floors. The last time I exchanged contribution points." The staff member didn't finish speaking, and the staff on the side understood it. After the man retreated, the soldiers on the side also whispered asked, "What's the matter, is there anything suspicious about those two people?" "Oh, it's not suspicious, it's just that the parents of the boy who just received the supplies belong to the army. The two families exchanged a lot of contribution points last time, and then we also exchanged a lot. They all changed a lot of contribution points, and basically emptied out all the things in the house, but everyone didn't know the specific situation. Fortunately, they, the volunteers, received the news one step earlier in a few days. I can't help but sigh, it's nice to have someone inside, and the big rock in my heart can finally be let go." The soldier who was inquiring beside him paid a little attention to Huang Jinghe on the 33rd floor, but he didn't have any bad intentions. The child of his comrade in arms lived here alone, and he just wanted to take care of it. After receiving the materials, the staff and the community naturally called it a day. Just as everyone was complaining about the lack of supplies, the community staff then announced the news of building supermarkets and canteens. According to the request from above, each community will open a separate canteen and supermarket for residents to buy and eat daily. Please download the Rescue app, scan the QR code in the group to register, and the system will locate you in the area under your jurisdiction. This software canteen meals can be ordered, and supermarket supplies can also be purchased online, and staff will deliver them to the downstairs of the community. The app will be officially put into use on May 5th. Note, whether it is a canteen or a supermarket, you need to purchase one day in advance and then deliver the next day. The app does not provide deduction services. Residents who need to purchase supplies will deduct their contribution points on the spot with their residence permits. Deduction, please keep in mind so as not to run short. After this message was posted, another message came from the community: "We are now recruiting several large and small workers for building canteens and supermarkets, several supermarket salespersons, several supermarket cashiers, several cafeteria chefs, and cafeteria vegetable washers. Several people, all residents are requested to apply actively, those with the same experience will be given priority. Each post includes 3 meals, subsidies are distributed in the form of materials, 2 packs of instant noodles a day plus a bottle of mineral water. The recruitment benefits this time are the same as last time. There is no dispute among everyone. When we recruited workers last time, our materials were still in a sufficient state, so the work of volunteers and the welfare subsidies are really interesting. Not on. But today is different from the past. Under the circumstances that everyone can't eat enough, even a subsidy of 2 packs of instant noodles a day is enough to mobilize everyone's emotions and make these jobs very hot. End of this chapter. However, the next piece of news dispelled the enthusiasm of many people to sign up. Priority will be given to candidates with the same work experience. When it comes to the requirement of having the same work experience, more than half of the people in the group have been dismissed. Of course, this sentence will definitely not dispel everyone's enthusiasm for finding a job, so no matter whether you have work experience or not, everyone has a mentality of giving it a try. After all, what if? And because of the tight schedule, the recruitment information released that afternoon had confirmed the final candidates before dark. Not to mention anything else, the big workers and small workers even started working overnight. After all, it was only May 5th. There are only 1 days to go. As for the location of the cafeteria and supermarket, it is in the open space in front of the community. Do you remember the earthquake shelter? On weekdays, the old men and women are there to enjoy the shade. They chose to build a cafeteria and supermarket in this place. In addition to the space, it is more convenient for the staff to manage.
The time for building a house is tight and the task is heavy.
It is impossible to build a house with stronger bricks and tiles. Instead, the color steel house that has been thought about has become the best choice.
Let's go to the construction site. The workers live on the construction site.
The house I lived in is a color steel house.
The color steel house looks like a thin layer, but it is very strong and can withstand wind and rain. Moreover, the house is simple to make.
After splicing the color steel plates together, the house can be directly formed. Since the working place is in the poisonous fog, everyone can only see 1 meter.
Although they do not delay work, they still pay attention to their own safety.
Therefore, even if the splicing is simple, everyone dare not take it lightly.
Speed up the stitching as much as possible.
Finally, after 2 days and 2 nights, the supermarket and canteen were completed.
The construction of the house is still not over.
The 2 layers of protective curtains at the entrance and exit are also indispensable. The splicing gaps around it also need to be fully sealed inside and out. After the poisonous smog outside and outside was exhausted, the projects in these 2 places officially came to an end.
However, this busy work took another whole day.
After putting all the materials and tools needed in supermarkets and canteens on the shelves, the time came to 4 p.m. on April 30th.
At the same time, the page on the rescue app was finally updated.
Almost everyone squeezed into the app at the same time, which also caused the app to freeze for a while.
At this time, it is time to fight the phone again. However, Lan Jin's phone.
After a long time, it finally refreshed the cafeteria on the page. The menu for tomorrow's 3 meals a day came into view. There is no food picture in the menu, but it is greatly reflected in the corresponding column in the form of text, and the contribution points it.
Needs are clearly marked behind the food.
For breakfast, 2 steamed buns and a bowl of gruel are 1.5 contribution points.
For lunch, there are 8 contribution points for a box lunch with 1 meat and 2 vegetables plus rice.
For dinner, there will be 8 contribution points for a lunchbox with 1 meat and 2 vegetables plus rice. Its order generation method is also very simple. Just like the takeaway software we usually use, add the food you need to the shopping cart, and then
confirm the submission. The order will be generated, and the background will receive the order finally. After counting the final figures, they will be made together according to the serving size.
Although both lunch and dinner are box lunches, there are still some differences in the dishes of the 2 box lunches, but the green vegetables are all vegetables that are easy to grow, such as potatoes, Chinese cabbage, and carrots. They are all chickens, ducks, and pigs. After all, the poisonous fog hurts people, but it does not harm the animals at all. It really won't make them have no meat to eat, so the luncheon meat and ham sausage can really be eaten first.
Let go.
And 3 meals a day can be purchased separately.
For example, if you only eat breakfast, you only need breakfast.
It is delivered together in the form of the whole building, so there is no such thing as if you order less, he will not deliver it.
And there is no limit to the amount of food you can buy.
First, the prepared meals will go bad after a while, and no one will order more. Second, it is convenient for one person to order meals for the whole family, so that the transaction can also be reduced.
The number of people in line.
But one thing the staff has stated is that they deliver the food downstairs, and they only deliver it once a day, so even if you order 3 meals,
they will deliver them all at one time.
If the food is cold, I'm sorry, you can heat it up before eating. Anyway, there is still electricity and it's not impossible to heat it up. One more thing, it's not that they don't have other jobs, and they can't spend all their time on one thing. They are not full-time delivery workers after all. The residents knew about this situation, and although they complained a little in their hearts, they didn't say too much after all. The cafeteria page is simple and can be read at a glance. Then Lan Jin switched to the supermarket page, which also took a long time to refresh. There are almost all kinds of materials on the supermarket page, but there are not as many brands for you to choose from as before, and all the materials in the store are limited to purchase, and a residence card account can buy up to 2 copies. The settlement method of the supermarket is the same as the previous shopping software. First, add the required products to the shopping cart, and then submit the order after confirmation. The order will be generated. As for the final amount, it will also be displayed below it. People know it well, and it is also convenient for the staff to deduct contribution points. As for the delivery issue, in order to save cost and time, it is naturally delivered together with the meals in the cafeteria. Therefore, in fact, both of these are limited time purchases. If you miss today, you can only wait until tomorrow if you want to buy them. Although this is the case, in fact, its shopping time is still very long. The daily shopping time is uniform at 3 to 5 o'clock, and there are 2 hours. Even if you use the card again, you can buy what you need. After reading all the materials on the app, Lan Jin returned to the cafeteria page to buy 3 meals a day for herself. Although she had everything in her space, she had eaten in the cafeteria here in her previous life, the taste is really not bad. Of course, the canteen she was talking about was the canteen in the neighborhood opposite. As for the craftsmanship here, at least she has work experience, so it wouldn't be too bad if she thought about it, and she always needs to change her taste. As soon as the order on this end was submitted, Huang Jingha on the other end sent a message, "Sister Lan, I just ordered 3 meals for tomorrow. Have you ordered yet?" "Lan Jin, it's fixed, I've also ordered 3 meals, let's get them together tomorrow." Huang Jingha, "Well, that's what I mean too, so I'll contact you tomorrow." Lan Jin, "Yes." Lan Jin put down her phone and went into the space to continue fiddling with her vegetables. Speaking of the space, it is really powerful. The vegetables she planted in the space with her mind all matured overnight, but a seed can only be planted once. After the vegetables grow out, the vegetables in the soil, the roots will quickly wither and turn into fertilizer for the next planting. End of this chapter. Although vegetables grow very gratifyingly in the space, other things are not. The tea trees and fruit trees she planted in the space at the beginning can't be described in general terms. It was fine when it was first planted, but who knows that the nutrients in the tree were absorbed by the land of the space in a short while, and those branches gradually turned into dead branches, and then turned into dry firewood, and finally turned into fertilizer and were absorbed by the space. Absorbed all, not even slag left. The whole process was completed in only 1 day, so that Lan Jin entered the space again, and he didn't even see the shadow of the original planting. Finally, he stayed up all night in the space and found out that the space still had this out. But Lan Jin doesn't believe in evil. Ordinary land can't be planted. What about the black land? Lan Jin planted the tree that has not been planted in the space into the black soil. Who knows that the tree not only grows overnight, but also grows after another night. It bore ripe fruit. Different from vegetables, after the tree is planted, the fruit can grow indefinitely, except that it still takes a day to mature. It is simply more convenient to exist than vegetables. Afterwards, Lan Jin took Ren Xiqiao to eat the fruit she bought in the space when she was preparing supplies, and then cleaned all the cores, and threw them directly into the black soil without seedlings, and they could be eaten in the space. After 2 days the same type of fruit was planted. In the following days, when she was bored, she would go to the space to plant and pick, so that the empty space next to her house was now piled up with some fruits and vegetables. Jean then brought out a few fruits, which were delicious for the 2 of them and the dog for afternoon tea. The next day, almost at dawn, I received a reminder that the staff was delivering food, but there are many buildings and few people, so the delivery can only be delivered in different areas. Even if everyone is really anxious, they can only wait at home. Finally at 11:40 noon, the long-awaited food was delivered to their downstairs. At the order of the staff, almost everyone opened their doors, took their residence permits and went downstairs to form a long queue. At times like this, Lan Jin and Huang Jingha never went to join in the fun, but there is no time limit for getting supplies. If they can't wait for someone, they will leave in a short time. The 2 estimated the time, and after half an hour she and Huang Jingha went downstairs together. The 2 first met at the safe passage. Listening to the noisy voices of the safe passage, the two walked slowly down, but even though it was already half an hour late, the team still lined
up to the 6th floor. Lan Jin was dumbfounded. There must be too many people.
No, it's already half an hour late, and there are so many people.
Huang Jinghao was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and he quickly said, "Why don't we come down later tomorrow?" Lan Jin nodded. "I think I can come down in an hour."
In front of Lan Jin was a little girl. Seeing the two of them chatting, she chatted with them very familiarly. "You guys are pretty good. I came down as soon as I received the news. My home is at 12 when I went out, the line was already on the 10th floor, and it will be at my door after a while." In other words, it took these people half an hour to fix the gap of 4 floors. Although it is exaggerated, it is not surprising. There are too many, it is inconvenient to find, the team behind should be faster. Another one, as the days go by, there will be fewer and fewer people who buy supplies. Even if you can use all the things at home to exchange for supplies, there are only so many supplies in a family.
What can you exchange after the exchange?
This is the beginning. Everyone was hungry for a long time, so I bought more. But in the future, when others buy less blue brocade, it will also reduce the number of purchases in the canteen appropriately.
After all, others have no money but you have it.
How can it not be the target of public criticism? After they lined up for another half an hour, the team finally reached the 2nd floor. After another 10 minutes or so, they turned a corner, and Lan Jin finally saw how the staff below were working. This team consists of 5 staff members and 1 soldier. 3 of them are looking for supplies in the supply pile, and 1 staff member checks the order in the mobile phone of the person who picked up the supplies, and registers the person who ordered the supplies with their last name and mobile phone number. The 3 found it and handed it to another person's desk. And this other person holds a POS-like machine in her hand, first enters the contribution points that should be deducted, and then pastes the residence card up, and the contribution points will be deducted directly as soon as the list is issued. This is the same process as when they went shopping in a supermarket and convenience store before, and they don't even need to enter a password, and the balance of contribution points can be seen on the printed list. As for the safety issue, there is no need to worry. There is a photo of the person on the residence card. If the person and the photo do not correspond, the staff will also ask about the relationship with the cardholder, and then use the unique machine in the community to scan the residence card to check. So there is also no problem of fraudulent use. As for the soldier, he must be standing next to the staff who deducted the contribution points. After all, everyone's character has gradually become violent since the poisonous fog. If no one is on the side to control it, who knows what will happen then? Although Lan Jin came down late, there were quite a few people in front of her, so she really saw that almost everyone was carrying 2 bags of things. One was lunch boxes from the cafeteria, the other package was the limited supplies in the supermarket, but when they arrived at Lan Jin and
Huang Jingha's place, the meager 3 meals seemed a bit pitiful.
Lan Jin's here is not bad, but Huang Jingha really hasn't eaten fresh stir-fry for a long time. Even if it's just a box lunch, he still looks forward to it, and after getting the box lunch, he said with a smile, "Sister Lan, the portion of this box of rice is so big, 1 box of rice should be enough
for me to eat alone."
Lan Jin nodded. "That's right, I originally planned to eat a box with my children, but I didn't expect the portion to be so big.
I guess the 2 of us couldn't finish it together."
But as for the idea of throwing it away if you can't finish it, she definitely doesn't have the idea, so she said, "Fortunately, there is no power
outage. If you can't finish eating, you can reheat it and eat it tomorrow or at night." When the 2 of them reached the 30th floor, Huang Jingha asked, "Sister Lan, are you ready for tomorrow?" "Definitely, you will too,"
Lan Jin replied. Then Huang Jingha nodded his head with a serious face, and said in a low voice while walking upwards, "Sister Lan, I will order every day. My mother told me that after the cafeteria comes out, it will be ordered every day if there is food in the cafeteria. Eat, if you can put the stock in the house, put it first." Although my mother didn't go into details, but I always feel that my mother's words are not simple. She
ask for votes, ask for comments.
End of this chapter. Shoo. While Huang Jinghe was talking, Lan Jin seemed to hear the sound of light footsteps following the two of them. It was because of drinking the spiritual spring water that her five senses were much more sensitive than before, so even if it was again it was a small voice, as long as she noticed it, it was impossible to hear it wrong. The footsteps that followed them up the stairs were too light, and it was obviously not the normal sound of going upstairs. Since she heard it, there was no reason not to check the situation clearly. But the person downstairs was also very vigilant, and immediately stopped his footsteps after the two of them fell silent. Lan Jin walked quickly to the handrail of the stairs, and looked down the gap in the middle of the stairs. Huang Jinghe was leaning on the handrail to go up the stairs. When he saw Lan Jin looking down, he also looked down. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the two of them saw a black bird in the blink of an eye. The arm was retracted towards the inside of the stairs. The two looked at each other, and Dang even felt that there was something wrong with the black arm just now, otherwise you go your way and hide. Huang Jinghe suddenly felt uncomfortable, but he was also a little uncertain, and immediately asked in a low voice, "Sister Lan, is someone following us?" Lan Jin nodded, and whispered back, "We'll talk about it when we go home." The two hurried home with light steps, and Lan Jin waited until he heard the sound of the door closing upstairs before closing the door of his own house. Later, Lan Jin received a message from Huang Jinghe, "Sister Lan, just now it wasn't that someone was following us. I saw the black arm, but I was afraid of making a mistake. Could it be the residence on the 30th floor?" Lan Jin glanced at Rinsicho and Nana beside her legs, and hurriedly said, "Mom, make a phone call first, let's play a game, and see if you two can bear it until Mom finishes talking. If possible, reward each other later." A chicken leg. As soon as they heard that there were chicken legs, one child and one dog shut their mouths before they opened their mouths. Seeing that the game started, Lan Jin immediately called Huang Jinghe back. "Actually, when I went upstairs, I heard a faint sound of footsteps following us. I didn't pay much attention at first, after all, we the two live on the top floor, but when we lined up just now. Oh, you may not know it, but almost all the people from 29 to 30 have already gone upstairs, even those who didn't go upstairs are behind us. When I think about it, I feel something is wrong. When I got to the 30th floor, I started to play I Walk Lightly, but after going up the first floor, the man was still with us, so I stopped and took a look. Huang Jinghe, I don't know the one on the 29th floor, but I do know the one on the 30th floor. One family is behind us, and the other three families are in front of us. There is no one wearing black clothes, which means that this person is following us on purpose. Maybe, anyway, she is not from the 29th or 30th floors, but when we looked down, there was clearly a problem with that person standing on the 30th floor." Huang Jinghe couldn't help but smile. "Sister Lan, are we being targeted again? But we don't buy many things. The less you have, the more you will be targeted. If you don't buy it, it means that your family has it. Who knows how many things you have in your house, or how many contribution points you have in your residence card. The two of us can't do anything. It is indeed easy to be regarded as a target." Lan Jin said with a serious face, but Huang Jinghe was a little scared. "Then what should I do? Do I have to watch again at night? It shouldn't be necessary. After all, there was a murder in our building last week, and the murderer was never found. No one would dare to mess around at night. I think it's enough to pay attention during the day." But Lan Jin's words clearly reminded Huang Jinghe, "Sister Lan, when you talk about the murderer, the person who followed us just now is the murderer. Then we are in danger. Do you think we should report to the police?" After all, this is a discovery. If it is useful for the police to solve the case, the murderer can be caught directly, then our building will be safe? Well, it will be even more unsafe if you catch it. After all, there is a hidden danger locked in the same building. No matter what, everyone will be afraid and dare not go out easily. If you are caught, other people don't know what's going on. Doesn't she know it? Grab it. Lan Jin twitched the corners of his mouth, but he didn't object to Huang Jinghe's idea. "I think it's okay, the one who will follow us is really a
murderer, and we really don't necessarily have to be his opponents.
Sister Xinglan, let me call the community first. As for why I called them, it was naturally because they didn't know the phone number of the
policeman back then.
After Huang Jing finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone, and when Lan Jin put down the phone, Ren Xiqiao and Nana took a deep breath, and immediately said to Lan Jin, Mom, am I good? I didn't speak when you called. It's so good, Chow Chow is good, and Nana is also good. I'll take out the chicken legs in a while, one for each of us. A child and a dog barked happily on the spot, yes. Since the two goods were split last time, the place where they eat has changed from the dining table to the coffee table. Of course, the dining table and dining chairs were also changed for the purpose of destroying evidence. And replaced it, so Lan Jin put the lunchbox on the coffee table, picked a box that looked okay and opened the lid, then took out 3 chicken legs. Put 2 on the lid of the lunchbox, and put 1 into Nana's bowl. Since the lunchbox was too honest, the child couldn't eat much, so she didn't share the meal with Ren Xiqiao separately, but picked a little on the lid of the box lunch and asked her to eat like that. As for the box lunchbox, it is the most common 4-compartment lunchbox before. The largest grid contains rice, and the slightly larger grid above the rice is filled with green pepper fried potato shreds. Stir-fried cabbage with green vegetables. Each compartment of the food is tightly pressed, not only the amount is enough, but the box is much higher than the previous lunchbox. With this amount, it would be good if Lan Jin could eat 1/3 of it now, but in the previous life, Lan Jin could eat a whole box of meals in one meal, which shows how cruel the end of the world is. For them who had normal meals for every meal, they couldn't eat much after they didn't eat much. Lan Jin put the untouched lunchbox and breakfast into the Space City, and put the less than half-eaten meal into the Space City. Put it in the refrigerator, heat it up in the microwave at night, and it's another meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as she cleaned the coffee table on one end, she heard footsteps on the other end. She went upstairs first, and after a while, a group of people knocked on the door of her house. As soon as the door was opened, apart from the community staff, it was the policeman whom I met last time. Lan Jin asked, "Hello, you're here very quickly." Because the group had gone upstairs before, it was not surprising that Lan Jin knew that they would come. "Yes, we have a few questions that we would like to come over to understand." Lan Jin invited the people in, locked a child and a dog in the master bedroom, and then said, "The children are too noisy, please be quieter. What's the matter, please ask." End of this chapter. We received a report from Huang Jingha on the 33rd floor, saying that when you went upstairs, you saw someone following you. We came here to ask what happened. After Lan Jin nodded, he said seriously, "When we went upstairs, I should have heard footsteps following us up the stairs. The elevators stopped because of the distribution of supplies. All of us came from the safe passage goes up and down the stairs, so we can see everyone's faces clearly. Because I often take the elevator, I know all the residents on the 29th and 30th floors. The 4 households on the 29th floor had already gone upstairs when we went downstairs. We passed by each other, so I remember. In addition, there are 2 households on the 30th floor when we go upstairs, one is in front of our team, and the other is behind our team, but we are not too far away, mainly because of this Biendu has just moved here, and he doesn't know many people, so seeing familiar faces is all the more familiar. It stands to reason that when we went up to the 31st floor, there should be no one on the lower 2 floors, but I could clearly hear the footsteps behind us getting closer and closer. I felt strange and walked to the stairwell looking down through the gap. Maybe the person thought something was wrong. When we both looked over, the person stopped walking and retracted an arm in black clothes. The position of that arm happened to be stuck on the 29th and a half floors. According to the floor I was on, there should be no one on that floor, because it was too close, and we didn't know how many people there were. We didn't dare to go downstairs to look, so we hurried back home. But one thing we can be sure of is that when we were queuing up to get today's meal, no one in the line behind us was wearing black clothes, so we thought that person was suspicious, and after going home to discuss it, we gave it to the community. Called and waited for you to come. Lan Jinha's words and Huang Jingha's were almost all right, so they reported something to the police after they discovered something, but it is
actually very difficult to investigate this case.
First of all, there is no monitoring in the corridor, and secondly, when you saw him, he was wearing black clothes, but he could change into another
clothes when he went back.
Black clothes are so common, and no one has black clothes, so there is no way to tell the difference.
Another reason for the murder case in this building is that it is more than a little more secure than the people in other buildings. To be honest, since everyone can't go out of the building, they are civil servants.
The police are really exhausted. As for the solution, this is really not easy to solve, and then it is just a registration, a record, and then there is nothing else. Otherwise, what's the matter? Send someone to guard here, who knows when that person will come. It's useless to keep fewer people, but to keep more
people don't deal with other things?
In the end, I can only briefly explain, be careful when you live at home.
Don't open the door to people casually, no matter day or night.
You can protect yourself when necessary.
Special circumstances are handled specially.
Ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. After all, if the person following Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe is really a murderer, then Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe will be in danger. Naturally, self-protection is the most important thing at this time. Okay, I get it, I won't open the door anyway, but in case, I don't care, but I will definitely protect the child.
Then there is no more then. After sending the person away, even Huang Jinghe found it inconceivable. Sister Lan, it's over?
Lan Jin, otherwise, there is nothing they can do at this time.
Huang Jinghe, Sister Lan, I still have a baseball bat at home. Why don't I use it for you? Lan Jin, I think knives are better. Huang Jinghe, shivering emoji package. But no matter what, it's over after the filing anyway. As for whether anyone will report the case later, no one knows. It's just that Lan Jin is praying at home. Throwing something outside. But prayer is never a good thing.
That night, Lan Jin, oh no, Nana heard a rustling sound outside the door again. It jumped off its dog bed vigilantly and came to the door. After listening to the sound for a while to confirm that there were indeed people outside, it quickly Wang Wang shouted. It has to be said that Nana's barking became more and more terrifying. Even if it was just a puppy barking like an adult dog, she vowed to fulfill her responsibilities and missions to the best of her ability. And the people outside the door, due to the guilty conscience, shook their hands after hearing Nana's series of barks, and all the tools for prying. The door fell to the ground, fearing that the dog would come out of the house and pick up the tools on the ground. I didn't even have time to pick it up, so I left here quickly. After a rush of footsteps in the safe passage downstairs, it quickly fell silent. Lan Jin's house was very close to Huang Jinghe's house, and only a few seconds after Nana barked, his phone call came. Sister Lan, what's the matter?
Is your dog barking? It's so loud, son. Is there something wrong with your family?
Lan Jin was indeed woken up by fright after hearing Nana's cry, but at this time she hadn't figured out what was going on. She was still a little confused for a while. Nana has been standing at the door. It seems that there is something outside the door. I will go and see.
Sister Lan, don't open the door randomly. What if someone rushes in while opening the door?
Lan Jin replied, no, my house has 2 layers of anti-theft doors.
I'll open a crack to see clearly before opening. Lan Jin came to the living room, and she asked Nana at her feet, Nana, did someone break the door just now? After Nana gave a wow, Lan Jin got the exact answer, and she continued to ask, is there anyone else outside?
Someone called twice, but no one called once. Then Nana yelled, and after confirming that there was no one outside, Lan Jin opened the door inside the house and took a look. Lan Jin looked carefully through the anti-theft door, and after confirming that there was no one in the corridor, she opened the anti-theft door outside to check, but there were no new traces added to the keyhole except for the traces from last time. It should have been scared away by Nana just after prying for a while. But when Lan Jin was about to close the door, a pile of garbage on the ground at the door caught Lan Jin's attention. Just as Lan Jin was about to pick it up with his hands, he found that Huang Jinghe hadn't hung up the phone, so he continued, hey, there is no one in my corridor, but there is a lot of garbage on the ground, which seems to be parts or something. Huang Jing has said vigilantly, Sister Lan, this should be a tool for prying the door, and there should be fingerprints on it, don't hold it with your
hands. Do you have gloves? Put them away after a while, put them away tomorrow, call the police again. Ask for votes, ask for comments.
End of this chapter. Lan Jing pursed her lips, and after thinking about it, she agreed, okay, I'll put them all away. Lan Jing put down the phone, put out a pair of gloves and put the garbage into a Ziploc bag, and after closing the 2 doors, Huang Jingha felt relieved. Okay, Sister Lan, be careful.
Well, it doesn't matter to me. I have a dog at home, and Nana is very vigilant, but what should you do?
Lan Jing asked worriedly. After all, the door of Lan Jin's house couldn't be pried open.
Huang Jing might be the next target. Ha!
Huang Jing has swallowed his saliva, pretending to be strong and said, I'm fine, Sister Lan, I'm not afraid, it's already late at night, it's fine if I don't sleep, and I will hold the door, even if this person hits you my family's ideas won't come in for a while. Lan Jing said, okay, you can boil the pot of water and put it at the door. I remember that your house also has 2 security doors, right? If you really can't drive him away, take a pot of hot water and splash him on the face, you won't die. You have to peel off the skin too. Although this method is hurtful, it is also true. Huang Jing has said, okay, Sister Lan, I know that no matter what, my life is definitely the most important. If I really want something at that time, I will not soften my heart. Not to mention Huang Jingha, even if Lan Jing was woken up in the middle of the night, he still couldn't fall asleep, and it wasn't just the 2 of
them who couldn't sleep. How can there be so much sleep without moving?
But when Lan Jing checked the news for a while, he found that someone complained about the dog barking
in the middle of the night.
It seems that there are no 2 households in this building that have dogs.
1 household has already denied it.
You don't need to guess who the dog barked just now. Therefore, Lan Jing replied directly, just now someone broke the door in the middle of the night. My dog barks because he heard it, so be careful when you sleep at night.
As soon as Lan Jin's news came out, the group immediately became lively. Here, report to the police. No.
Actually, after receiving the supplies yesterday, I found out that I was being followed. I already reported to the police yesterday, but I will definitely respond to the situation tonight.
Let's wait until dawn. The replies below are not very enthusiastic. We chatted and talked about how messy other buildings are.
To be honest, maybe it's because people in this building have died more than people in other buildings. There are a lot, and as for more words, Lan Jing didn't say any more. Instead, the man who opened the door looked at the news in the group and said bitterly, you bastard, dare to report to the police. Wait until the limelight passes. Take a look, I won't kill you.
The next day,
Lan Jing contacted the community early in the morning and reported the situation last night to the community. After a while, the police came to the door again. Of course, they didn't expect this person to be so courageous and act directly so soon. Oh, looking at the garbage in Lan Jin's hand, it's not just a door prying tool.
Lan Jing said, I don't know what it is.
Xiao Huang upstairs heard my dog barking and called to ask. When I opened the door to look, I found garbage on the ground.
He asked me to wear gloves to pick it up and put it in again.
Alright, let me say that there will be fingerprints on it, and the witnesses are complete, so let me not break it, so I will pack it up carefully. Listening to Lan Jin's mouthful of rubbish, the policeman was a little speechless. I'm afraid Huang Jingha didn't think that the garbage Lan Jin mentioned was the tool used to pry open the door. Okay, this person failed yesterday, I'm afraid I can still act.
There should be nothing wrong during the day.
Tonight, I will take a few people upstairs to Xiao Wang's house to guard. If your dog hears any movement, don't make a sound.
Call us immediately and we will come back immediately. Can come down.
The civilian police chose to guard Huang Jingha's house mainly because Lan Jin's house was only a lesbian, and it was not particularly convenient to stay there when it was not necessary. Another Huang Jingha was also the target of these people. The 2 families are so close. It's really nothing to stay at their house, but it's more convenient to catch people because they can go downstairs. Sure,
But it's not certain whether that person will come tonight. Lon Jin said. It's okay, let's just wait a few more days. The person who pried the door didn't come that night, so he held his breath, but it was only one night. After that night, the person couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't know where he got another set of tools. After nightfall, they rustled at Lon Jin's door. Nana was originally ordered by Lon Jin to guard the door every night and be very vigilant. When she heard any movement outside, she immediately went back to the room and pulled Lon Jin's clothes. Lon Jin was also woken up by Nana from her sleep. Looking at the vigilant Nana, Lon Jin asked, "Is there anyone outside?" Nana nodded to her. It remembered Lon Jin's order, "Let it find someone outside, don't make a sound, just come and tell her quietly," so it nodded. Repeatedly at this moment, for fear that Lon Jin could not see clearly delay things. However, there was a small night light in Lon Jin's room that was always on all night, so she could really see Nana's actions clearly. Clicked it off, and the other hand immediately went to call Huang Jingha upstairs. Upstairs, Huang Jingha has been guarding with the policeman for 2 days and nights, not daring to sleep at all. At this moment, Lon Jin called, and he quickly answered, "Hi, Sister Lon, is there someone outside?" "Yes, Nana woke me up." I asked it, and it nodded. After Huang Jingha confirmed the contents of the phone, he immediately nodded towards the 2 policemen, and the 2 policemen also quickly opened the door and went downstairs. That person was captured by the police before he even had time to run away. The person who was pressed to the ground looked confused, and he asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" "Police, I have been squatting on you for 2 days, please come with us." As soon as the policeman finished speaking, the man on the ground trembled. "I know people are squatting on him in the middle of the night. I didn't do it on purpose, I just..." The man on the ground wanted to defend himself, but who knew that Lon Jin also opened the door at this time? And she continued, "Do you mean to come to my house at midnight? I don't seem to know you, even if I look, I can't see my house." When the man on the ground saw Lon Jin, he felt resentful, and immediately quibbled, "No, you asked me to come up, you seduced me, we have been together for a long time, obviously you asked me to come up, it's fine if you don't admit it, you actually asked me to arrest me." Even the civilian police didn't expect the man on the ground to react so quickly, and immediately started talking nonsense, and Lon Jin was very angry. When he heard this, "Is she blind? I like this kind of person, you are talking nonsense, what do you mean we have been together for a long time, who is with you, I am not blind, don't talk nonsense." End of this chapter. However, the man on the ground seemed to be grasping the last straw, and he clung to this point tightly. "Really, it's true, I'm not talking nonsense. We really got together a long time ago, even if I don't agree separate, you don't have to find someone to arrest me." The policeman was still very impressed with Lon Jin's affairs. Dang even asked, "You said you got together, but she called you here, then when did you get together?" Years ago, we got together. It was difficult for her to live alone with a child, so she wanted to join me and get money from me. Every time she took the initiative, if she hadn't seduced me, I'm not going to pry the door of her house. Lon Jin said contemptuously, "Nonsense, I didn't live here years ago, how could I be with you, and I have no money. I have tens of millions of net worth, and you actually said that I have no money, what the hell?" While talking, Lon Jin walked towards the person on the ground, and then kicked him in the head several times, and the police did not stop him. At this time, she also regretted it quite a bit. Tell me, why did she report to the police? Wouldn't it be better to just throw people off the stairs? I don't know what the consequences of this police report are. If this person comes back within 2 days, she will be the first to take revenge, and she will kill this person. The first to suspect she is also the person in charge, so how can she go to the base well? Sure enough, in the last days, the most important thing is to act resolutely and avoid future troubles. But no matter how regretful Lon Jin is at this time, the thing has already happened and it cannot be changed. But in fact, there are still many things that Lon Jin doesn't understand. It is certain that the man in front of him is lying. And the people who were captured during the poisonous fog were not just locked up, they were all transported away to do coolies, building bases, so what Lon Jin was worried about might not necessarily happen.
As for her ignorance of this point, it was just that in her previous life she was always busy with living and children's issues, so she couldn't
remember these small details at all. The people on the ground were taken to the bureau overnight.
After a meal of a severe torture, the man finally told the truth. In fact, he had noticed Lan Jin a long time ago. Lan Jin is very good looking, not to mention, it looks rich at first glance, and even though many people didn't pay attention when exchanging contribution points, there are always one or two people who pay attention to know that they have exchanged a lot of contribution points on the two floors.
No, I made up my mind.
There was another man in this building conspiring with him, and the police came again just after dawn and took him away. But the two of them confessed to the theft, but they didn't mention anything about the murder.
Did they dare not mention it, or was the murderer someone else?
After another 2 days of investigation, comrades civil and police confirmed that the previous case had nothing to do with these two people, and sent
them away. However, the two of them looked confused. Where are we going? Shouldn't we just lock it inside? The civilian police sneered, you have a good idea. There are special regulations in special times. Anyone who commits a crime will be transferred to build a base. According to the crimes of the two of you, if you don't work for 3 years, don't even think about coming back. But it takes 3 years to build a base. To put it bluntly, these criminals are treated as bricks and moved wherever they are needed. Only when all the bases are completed can they be released home. And during this time. In short, whether you can come back or not is another matter.
And these two people didn't know that a small burglary would be such a serious crime, and the two of them were ashamed, but it was useless to ask for
help at this time.
A few minutes later, the two of them were sent away from here, and no one knew if they had a way back. That afternoon, the civilian police told the community the news, and the community also told Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe the news. At this point, Lan Jin was finally relieved. It's fine if you don't come, but be more vigilant about this matter. It's true that you can't relax at all. And this matter, after a few days of discussion in the group, finally fell silent. The time has come for the fourth distribution of supplies. However, the time has come, but the supplies are gone.
The residents looked confused and sent messages to ask questions in the group. No, why are there no supplies? Didn't they be distributed every week before? Today is exactly the time.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the relief supplies to be eaten.
It's the same for me.
I haven't ordered food for the past 2 days, in order to wait for the relief supplies to save me 2 meals.
In the current situation, it may be that there is no food. Really no more. The staff replied, didn't everyone exchange the contribution points? These can be used to buy food.
Since there is food, the relief supplies will naturally be gone.
The meaning is very clear. It's not that you don't have money, you want to eat and buy it yourself.
It's not impossible to buy it yourself, but for this matter, there is no transition at all, and everyone is not psychologically prepared at all.
Isn't it difficult to accept it for a while?
But you have to say it in advance.
I'm looking forward to it.
I waited for a few days but there was nothing. No, our supplies were getting less and less before.
Isn't this a signal?
Although I am also looking forward to it, but after thinking about it, I understand that it is difficult for the people above.
After all, Huaxia is too big, how can there be so many supplies? Keeping all these people.
But, the last time I redeemed the contribution points, I didn't change much at all. I was just trying to taste the water. After eating for a few days, I've almost eaten enough, so what should I do next? Then how to redeem the contribution points? You said last time that you can redeem them.
Are there people in the community? How do you exchange at the exchange point?
There is only a little money in the card, and it is not enough even by yourself. The staff said, because everyone had no experience in exchanging contribution points last time, so they exchanged relatively few. Tomorrow and the next 2 days are specially arranged to exchange contribution points for residents again, but the subsequent contribution points will
be exchanged once a month.
The specific location is changed, so all residents are requested to carefully check and confirm the materials that are enough for 1 month, so as to
Avoid the situation of insufficient contribution points.
The exchange materials were originally exchanged by the residents themselves downstairs, but due to the special circumstances, the community will
still arrange door-to-door exchange this time.
Residents are requested to take this opportunity to exchange the large items that are about to be exchanged at once, so that the residents want to exchange them later but do not want to exchange them.
Case for easy movement.
After the previous message was sent, the community staff immediately sent another notice. End of this chapter. I received a temporary notice from the editor that the book will be on the shelves tomorrow. Today's chapter has been updated, and there is no time to leave a message in the author's words, so I will open a separate chapter at this moment. It's on the shelves, let me be happy first. If it is put on the shelves, there will definitely be an update. The time of opening the update is not yet certain, but the last chapter will definitely be at 12 noon. The first set of data on the shelves is very important to the author in this book, so ask for a genuine subscription support. Thank you for your votes, comments and rewards during this time.
Thank you very much. Please support the next subscription and monthly pass.
*********. End of this chapter. A drug to treat skin problems caused by poisonous fog has been developed, and this drug has been distributed to various communities.
It is expected to be updated on the Rescue app next Monday.
Like other supplies, it can be purchased for a limited time. A resident ID number is limited to 1 bottles. The first batch of goods is not much, please buy them if you need them. If you have spares, please
slow down first.
Leaving aside other things for the time being, those who were unable to sleep due to the poisonous mist almost cried at this moment. My God, is there
finally any medicine? Yeah, the people above didn't give up on us. I thought I was going to die like this. Fortunately, I didn't give up.
Fortunately, the poisonous fog on my body is not serious.
If it was just the beginning, how could I persist for so long?
Yes, you healthy people, don't compete with us.
Don't grab it, we don't need to grab it for the time being. Why isn't this a waste of contribution points? But this medicine is bought with contribution points. How much is a bottle?
The staff said, the price hasn't come down yet, but it is definitely a price that everyone can afford, so take this opportunity to exchange more contribution points, and then you can buy it directly. This is true, but, no matter how big or small the items are in my house, they are all useful.
What will I use at home after I exchange them? Everyone has some waste products, but there are not so many. You have people exchange them, so what are they used for? Although many people are unwilling, there are still many people who are sober. Isn't it enough to take care of the present at this time? What do you want to do in the future? After the poisonous fog clears, we can just buy it. Yeah, everyone can't go out again.
Fortunately, you can exchange things at home.
You can eat enough first.
Why bother so much? There will always be a chance to buy them back later. If that's the case, there are a lot of things that can be exchanged at home, but in the community, is there anything for us to exchange for the
price?
The staff sent a list of materials to the group, and replied together. The materials are based on the quality, new and old, to calculate the price. But the price is within this range, you can roughly calculate it, and the final quantity is based on our on-site inspection. Shall prevail.
Everyone clicked on the price list, and then they calculated carefully at home.
In short, let's not talk about anything else, and focus on this month. After all, in the current situation, the poisonous fog will not dissipate, and no supplies will be distributed from above. Maybe the community really capable of making them starve for a month. Then the crowd fell silent. As for exchanging supplies again, whether it is Huang Jingha or Lan Jin, there is really no need to exchange them for a while, so what happens? Tomorrow and the next 2 days has nothing to do with them, and it will not even matter for a long time in the future.
Nothing to do with them.
However, the staff have been exhausted in the past 2 days. Even if there are a total of 100 people including volunteers, it is not enough to exchange all the materials in the community in 2 days. After all, the area of the current community is large, and the floors of each building are high, and they try their best to let the residents change.
The big ones.
After all the moving and lifting, it is tiring to say the least, and it is really endless. Seeing that there are still many people who have not changed, the staff added another 3 days. After a total of 5 days, the large items of each family have really changed a lot, but it is finally possible to let the residents'
permits be filled.
With some contribution points, everyone can always slow down for a while. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the staff immediately sent another notice in the group, telling the residents about the incident of the yes person last time and the incident of breaking the door this time, even though they already knew yes, but I always have to remind them from time to time. It is one day to be able to bluff one, and one day is to be able to be stable for a day, so they have no intention of hiding
these two things at all.
However, let's not talk about the yes people. The crime of stealing is so serious, it really dispelled the evil thoughts in many people's hearts for a while, and here in their community and the 12 buildings where Longines is located, it was really quiet for a while.
Just, not long.
But in any case, Longines' life during this time is still relatively good.
But what about Renxing and Menging? Really, they are doing pretty well.
At the beginning, the two of them broke open the door lock of Longines' house without any precautions for the supplies of Longines' house, and after the poisonous mist stained their skin, the skin, red, swollen, itchy, unbearable, the two blamed and cursed each other at home every day. However, even in this situation, it is impossible not to eat, so the two of them together converted all the furniture except the bed into contribution points, so during this period of time, except for the skin, the two of them really had no problems living. These two people are enjoyment in time, so they didn't treat themselves badly after they got the contribution points.
They didn't miss 3 meals a day.
The rented house and the furniture couldn't be bought very well, so that the contribution points were not exchanged much, plus the redemption of the contribution points and the skin medicine for treating the poisonous mist came out, and the two people's hearts suddenly changed.
Back up. Eating or not? Definitely can't be less. Medicine
also can't be less, but they really have nothing except a little contribution point. Even if the specific price of the medicine is revealed, the two of them are worried there are a few, just that little contribution point. It is really unaffordable. It would be fine if there was no medicine, but they couldn't use the medicine right in front of them.
There is no way to continue to sit still.
Manhwa said, Brother Xing, it's impossible for us to be the only one in this building who has nothing to exchange for contribution points. How did the others get the supplies? After all, Renxing has lived here for several years. His friends really know a lot, and the internet at home is not broken. Naturally, they often communicate in private.
Renxing said, Pry the door, are you going to do it?
Do it, why don't you do it? We don't have many things in our house. Not to mention whether the skin can be cured, even eating has become a problem.
Brother Xing, I don't want to die.
Why did Renxing want to die? He was hesitant at first, but when he heard Meng Ying's words, even if he had made up his mind, he felt quite uncomfortable for him to go this far.
Damn it, if Longines was here, where are we going to get this far?
Renxing felt that if Longines was at home, there would be something to eat and drink at home. No matter how bad he was, let Longines go out and find a way. Anyway, he would not be bothered. Coincidentally, Meng Ying thought the same way, and she even suggested Ren Xiqiao's idea, but who knew that Longines was not on the other side at all? So when she heard Renxing blamed Longines, Meng Ying immediately echoed, that's right, it's all Longines' fault.
If she was at home, we wouldn't have come to this point. Thank you for the happy reward, thank you.
End of this chapter.
The two of them didn't even push it halfway.
After pushing the responsibility out in a few words, they began to plan how to act on this matter. Since it is an exchange of materials, it must be brought to his own home first, Renxing said. I know there are a few households upstairs that are
empty, let's.
Before Renxing could finish speaking, Meng Ying immediately agreed, okay. I have to say that in some respects, these two people are really a match made in heaven. The two endured and endured at home, and finally took advantage of nightfall to arrive at the door of a house upstairs. After groping for a while, they pried the door open. As Ren Xing said, no one lived in this house, and the two of them felt as if they were in their own home. The big ones were inconvenient to carry, but the small ones were not spared, and they all moved back to their own home. After leaving here, the two of them struck while the iron was hot and then went to another house. The same large item was left untouched, and the small item was not left untouched, even the private money hidden by the house owner under the bed. Bored. Although the RMB is useless now, since it is here, it must not go empty-handed. By the way, the surplus food of the two families was also moved away. After working for several hours in a row, until it was almost dawn, the two of them slowly returned home. When they exchanged contribution points the next day, they really exchanged a lot of contribution points. But these two people didn't think about it at all. How could there be so many things in the house that was empty last time? The staff simply didn't care about it. After all, they have so many things to do every day, and they didn't make a fuss that can't be called a problem. The staff turned a blind eye, and naturally all the contribution points were exchanged, and because they had a lot of things, the two exchanged a lot of contribution points, which were stored in the residence permits of the two of them. Meng Ying is very smart about this. After all, after she had taken off the filter on Ren Xing, she really found that Ren Xing had no sense of responsibility at all. It's not certain that his intentions will starve her to death. And when Ren Xing heard Meng Ying's request, he was very upset at first. After all, such a request was like distrusting him, but when he thought of the tacit understanding between the two of them when they cooperated, he decided to endure it for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Perhaps it was because the action in the middle of the night was too smooth, and it really gave the two people a taste of the sweetness. After eating a full meal, their lively thoughts could not stop, and gradually the two of them were in the same room. The building became active. As for the skin medicine, the two bought one for themselves after it was put on the shelves, but the ulceration spread quickly, and the two of them needed medicine for almost their whole bodies, and the limited amount of medicine purchased on the app was not enough for both of them. It's made by humans, and even if it's medicine, it's not easy to heal if you apply it on your body. But there is one thing, taking the medicine is definitely better than not taking the medicine, so that after the condition is under a little control, the two of them can live a good life, right? As for the follow-up, there is no follow-up for the time being, at least until no one finds out about the theft. These two people are really doing well. More than half a month passed by in a flash, and the time came to June. People have been living with the poisonous fog for nearly 2 months. No one knows how to dissipate the poisonous fog, nor does it how long will it take to dissipate, but it can't be that everyone doesn't work. If the poisonous fog doesn't go away and they have no income, wouldn't they all starve to death at home? This kind of thing is not allowed to happen even by the people above, so after solving the livelihood problems of everyone in May, they began to think about resuming work. But even if it is to resume work, it is impossible to have as many employees as before. In the end, the first thing these bosses discussed was layoffs. Small companies are fine, there are only 10 to dozens of people in total, and the boss can decide on the company's personnel by himself, so basically, all decisions can be made within 1 or 2 days. But big companies can't do it. There are at least a few hundred employees and thousands of employees. How can it be possible to select the personnel to be laid off in 1 or 2 days, so it can only be done layer by layer? The remaining high-level executives will let the high-level employees lay off half of their staff, and so on, without the need for the boss to come forward. A company will directly lose half of its employees. The list came out in May, and in June, layoffs were announced one by one. In just 1 week, that is, just in June, most people received the news of the company's layoffs. Nowadays, people are locked at home, and their jobs are gone. The key is that there is no compensation after being laid off during this special period, and even the boss still owes the salary of the previous month. Of course, at this time, RMB has no use, but if it is not issued, it is not issued. How can everyone feel at ease? And these unemployed people have no source of income and no source of food. Isn't this mentality alive? Finally, because of the death of a person, it was only a week in the safe building. Oh, in fact, it was lively again before the week came. And when the building became lively, the first victims would naturally be those who lived alone.
Aren't Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe the best candidates?
On the night of June 6th, someone knocked on the door of Lan Jin's house to borrow food. Lan Jin was speechless, without even a hint of expression, and directly refused, no. After refusing, she closed the door heavily, and after a bang, the woman borrowing food from outside the door yelled at her, "I'll just borrow some."
Food, why don't you close the door, you at? $$, $**, and $.
After hearing this, Lan Jin poured a pot of boiling water on that person.
Although it was already June, the temperature was still damp and cool due to the poisonous smog.
She was still wearing a thick winter jacket, so when the pot of boiling water was poured on that person, there must be nothing wrong with that person, but the exposed face was red anyway. But Lan Jin didn't care about that. "You try to scold me again, next time I won't use boiling water, but directly pour sulfuric acid on your face." The woman was frightened by Lan Jin's vicious look, and when she ran downstairs cursing, there was no one in Lan Jin's place, but there was a man in his 40s shaking his anti-theft door desperately at Huang Jinghe's door. The posture was as if he wanted to shake the anti-theft door off the wall, and Lan Jin was really angry when he saw it. Standing in the safe passage, Lan Jin cursed at the man across the floor. "What do you want to borrow? Since you didn't starve to death, you have food at home. If you don't have food in your own family, you can ask others to borrow it. Everyone will be ashamed." "Yes, Xiao Huang, pull out the water." Huang Jinghe was already waiting at the door, but he felt that if he couldn't take it anymore, he would splash the boiling water, so he stayed at the door and endured it. But who would have thought that Lan Jin would come just like that and give an order? Now, even if he wanted to endure it, he couldn't bear it anymore. No, he poured a pot of boiling water on the man. End of this chapter. When Lan Jin was just splashing water, she opened the door, and the pot of boiling water poured all over the woman, but Huang Jinghe splashed it through the door, and there was a partition on the door, which would naturally rebound. The boiling water was not only splashed on men, there is hot water on his body, and Huang Jinghe himself has a little bit. Fortunately, he was nimble, and when he poured the boiling water out, he took several steps back. Some water splashed on him, but not much. The man didn't expect Huang Jinghe to be so courageous as a child, and he would splash the boiling water as soon as he wanted to, but Huang Jinghe was in the house at the moment and he couldn't do anything about him for a while. But Lan Jin was in the aisle of the stairwell, even more so. What's more, Lan Jin is still a woman, so can he still have nothing to do with a woman? The man ran towards Lan Jin downstairs almost without thinking. Lan Jin was standing at the handrail at the end of the stairs. Seeing the man running down, she immediately backed up a few steps. When he was struggling downstairs, Huang Jinghe hurriedly opened the door of the house, and ran down after the man with a baseball bat. Seeing that the man was getting closer to Lan Jin, he jumped behind him in 3 steps at a time, and hit the man's back forcefully with the baseball bat in his hand. Anyone who has played with a baseball bat knows that it is easy to swing it, but in fact it is not light, and Huang Jinghe is a baseball player himself, and his hand strength is not weak at all. In addition to the situation just now, it was also critical. Huang Jinghe didn't have time to control his strength at all. The man who was still going down the stairs after being beaten with a stick couldn't get up even if he rolled down the stairs after being beaten and crawled on the ground. Seeing that the man didn't touch Lan Jin, Huang Jinghe finally relaxed from his nervousness. He thought to himself, fortunately, he went out quickly, otherwise it would be bad for Lan Jin who helped him to get hurt. But at the same time, the groaning of the man lying on the ground couldn't be ignored. The man stretched out his hand and caressed his back while shouting, "Ah, it hurts, I can't get up, it's broken, I can't move anymore, you actually disabled me, you have to compensate me." Disabled? Broken? Lan Jin asked Huang Jinghe, "Where did you just hit?" Huang Jinghe pointed to the spot where he was hit by the baseball bat just now, and said, "I just hit it on the back, and I didn't use much strength. It must have hit the spine, and the place won't be too big. The strength will be broken." To be honest, everything that happened just now was too urgent. Although he said that he hit the man's back, he might have hurt the man's spine.
He doesn't regret any consequences. Although Huang Jinghe thinks so, Lan Jin obviously has a different opinion. She looked at the man crawling on the ground and said that her spine was broken, but she waved her hands around very well, and that face, the expression on his face was only the pain of being beaten, not the pain of broken bones, so Lan Jin immediately concluded that the man was lying. And so, regardless of whether the man is real or false at the moment, in short, since you said it was broken, let it never get up again, and then raised your foot and stepped heavily on the man's spine. Click. A crisp sound was covered up by the man's exclamation, but Lan Jin heard it clearly. It seemed that it was really broken at the moment, and she was relieved when it was broken, but Huang Jinghe didn't make any sound at all. He didn't hear it either, and Huang Jinghe didn't think that Lan Jin could directly break a man's spine with such strength. Looking at the reddened face of the man on the ground, and the rolled eyes, Huang Jinghe really felt that the man lying on the ground had pretty good acting skills. As for the man on the ground, apart from the scream at the beginning, he really couldn't make any sound after that. After waving his hands in the air on his back for a while, he tilted his head and he didn't move at all. Up. Huang Jinghe straightened up, stepped on the man's ass, and shook the man's body with the strength of his foot. Seeing that the man really didn't respond at all, he asked in a panic, "Sister Lan, what's the matter? People, shouldn't they just die like this? I haven't killed anyone yet. It's as if someone has killed someone." Lan Jin turned the man on the ground over with a hook, and when he was facing up, stretched out his fingers to test under the man's nose, and replied, "Well, I'm still angry. Since I'm not dead, it's none of our business." Hearing that the man was not dead, the nervous Huang Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but this man can't just be placed on our floor. Lan Jin thought for a while and said, "Then throw it downstairs." As soon as she finished speaking, Nana jumped out from her footsteps. It used its head to move the man to the side of the stairs, and then the man rolled down the stairs by itself. The head repeated the action just now, until after throwing the person 3 floors up, Nana quickly climbed up the stairs. Nana stood at Lan Jin's feet, then raised her head to look at Lan Jin, with a look on her face that "I did a good job, please praise me immediately." Which made Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe a little bit unbearable to look directly at. Lan Jin pretended to say, "Nana is awesome, I'll give you an extra meal tomorrow morning." Huang Jinghe was even more twitching the corners of his mouth to speak now, but let Lan Jin say, "Fortunately, Rinsichio has been taken into the space by her at the moment, otherwise, if one doesn't pay attention, I'm afraid this person it was split up by her again, and another Huang Jinghe was here." If he really saw it, she really didn't know how to explain it. After solving the man, today's matter is considered to be over. Today, she and Huang Jinghe cooperated a little tacitly, and although Huang Jinghe was a little hesitant and indecisive at the beginning, her follow-up performance was still very good. Said, "I didn't expect you to be very ruthless." Huang Jinghe understood Lan Jin's meaning. His expression was a little shy, and then he smiled naively. "My parents have already reminded me when they called me, Sister Lan, if you didn't speak out first today, maybe I would still just bear it for a while. But it's impossible for him to endure it all the time, it's just that everything needs a process, but now he has taken the first step, and it shouldn't be like today in the future. Since your parents have reminded you, I don't need to say more about what to do." Huang Jinghe nodded solemnly. "Well, Sister Lan, I understand, this is the first time I have encountered such a thing. After taking the first step, I will be much better, and I will definitely not hold back after that. I'm afraid this kind of situation will not be rare in the future. We have to think of a way. We don't know how long it will take for the poisonous fog to dissipate. As long as everyone can't get out for a day, we will always be threatened." Huang Jinghe said, "Sister Lan, no one lives on the 31st floor anyway, see if we can lock the door of the safe passage on the 31st floor, that door is strong, and it can block some people no matter what. You have the key, but I don't have the key to that door." End of this chapter. Coincidentally, neither do I. Huang Jinghe replied embarrassingly. But it's one thing for the two of them not to have a key, but it's another thing for their weird floor. Sushir originally planned to build this building with only 30 floors, so there is no elevator on the 31st floor, and there is an additional fire door on the 31st floor. Everyone who lives in the community knows that the stairs of the fire escape, safety passage, are the only escape route, so the passage from the parking lot to the top floor is unobstructed and cannot be blocked by doors, but their strange house type of fire door was installed on the 31st floor to isolate them from the floors below. And this door used to be very cumbersome to open when going downstairs, but now it adds a layer of protection to their lives. After all, there are no bad quality fire doors, and the fire door on the 31st floor is closed. If the lock is locked, it is really impossible for the people below to get up. Huang Jinghe said, but it seems that there is no need for a key. The handle of the fire door is just opposite. We can tie it with a rope, and then tie the door on our own floor. This will not only prevent some people from coming to borrow food. On the other hand, it will not delay us going up and down the stairs. To be honest, there are only 2 of them living upstairs, and the roof is full of poisonous fog, so we can't go there. It seems unreasonable not to let people go, but in fact, if you don't have bad intentions, why do you come up? Is it possible that I still want to exchange feelings? So I said immediately, okay, I have a rope at home, and I will get it. The rope used for climbing is relatively strong. Besides, do you have to go downstairs to get food every day? Huang Jinghe thought for a while and then said, I won't buy it, just stick to it for now, and buy a few servings later when I want to change my taste. But Lan Jin didn't think so. If this is the case, it's better to buy a little more these 2 days and put them at home. After all, it's just a little trouble at the beginning, and I'm afraid it will become more and more chaotic in the future. If it continues, isn't there a greater risk of being targeted? As soon as Lan Jin explained, Huang Jinghe understood, okay, I have a refrigerator at home, these prepared meals can be stored for a few days, I can eat them differently, and one more thing, I think the family members of this man will have to wait after he is discovered. I'm afraid it's going to make a fuss, and it's more suspicious if we tie up the door like this. Why don't we order a few more meals today, and we will tie them up after we take all the meals tomorrow. Well, okay. The 2 of them got into a dispute and then went home, but Lan Jin would not leave anything to be caught. The man was still alive just now, and now they are separated. She will not let him stay for a while. When Huang Jinghe from upstairs entered the room, Lan Jin was thinking about how to kill that man. It would definitely not work to go down in person. The goal is too big. If the man has accomplices, she will kill him on the spot. Caught it right. But after thinking about it, it was wrong. If the man had an accomplice, he must have found out that something happened to the man at this moment, so how could he not come up to make trouble? But it is still unrealistic for her to go down, so she turned her attention to Nana. Although Nana is just a puppy, she has great strength. Although the door of the safe passage is heavy, she can pass through it freely with Nana's strength, so she said to Nana, Nana, I will ask you to do it for me now. One thing, can you do it? Seeing that Lan Jin's words were so solemn, Nana, who was slack at the side, also became serious. She straightened her back and stood in front of Lan Jin with a serious face, listening to Lan Jin's next instructions, but she waited for a long time. I didn't see Lan Jin make a sound, so it let out a small cry, Wang. Lan Jin said, don't worry, I'll think about what to do. Then Nana waited for Lan Jin's order with a serious attitude. After a while, Lan Jin said, you just threw it on the 28th floor, right? You will go to the man you just threw, go and have a look, move the man to the window, and then open the locked window. Do you remember how to open the window? I taught you before, to open the lock by tilting the lock to the doorknob, and then after opening all the windows, come back quickly. Nana understood Lan Jin's instructions, and after a low wang, she moved to the door with small steps. Lan Jin immediately opened the door and let Nana out the protective door of the passage, and then bumped down the stairs. Nana came to the side of the man who was thrown down, first moved him to the window, and then according to the method Lan Jin taught before, pushed the locked window lock up with her head, and then after the lock was unlocked, it pushed the window with its little claws and the poisonous mist floated in instantly.
The siren was installed next to the window of the safe passage, and it rang almost at the same time as the window opened.
At the same time, Nana hurried upstairs before the poisonous fog caught up with it.
Listening to the noise in the corridor, Lon Jean knew that this man would definitely die. As for whether she asked Nana to open the window to affect innocent people, this point. Don't make trouble, although it's not the middle of the night, it's not too early. One of them doesn't sleep at home at night, but sleeps here in the safe passage.
Do you think she, is an innocent person? Moreover, the sound of the alarm in the corridor is so loud, and the poisonous fog moves with the wind, the alarm of the whole building will sound. After a while, and even the sleeping people can be woken up. Finally, can you not quickly plug the gap, so her behavior can't hurt innocent people at all? As for those who don't go home in the middle of the night, they can only be hurt if they are hurt. Lon Jean doesn't feel guilty at all. After Nana came home, she immediately praised, "Nana is awesome, don't wait for tomorrow, how about I reward you with a chicken leg and a duck leg in a while?" Nana was wagging her tail excitedly, as if I had done something important for the master. She was too mighty, and the dog was not as restrained as before barking Wong Wang because of being too excited. But it's really okay to bark louder now, after all, the vigilant residents have already got up, and the sound of such a loud siren, the dog's barking, is not too abrupt. At the same time, Huang Jinghe immediately sent a message after hearing the alarm, "Sister Lon, why is the alarm in the corridor ringing?"
Lon Jean, I don't know, someone will definitely come to check it later, just ask and you'll know, remember not to go out, seal the door.
Huang Jinghe, Sister Lon, why do I think something is going to happen, why don't we make a confession? Lon Jean. This kid's intuition is a bit accurate, but it's good to ask her about this before doing anything.
Although you may think that this boy has no opinions in normal times, but he doesn't look at what time it is.
Sometimes his opinions are it will kill people, so it's a good thing to ask more now.
End of this chapter. Lon Jean didn't continue to send messages, but immediately made a phone call. What did you mean just now? Why did you feel that something was going to
happen? Huang Jinghe, the noise in this corridor is too strange.
We just hit someone and threw him downstairs, and the alarm went off.
Could it be that after we came up, something happened down there again? All right. Lon Jean, it's right if something goes wrong.
How can there be nothing wrong with everyone locked together? But let's not care about other people's affairs.
If there is something wrong, let's just tell the truth.
All right, let's throw people downstairs. This thing was always done wrong. Anyway, people didn't lose their breath at that time, Before Lon Jean finished talking to me, Huang Jinghe said cleverly, "Sister Lon, I know, you can talk about the first part, but I stopped talking about
the latter part after I hit someone with a baseball bat. By the way, Sister Lon, what if that person says you stepped on him, did you leave any footprints?"
Lon Jean really doesn't remember this. Then you just say that after you beat me up, you stepped on me, and then this man was beaten away by us, and
that's fine, and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this man.
Huang Jinghe said, well, I know, I'm just worried that if something alarms the police, they will investigate this man and then tell the story.
So we can explain it.
Don't worry, just say what you said, we didn't kill, at most we hit someone, and it was the person who picked it on his own initiative, so is there
anything wrong with our self-defense?
There is definitely nothing wrong with it, but he listened to Lon Jin's words and read a lot of end-time novels recently, so he made a fuss over a molehill, but in fact, after thinking about it, the man was still angry before they went home, and the poisonous mist neither came in, and when they
got home,
he would never mention the sound of the safe passage door being slowly pushed open.
The noise in the corridor could not be solved until the next day.
The colleagues on duty that night organized a team and rushed towards Building 12. When the staff passed through the 2 layers of protective curtains and came to the first floor, what they saw was a vast poisonous fog.
This concentration is definitely not something that can be achieved by a small mouth.
A leading staff member said, divide into 2 groups, one group goes from top to bottom, and the other group goes from bottom to top, look for the
damage, and call when you find it.
After speaking, the team was automatically divided into 2 groups.
One group got on the elevator and went straight to the 30th floor.
start on the first floor, and go up layer by layer to find the past. However, when the team above reached the 28th floor, one accidentally tripped over a bump of monsters on the ground.
Ouch. Hey. What? It's resting on my leg. You said, I almost tripped and fell downstairs. The two of them had just sighed and looked aside. Good guy, it turned out that the big lump was actually a person, and judging by the thick fog, it was impossible for people on the ground to still be alive. The two community workers looked at each other, and one of them took out his mobile phone and called the leader. Hey, we are on the 28th floor now. Someone died here. While this man was on the phone, another man found an open window. He patted the man's arm and pointed to the window. The man then passed to the other end of the phone. I think we found the loud voice. The source is here, and the window next to this person was opened. Okay, you guys close the windows first, stay where you are, and I will come up immediately. In case there is a gap below, let the people below let them see layer by layer. Okay. After finishing speaking, the man hung up the phone, and after a while, the leading staff took the elevator to the 28th floor, but when the three of them got together, one of them said, "No, I have a question. Don't people sleep? What is he doing here in this safe passage? What else can I do? Do something bad." After speaking, the leader made a call to the civilian police. It was still the same group of people who came to Building 12 in a short while. It's just that, the whole body of the people on the ground has been infected by the poisonous mist, and although the skin has not yet festered, it is already red and swollen. If you think about it, you can't see anything, so order people to remove the corpse first. The bodies were brought back, and they stayed here to make notes one by one. When the residents heard that there was another murder case in this building, they became nervous and scared. After all, the poisonous fog lingered and they couldn't get out of the building, but the murderer has been living in the same building with them. Who knows who will? It's the next victim. For a while, the group became lively again. And the confession can't ask anything, because the target is still the solitary person in this building, and it is impossible for this man to only target Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe, so after a large number of victims among them, the two of them are really not so noticeable. But one of the policemen was wrong no matter what he thought. He said, "Why do I feel that the dead people have provoked the people on the 32nd and 33rd floors? The last time a man and a woman were like this time the man the same is true. Could the murderer be the people on the 32nd and 33rd floors? But there is something important that we have overlooked." Another policeman didn't think so, he said. "Although the people on the 32nd and 33rd floors are very suspicious, the other, people are also very suspicious. The girl living alone on the 12th floor, the girl on the 23rd floor, the middle-aged man, and an old couple on the 5th floor, etc., are also the targets of this man. Why do you think the two on the 32nd and 33rd floors are very suspicious? Just intuition. Evidence is what matters when dealing with a case. Intuition is nothing. Can you arrest these two people directly by intuition? Of course not, but I just feel that I can't get away from these two people. I know why you think so, because every time this kind of thing happens, only these two families will have conflicts with others, and because of this conflict, you take it for granted that these two people are irritable, and maybe they will be angry when they get angry. Killed people directly, right? The man thought for a while and said, "Yes, and no, I can't tell, but as you said, I have no evidence. I don't think the confessions of these two households are suspicious. They have different personalities. Some people have a hot temper, but that doesn't mean he, is the murderer. On the contrary, the woman from 701 is very suspicious. 701 is the daughter-in-law of the male deceased in the first murder case, but when it comes to her home, almost everyone remembers that her home is under surveillance. Her home is under surveillance. Have you copied it back? No, this woman turned off the surveillance. I checked her mobile phone at the time. After her husband died, the surveillance was turned off and never turned on again. In fact, I think this woman is a guilty conscience. Otherwise, the surveillance, it's okay, why don't you close it? Everything is based on evidence.
What you said is possible, but before there is no evidence, these are just speculations.
That's fine. With these doubts, let's investigate again.
In order to collect evidence, the police ran in their building for half a month, so that there were some signs of hustle just now, and they were
silent in an instant. The subsequent large-scale layoffs did not cause too much disturbance in the building.
The update is over, please support. End of this chapter.
Half a month passed in a flash.
Not to mention that the civilian police have made no progress here, and the troops are not much better.
Remember when a large amount of supplies disappeared from the supermarket?
At that time, they sent people to investigate nearby. During that time, the only thing that attracted people's attention was the matter of the S-people in the 12 buildings.
Although these two things cannot be linked together, everyone is unwilling to let go of any possibility, so they have investigated this matter secretly.
However, there is no suspicious family, so that the supplies are always a knot in everyone's mind. And the news of the S-person in the 12th building spread like wildfire, which also attracted a lot of their attention, and then joined them in the
process of handling the case. Otherwise, a case with no doubts would take half a month. Time, however.
Not only was the murderer not found, but the supplies in the supermarket also had no clues. So much so that in the end, people on both sides had to be disappointed.
And when this group of people left, just as everyone was eager to try again, there was a breeze blowing and rustling leaves in the quiet outside.
At the beginning, everyone thought they had heard it wrong, but when the wind gradually became louder, everyone became a little excited. Since the arrival of the poisonous fog, the outside has fallen into a dead silence, but now there is a wind blowing. Does that mean that there will be
new developments outside? Will the poisonous mist dissipate with the wind?
When everyone was looking forward to it, only Lan Jin felt that this scene was very strange. In her previous life, the poisonous fog lasted for half a year, but during this 6 months, she didn't have the slightest memory of the wind blowing in the middle, but when the poisonous fog was about to dissipate. Thinking of this, Lan Jin suddenly shuddered.
Could it be that the poisonous fog had ended earlier?
But why is it brought forward again? The day of the end of the world has been brought forward, and the day of the end of the poisonous fog has also
been brought forward, so will it continue to follow the development of the previous life?
Lan Jin was a little depressed, but it disappeared after a while.
What is she depressed about?
In her previous life, she only stayed in the last days for a total of 1 year. Who knows when the last days will end, so as long as there are supplies, no matter what natural disasters happen or how long it takes, she can deal
with them. What's so depressing?
An hour later, the strong wind outside was howling and whistling everywhere.
2 hours later, even if you couldn't see the trees outside, you could still hear the wild swaying of the leaves of the trees due to the strong wind.
3 hours later, the sound of the wind became stronger. Those branches and lawns were all rolled up in the air by the strong wind, and then they fell on the walls of the buildings with a crackling sound, as if they were about to hit the tall buildings into a deep pit.
Feel.
4 hours later, the gust of wind hit every household like an invisible pressure.
Although everyone stayed at home, the sound outside really scared everyone.
Without it, it doesn't matter if the window is broken, but it matters a lot if the poisonous fog comes in. But when the strong wind blew for 4 hours, people clearly found that the poisonous fog outside was much thinner. It used to only have a visible range of 1 meter, but now they can vaguely see the opposite building.
Is definitely a good thing.
The strong wind can blow away the poisonous mist, so it also indicates that it is finally time for them to go out. While everyone was ecstatic, Lan Jin was extremely calm. Without it, because the tornado accompanied by the strong wind is about to come out, and the places where the tornado has visited are even more horrible, with countless casualties. And the heavy rain after the strong wind is even more. Wanting to go out is not something that happens for a while, but it is a good thing that the poisonous fog can dissipate in advance. After all, during the 3 months of being locked up, she herself felt a little uncomfortable woolen cloth. Facing the coming new disaster, Lan Jin really had nothing to prepare in advance, but after looking at the dark sky outside and checking the time again, she sent Huang Jingha a message. Lan Jin, Xiao Huang, remember to store more water.
Huang Jinghe, Sister Kellen, the poisonous fog outside is getting thinner and thinner, we can go out soon, why save water?
Lan Jin, don't you think the wind is blowing abnormally? What if there is a water and power outage for a while? It's always right to save some first.
It doesn't matter if you don't need it right now, and you can use it slowly later so it won't be wasted.
Huang Jinghe did not refuse, but immediately took out the container at home to receive water after putting down the phone. No matter how spectacular the abnormality outside was, everyone would worry that there would be no water available when the water supply time was limited, so Huang Jinghe, who lived on the top floor, kept the water is also very slow. At this time, Huang's father and Huang's mother called.
Huang's father said, "Your respect, have you noticed the weather outside?" Huang Jinghe, I noticed that the fog outside is getting thinner and thinner.
Can we go out right away? But Sister Lan asked me to prepare water, I don't quite understand, it's filled with water right now. Upon hearing Huang Jinghe's words, Huang's mother immediately said excitedly, listen to your sister Lan, quickly prepare the water at home, we have received news that the tornado will come immediately after the strong wind, and there will be heavy rain after the tornado. No one can say for sure how much rainfall will be, so be prepared. Huang Jinghe gasped, after all, he really thought he could go out after the strong wind, but he didn't expect that there would be so many disasters
waiting for him. Mom and Dad, it's really hard to live, but the rain, how big can it be?
You child. Huang's mother sighed, anyway, your floor will definitely not be flooded, but the downstairs is not necessarily.
Didn't you say that the door of the safe passage on the 31st floor can be tied with a rope? Wait until the water is flooded.
Immediately tie up the downstairs after picking it up, and don't open the door when anyone comes. Huang Jinghe immediately responded, okay, Mom and Dad, let me fetch the water first, don't worry, I will definitely not open the door. After hanging up the phone, Huang Jinghe immediately took out all the unfilled containers at home and filled them with water. As for Lan Jin, there was no waiting for Huang Jinghe to tie up the door, so he went downstairs to tie up the door, and then he didn't forget to go to the 33rd floor to give Huang Jinghe a walkie-talkie. Huang Jinghe looked confused, Sister Lan, why do I feel that your posture is more serious than being in the poisonous fog? Look at the wind, what to do in case of water and power outages, before you can go out, be fully prepared, that's right, I don't know how to use this thing yet, you teach me first. Lan Jin really doesn't know how to use the walkie-talkie, so the purpose of sending it to Huang Jinghe is naturally to hope that he can teach her. After she learned it, she planned to leave. Lan Jin said, if the phone has no battery or no signal, you can use this if you want to contact me. After Lan Jin left, Huang Jinghe sent a message to Huang's father and mother. Huang's father and Huang's mother felt emotional, and remembered Lan Jin's helping his son during this period of time in his heart. Father Huang said, no matter what, it's a good thing that Sister Lan is willing to mention her son. Let's remember this. Huang's mother said, I think it's better to wait for the base to be built, and let's give Zhang Base's invitation letter as a thank you gift. What do you think? End of this chapter. The base mentioned by Huang's father and Huang's mother is Lan Jin's ultimate goal, the Beijing base, but wanting to settle in the Beijing base is far from as simple as Lan Jin thought. Not to mention that the Beijing city base has not been built yet, even if it is built, it is the central base of all bases. Do you think ordinary people can easily enter it? So if you want to live there, you have to be someone who is capable except for a recommendation from a relationship. As for what kind of ability, because the base has not been completed, so there is no detailed planning, but obviously the invitation letter has become a base for entering Beijing. This shows how valuable this invitation letter is. Of course, Lan Jin at this time must be ignorant. Once she finds out about this matter, in fact, it will not be a big deal. Life is always going to happen, and if you want to survive in the last days, you will always have to live. It is necessary to grow on your own, and it is always better to survive under the protection of others than to support yourself, so if it is really good for Huang Jinghe, Lan Jin thinks that it is best for him not to help him at all help. The sky outside the window was already dark, and besides the howling wind, the torrential rain was also lashing against the glass like a whip. Undoubtedly, no one could sleep well that night. In order to prevent Rin Xiqiao from being afraid, after Lan Jin washed Xiao Doubting, he began to discuss with her about letting her sleep in the space. However, Xiao Doubting was unwilling to enter the space by herself, and her little expression of rejection seemed to be that she was deeply afraid that if she entered the space, she would miss something that she would regret for the rest of her life. To put it bluntly, she was worried that Lan Jin did something bad and she didn't know, so she would lose the fun of splitting up the bad guys. Lan Jin told the truth but didn't tell the truth. He can only wake up and sleep with the child all night, and after the night, the storm outside still showed no signs of abating. After Lan Jin cleaned up the children, he stood on the balcony. Baba looked out in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. I thought I would not be able to see clearly just looking at it like this, but who knows that after this night, there is really no trace of the poisonous fog, but only this night, the city roads have become a vast ocean, and even the dark clouds are getting lower and lower, and from a distance, it seems that there is a piece of heaven and earth connected by water dragons. Lan Jin thought he was dazzled, so he quickly took out the binoculars from the space and looked at the place just now. The dark clouds there were suppressed extremely low. All cars and houses were destroyed and involved. Lan Jin was extremely shocked. She knew that there was a tornado in her previous life, but was the tornado so close to her? Then, she watched helplessly as the tornado crossed the river and destroyed the bridge, then moved towards them. Lan Jin took a few steps back in fear, but after she regained her composure, she took out the binoculars again to observe the tornado carefully. A tornado is coming? Coming towards them? Then what should she do, hide in the space? But no, entering the space can avoid the tornado, but what to do after coming out? Her house is on the 32nd floor, if the house here is gone, wouldn't she just fall right out of the space? However, just when Lan Jin was panicking, the tornado didn't blow towards them at all, but turned a big bend and then blew towards another place. Of course, this is what Lan Jin observed visually with a telescope. In fact, the tornado is quite far away from her position, and according to its trajectory, it can't move to their side at all. Just now, she was just too worried. Seeing the tornado blowing farther and farther, Lan Jin suddenly relaxed. At this moment, the walkie-talkie on the coffee table rang. Huang Jingha, Sister Lan, can you hear me? The sudden sound of the signal terrified the heart that had just relaxed after being frightened. Lan Jin picked up the walkie-talkie on the coffee table and said, I'm here. Huang Jingha, Sister Lan, I was scared to death just now. I saw a tornado, but it was a little far away from us, but its destructive power is too strong. Fortunately, it didn't blow towards us. Lan Jin, that's right, I saw it too, it scared me just now. Huang Jingha said, but Sister Lan, the water and electricity stopped just now. Fortunately, you let me pick up the water yesterday. I was worried that there was no power, and the phone was always charging. There is power now, but there is no signal outside. So the mobile phone is of no great use if it has power or not. Lan Jin, as far as the situation outside is concerned, the signal may not indicate when it will recover. Originally, there was a power outage, so Lan Jin said why the group felt so quiet at the moment, it was obviously quite noisy just now. Huang Jingha reminded, Sister Lan, my parents said that there will be heavy rain in the future, and it is estimated that it will rain for several days in a row. Is there enough water and food in your house? Do you have enough for my house? Lan Jin said, don't worry, I have food at home. I used to save on relief supplies before. I'm sure I won't be hungry for a while. I also have a lot of water at home, but your parents said they should continue to drink. Several days of rain? Huang Jingha, yes, it will take several days in a row. I called to tell me yesterday, but because Sister Lan reminded me to save water, I think you must have saved it, so I didn't mention it yesterday, but Sister Lan, if you are short of food, you must tell me, even if you are hungry, you can't starve your children, my family really has food. Chattering with Huang Jingha, on the contrary, eased Lan Jin's nervousness a lot. Lan Jin smiled and said, don't worry, my family really has something to eat. We mothers like to hoard goods the most. We insist on nothing for a few months, pressure. After hearing what Lan Jin said, Huang Jinghe finally felt relieved. Well, Sister Lan, if you need anything, just tell me. Unexpectedly, before Lan Jin could reply, the walkie-talkie in her hand was snatched by Ren Xiqiao, who called out sweetly, brother. Ren Xiqiao and Huang Jinghe only met once in the past 3 months, but Ren Xiqiao remembered the big boy upstairs. Without him, even though the meeting was rushed, Huang Jinghe still brought her an oversized candy. That candy is as big as a 3-year-old child, that is to say, a 2-year-old Ren Xiqiao is not as big as a candy, but these are not important, who makes? Children like candy, so for the person who gave her candy she just likes people very much. No, the two of them established a deep friendship because of a candy, and even Ren Xiqiao occasionally called Huang Jinghe with her mobile phone to chat. So much so that at this moment, Lan Jin was talking to Huang Jinghe. Although she didn't know what a walkie-talkie was, she might be chatting with her brother upstairs. Of course Ren Xiqiao didn't want to miss it, and then she said sweetly, brother. Huang Jinghe also liked this little sister very much. After saying brother, Lan Jin took the opportunity to let the two little guys chat, but all her attention was still put out of the window. In just a few words, the tornado was gone. There were no more traces, and all that was left was wind and rain. End of this chapter. The violent storm outside the window was still continuous, accompanied by thunder and lightning from time to time. Lan Jin was a little scared when she saw it, but Ren Xiqiao and Nana, a child and a dog, were in a good state of mind, and there was no sign of fear at all. Meals can't be delivered, and now not only the electricity is cut off but also the water is flooded. Even if you want to send a notice, I'm afraid you won't be able to tell everyone in a while. But even if the cafeteria can't deliver meals, there are still a lot of ready-made food in Lan Jin's space. Just take 1 or 2 out and feed the 2 of them and the dog. After the stomach was full, 1 child and 1 dog also fell into a deep sleep due to lack of energy last night. However, how to eat is not a fatal matter, because the rainwater is too fast, the water is not discharged so fast, and because of the strong wind. Many sewers are blocked by trees and garbage, like some terrain. The lower part was directly flooded last night, and Lan Jin's place finally flooded the first floor after it rained continuously for a day and a night. There are no residents on the first floor of their community, but there are actually people living on the second floor. As long as the rain doesn't stop, the entire second floor will be flooded by rain after 1 night without accident. People must not be able to live there, and luckily there is no poisonous fog in the corridor. After gathering together several families on the second floor, they packed their luggage and planned to move to the safe passage on the 3rd floor for a temporary stay. But there are always people who are willing, and there are always people who are not willing. Seeing that the flood has not yet reached the 2nd floor, a middle-aged woman is unwilling to move. She said, "The rain will stop soon, I will not move, I don't want to sleep on the corridor." The middle-aged woman was unwilling, and her family would naturally let her stay at home alone. When the family didn't pay attention, the tragedy happened. Not to mention the tornado, even the strong wind can blow off the wires. Even if the electricity has been cut off now, those wires buried in the flood can't be dealt with for a while. The flood plus the live wires, if it's nothing if people don't touch it, but once people touch water. Watching the gradually rising flood, the family, who had been thinking of luck, fell straight in their own home. And this middle-aged woman, because of her willfulness, tasted the consequences of her own crimes, but her family members were the most innocent. I don't know if she regretted her actions when she was dying. After another night, the flood water rose to the 3rd floor of the safe passage. Seeing that the family didn't come up all night yesterday, it didn't take much thinking to know that there must be something wrong with the flood. You said that there is no electricity in the water, otherwise why didn't the people on the 2nd floor come up? The flood is a bit scary when there is electricity. The outside is completely flooded, and there is no way to rescue it. Are you kidding? I don't know what to do in this situation. Even if you want to rescue, you can't save it. Look at the wind and rain outside. Can people stand outside? What's more, who knows if the poisonous fog will disperse? Does that mean we don't know how long we're going to stay in this corridor? Not only that, maybe we have to move up. And not only did they want to move, but they also asked the residents on the third floor to move up together. But who knows that the people on the 2 floors didn't move for long, and the flood rose to the 4th floor at night, and the group had to ask the people on the 5th floor to move up together. And the more people moved up, the slower the group moved. In the end, they all moved up from the 10th floor. Then from the 2nd floor to the 8th floor, there were more than 20 households in total, and they were all lined up from the 10th floor to the 18th floor. But when these people stayed here, everyone couldn't help feeling, I don't know if this poisonous fog has left or not, and it's raining so much now. Could it be that the end of the world is coming? The building has a total of 33 floors, do you think the rain will flood the 33rd floor? The poisonous fog outside is so thick that we can't get out. If you can get to the 33rd floor, why don't you talk about getting out? We all have to stay here. Then you say we should move directly to the top floor. As soon as the words came out, someone objected, it's meaningless to go to the top floor. I don't believe that the top floor will not be flooded in such a heavy rain. There was no roof on the terrace that day, and we couldn't go out. Let me tell you, in fact, there is a place in the middle, the safest. Yes, let's see when the rain stops, if not, let's move up. And just as these people expected, in Huang Jinghe's house on the top floor, the rain had already entered the house, and the new decoration on the walls of the whole house was basically completely useless. Fortunately, the windows and everything were double-layered in soundproof single glass, the surrounding edges are very good, and the rain does not seep in through the windows, but because his house is on the top floor, he was given a small attic when he bought the house. The small attic is in the shape of a triangle. Although he also replaced the side glass, it was not as strong as the glass below. No, without being baptized by this violent storm, it finally started to leak. Huang Jinghe had no choice but to live directly in the small attic, collecting and storing water at the same time. The water was definitely not drinkable, but no one would dislike flushing the toilet or something. But what he didn't know was that because of the small drain on the roof, the rainwater couldn't flow down, and it just dripped down from the crack of the roof door. It won't be long before people living in the safe passage will feel the double attack of the flood. Fortunately, after 9 days of heavy rain, it finally stopped. At this time, the heavy rain was only 2 steps away from the 8th floor, which shows the heavy rainfall. And when the rain stopped, after 3 months, the sun finally came out. Looking at the long-lost sun, everyone couldn't help being excited, but they must not dare to open the window rashly. After all, when the poisonous smog first came, there were some people who had suffered from opening windows, and those who hadn't suffered from it naturally remembered it in their hearts. But it's a good thing that the rain has stopped, as long as they wait, they will definitely be rescued. Sure enough, after a while, a drone with a loudspeaker hovered over their community. The rescue reminder from above was played on the loudspeaker, residents, please wait at ease. The rescue work is in full swing. The poisonous fog outside has also dissipated. The bright future that belongs to everyone is in front of us. Please wait for the rescue with peace of mind. As soon as they heard that there was rescue, everyone's nervous hearts finally relaxed. But, and many more. Has the poisonous fog dissipated? Did I hear it wrong? Did I just say that the poisonous fog has dissipated, didn't I? Yes, the poisonous fog has dissipated, so we can go out right away. Yes, we can finally go out, so can we open the windows now? I haven't breathed fresh air for a long time. The man immediately opened the windows in the safe passage after speaking. Thank you Tangshi for your reward, thank you. End of this chapter. The cold wind blew in through the window, breathing the long-lost fresh air, and everyone let go of the hostility on their bodies. And those who were still living at home, after opening all the windows in their homes, they stood directly on the balcony, and then stopped moving. Wow, I can finally go out. It just doesn't smell very good. But this is not important, the water below means a few things. I'll go, will the water be too high? Fuck, what's the matter? Because the upstairs and downstairs were flooded, the activities of the residents who temporarily lived in the safe passage were only on the floors. They stayed on In addition, the wind and rain outside the window could not see the situation clearly, and now that there is no electricity, and everyone can't talk. In the group, the news is blocked for a while, and I really don't know that the water outside has flooded to this height. No, as soon as he came out, he was shocked by the flood in front of him. However, there are some things that I can't think about. They belong to the higher terrain at the moment. Such a high terrain can flood between the 7th and 8th floors, so those lower terrains. And they have no time to grieve for others. It has rained for 9 days in a row, and even the landlord's house has no food left. Now that the rescue can be launched, can we give everyone a stutter first? Sure enough, in the afternoon, the broadcast on the drone was to inform the residents to go to the rooftop to receive relief supplies. After hearing the news, Lan Jin quickly went to the 31st floor and untied the rope on the safety door. As soon as she untied it on one side, she could hear footsteps rushing up the stairwell on the other side. Lan Jin didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurried upstairs. After all, she didn't want to come face to face with such people. Unexpectedly, as soon as she ran upstairs, she saw Huang Jinghe, who was about to go downstairs to untie the rope. Lan Jin hurriedly said, "The rope has been untied, many people have come running up, let's go back first, and we will pick it up later when there are fewer people." Huang Jinghe said, "Okay, Sister Lan, I can see the situation on the rooftop from the attic of my house, and the walkie-talkie will tell you to come up later." The two of them hurried back to the house after they finished talking, and just as they closed the door, the people below had already rushed to the 33rd floor, and they were struggling to tear down the door on the roof right now. The roof door was not a security door in the first place. Even if it was still locked, the door could be dismantled by these people with violence. When everyone came to the roof, they saw a helicopter parked in a corner, and directly in front of the helicopter, several staff members rushed to the landlord to place the rescue supplies for everyone. The supplies this time are calculated on a head-by-head basis, so residents are required to show their residence permits, first take their share of supplies, and then scan the residence permits to the staff at the side, and after making records, residents can leave on their own up. In addition to preventing people with ulterior motives from claiming too much, this approach is also making a detailed distribution record for the materials. It is impossible for everyone to count how many materials have been distributed. And the rescue supplies at the moment are also simple: a pack of compressed biscuits, a bottle of mineral water, whether it is enough or not, anyway. I will hang my life first. Perhaps these people were really hungry, and there really weren't many people messing around. They started eating as soon as they left the teen with the supplies. With food to eat, people finally feel a lot more comfortable, although these people were not very hungry before. She said that as long as the previous batch of relief supplies are not eaten indiscriminately, there will definitely be some surplus food. In addition, everyone will eat in the cafeteria later, and they can also buy supplies that can be stored on the app, so even if everyone spends 9 days without firing the fire, these people still had some food to eat. But it doesn't mean that they can eat enough, and one more thing, who knows how many days it will rain, and who knows when they can go out, so even if they eat, they can't eat too much. And, since all the residents have been locked up in their own homes for more than 3 months, the few days of heavy rain have been the saddest, and the people on the lower floors don't know what happened to the people on the upper floors. They only blame their own floors. It's submerged in water. And it's impossible to live now. Thinking about it this way, my mentality collapsed a little. But the residents on the upper floors are actually not much less. Although they don't live in the safe passage, their lives are still in dire straits. I don't have a single window in my house that is not exposed to the rain. In the past few days, I have spent all the sheets in my house just by plugging that gap. You still blocked it with a bed sheet. I just blocked it with a quilt. The quilt absorbs water, but who knows that the water in the toilet has to be flushed up from time to time. The quilt that has absorbed water can't be lifted dry. Anyway, there is no one at home. Good place. Isn't the saddest thing about not being able to open the window? The smell of the house after the water in the toilet flushes up. Ouch, it's so good. The person on the lower floor said, but at least you can still live at home. We eat, drink, and scatter all in the corridor these days.
Actually, it's all the same.
Anyway, the rain has finally stopped, and the days after that will always be easier. The area of the rooftop is only so small, and there are quite a lot of people queuing up. How can the staff let everyone stand here and chat, and immediately drove them away? Don't stand here and chat, and don't all get stuck on the
rooftop. And those residents living in the corridor couldn't help asking, how long will it take for the water to fade away? What should we do next?
There will be rescue, everyone be patient. As for the rescue or when the flood will subside, no one gave an accurate word. After all the supplies were distributed, they boarded the helicopter and left directly. As for the rescue, after only one night, the rescue ship sailed here, and the so-called rescue was to relocate the flooded residents to other places.
As for where to move to,
in order to save manpower and material resources, and the area affected by the disaster is too large, it will not be moved too far. For example, it is the closest to the community, and there is no flooded place, and the place is large, so it is convenient to concentrate management.
And the second is to facilitate everyone to go home after the water fades away. There happen to be 2 universities not far from their community.
The lower part of the university was indeed flooded, but there was always a higher place that was not flooded, so this group of people was transferred there. The transfer rescue came by floor, and the residence permit came in handy again.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not like the 2 floors are submerged. As long as it doesn't continue to rain, they don't need to move if the water doesn't come up.
The total residents on the 8th floor will not be moved, but those on the remaining floors, in fact, there are quite a few people, and all the talents
have been transferred back and forth from dawn to dusk. Don't think that these people are inefficient. The staff really did their best to transfer the affected residents.
End of this chapter. But there is no way to slow down, after all, there is electricity in the flood. At that time, the violent storm tore off the high-voltage wires and ordinary wires everywhere. No one knows exactly where the electricity is, but everyone knows that water can conduct electricity, and ordinary ships can't do it at all. It operates in floods, so only small rubber rowing boats can be used, and even if you get on the boat, everyone dare not slack off, in case one
accidentally falls into the water.
It's okay if it didn't fall to a place with electricity, but what if it's on a high-voltage wire? I'm afraid that no one wants to have an accident, so in the process of transporting the victims, it can only be carried out slowly and in a planned
manner.
But even so, Lon Jin really broke into a cold sweat for these people, because no matter how careful he was, transporting the victims in this way was still a very dangerous thing. J City has a large area, coupled with the difficulty of rescue, many people were mobilized to transfer all the victims. They worked day and night for 7 full days before moving all the victims to a safe place. And after these 7 days, the time finally came to August. August is the hottest month of the year, especially City J, which is known as a city of stoves. During the week of transferring the victims, they went through 4 seasons directly, from thick cotton clothes to jump straight now short-sleeved shorts.
Lon Jin glanced at the thermometer she put on the balcony.
It was 42 degrees, which was already considered a high temperature.
No wonder, it's so hot. The key is the 42-degree day, no water, no electricity, not to mention, the flood has not faded much in the past few days, and the ones soaked in the water will not be mentioned, and during this time, everyone will also create new garbage comes out. This season, any garbage left at home for 2 days will smell bad, and those people who have no public morality don't care so much, and throw the garbage directly into the flood. And this kind of thing, as long as one person starts, there will be many people scrambling to imitate Kong Ho, so that in just a week, the new and old smells in the flood are mixed together, and no one can smell it. We'll have a headache. The air is not good, because the temperature rises too fast. Many people also cause hot flu, commonly known as hot cold, because of covering too much. Hot colds are much more difficult to treat than cold colds, and they are highly contagious. Every time they lined up to receive supplies, everyone would gather together again. After a few days, most people in a building caught colds. However, there is no medicine yet.
But in fact, it is not right to say that, because it is not my medicine, but the current situation is too complicated, there are too many people who are sick, and this medicine will not be cured immediately after taking just one pill, and there is no way to continue at the moment production, no matter how many medicines are used, they will not be able to stand up to everyone's creation, so it is better not to come at the beginning, so after knowing that everyone has a cold, the people above are not at all moved. Another one, the most important thing nowadays is still the issue of food. In front of food, those diseases that are not fatal can be ignored. Lan Jin in her previous life had suffered from this kind of hot flu. She had a fever of more than 39 degrees, let alone dizziness, and almost couldn't stand up. But fortunately, it was just a cold. It was fine in the past. With the lessons from her previous life, Lan Jin naturally took precautions. When the temperature just dropped, she directly threw a child and a dog into the space. The space is like spring all the year round and the smell is pleasant, which perfectly avoids the two major problems of heat and smell. What's more important is that the outside voice can be heard in the space. She put the walkie-talkie outside. What is important for Huang Jinghe to receive? The news will also send her a letter as soon as possible, she really hasn't missed anything. Therefore, except for the time of queuing up to receive the supplies every day, the two of them and the dog all stay in the space for the rest of the time. The days are really comfortable and appropriate. Lan Jin has a better life when he has space, but others do not. The problem must be solved from the root cause, so after all, it is still a flood problem. But soon, the people above thought of a solution. That is to directly cut off the power supply of the entire J city. Anyway, they don't use electricity now. If they cut off the electricity directly, then the wires buried in the water will no longer continue to conduct electricity, and then their staff will wear insulating clothing after entering the water and wrapping all the wire ends with insulating glue. They arranged more people to go into the water to clean up the drains blocked by garbage and trees. Of course, the work of entering the water will definitely send people into the water after confirming that there is no electricity in the water. But in any case, it is a huge project to cut off the electricity in the whole city. But at this moment, there is no other way, otherwise, the flood will take at least 2 or 3 months to fade away, and this is still a relatively good situation. If there is another month in the middle, I am afraid. Thinking of this, no one dared to delay anything, and the people in various departments immediately became busy. Then, there was a massive recruitment of volunteers. People with diving experience and those who can swim are welcome to sign up. Lan Jin didn't know how this work was carried out, but after only 1 week, the water level dropped from the original 6th floor to the 3rd floor, and after another week, the water level was only up to people's knees, and the rest so much water was drained in 2 days. But the garbage left after the flood. Then it's time to recruit volunteers, clean up road garbage, clean up corridor garbage, and the most important thing is to disinfect after the flood. And these jobs are not for nothing, just pay 3 meals a day, and there are 10 contribution points a day's salary, the daily wages are included in the residence permit. There are many people who sign up for a job like this that has no threshold at all. Only Lan Jin has no intention of joining in the fun. But in fact, in her previous life, Lan Jin participated in the work of cleaning up road garbage. This work is actually very tiring. It is a 12-hour shift system every day. And the daily rations plus the contribution points are really quite a lot, not only supporting herself, but also raising her ex-husband in the first 3 for nothing. Thinking of the crimes suffered by herself and her children in the previous life, Lan Jin felt a little uncomfortable. The poisonous smog is gone, and the flood has also subsided, so there are some debts, shouldn't it be settled? Before the power is restored. The monitoring outside is temporarily unavailable. Lan Jin felt that she should make a good plan for this matter, otherwise she would have to wait for a long time for the surveillance video to be available normally when the power is restored. But now there are people everywhere outside, even if there is no monitoring, it is actually not so convenient to operate. Lan Jin really thinks that she should make a good plan. End of this chapter.
But without Lan Jin's knowledge, Ren Xing and Menging were also after her. Inside the rental house.
Since the contribution points are sufficient, the two of them can't have any conflicts for the time being, so there is no problem with their
relationship.
At this time, the two of them are lying leisurely on the bed and chatting about Lan Jin's affairs.
Ren Xingdao, when the road outside can be walked, I will first look for the apartments under Lan Jin's name. If I can't find those apartments, I will think of other ways.
In short, people must find them first. Menging nodded again and again. Yes, Brother Xing, we must find Lan Jin as soon as possible. The past few months have been too hard for us. We
can't let Lan Jin be happy outside alone bar. Otherwise, do we have to stay together and suffer?
Or it must be the same as in the previous life, these two people lying at home watching her suffer alone, these two people's hearts will be balanced. Really, how could these two people be sure that Lan Jin was enjoying the blessings during this time, and wasn't thinking about the little money she
had on her?
But at this moment, RMB can't be used at all, and there is no notification about whether it can be used in the future. These two people can't get the idea of exchanging money, not to mention that she has already exchanged the money.
Became a material.
These two people were not the kind of activists, but in order to trouble Lan Jin, even before the road was cleared, Ren Xing began to plan where to
start looking for Lan Jin first.
Ren Xing still knows about the several sets of names under Lan Jin's name, and the traffic has not yet resumed. The closest to Ren Xing is the house in the opposite community. Before confirming whether Lan Jin was on the opposite side, Ren Xing really didn't tell Menging the address, but when it came to the apartment in the opposite community, Ren Xing remembered that he had hired someone to decorate it, so she really didn't know which building or floor it was. I remembered it clearly, plus the power supply has not been restored at this moment, and the gate of the community has not been controlled, so Ren Xing came to the gate of Lan Jin's house without any effort at all.
Boom boom.
After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Lan Jin, who was staying in the space, was still a bit puzzled when she heard the knock on the door.
Who could knock on her door right now?
But when she opened the door, Lan Jin was a little surprised by that familiar big face.
How did you come?
Ren Xing was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. He said to look for Lan Jin, and he found Lan Jin after crossing the road. He said, "Xiao Lan, open the door and let me in." Lan Jin looked at him with a frown, a little unwilling to open the door, but she didn't want to make any more noise, so she hesitated for a moment and
opened the door.
Another one. She is different now. Even if Ren Xing has any crooked thoughts, she can deal with it, so there is nothing to be afraid of him.
How's the time going?
As soon as Ren Xing entered the room, he looked around the room. His words and body behavior seemed to be concerned about Lan Jin, but in fact, what was going on inside Lan Jin's mind? How could Lan Jin not know? This person just wanted to see her. Is this period of time going well? If there are extra supplies, maybe she will be asked to help him. As for Ren Xing, he really thought so. During these 3 months of being locked up at home, no one had eaten any serious food except for the few days when the cafeteria was open, not to
mention him and Menging.
She lost a lot of weight, but Lan Jin didn't lose weight at all, and even had flesh on her face. Looking at it this way, Ren Xing felt uncomfortable. It seems that during the period of his suffering, Lan Jin's little life was really good. Ren Xing sat down on the sofa naturally, and then said sourly, "It seems that during the time I was away, you had a good life. You stocked up a lot of food at home. I remember you loved to stock up. These things are gone." Lan Jin sneered, and stood directly opposite him and said, "You're not talking nonsense, but no matter how much you stock up, you've already eaten it
up in the past few months. Even if you want it, I won't be able to give it to you."
When he heard that there was nothing left, Ren Xing was not happy. "You were living a good life, but I can't live a good life. When you divorced, you took away all the money in the house, and it hurt me during this period of time. The past is called." Before Ren Xing finished speaking, Lan Jin interrupted, "I didn't cause the natural disaster, because this disaster is not good for the whole world.
And everyone is the same.
Besides, this natural disaster can't be spent in RMB. It has nothing to do with money and houses."
What relationship?
Renxing choked, and then said, Lan Jin, you know what I'm talking about, we're getting divorced, and you've divided the house and money away.
Lan Jin didn't have the patience to argue with Renxing. What's the matter with the breakup? Why are you talking such nonsense? Just say that you are here to find trouble.
Ever since Lan Jin found out that Renxing and Mangying were getting together, she didn't speak well. Even though the two hadn't seen each other for several months, Renxing still got used to Lan Jin's way of speaking, and she wasn't angry at the
moment. Just said, everyone lives so close and our life is so sad, can't you help me?
Besides, I am Xiao Qiao's father after all. Lan Jin snorted coldly, you still remember that you are Xiao Qiao's father.
How long have you been in the house? Only now do you remember that you have a daughter. Besides, let me help you?
Why don't you just say let me raising you and Mangying, you are dreaming, Renxing, I never knew you were so shameless that you actually wanted your ex-wife to raise you in Shaosan, how did you say it? Speaking of Renxiqiao, you mentioned your daughter, you didn't see anyone, did you look around at home, as the father of the child, I haven't seen him for several months, don't you miss the child, right now, she is still sitting on the sofa motionless like an old man. Lan Jin can't wait to let Renxing stop moving at all, but she doesn't know who Renxing has come into contact with all the way here. If someone came to him after going out, he would not be able to explain it clearly, so Lan Jin decided to bear with it for now. But Renxing still didn't expect to find Renxiqiao, but continued to argue for himself, I didn't let you raise Mangying, how could I let you raise Mangying, I just want you to subsidize me with something, why don't you do it all at once, life is so sad now, if I have a little way, I won't come to you, I don't think you want your child to have no father at such a young age. To be honest, after getting along for this period of time, Renxing felt that Mangying was far inferior to Lan Jin, and he didn't know why he was so dazed that he got together with Mangying. But they are already together, even if they want to break up with Mangying, I am afraid that Lan Jin will never be with him again. But boy. By the way, my child. End of this chapter. Even if Renxingdong thinks that he still has a child that can be used, Lan Jin loves the child so much, he can definitely get the child into his own hands. If Lan Jin agrees, then everything is easy to talk about. If Lan Jin does not agree, then use the child to threaten Lan Jin, didn't she? Just say that she didn't want to support him and Mangying? Then he wanted her to do her best to support him and Mangying. Regardless of whether Renxing thought Lan Jin was good or bad just now, it was not enough for survival now. Moreover, the calculation on Renxing's face was not hidden at all, Lan Jin just glanced at it, and almost vomited out of disgust, and was even more angry in his heart. She didn't want to delay any longer. Some things are true, do it early. What are you waiting for, what are you waiting for? Before Renxing could speak again, Lan Jin walked towards him, and slapped him on the head heavily. She used 10 times 10 of this strength, and Renxing fell down before he could react. Lan Jin rolled her eyes at the sky, and sighed, I shouldn't have given you time to talk nonsense. I should have slapped you on the head as soon as you entered the door. Talking so much is not the same result. The key, she still listened to her upset. But after all, Renxing is also her child's father. Although people must be killed, if they die, they will die early. If they don't, they can live a few more days. But right now, Renxing is just going to die at his house, so the shooting was early. As for Renxiqiao, he was still enjoying himself in the space at this time, and he didn't have time to remember that he still had an annoying father. So naturally he didn't know what happened outside. Lan Jin entered the space with Renxing, who was photographed by her 7 orifices bleeding blood, and Renxiqiao, who was playing high at the side. Suddenly saw a familiar and annoying thing, and immediately he stopped playing and walked towards Lan Jin. When she saw clearly what Lan Jin was carrying, she immediately said excitedly, Mom, this. Renxiqiao's expression seemed to be asking, what's the matter with this man, how did he appear in the space? Lan Jin explained, when we were playing inside just now, didn't Mom hear a knock on the door and go out to see? It was your dad who knocked on the door, but we didn't have a good chat, so Mom knocked her out. Slapping dizzy is just an adjective. As far as Lan Jin's hand strength is concerned, that slap was aimed at his head. Timely treatment may not be able to heal. What's more, it is delayed now, and it won't be long before he loses his breath. But Rin Xiqiao didn't want such an annoying person to appear in such a good space, and immediately said with disgust, "Throw it out, Mom, don't let
him come in."
Lan Jin said, "I don't want him to come in either, but I can't die outside.
What if it smells bad and someone sees it?
There are too many people on the road outside, so it's not easy for Mom to throw it away. It's not dead, come in when you're dead, and throw it away later." Ren Xiqiao thought for a while, and felt that Lan Jin would agree if he
compromised a bit.
And Lan Jin did agree, because that's what she thought at the beginning. She just wanted Rin Xing to die slowly in the space when she brought Rin Xing into the space, but Rin Xiqiao didn't want to, so she could just go out and die, so she took Rin Xing and the child out of the space. The three of them stood in the middle of the living room, and Lan Jin threw the Rin Xing in his hand to the ground, explaining, "Xiao Xiao, after you die, you must put it in the space first. It's hot outside, and once you die it won't be long before it stinks, and people will know what mother did badly."
Ren Xiqiao nodded very seriously, and said, "I know, Mom."
After finishing speaking, Ren Xiqiao rolled his eyes and said, "How to throw it? Bury it in the soil."
"It can't be buried in the soil.
When it rains heavily after the insect infestation, just throw it into the flood and wash it away, but it will take a long time." When she heard that she would have to wait for a long time, Ren Xiqiao didn't want to. After all, the space belongs to her and her mother, and it can barely be Nana's. How can she be tarnished by such things? "Mom, fine, throw it where no one is around, Jojo doesn't want to see him." Seeing that Ren Xiqiao was so disgusted, Lan Jin agreed even though she didn't want to. "Okay, after I die, mother will put it in the space, and then we'll find a place where no one is around and throw it out. Do you think it's okay?"
Ren Xiqiao nodded heavily, and then asked, "There is one more."
"I know, but that person didn't come today, wait for the opportunity. Anyway, mother will not let her go."
"Okay, Mom."
But just as Ren Xiqiao finished speaking on this end, she changed her mind on the other end. She pointed at herself, then at Rin Xing, and said, "Mom, go in."
Lan Jin was puzzled. "What's the matter? Why are you going in again?"
Ren Xiqiao immediately acted coquettishly, "Don't worry about Mom, go in, just me and him." Lan Jin didn't think much at the moment. If Rin Xiqiao wanted to go into the space with Ran, then she would go in, and then she threw Rin Xiqiao and
Ran Xing into the space.
But 2 seconds later, Lan Jin suddenly remembered one thing, that is, Rin Xiqiao's special habit raised because of these two things. Well, people are
not under her nose right now, I'm afraid it's.
Then it was too late. When Lan Jin re-entered the space after 2 seconds, Rin Xing's leg
amount. Anyway.
As for Rin Xing, his face was flushed red, and he twitched in pain. He was already bleeding from 7 orifices, and his expression was distorted in pain, very terrifying.
Lan Jin took a deep breath and said, "Xiao Xiao."
But if Rin Xiqiao has been to a kindergarten at this moment, he will reply, "My father taught me this, but I used it from me, so is there anything
wrong?"
And Lan Jin was only frightened for a moment. She never felt that Rin Xiqiao was wrong in doing so. After all, it was the cause he planted by himself, that is, he just suffered the result. Coincidentally, the thoughts of the mother and daughter were surprisingly the same this time, and even after Rin Xiqiao saw Lan Jin coming in, she neither stopped nor said anything to her. She quickly moved her other leg. Lan Jin took a deep breath. "That's enough, it's really enough. It's not that Rin Xing is so miserable, but that her psychological endurance can only go so far. Even after a year of the end of the world, she hasn't experienced it yet." It was such a terrifying period in Xiaoao's story, so such a bloody scene was still a bit unbearable for her to look at. In short, after a short operation, Ren Xing must have died immediately, and Rin Xiqiao, because of his bold operation, was really taught a lesson by
Lan Jin this time.
End of this chapter. The two of them ignored Rin Xing, who was scattered on the ground, and got out of the space.
After Lan Jin put Rin Xiqiao on the sofa, she said, "What did Mom usually teach you? You are a human being, can you talk so casually? What if you unintentionally tore off his arm when you were playing with his children?"
Ren Xiqiao said innocently, "No, mother taught Xiao Xiao how to control herself."
Controlling power is controlling power.
This is what Lan Jin has to teach Rin Xiqiu every day, just like the homework assigned by the teacher. Whenever that time comes, Rin Xiqiu will be extremely irritable. It doesn't matter if you don't teach it, some abilities must be taught to hide from an early age, otherwise she is still so young. What if she is accidentally used by others? Anyway, Mama's afraid, and Xiao Xiao will try not to do that. Also, don't tell others what happened today. If anyone asks, just say that you haven't seen Dad, you know? Lan Jin reminded Rin Xiqiu, but this child was very clever and knew what to say and what not to say, so she didn't even mention it. Rin Xiqiu replied quite seriously, Mom, who knows, Xiao Xiao has never seen Dad. Lan Jin corrected, it's not that I've never seen it before, but we haven't seen it since we moved here, you know? Rin Xiqiu nodded seriously, okay, Mom. Seeing that Lan Jin was just preaching, I really didn't blame her. Rin Xiqiu threw himself into her arms and acted coquettishly again, Mom, Dad is bad. Mom knows that Dad is bad, so Mom didn't say you did something wrong. But Mom is just scared. Don't you think it's scary to do this? They're all bad guys. Rin Xiqiu shook her head, but when she saw that Lan Jin seemed to be really scared, she struggled for a while and said, then. Mom, Xiao Xiao, try to bear it. Mom, don't be afraid. Lan Jin really didn't expect to have such a harvest, so she kissed Rin Xiqiu on the face, and praised, Xiao Xiao is so good, she is really a caring little padded jacket for my mother. I know that my mother is afraid, so I try not to make my mother afraid. The thing is, baby Jojo is so good. After being fooled by Lan Jin, Rin Xiqiu really felt that she was the most well-behaved child in the world. She was immersed in her own world and was very happy. But what about Rin Xing in the space? She now has to go in and out of the space countless times every day. Even Rin Xiqiu is almost living in the space. There is such a thing in the space, how can it not answer? But where to throw it is really a headache. Lan Jin could only enter the space first, took out a large black plastic bag and put Rin Xing in it first, then threw it into the corner of the space farthest from where they were staying, and got some spiritual spring water to wipe away the bloodstains on the ground. After being diluted, this matter will be considered temporarily. After solving Rin Xing, Lan Jin took out another bottle of insecticide, first sprayed the inside and outside of the house, and then hid in the space with the child. August is not only the hottest month, but also the month with the most mosquitoes. During the time when everyone is cleaning the roads, people have officially entered the period of insect infestation, but this is the season with a lot of mosquitoes. Time doesn't realize it. But those bags on everyone's body are the most powerful evidence. Lan Jin lives on the 32nd floor, and even has a small amount of mosquito bites, not to mention the residents on the lower floors and the group of displaced victims. And the most painful thing among them was the group of victims who were transferred away. Those days were really hard. Because there are too many people affected by the disaster, there must be no beds. If each household can get a mattress, it is considered to be in good condition. But how thick can the cushions be? This means that in summer, without fans or air conditioners, it is still possible to suffer. If the temperature drops a little, it is guaranteed that many people will be too cold to sleep. Of course, it's about the same now. Because the weather is hot and there is no water, everyone has not bathed for a long time. Almost everyone has a peculiar smell on their bodies, and the peculiar smell attracts these mosquitoes very much. Almost everyone has been bitten on their bodies, big and small. Another one, perhaps due to the abnormal weather in the past few months, the small mutations in the mosquitoes did not grow strangely, but all the mosquitoes were more than 2 to 3 times larger. At the same time, the mosquitoes after being bitten, the damage is naturally more than 2 to 3 times the original. Think about it, after being bitten by mosquitoes in the past, anyone with sensitive skin can get a big bag, and it can last for a long time. It's even worse now. After being bitten, the red, swollen, itchy area is comparable to the skin infected by the poisonous mist. There are large patches on the body, which is really scary. People at home can still use essential oils and toilet water to smear it, but the transferred victims have nothing to do, and the weather was still very cold when they were transferred, and everyone was wearing winter clothes. There is no change at the moment.
In short, life is not a bit sad. Looking at the almost cleared road outside, the group couldn't stand it, so they started clamoring to go home. Come back home? The people above were more willing to let these people go home than they were, and after reporting this matter to their superiors, after checking the situation outside, they immediately arranged for a car to send everyone back to their original places. But some people can go back, and some people can't go back. The flood was so terrible that it destroyed many houses and made many people homeless, but we can't just ignore it just because there are no houses. No, we immediately arranged batches. Those who bought houses with full payment naturally lived in their own homes, and no one had the right to move these own houses. And those who bought a house with a loan are actually doing well at the moment. After all, the house has paid the down payment and the monthly payment. When the demand for the house is not so high, it will not be moved for the time being. The first thing to move is those properties that no one has inherited. A house of 4 to 50 square meters, I can't wait to fill in 3 or 4 households. I don't care if you can't live in it. Of course, it is impossible for these properties to accommodate so many victims. At this moment, the higher-ups will contact those heads of households who have multiple properties, and then use contribution points to buy them and distribute them to these people to live in. This behavior not only exchanged the contribution points, but also gave the homeless people a home. Of course, this is definitely not free. As for how to deduct the money, it is also the next step to plan. And when the 4 houses were allocated, the other 3 households on Longines floor were all moved back within a week. Even though the houses here are strange, they are still their own houses, and they live alone. It must be better than being crowded with others, so I moved back. This is not only the case here in Longines, but also the 31st and 33rd floors. In short, the heads of households have all moved back to their own houses. End of this chapter. So she had to say that it was a coincidence that Ren Xing came here, but she couldn't take pictures of people so smoothly every night, and all this was due to the 2 people who were eager to find trouble with Longines. Personally. But after Ren Xing left and didn't show up again for several days, Mangying felt unhappy. What's the matter? Did Ren Xing stay with Longines and live a good life with her? But even if you want to break up, you still have to tell her. What's the point of throwing her outside now? More importantly, Ren Xing would never stay with Longines without good things. That is to say, Longines really had a good life during these miserable months for them. This is terrible. Ren Xing will not come back. Ren Xing's ex-wife is doing so well, and the family of 3 may continue to live well after that. How can Mangying accept this? The point is, this is not the point. The house Mangying is currently living in is a rental house rented by her and Ren Xing. The owner and family members of this rental house were killed in the flood elsewhere. How could Mangying live alone in the owner's property? This house is a small 3-bedroom house with an area of more than 100 square meters. According to Ren Xing and her deposit standards, it is impossible to rent such a large house if you really want to rent a house. Burdened, at the moment the houses of 5 to 60 square meters outside have to be filled with 3 or 4 households, let alone the houses of more than 100 square meters. Mangying tried her best to keep the smallest house in this house. That's study. For the rest, a family of 6 lived in the master bedroom, a family of 4 lived in the second bedroom, a couple lived in the dining room with a partition, and a family of 3 lived in the living room with a partition. The small area of more than 100 square meters lived in 5 different families, not to mention that there were men and women among them. Mangying once felt that she could not breathe smoothly. But if she was asked to look for Longines, she couldn't find it, because Ren Xing never mentioned where Longines suites were at all. J City is so big and crowded, where would she go to find it? In short, since this rental house was stuffed with other families, Mangying was in agony every day, cursing these 2 people from morning to night. But Longines didn't care about Mangying at all. But to be honest, Mangying in the previous life really didn't suffer this kind of grievance, because at the beginning, in order to prevent others from living in their rental house, Ren Xing directly asked Ren's mother to buy this property come down, otherwise there are so many strangers living in the same family, how could they threaten Longines with their children?
As for why she didn't move directly to Lan Jin's house, after all, she lived alone, and it wasn't because when they passed by, Lan Jin directly hacked her with a knife, and the two of them were afraid that they would be killed by Hui Lan Jin silently after they fell asleep. So I really dare not sleep directly together. Regardless of what happened in the previous life, Rin Xingren is gone now anyway, so naturally she can't care about how Mengying will live. After all these people's residences were arranged in place, the water and electricity were finally repaired. And these people finally used the long-lost electric fan for the first time at the end of August. As for the air conditioner, it consumes too much electricity. I don't know if the newly repaired wires can bear it, so it is not allowed to be used at all. But having an electric fan is also a good thing. God knows how hot they are during this time, and the more important thing is to take a bath. Almost immediately after the city's water supply, everyone couldn't help rushing into the bathroom, regardless of whether it was hot water or cold water, to wash off the smell on their bodies first. The people on the lower floors are fine. People on the upper floors like them, the water pressure is not strong at all, and the water flow is pitifully small. After the past 2 hours, after all the people who should be washed have been washed, the water on the upper floor, the water pressure on it returned to normal. Lan Jin and Rin Xiqiao didn't join in the fun. There is water in her space, even if the thatched hut in her space cannot use a water heater, but as long as there is water, there is always a way to take a bath. It's clean, so naturally I don't want to join in the fun at this time. When the water pressure finally returned to normal, Huang Jinghe used the walkie-talkie to contact her. That's right, it's the walkie-talkie. Even though the water and electricity have been repaired, the signal has not been restored for the time being, so the two of them still use the walkie-talkie to communicate. But the signal doesn't take too long, it only takes a day or two. Lan Jin, what's wrong? Huang Jinghe, Sister Lan, we don't need to store water now. I'm scared by the water. Even if the water comes, I'm worried that it will suddenly stop again. It is not used for the time being, but it won't be long. Under the continuously rising high temperature, the people above will still impose time-limited water on them, and this time has not been long. After thinking about it, Lan Jin replied, I think for the time being, let's stay for a while, no one can say for sure what's going on outside. When Huang Jinghe heard what Lan Jin said, he also decided to keep the water that had been stored before. Okay, I will still be the same as before. Using water while storing water, anyway, just let the house always have water. Lan Jin, well, it's always safer. By the way, you should charge your phone as soon as the power is restored. When the signal comes, your parents will probably call you. It's been more than a month. Your parents must be very worried about you. Huang Jinghe, well, I know Sister Lan. The two chatted for a few more words, and then put down the walkie-talkie after having nothing to talk about. I have to say that it is really convenient to have a walkie-talkie when necessary. At around 9 p.m. the next day, the long-lost signal was finally repaired. Almost at the same time, everyone took out their mobile phones, either checking messages or calling their relatives. Lan Jin didn't have anyone to contact, but Ren Xing's parents were still alive. The two old people couldn't get in touch with Ren Xing, and after they inquired from Mengying that Ren Xing and Lan Jin had reunited, the call was immediately broadcast. It's Lan Jin's time. As for Lan Jin, no, Ren Xing never came to look for me. Mother Ren said with a look of surprise, no, Ying said that Ren Xing and you got back together. Ying, this address is really affectionate. She and Ren Xing have been married for so many years, and Ren's mother has always called her Lan Jin from the beginning to the end. It seems that the two of them get along pretty well. Lan Jin replied coldly, Auntie, how could I get back together with Ren Xing? I divorced him because he found a mistress outside. If I get back together with him, I will be cheap. When Mother Ren heard Lan Jin's attitude, she felt unhappy. Lan Jin, after all, I used to be your mother-in-law, so why are you talking to me? End of this chapter. That's right, you also said it was in the past, and besides, your son and mistress are so wicked, they live together, and they live in the opposite door of his ex-wife's house. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?
Getting back together is impossible in this lifetime.
After Lan Jin finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly, and Ren Xiqiao, who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks, saw that Lan Jin's tone of voice was wrong when he called, so he immediately asked, "Mom, who is it?" "Your grandma, you are not someone important." After listening to Lan Jin's words, Ren Xiqiao nodded calmly, and then continued to eat the snacks in his hand indifferently. But after finishing the snacks in his mouth, Ren Xiqiao said, "Mom, grandma is not good, Xiao Xiao doesn't like it." Lan Jin was taken aback, and asked, "Why doesn't Xiao Xiao like grandma? You haven't seen grandma before." "That's right, Ren Xiqiao has never met this grandma once, and she seldom even calls on the phone, because whenever she calls, Ren's mother's attitude is not cold or warm, and she always hangs up impatiently. After disconnecting the phone for a long time, anyone can feel that this attitude is wrong, so naturally they don't want to call again. As for meeting or door-to-door visits, there was absolutely no such thing. It's not that she doesn't want to, but that people don't want to see her. After her wedding with Ren Xing, until Ren Xiqiao was nearly 3 years old, they haven't seen each other again. During this period, she wanted to take the initiative to come to her, but her parents can always find an excuse to keep her from coming to the door. In this situation, how much affection can there be between them? But Ren's mother is very kind to her son. Ren Xing doesn't have a stable job, so he will be paid on time every month for his living expenses. It's 2 yuan a month, whether it's enough or not, it's 2 anyway. Moreover, none of the money was spent on her and the child. She had always raised the child by herself, so Lan Jin didn't feel that she owed her mother. She was just a stranger, and naturally her attitude didn't need to be particularly good. As for what she and the child eat, Lan Jin herself has a job, and 8,000 yuan a month is considered a medium salary. There is no pressure to support her and the children. As for the deposit, the rent money from the 2 properties under her name has basically been saved, so his hands have never been tight. But it's fine if Ren's mother doesn't like her. What does it mean to call Manging so affectionate in front of her? Is this to support Manging? She is sick if she continues to make calls. In the past, she would not try to please Ren's mother, but now that Ren Xing is gone, she will not be able to. As for this Ren Xiqiao, after thinking about it, he replied, "Yes, I saw it before, when I was with my father and aunt. Grandma doesn't like me." Although he didn't beat or scold, and his attitude wasn't particularly bad, but it was the most irritating one who didn't care. Lan Jin said, "If you don't like it, then you don't like it. My Xiao Xiao is the best child in the world, as long as mom likes it. No need for those insignificant people to like it." Ren Xiqiao felt that she was comforted and said, "Hey, Mom, Dad, when will you throw it away?" Lan Jin said, "It's only been a few days, and the households next door to our house are all living with masters, so it's even more inconvenient to throw away. After that, you can just pretend that she doesn't exist, Xiao Xiao." Ren Xiqiao was a little displeased, but he still listened to Lan Jin. "Well, yes, Mom." The other side. After Lan Jin hung up on Ren's mother, she called Manging again. She said, "I just asked Lan Jin about it, but Xing didn't go to her place." Manging said in disbelief, "Impossible, he has been out for a week, and the phone has been turned off all the time, not to avoid why I turned it off." Mother Ren paused and said, "No, I listened to Lan Jin's attitude, and it was impossible to get back together with Xing. I guess Xing really didn't go to her place. But if this is the case, it would be strange. As for Ren Xing, how could a person disappear suddenly?" Menging said, "Auntie, do you know the address of Lan Jin's house? I want to go and see it with my own eyes. Xing really wants to get back together with her, and I won't stop it, but let me give up, but if she disappears, I can't just leave it alone." Mother Ren really didn't care about Lan Jin's own house, but she still knew the addresses of her house, so she even told Menging the address. And among these 3 addresses, one of them is directly opposite her house, while the other 2 properties are a little far away from them. Without the restoration of traffic, it is impossible to reach them on foot, so it is also impossible for Xing to go to the other 2 addresses to find Lan Jin. That is to say, if Lan Jin did not lie, then Ren Xing really lost himself by going out. But Menging regained her senses, but recalled an important point in what she said just now. Lan Jin's phone can be connected, and Ren's mother can get through to Lan Jin's phone, which means that Lan Jin just blocked her and didn't change the number, so if she changes the number, she may be able to contact Lan Jin. Meng Ying didn't waste a moment and quickly borrowed a cell phone from her roommate, and directly broadcasted a call to Lan Jin. Lan Jin looked at the unfamiliar number on the phone, and knew it was Meng Ying without guessing. She didn't answer the call, so she hung up the call and put it in the blacklist. Meng Ying heard the sound of the call being hung up, and threw the phone on the ground angrily, but she forgot that the phone was not hers at all. When the phone was thrown into pieces, the woman who borrowed the phone he quit on the spot. "Are you sick? Why did you lose your temper and throw my phone? It's really kind of unrewarded. I borrowed your phone but you threw it like this. No, you pay me for the phone." After the woman finished speaking, she grabbed Meng Ying's arm and didn't let go, and her posture had a feeling that if you don't pay for it, it's not over. When Meng Ying threw the phone out, she regretted it, because she really forgot that the phone wasn't her own at all. She said, "When I can buy a phone, I'll buy one for you." No, who knows when I can buy a mobile phone, and I can't lose money now. I don't care, I want a mobile phone. But it's not for sale right now. Where can I pay you for a mobile phone? You also know that there are no mobile phones for sale now, so you still smashed my mobile phone. I don't care, I want the mobile phone now, and finally restored the signal and network, so I just live on these. What will I do if you break it? Even if a woman refuses to forgive her, there is nothing wrong with a woman's behavior in the end. Seeing the situation, several people who live in the same household felt that Meng Ying's behavior was very wrong, so they didn't go up to persuade them. For a while, the two of them quarreled in the living room. Finally, the two of them came together and Meng Ying compensated her mobile phone to that woman. Meng Ying's cell phone was a new cell phone bought just before the poisonous smog, and it was worth more than 1 yuan, but it was exactly the same model as the woman's cell phone, so it was reasonable to compensate the woman for this cell phone. End of this chapter. The mobile phone was lost, but Meng Ying herself was useless, and it was a new mobile phone, so her heart ached to death. But where do others care so much? If you didn't drop your phone, how could you fall to the point where it is useless? But she can't do without a mobile phone. She must read the news in the group, and she also needs to contact the outside world. Just as Meng Ying was walking around in a hurry, a man from another household knocked on her door and asked, "I have an old mobile phone, which was just replaced before. There is nothing wrong with it except that the memory and battery are not good enough." "That's enough, I'll give you 2 packs of instant noodles in exchange. Do you want it?" Of course Meng Ying didn't want it, but she didn't even have a replaced old mobile phone in her pocket, so she could only grit her teeth and take out 2 packs of instant noodles to replace the old mobile phone. Although the phone is old, it still has all the functions it should have, but what the man said is that the battery is not good enough. It is really not good enough. This phone can be charged almost every 2 hours, and this is still when it is not in use. Next, once it is in use, the battery may run out at any time. She just fully charged the battery, did nothing else and swiped the group message, and it automatically shut down after half an hour. Meng Ying rolled her eyes angrily, but having a mobile phone is better than not having one. She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. After the mall reopened, the first thing she wanted to replace was the broken mobile phone in her hand. But as for whether there is such a chance, it depends on what Meng Ying can come up with. In short, it is definitely not available now. Since the address Meng Ying got was relatively far away, she couldn't go to these places without any means of transportation. Afterwards, she and Ren's mother combined, and in the end they could only choose to report to the police to solve the problem. And Ren Xing disappeared on their side, so Meng Ying can only report to the police by herself, and then this matter has something to do with Lan Jin. Although Meng Ying and Lan Jin are not in the same neighborhood, the 2 neighborhoods belong to the same institute. No, when the policeman heard Lan Jin's name, almost everyone's hands stopped, so what did they say? Well, the surname Lan is a relatively uncommon surname, and 2 more people died in the 12 buildings, and they were more or less involved with Lan Jin. When Meng Ying mentioned it, the policemen were stunned. At this moment, they also paid attention to this matter.
After the policeman made the records, they said, "Okay, we will confirm the situation, you should go back and wait for the news." Menging had no choice but to go home, and not long after that, the policeman also went to Lan Jin's house directly. When the door on the inner floor opened, Lan Jin was a little surprised by the familiar faces. She opened the door and asked, "Hello, comrades, policeman, why are you here again? Is there anything I need to cooperate with you? Is it?" As far as Lan Jin's calm and composed feeling was concerned, they really didn't see any problem. After the group sat down on the sofa, the policeman said casually, "Isn't this here for a return visit, and I want to ask you about someone along the way. Do you know Rin Xing?" At this time, Lan Jin was pouring water for several police officers with cups. Previously, those who had water and electricity restrictions at home were not entertained, but now there are no restrictions on anything. It would be impolite not to even pour a glass of water. Looking at Lan Jin, who was busy, several policemen hurriedly said, "Don't be too polite, we will leave in a while, don't call us." Lan Jin's water was directly taken out of the refrigerator, and it could be taken over after pouring. Now, when he came to several policemen, he poured water and said, "I know, my ex-husband, but how do you know? Ren Xing, I don't think I mentioned his name before." Speaking of this, Lan Jin pretended to think of something again, and said, "My ex-mother-in-law called me yesterday to ask if Rin Xing came to see me." "And what's the matter with Rin Xing? Could it be that she can't contact Rin Xing, so she thinks I'm hiding people, and I can't hide such a big person?" Several policemen did not answer her question directly, but continued to ask, "Did Rin Xing come to you?" "No, and when I moved away, I didn't say where I moved." "Where could he find me? I blocked all the calls between her and that mistress, and I couldn't make calls." Lan Jin said before someone mentioned the situation between her and Ren Xing to the police, and they were quite sympathetic at the time, so when Lan Jin mentioned it a little, the policeman remembered this trivial matter. The ex-husband and the mistress purposely rented to live across from the ex-wife. If this happened to them, they would move out quietly. Who would leave an address for the two of them, so they don't know where Lan Jin lives? Is normal. After thinking for a while, the policeman asked again, "Then do the two of them know the address of your house?" Lan Jin replied, "Rin Xing must know. Although I bought this house, but because I have to go to work, Ren Xing will take care of the decoration here for me. After the house decoration is completed, I will let him. I rented it out, but who knew the location was so weird that no one rented it at all, and then it was ignored. As for whether Rin Xing told Menging, then I don't know." Menging had provided them with the addresses of the 3 properties when she reported the case, but this address was not mentioned in the 3 addresses, so Menging really didn't know where they were. But Lan Jin said that Rin Xing had never been here, so who can testify? The policeman thought of Lan Jin's child, and they said, "Don't lock the child in the room, let her out first, you should be scared if you stay alone." Lan Jin couldn't help twitching the corners of her mouth and her heart. She also locked Rin Xiqiao into the room when she came to make a statement before. These people never said that Rin Xiqiao would be afraid alone. Recorded a statement, but Rin Xiqiao's mouth was so strict that she would not say a word that should not be said, and she immediately brought Rin Xiqiao out of the room. When Rin Xiqiao came out, her face was still a bit perplexed, but she never recognized strangers, and even greeted these familiar and unfamiliar. "Policeman, brother, sister, how are you?" "Hi, little friend." After finishing speaking, the policeman glanced at Lan Jin and asked Rin Xiqiao, "Xiao Xiao, you live alone with your mother, do you miss your father?" When Rin Xiqiao heard this question, he immediately glanced at Lan Jin, and then replied, "I don't want to." The policeman asked curiously, "Why don't you want to? That's your father, maybe you've seen it recently." Rin Xiqiao looked up at the policeman, then shook his head, and said, "No, Dad hit me, I don't like her, and neither does Auntie, and Auntie scolded me." Upon hearing this, the police officers became serious. "Your name is Xiao Xiao, right? Is that what you mean by saying that you haven't seen your father recently?" End of this chapter. Ren Xiqiao looked up at the policeman who asked the question, then nodded indifferently, "Yes." "Then do you remember when was the last time you saw Dad?"
Ren Xiqiao was a little annoyed by being asked similar questions repeatedly. She was unwilling to speak, but she still pointed her hand in the
direction of the opposite neighborhood. Although I didn't say anything, the policeman generally knew the answer based on Lan Jin's confession, but knowing it doesn't mean it's over. Some words still need to be confirmed clearly from the mouths of children, in case it's them thinking too much, right? The policeman asked again, Xiao Xiao, can you tell us? We don't understand where you point.
Lan Jin immediately cooperated and said, Xiao Xiao, brother and sister are asking you something. You can tell brother and sister. When was the last
time you saw Dad?
Ren Xiqiao pouted, and said in a childish voice, when you live across the street.
Have you seen him since then? Min Jing continued to ask. After Ren Xiqiao gave a heavy hum, he answered their question.
Next, the policeman asked again, just now, Xiao Xiao said that her father beat her and her aunt scolded her. It is not allowed to abuse children. We also have to take care of this matter.
How can you tell us about it in detail?
It didn't really hit her, it's just that my child and I didn't like my ex-mother-in-law, and the relationship with her was relatively weak. After Rin Xing and Manging got together, she was quite liked by my ex-mother-in-law.
Divorce is swaggering right in front of me.
Every time I see my children talking very aggressively, although the children can't understand the specific content, they can still understand the tone, and they will occasionally knock on the door of my house, standing at the door of our house and scolding us after the last call. I really
couldn't bear it, so I moved away.
Lan Jin didn't lie, although she didn't pay attention to these two people, but these two people often whispered in front of her. Did they pretend that
she couldn't hear them, so it's not a lie.
After Lan Jin finished speaking, he continued, if it weren't for the fact that this house has been renovated, I really don't want to live here. After all, it's too close, but the child is still young, and the formaldehyde has been scattered. It would be better to live here later, for the sake of the health of the child. After careful consideration, I will live here.
Aren't we clearing the road outside during this time? I'm worried that I'll run into these two people when I go out. My child and I haven't been out during this time, but what happened to Ren Xing? I haven't seen them since I moved here.
Ren Xing has been missing for a week.
1 week, isn't that when the road has just been cleared? There are so many people outside. If you want him to come over, someone will definitely see it. You can ask others. Maybe you meet someone you know and leave with others, but why did he disappear? It's been a week since you came here to investigate.
The police officer explained. Manging thought Ren Xing was getting back together with you again, but she didn't expect him to be missing, so she
delayed reporting the case for a week. Lan Jin couldn't help but rolled her eyes immediately, and said with disgust, has she found a new way to disgust me?
Please, Comrade Min, police, please explain clearly to me what is the relationship between me and Ren Xing Nun, let alone get back together with
him. The investigation is now over.
Lan Jin's words are reasonable, but they are not reasonable. What is reasonable is that her and the child's confessions match up.
If an adult can lie, can the child?
In addition, if this happened to anyone, it is impossible for anyone with a bit of backbone to get back together with Ren Xing, not to mention that
Lan Jin divided so much money in real estate during the divorce.
He is a person with a brain. It is impossible to be with Ren Xing again.
But what is unreasonable is that it is very unreasonable that everything can be related to Lan Jin.
On the way back, a group of people discussed, although I have encountered such a situation before, I always feel that Lan Jin is not very innocent.
But children can't lie, right?
That child is not yet 3 years old, and she can't speak clearly.
You don't have children. You don't know.
Even if you say hello to a child at this age, she will immediately forget it.
So Ren Xing definitely didn't come to the door. But it's very unreasonable for you to explain it this way.
Since the child has such a bad memory, why does he remember how long ago she met her father, and he clearly remembers that he met her father in the
opposite community?
Because that person is her father. No matter how bad it is, that person is also her father. Even if she is young, she is not stupid.
She can still know about this. What I mean by forgetting is colluding with a child to confess, so little what happened to Era's children?
I'm more inclined to think that Rin Xing really planned to find Lan Jin, but he left halfway.
Lan Jin said she didn't go out, who can prove it?
Who can prove that there was no monitoring at that time, and if there was monitoring, and it was confirmed that it was related to Lan Jin, we would
go straight to the door and arrest him.
Everyone was speechless for a while, and then discussed again. Since the flood came down, the place where they received the supplies has been lowered from the rooftop to the first floor. Now that the electricity is restored, the rescue supplies have been stopped directly. But it's okay if there are no relief supplies, because the canteen and supermarket are online again, and the original supplies are still there, but everyone can go out now, so online shopping and delivery services are directly cancelled.
In short, the rescue app is suspended. If you want to buy something, please go to the door and queue up.
However, the things that should be restricted are also restricted, and the currency used to buy materials has long been the previous contribution.
Point. But now everyone has a question, what about RMB? The flood is gone, summer is almost gone, can't banks still go to work?
It's really not that the bank doesn't want to go to work here, mainly because the policy from above has not been issued, and it is not known whether
the RMB can continue to be used. Even if they go to work, they are fine, so naturally they don't go to work.
But no matter what, with the cafeteria, everyone's food has taken a qualitative leap.
At least the food everyone eats is no longer compressed biscuits.
The time came to September. The hotness outside did not decrease because of the month, on the contrary, it rose higher and higher with the passage of time. When the flood just passed, the thermometer showed that the outdoor weather had not yet reached 40 degrees. Now the indoor temperature has already reached 45 degrees, let alone the outdoors.
The temperature once approached 70 degrees, but that's it.
The only electrical appliances that can be used are still electric fans.
In such a scorching heat, almost everyone is dizzy and dizzy.
End of this chapter. Others don't use air conditioners, and Lan Jin naturally won't make that special case. When she and her children are outside, she turns on the air conditioner fan.
The domestic air conditioner fan has the same power as the ordinary electric fan. The only difference is that it can add ice. After adding ice, the air blown out will have a hint of coolness.
As for the ice, there is no power outage, and under normal circumstances, there is nothing to put in the refrigerator at the moment, so she freezes
all the ice cubes. Here, it can always be used in the future. As for the water container, there is nothing to choose. Didn't you take care of hygiene before? Are all food boxes not allowed to be discarded after they are cleaned? But who would be willing to throw away the clean things?
The same goes for Lan Jin. After cleaning those containers, she put them all into the space. Right now, she can just take them out to freeze ice cubes, and it's also convenient for layer by layer.
Stacked.
However, the temperature outside was still not as suitable as in the space. She and the child were tired of staying outside, and would stay in the space instead. It was all a change.
One more thing, it's not just hot and hot outside, those annoying mosquitoes are simply overrun.
When the flood just receded, there were only some mosquitoes in the houses of the people on the lower floors. I don't know whether the mosquitoes can fly so high because of mutation or they can take the elevator.
There are also countless mosquitoes on the high floors.
I want to sleep well at night, except hanging a mosquito net has no other solution.
Not to mention those blowflies
are simply disgusting. Speaking of mosquito nets, when she was preparing supplies, she really didn't expect to buy them, but when she bought them at 0 yuan later, she really collected a lot in her space, so she really doesn't have to worry about them now.
The problem of not sleeping well outside. Lan Jin wanted to take care of Huang Jinghe.
Knowing that he didn't have a mosquito net, she generously gave him one, and said, I bought it before, but it has never been used.
You can use it. Anyway, my child and I yes, this is an extra one.
Lan Jin's words originally hoped that Huang Jinghe would not be burdened to use them, but who knew that Huang Jinghe immediately returned a box of
instant noodles to her. Note, it is a box, not a pack, nor a pack. A box of instant noodles can have more than 30 packs at least. Huang Jinghe gave it to her without even thinking about it. I have to say that no matter how good the relationship is, sometimes it only lasts for a long time. No matter what Huang Jinghe thinks, in short, Lan Jin's affection for this child has risen again, but this mosquito net was originally intended to be given away for free. What does it look like to receive such a box of instant noodles? And she also wants to continue in the future. I was in contact with Huang Jinghe, so after breaking up at the door, I ended up exchanging a pack of instant noodles, that is, 5 packs of instant noodles. With this exchange, both of them felt that the other was at a disadvantage, but no matter what, Huang Jinghe was finally able to sleep well after having the mosquito net. As for leaving here, Lan Jin asked Huang Jinghe, and he said, "My parents told me not to leave the community and stay here. I don't know why they said that, but I have a hunch that something will happen later. And I have no other place to go except my parents' place, but they are so busy now, they can't take care of me, and the traffic has not resumed, so let me stay here. My parents said, I asked me to thank Sister Lan." After speaking, Huang Jinghe said in a low voice, "In addition, my parents said that the bank will open for business during this period, but the time is very short. Let me take out all the cash in the card, and then use it all to buy supplies. Sister Lan, you have to trust my parents, don't move away for the time being, let's go shopping together. This is my own house. Where should I move? I'm just worried that you have a child here, so I asked. But since your parents have arranged it this way, I will listen to your parents." Lan Jin thought about it. After thinking about it, he said, "I am relieved that you continue to stay here. I just moved here and I don't know anyone. We can make a companion. If you want to do something, call me, you and I together." "Well, yes, Miss Lan." Lan Jin knew about the news that Huang Jinghe had just revealed, and indeed the bank would be open for a few days, but this matter did not spread widely, but with the permission of the higher-ups, it was quietly touched. It was carried out, and there is still a limit for withdrawing money. The first 2 days were a quota of per person, and the third day was changed to a daily quota of per person. After a week, the door was closed directly, and the door was never opened again. And the money withdrawn will also be given to a designated place for people to spend. In short, in this hot weather, almost everyone is queuing up to store supplies for themselves. At this time, people don't know if there will be any disasters in the future, but everyone is like this: if you buy it, I will buy it, anyway, as long as it is lively, you can't miss any of them. In addition, work has not resumed yet, and everyone has nothing to do at home, so why not join in the lively? A week later. There must be no progress in Rin Xing's matter, but at this moment, the monitoring on the road is not in normal use due to the restoration of power. The main reason is that these devices have been soaked in water for so long, and it is normal to have abnormalities. Not to mention that they were blown up by the strong wind earlier, and after falling to the ground, they were basically in a damaged state, and it was impossible to put them into use. In other words, it might be very difficult to restore the comprehensive monitoring equipment for a while. But the bank business that Huang Jinghe mentioned to her is really open for business at the moment. The opening time of the bank was in one afternoon. Just like in the previous life, there was no big notice, each place was quiet, and when you encountered it, you went in and took it out, and since it was only a pilot operation, there was no limit on the withdrawal amount. In order for his son to get the money smoothly, Huang's father and Huang's mother called his son and told him to go downstairs quickly, and Huang Jinghe naturally called Shang Lanjin to withdraw the money. Although the two were not in the same bank, but it was almost time to open the door, so she went downstairs with Huang Jinghe. But in fact, Lan Jinin didn't need to withdraw money at all. Before the end of the world, she took out all her remaining 10,000 plus cash and put it in the space, and now she can use it directly. But she didn't have to refuse Huang Jinghe's kindness, so she took the child and the dog and finally stepped out of the house she hadn't left for a long time. After a few months, Ren Xiqiao and Nana were very excited, especially Nana. After Lan Jin bought it back, she had never seen the outside world again. I have to say, it was really fresh. Fortunately, Lan Jin put it on a leash, otherwise, with Nana's excitement and her 5-month-old physique,
it would be quite scary to watch from a distance. End of this chapter.
Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe didn't withdraw money at the same house.
After they separated, Lan Jin took Rin Siqiu and Nana for a walk outside, and then went to meet Huang Jinghe. And after Huang Jinghe also took out the money at this moment, the two people who had a huge sum of money went home immediately without any delay. It didn't need to be overnight, the news of the bank's temporary opening spread like wildfire, and there was already a long queue at the door before dawn the next day. But there are so many people at the moment, coupled with the high temperature and mosquitoes, it is really difficult to queue up. But there is a little discrepancy with Lan Jin's memory. The amount withdrawn in the first 2 days was indeed 10 yuan, and the third day was also 5 yuan, but it became 1 yuan from the fourth day, and reached the fifth day. The sky became yuan, and then, when the 7 days were up, the major banks quickly closed their doors.
After the money is withdrawn, the rest is naturally consumed.
Immediately, a piece of news from above quickly spread in various community groups, that is, to ask residents to take the cash they have withdrawn and go to the designated supply and marketing agency to buy supplies. What is necessary here is the designated supply and marketing cooperative, and the rest, such as supermarkets and canteens, still collect contribution points, so it is useless to go there. And there is no limit to the purchase of materials, and the price has not yet increased. The location of the supply and marketing cooperative is not difficult to find. In order to meet the shopping needs of these residents, the venue must be large, so the large supermarkets near each community are a good place. The current supply and marketing cooperatives. However, there is another difference. In the past, the business hours of the supermarket were from 7:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Now the supply and marketing cooperatives have changed to the normal time period of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. It really needs people to adapt. After seeing the news, the residents cursed and took out all the things that could hold supplies at home, and hurried to the supermarket. As for Lan Jin, because of the convenience obtained from Huang Jinghe and his parents, the two of them had already paid for the goods they needed and were transported to a corner together without any notice. In the small warehouse, waiting for them to transport home by themselves. As for delivery, sorry, they don't have this service. At this moment, she had to sigh, it's really good to have acquaintances around. There was no one to help the two of them, so they had to come by themselves. One person carried 2 big bags of supplies and walked on the road, but the supplies in his hands were completely incomparable with the goods in the small warehouse. When will they take it slowly? So Lan Jin said, it's not too far for us to go back this way, but we can't hold much with just 2 hands. Right now, there is no one, let's take more, but there will be people later, and they will take so much. The materials are too eye-catching. Huang Jinghe understood this truth. When he saw the warehouse full of supplies, he couldn't help but sigh about his workload. It wasn't because he was afraid of suffering, but like Lan Jin said, it was too eye-catching to always take supplies home. Then what should I do? My family really has nothing to drag supplies, and I can't ask anyone to help me right now. And even if they can be invited, no one will invite them. This is not obvious to tell others that my family has a lot of supplies, and you are welcome to grab them, so it can only be moved by hand. There are a lot of things in Lan Jin's space, maybe there really is a container that can hold more supplies, she pretended to be thinking, searched over and over in the space, and then found several small camping carts in the space, then it is no problem to put some daily supplies in the cart, and it has a huge space. A small cart can hold the supplies for 2 people to go back and forth 2 or 3 times. Lan Jin said, I passed by the camp before, and there is a camping cart at home. It is a bit big. When I go back and look for it, we can use that to relax a lot. The two took the supplies and took the elevator back home. After a while, Lan Jin found the small camping cart from the space. I have to say that the capacity of this trolley is quite large, but the capacity is large. It is okay to carry food, but it seems a bit unsteady to carry drinking water. Lan Jin thought for a while, and took out an old grocery shopping trailer from the space. Her small trailer was boxy and had a cover. The boxy box could hold 2 boxes of bottled water, and there are a small amount of supplies, and after the lid is closed, 2 boxes of pure water can
be stacked on the lid.
This thing is very common and unobtrusive, but it can be taken out and used. When Huang Jinghe saw these 2 things, his eyes widened with joy. Sister Lan, this thing is really big, using it can save you a lot of walking.
Yeah, one is dragging water and the other is dragging food.
We can take the elevator back while there is no one else, and I'm afraid we will have to take the stairs afterwards. The 2 of them knew that the material should not attract people's attention, so they quickened their pace. Except for the first trip, they really didn't meet anyone in the next 2 trips. They took the elevator to the 30th floor smoothly, and then moved go home. When they went out for the 4th time, people in 2s and 3s ran towards the supply and marketing cooperative with their things. At this moment, not only could they not get on the elevator, many people couldn't wait for the elevator, so they ran down from the safe passage.
The safe passage is not safe now.
The 2 stood guard at the side door of the safe passage, and waited for about an hour. After the elevator obviously stopped moving, the 2 quickly got on the elevator and moved the supplies home. After that, I hurriedly moved the supplies home again, and the number of people who came back with supplies increased significantly. Lan Jin put away the trailer used for grocery shopping, and went out with Huang Jinghe with only a small camping cart. When I got on the elevator going back, looking at the cart full of supplies, someone asked, "You have robbed a lot of stuff, and you are pushing it with such a big cart." Lan Jin explained with a smile, "Our 2 families, each grabs their own, and packs them back in one car, which is much easier than carrying them." As soon as they heard that there were 2 families, the people in the elevator didn't say anything. The main reason was that there were too many people robbing things in the supply and marketing cooperative.
There are so many, don't you just get jealous? But if there are 2 families, 1 point for the 2 families is not much different from their supplies, so I feel balanced.
After getting out of the elevator and arriving at Lan Jin's home, Huang Jinghe finally understood Lan Jin's intentions. Sister Lan is so smart, how
did you know these people would ask? I'm sure you'll ask, if they didn't get the supplies and were pushing a big cart, can we not be jealous?
After hearing this, Huang Jinghe nodded repeatedly. This is a pure life experience, but he hesitated about whether to take the elevator in the future. Sister Lan, shall we still take the elevator? End of this chapter. Lan Jin would like to take the elevator, but there are still so many supplies after that, it will definitely be eye-catching if people see it, but if she takes the safe passage from the 1st floor to the 32nd floor, she can't bear it even if there is spiritual spring water.
After thinking about it, he said, "Wait a minute, I'll go find a car, let's put all the supplies in the car, then park in the parking lot, and we'll take the elevator up in the middle of the night." But when it comes to cars, there were so many floods before, so there were no cars available. Lan Jin said, "I can get it, there is always a place that is not flooded, you go back first, I will definitely get it before they get off work." The 2 finished dividing up the cart of supplies, and just as Huang Jinghe was about to go back with his own supplies, there was a quiet knock on the door. Bang bang. The 2 knocks on the door were quite gentle, but the person outside the door did not speak after knocking on the door, which made Lan Jin feel that nothing good happened. Under normal circumstances, no matter whether there is any response after knocking on the door, someone will usually shout, "Is there anyone? I belong to XX." In the past, the community staff would ask this question when they came to the door, and Huang Jinghe would also say the same question when they came to her, so Lan Jin was very relieved to open the door. But this person didn't say anything, just knocked on the door, which reminded her of the 2 knocks on the door during the poisonous fog. Lan Jin looked in the direction of the door and didn't move, so that Huang Jinghe, who was about to leave, stopped in midair and didn't move. And Huang Jinghe, like Lan Jin, really didn't like the knock on the door. Boom, boom. The knocking on the door was much louder than before. Even if the 2 of them were inside the house, they could vaguely hear the voices of chattering. "Outside, no, I just saw someone go in, a man and a woman, why didn't you respond?" Huang Jinghe opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, "Sister Lan, do you want to open the door?"
Lan Jin pursed her lips, and replied in a low voice, "I don't know anyone here, it doesn't matter whether the door is opened or not, so I choose not
to open the door.
But Lan Jin didn't open the door, but Huang Jinghe couldn't get out, so he put down his belongings and sat on the sofa in the living room. But who knows that the people outside the door didn't want to give up. The previous knock on the door was replaced by the sound of kicking the door.
Lan Jin was shocked by the strength. Good guy, what does this person mean by acting wild at the door of his house? She rushed to the door, opened the door inside and shouted directly, "What are you kicking? This is my door. If you want to kick it, kick your own." The people outside the door thought no one was there, so they acted a little louder. Unexpectedly, Lan Jin yelled out at this moment, which shocked her who was about to leave. She has a bad temper. Even if she returned said, "Why are you pretending to be dead when you are at home? I don't want to open the door of my own house. It's none of your business. If you kick my door again, don't blame me for being rude." After Lan Jin finished speaking, she closed the door inside forcefully. With a bang, the woman outside the door ate the ashes of her nose, but the point was that she hadn't said what she wanted to say, but at this moment the two people are making a fuss, and she doesn't want to continue to make trouble. After returning home, the man in the house asked, "What's the matter with you? I just asked you to borrow a car, why are you still arguing with others?" That's right, this woman was planning on Lan Jin's camper van. She saw that Lan Jin's camper van could hold a lot of supplies, so she didn't need to carry it by hand if she could borrow it. But who would have thought that the door was shut before he even opened his mouth? The woman vented impatiently, and then said, "I want to borrow it from you, but I won't go anyway." That woman is too difficult to talk, and she pretends not to be at home when she is clearly at home. She must just not want to borrow it. This person is really stingy. "The brain circuits of men and women are not the same," he said. "You didn't say what you want to do. How did she know that we were going to borrow a car? Why would she not borrow it? Let me tell you that you just tapped. There is also a problem with the door." In a word, women did not do a good job, but let men borrow it by themselves, and men don't want to. After all, it is good to blame others, but it is absolutely impossible to make yourself angry. Taking advantage of the time when the woman was going home, Lan Jin asked Huang Jinghe to go home quickly, while she went out and wandered around. Then found a place where no one was around, took out the caravan, and then stopped in the underground parking lot. She waited for a while, until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she called Huang Jinghe. When Huang Jinghe came to the RV, he was shocked. "Wow, this car is too big. That is, let's put the supplies here, park them in the underground parking lot first, and then move them up at night. They have already moved many times before." Although the supplies of the two cars are not conspicuous, they have actually moved a small corner of the warehouse, so they can really fill half of the rest of the warehouse with the supplies of another RV. Well, Lan Jin said, "My friend was worried that the caravan would attract people's attention, so he wouldn't let me drive in front of people. You said that we should find a place nearby, use our trailer to tow it out first, and then drive it to the parking lot." Huang Jinghe said, "Don't be so troublesome, this car is parked here, let's use the two small trailers before, and just tow it directly to the parking lot. Let's tow it now, but Sister Lan, Xiao Xiao, is it okay to be alone at home?" Ren Xiao must be staying in her space, but Lan Jin's explanation to Huang Jinghe was that she was locked in the master bedroom, with toys and snacks, and Nana's company, so it's okay to be without her for a day. But this was before that woman knocked on the door. Now that woman knocks on the door, what if the woman doesn't give up and keeps knocking on the door at home? Huang Jinghe said worriedly, "Sister Lan, do you want if you're not at home with Xiao Xiao, I'll just carry these things over by myself, and when Xiao falls asleep and everyone else falls asleep in the middle of the night, the two of us will carry them upstairs." "How can I do that? There are too many supplies." "You have worked so hard." "Don't worry, Xiao Xiao is brave. It's okay." Lan Jin pretended to think about it and thought for a while before saying, "I just want to get it quickly. Even if you are afraid that it will be one day, you can move it alone if you work harder, but after all, it is not as fast as two people, so don't argue about it, let's work together to finish it as soon as possible." After Lan Jin said so, Huang Jinghe naturally didn't force it, but the car must have been driven out. After all, it saves time on footwork. It also used the method Lan Jin said before,
parking the RV near the supply and marketing cooperative, then use 2 small trucks to tow it to a nearby RV, and then park the RV in the parking lot. Huang Jinghe will stay in the RV until dark, and Lan Jin will come down to carry supplies with him. She naturally accepted Huang Jinghe's kindness, and felt that the child was really well raised. End of this chapter. The two rushed to pack a caravan full of supplies before the supply and marketing agency got off work, and then went to the cafeteria to buy a box of lunch. After buying the boxed lunch, Huang Jinghe asked to stay in the caravan to eat and guard their supplies, while Lan Jin took the boxed lunch home to accompany the children to eat. Lan Jin knew that this was Huang Jinghe's care for her. It is not necessary for her, but if there is no space, then Huang Jinghe's behavior is very necessary. Lan Jin naturally remembered his kind deeds in his heart, and decided to pay back a little in the future. Lan Jin took the lunchbox and went upstairs, but when she came to the stairwell, she saw a man sneaking around her door. Lan Jin said bluntly, "What are you doing?" The man listened to the sound, looked back, and explained, "I'm looking for the owner of this house, but the door hasn't been opened after knocking for a long time." Lan Jin let out an "oh" and said, "I am the head of this household, what can you do for me?" The man looked at Lan Jin for a moment, and then said with a naive smile, "I just have an unfeeling request. Can you lend me the cart you used when I was at home? My house is 3204, and everyone is a neighbor. I won't lose it for you, and I'll return it to you immediately when it's used up." That's right, this man is the lover of the woman who just knocked on her door. Because of the woman's lessons learned, although the man knocked on the door for a long time, he just pretended not to hear Lan Jin back or really not at home. But hasn't this neighbor bought supplies yet? But right now it's really not that she didn't borrow it, but that she put the stroller in the RV, and she didn't have anything to borrow it at all. Lan Jin shook her head and said, "It's not that I won't lend it to you, you didn't say it earlier, I've lent it to someone else." As soon as Lan Jin finished speaking, the woman from 3204 rushed out of the house and yelled, "Nonsense, you obviously don't want to borrow it, why are you talking about it here?" The woman rushed out of the house angrily, like a gust of wind. Lan Jin subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the woman's voice was really noisy. She frowned and said, "It's true that I borrowed this thing out. You can look up to others, and you can look up to others." After Lan Jin finished speaking, he glanced at the woman, and said quietly, "If you had told me earlier, for the sake of the neighbors on the same floor, I would have to lend it to you first." After finishing speaking, Lan Jin took out the key, opened the door and walked in. While opening the door, the couple could actually see the situation in the living room clearly. At least in the living room, they really didn't see the car trolley. Lan Jin returned home, but now he had to blame his own woman for the man who didn't get rejected. This man is obviously very talkative. If you didn't offend her before, how could he not lend us the cart? They're all neighbors. Facing the man's accusation, the woman looked incredulous. "No, is this my problem?" This woman clearly did it on purpose. Lan Jin did it on purpose. A woman can see it but a man can't. The two of them were having a quarrel for a while she and Rensicha were enjoying today's dinner leisurely. The boxed lunch outside tasted very good. She and Rensicha loved it very much, but hearing the sound outside, Rensicha said, "Mom, it's noisy." "No way, we have neighbors now. Speaking of which, it's really quiet when no one is around." "Chow chow, I'll go to the space after dinner. It's quiet there, and my mother has something to do at night. In the past 2 days, you have to stay in the space." Rensicha didn't know what Lan Jin was busy with, but looking at the extra supplies in the space from time to time, she still knew that these things were very important to them, so she nodded heavily and said, "Okay, Mom, Jojo can play by himself." So nice. Looking at such a well-behaved child and dog, Lan Jin couldn't help but give the 2 little guys big chicken legs as a reward, especially Nana. She knew that playing with the children is very tiring. Even if the dog has good energy, it is better to accompany the children. It is also tiring to play. Into the night, Lan Jin went down the stairs to the parking lot. After meeting Huang Jinghe, the two started to drag the supplies. As soon as the door of the RV was opened, the two small carts that were used before fell down. Lan Jin quickly caught them so as not to make a noise that would alarm others, and then moved the supplies to the two small carts bit by bit. In the dead of night, you can take the elevator, but this elevator can't go directly to the 30th floor and then down, Lan Jin said. We have to take the elevator several times for these materials. The goal of getting to the 30th floor is too obvious. Let's take the 25th floor and go up. I always have to walk upstairs anyway, and it's okay to walk 2 more floors. Just a feint, no one knows exactly where, unless you come out and see it with your own eyes. As soon as Lan Jin said Huang Jinghe understood, he immediately agreed, okay. This night, the two were busy, and moved a total of 5 times before moving all the supplies of the caravan back home. The caravan was filled up again, and the two of them came to slowly transport it upstairs after nightfall. It takes 4 days to move these materials. It is really a bit slow due to pure manpower and sneaky things. If you can use the space. Forget it, I can't think about it. In short, on the 4th night, they finally moved all their supplies after moving a few times. Lan Jin's supplies were naturally put into the space, and then the second bedroom was locked, pretending that the supplies were in the second bedroom. As for Huang Jinghe, who has no space, he really locked the supplies in the second bedroom. Looking at the piles of supplies inside, he felt that it would be no problem to eat for 4 or 5 years. Of course, the premise is that the food will not go bad if it is stored for such a long time. After moving the supplies, the two of them were finally able to sleep soundly. The next day. After waking up, Lan Jin hurried to the underground parking lot and put the caravan into the space. If she hadn't been worried about making noise when she went out at night, she actually wanted to put it in at midnight last night. As soon as Lan Jin put away the caravan, the matter on her mind was straightened out, and then she went home again, packed a bag of fruit, and sent it to Huang Jinghe upstairs. The fruit is still on sale at the moment, and the price is about the same as before, but you need to contribute points to buy it, so it's really not a scarce commodity. For such relatively common things, Lan Jin felt that giving some of them was also a way of thanking the child for taking care of her. After all, Huang Jinghe really exhausted herself in order to reduce her workload these days. Lan Jin, she's not blind, so it's impossible to be indifferent. Besides, she said she wanted to thank him before, so she thinks this bag of fruit is very suitable. When Huang Jinghe saw the bag of fruit, he immediately pushed it back. Sister Lan, although the fruit is not expensive at the moment, it's not cheap either. You can just keep it for Qiao Qiao, why don't you give it to me? End of this chapter. Lan Jin said, here, I've seen the food you bought. They are all prepared for long-term battles. Although you can eat enough, you are always short of vitamins. It's okay for us to eat in the cafeteria during this time. But if, as your parents said, if there is anything else in the future, how can the body suffer from eating this for a long time? These lemons, grapefruits, and oranges can be stored for a long time, especially lemons. You should put them in the refrigerator now, and then you can squeeze a few drops and mix it with water to drink. It's not harmful to your body. Besides, I'm not paying for it, so don't refuse it. No matter what Huang Jinghe said about Lan Jin, he accepted the fruit, and then called his parents. As for Huang's father and Huang's mother, I will accept it if I accept it. If I guessed correctly, Sister Lan should be thanking you for taking her to buy things and withdraw money. Since this is the case, let's accept it. Anyway, you also came, there is a future. After finishing speaking, Father Huang said, by the way, I asked you to block the windows of the attic, did you block them? Huang Jinghe said, I got some cement, and I will plug it up myself later. I plan to plug it up inside and out. The glass is a newly installed anti-bow single-layer glass. I didn't plan to tear it down, so I just sealed it in. Got it inside. Okay, it's okay if you don't demolish it, but the cement must be blocked. Don't let others take advantage of it. Although you have been very careful when buying supplies, what happens, right? Father Huang said again, the supplies in your supermarket are missing. Did you hear any news when you went out to run? Huang Jinghe said, I heard, it is said that the supplies in the supermarket were taken away by a group of people during the poisonous smog, but it
Was still impossible to find out who took them away, and these people did things very strangely. Who did it? It is really unpredictable to take more than half of the supplies and leave a little half. Father Huang said, yes, so be careful at home, don't blame me and your mother for being narrow-minded, but there are some things that should be paid attention to. The distance between your platform and the attic is too close, it is better to seal it to be safer. In addition, there are so many supplies at home, so be careful. Huang Jing's family lived on the 33rd floor before, and both of them were worried, not to mention that the 33rd floor is already full at the moment. If something really happens, the situation is even more critical than before. Don't worry more about your son. Mother Huang sighed, it would be nice if I lived on the first floor with Sister Nailin. Father Huang didn't agree with that. Living on the first floor is not necessarily a good thing, but it's not necessarily a bad thing either. That's fine, it's already good. Jinghe, you can contact us at any time. As long as you can reply, we will definitely reply to you immediately. After finishing speaking, Huang's father and Huang's mother hung up the phone. After finishing the matter of sealing the window, he immediately took a few photos and sent them to his parents after the window was sealed, letting them know that he had finished the matter, and they could worry less about him who were far outside. And mentioned those supplies in the supermarket. At the time when it was still in the poisonous smog, the news about the supplies in the supermarket couldn't spread for a while, so most people didn't know about it, but now everyone can go out. With the speed of the spread, the day Lanjin went to withdraw the money, I heard some rumors vaguely, let alone the day I went shopping at the supply and marketing agency. In short, the rumors have intensified, and even multiple versions have been circulated. But no matter how many versions there are, none of them can be believed, and Lanjin, who was the person involved, even more scoffed at the rumors of these versions. But for this matter, Lanjin really has nothing to fear, and she is not worried that someone will find out about her. First of all, the road was full of poisonous fog. Even if the camera had night vision function, she couldn't see her face clearly in protective clothing and a gas mask, so how could these people be sure that the person was her? Secondly, now is the era of smartphones, and mobile phones can track addresses. She did bring her mobile phone with her when she went out, but she walked all the way by herself. As for the time when she stole the oil, well, she didn't use her mobile phone at all. She had everything she wanted in a large warehouse supermarket. And the mobile phone she used the day was purchased at 0 yuan the day before. She didn't put a calling card in the new mobile phone she got at the time. Even if she fixed the location, who would know it was her? Another one, the time she used this phone was around the circle of the gas station, and she immediately put the phone into the space after walking to a familiar place. The phone was taken out of thin air and disappeared out of thin air, so she asked where she could find someone. Another one, don't doubt whether a mobile phone without a card can be used. She just uses a map function, which comes with her phone, and the offline map really doesn't need to log into her account. In short, she feels that there is nothing that can locate her. As for the access control when entering and leaving the door, it is not her access control. When I went downstairs, didn't I encounter an obstacle? She took away the person's access control card without any hassle. Even if they found out the itinerary of this card, everyone in the whole community and the whole building would be suspicious, so why should they only suspect her? If you catch a thief and get dirty again, you just have to suspect that she took the supplies, so you should find the supplies and confront her. So Lanjin really has nothing to be afraid of. As long as she doesn't come in front of her, she can treat it as nothing to do with her. After that, this matter naturally developed as it should. Anyway, Lanjin completely ignored this matter. After the supply and marketing cooperative opened for 7 days, it finally suspended its business. Regardless of whether the RMB on hand was used up or not, it was closed anyway. As for the time to open the door again, there is indeed a time, but the RMB is really not charged, but Lanjin can't remember the specific time. Because when it opened again, it was gold, and in the previous life Lanjin the gold on hand was exchanged for contribution points at the very beginning, so she naturally didn't pay much attention to these without gold for supplies, but she remembered that the interval between them was not long. A few days later, a recruitment message was quietly sent out in the group.
and then quickly grabbed everyone's attention. This job recruitment information is very clear. The recruits are all doing manual work. Please consider before signing up. Food and lodging are included, and the wages of 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water a day are so attractive that no one can resist the temptation. Even an 80-year-old lady hurried over to sign up. The recruiters were blindsided, and then directly stuck the age of registration between 18 to 45 years old, which shows that their physical requirements are still very high. Lan Jin sent a message to Huang Jinghe, "Do you want to sign up? My suggestion is not to go." End of this chapter. According to her memory in her previous life, this work is actually recruiting workers to build a base, and the people who went to work there did not have to go back to work, and they had minor injuries such as severed hands and feet, and many of them could not come back. Now, although there will be subsidies, such a small amount of subsidies will become a conspicuous existence in the last days, so it is better not to go at all. And Huang Jinghe didn't come to ask his parents at all, so he was ruthlessly rejected by Huang's father and Huang's mother. Once others left, what would happen to the supplies at home? Don't worry if no one is at home to guard them. And the most important thing, how hard is this physical work? If others don't know, can they not know? The son is still young, they really don't want Huang Jinghe to be hurt, and it will be too late to go back by then. So before the recruitment information came out, Huang Jinghe's thoughts were dismissed by Huang's father and Huang's mother. Huang Jinghe, no, my parents won't let me go. Lan Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It's right not to let go. We have so many supplies at home. If you are not around, if someone pries the door, it will not be worth the loss. You can't earn a few packs of instant noodles by working outside. It's still reliable at home. Some. Huang Jinghe, Sister Lan and my parents said the same thing. Actually, I didn't quite understand it at first, but then I thought about it. When I'm at home, someone breaks open the door, so let's not mention that people are not at home. After thinking about it, it's okay. Not going to go. It is a good thing for the child to listen to persuasion, no matter what Huang's father and Huang's mother thought at first. Anyway, Huang Jinghe just stays. As for the base, she remembered that the base in City J was completed half a month before the end of the insect plague. In the remaining half a month, the staff also urged the residents to bring food to the base. It must be a good thing to have a base to settle down in, but the base in the previous life was built in the poisonous fog for half a year plus 1.5 months of insect infestation, and it took nearly 8 months to build it. But isn't the time of poisonous fog shortened in this life? If the time of insect infestation is not extended, it will naturally mean that the 3-month heavy rain period will be brought forward, so the base will not be safe. She is not saying that the base is not well built, but that the flood will reach the 18th floor during the heavy rain period. The height of the base is simply not enough to withstand such a high flood. The residents in the previous life suffered heavy casualties, and no accidents will happen in this life, so there is no need to build or go to the base. But others don't know about this. Almost everyone is immersed in the joy of recruiting, so Lan Jin naturally won't make trouble. Of course, she didn't think about reminding her anything. After these workers applied for the job, they were picked up by a car in the afternoon. As in the previous life, the workers were sent away in batches, and sent back in batches. Anyway, within a few days, there were always a few people going back and forth. Although the life of the workers is difficult, in fact, the life of them who stay in the community is not so easy. The plague of insects was rampant. At the beginning, everyone just felt irritable, but after a long time, follow-up problems followed one after another. The places where mosquito bites are red, swollen, bleeding, pus, and festering are just basic operations. If the wound is not good for a long time, symptoms such as fever, epilepsy, etc. will follow. The rising high temperature, the flood of mosquitoes and the number of patients caused the entire city of J to be in a state of desperation. Want to rule? Not that fast at all. But prevention is easy. No matter how these mosquitoes mutate, they will always just get bigger. The bugs are still the same bugs. As long as you spray insecticides at home,
you can prevent more than half of them.
Those bitten places only need to spray toilet water and essential oils. It can also eliminate more than half of the swelling, and with the passage of time, in short, for those who have used these two kinds of wounds, the wounds are not good, but fortunately they have not deteriorated.
But yes, but no.
No insecticides, no mosquito coils, no mosquito repellent mugwort leaves.
Nothing at all.
These things are not a must-have, and some leftovers were not used up last year. Even if some people prepared a bottle or two, after more than a month of insect infestation, how could there be any leftovers? After knowing their importance, these products are actually on the shelves in the supermarket. Not to mention the need for contribution points to pay, the price is really prohibitive for many people. Lon Jean is not worried about these, not to mention mosquito nets at home. Insecticides are also available, so there is no need to worry about insect plagues at all. In such an anxious life, more than a month passed by, and the time finally came to November.
Half a month has passed since the 2-month pest infestation in Lon Jin's memory. However, not only the pest infestation is not over, but there is a tendency to spread more, and the temperature outside is frighteningly high. The thermometer on Lon Jin's balcony showed that the outdoor high temperature reached 71 degrees, and the indoor temperature once exceeded 40 degrees. This was when she was using the air conditioner, let alone other people's homes, and the outdoor work was directly shut down. Despite the ban, the work of building bases has not stopped at all. Because of the high temperature, many workers suffered from warm-up illness. In short, it is not as good as those big and small injuries. At least you can see people coming back. The lake outside has become a deep pit, and the river water has dropped much more than before. A few months ago, they were still worrying about the flood, and now they should worry about the dryness of the river. Of course, this is an adjective, and the river is not so easy to dry up. But because the hot weather lasted for too long, water and electricity restrictions have been put on the agenda again. However, the current water and electricity limit is very different from the original one. In the past, electricity was used at will, and water was changed to a limited supply in the morning and evening. But at this moment, the water and electricity have been cut off directly, and if you need water, you have to go out with a bucket to pick it up. In other words, it is difficult to restore water and electricity in the short term. As for the place where the water is collected, it is the newly built faucet at the entrance of the cafeteria where they go every day. There will be people guarding the faucets, and the residents will pick up the water by household. No matter how many people in your family, each household can only receive water once a day, and only one bucket of water at a time. The standard for a bucket is 6L, no matter how many people in your family. People, it doesn't matter if your home is enough or not, there are only so many anyway, you can use it as you like. Although the residents complained a lot, no one dared to really say anything, otherwise they would not even be able to receive this bucket of water. So they would have to drink mineral water. In this special period, no amount of contribution points can do this make it. But there are some things that should be complained. It is bearable to fetch water, but it is unbearable to cut electricity. Heat is one thing, there is no elevator, how can residents carry water upstairs? People on the lower floors gritted their teeth and were able to go up, but those on the upper floors said nothing. No, can you consider those of us who live in high buildings? The 33rd floor is really difficult for people to climb, plus there is a queue, and it is so hot during the day, it will be really annoying. End of this chapter. That's right, the key is that the water can't be fetched as soon as you use it. If you just use one faucet, even if we have one bucket per household, there are so many people. Queuing for several hours and climbing dozens of floors is too much for one person. Yes, it's unscientific for you to make such an arrangement. Then how scientific do you think it is? There are a lot of people in our community, but didn't the staff say that they will broadcast notifications in each community before they come down? In fact, if you go down, you won't be able to stand in the team for a long time. If you feel tired, you don't fetch water. What do you drink if you don't fetch water? Is this water for drinking? Isn't it for flushing the toilet? Where did you come from, little fairy, who doesn't eat fireworks in the world?
you have to pay for the mineral water you drink, and everyone doesn't
go to work, so you must drink tap water.
But there's no electricity right now, it can't be burned or drunk.
Didn't you call in the middle of the night? I found that you people have no life experience at all.
You fetch water during the day, and you call to boil water in the middle of the night.
Adjust your work and rest.
Why do you have to go to bed on time if you don't go to work?
Can I have some hot water?
But, who wants to drink hot water? I will let it cool down before drinking it if it burns. Who drinks hot water on such a hot day? But drinking unboiled water is really bad.
No, are you talking about water now?
People are talking about climbing stairs.
What's the problem? Who asked her to buy such a high-rise building? If you buy it yourself, you can accept it.
That's why low floors are good.
It's also good when it's flooded.
The last sentence successfully sparked the controversy, so it is better to have high floors for high floors, and low floors for low floors.
Kalonjin always thinks that high floors are the best.
When the heavy rain comes, these people will naturally know up. As soon as the electricity at home stopped, Lon Jean installed the solar battery in the living room and used it while charging. For her family, it was no different from when there was no power outage. However, before using it, she simply cleaned the sanitation of the house, disinfected it first, and then sprayed it with insecticide.
In short, a good environment is still necessary.
But no matter how necessary, Lon Jean still had some doubts about her life at the moment. She sat on the sofa and carefully recalled what happened in her previous life.
The end of this life is the same as the previous life, but there is a big difference.
The sequence of events is the same as in the previous life, but the timing of the events is completely different.
Could there be such a big discrepancy? Could it be because of the butterfly effect after her rebirth? But can the butterfly effect still change these? Lon Jean didn't know. But then, on such a hot day, could it be extremely hot? But if it is extremely hot, it doesn't look like it. Due to global warming, the temperature has gradually increased as early as 100 years ago.
It is not uncommon for the temperature to be over 70 degrees in the hottest summer. No matter how high the temperature is before, the four seasons are not chaotic.
What time is it now?
In November, even if you don't wear a jacket, you should change into a long-sleeved jacket now. But at the moment, they are still at home with short sleeves and shorts. If they are not afraid of sunburn or being bitten by insects when they go out, they probably won't change into long sleeves and long pants when they go out.
So, what is going on today?
Lon Jean couldn't come up with a result after thinking about it, so she put down her phone and leaned on the sofa and said, I'm too difficult, I'm too
difficult.
Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Ren Xiqiao imitated her words and said, I am too difficult, I am too difficult.
Lon Jean smiled and said, what's so difficult for you? It's so difficult for you to eat and drink every day.
Ren Xiqiao frowned and said, go out and play, stay at home every day. Lon Jean glanced at Tiandao outside. I also want to take you out to play, but you don't wear sun protection clothes, there are so many mosquitoes.
Outside, if they crawl on you, you will bite a big bag, it's not good, everyone who stays at home and wants to go out?
The sun protection clothing is made of ice silk fabric, and the long clothes and trousers have a brim.
It is a must-have clothing for all people in summer.
At this time, long clothes and trousers can protect against sun and insects, so it has become a must-have for going out.
Second choice.
But no matter how silky the fabric is, the children don't want to wear long clothes and trousers when they see it, so that Lon Jean can't take it out. If she doesn't wear it, so they really stayed at home during this time. Wanting to wear it but not wanting to wear it, Ren Xiqiao threw the toy aside and staggered to Lon Jin's side. She pointed to Nana at her feet and said, Mom, Nana wants to go out to play too. Nana understood what Ren Xiqiao meant, and after she finished speaking, she glanced at Ren Xiqiao, and then looked at Lon Jin and said want to
cooperate with Ren Xiqiao.
Lon Jin smiled wryly, sighed and said, Xiao Xiao, why don't you go to the balcony and stay for a while, if you think you're like this, let's go.
First, okay?
The same goes for Nana, you can bear the heat outside and mosquitoes, let's go out. Lan Jin sprayed a little insecticide on the sand net door on the balcony, opened the door, and quickly threw the child and the dog onto the balcony. Then quickly closed the sand net door, and within 2 minutes the two things were safe. Noisy to come in, the heat must be a bit hot, but the feeling of mosquitoes flying and colliding with the body is really uncomfortable. After only 2 minutes, the child and the dog who came back no longer wanted to go out. When the child stopped making trouble, Lan Jin felt relieved. Speaking of fetching water, she hasn't looked for the bucket for fetching water yet. After throwing the dog to the toy corner, she entered the space and started looking for it. There are many types of buckets in the space, but the most desirable one is the mineral water bucket with small blue plastic bottles. This kind of bucket with a small body is not only easy to fill water, but also difficult to sprinkle water, but the small bottle has a handle, but the large bottle does not. The amount of water they fetch is 6 L, which happens to be a large bottle. It is really not easy to fetch water with this bottle. Whether it is easy to get it or not is important to solve, but the first thing to do is to find a way to own it. But when it comes to this kind of bottle, Lan Jin really has it. When she applied for a water card to get water, she ordered 3,000 buckets to be this bucket, but according to the standard of water dispensers, the buckets are all 3 L. But the boss saw that she ordered a lot, so he sent more than a dozen 6 L buckets to her. Speaking of which, she really has this kind of bucket. Lan Jin rummaged through the space, and found the bucket in a short while. There were 12 large buckets in total, 5 of which contained freshly squeezed fruit juice that she used in the space, and she took the remaining 7. 2 came out, I used 1 for myself, and left 1 for Huang Jinghe. This child is honest. If the two of them want to fetch water together, he will definitely help her carry it, so she will not be stingy with a bucket. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't help her. Thanks for the reward from the lost moonlight, thank you. End of this chapter. After Lan Jin came out of the space with 2 buckets, he immediately sent a message to Huang Jinghe with a picture. I have a few 6 L buckets at home. You don't need to buy them. This bucket is not easy for mosquitoes to fetch water, and it's convenient for us although it is not easy to carry, but I will tow a small trailer later, at least on flat ground, we can relax a lot. Huang Jinghe is naturally grateful. After all, this bucket is indeed easier to use and much cleaner than the big mouth bucket. Thank you, Sister Lan. I am worried about this. The buckets at home are filled with water. The buckets in the supermarket seem to be of poor quality. It looks so good, and the mouth is so big. I'm afraid that the water will be spilled when I bring it back, and I won't be able to drink it if mosquitoes enter it. Lan Jin, no thanks, it was extra, just put it away if you don't need it, you can use it with peace of mind. After we are notified, we will make an appointment to go out together. After a while, the staff began to notify the various communities to fetch water, and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at their community. But at this time, Lan Jin thought it was very suitable, because when he was queuing up to drain, he could also take the dinner back with him, so why not do it? The two made an appointment to go out at 4 o'clock, and after meeting in the safe passage, the two smiled at each other, and Huang Jinghe picked up the trailer. When the two of them arrived at the cafeteria, there were only more than 20 people queuing up, but there were still people who came out later than them. They stood in the last row. After a while, there were more than a dozen people lined up behind them. In the process of fetching water, Lan Jin discovered that there were actually some people who used the same bucket as her, and mixed in with them. Lan Jin's bucket was not so eye-catching. In fact, she was really worried that she was too different, and now she really felt relieved. After queuing for more than 20 minutes, the two of them arrived. Huang Jinghe consciously swiped his card to fetch water. As soon as his card was swiped, Lan Jin took the card to the box lunch next door to swipe his card to buy lunch. There are few people here, so she didn't need to line up to get the boxed lunch. When she passed by, Huang Jinghe had finished filling the 2 buckets of water and put them into the small trailer. After the cover was closed, he naturally dragged the car on the way back to the community. When the two arrived at the 12th building again, Huang Jinghe dragged the car and was about to go upstairs without saying a word. On the contrary, Lan Jin felt a little embarrassed. She said politely, "It's not easy for you to do this, it's too heavy, I'll get the water myself." Huang Jinghe said, "No, this cart has 3 wheels, it can go up the stairs, just take your time, and dragging it up the stairs like this is much easier than carrying it up the stairs."
Lan Jin replied, "That's fine, then I will only carry food." Ah. The two slowly wandered to the 32nd floor. Because they came out late, when they went upstairs, they didn't meet any neighbors except for the noises that could be heard in 2s and 3s. Upstairs. But when Lan Jin came back to the 32nd floor, she happened to meet a woman from the 3204 household in the corridor. At this moment, she was panting and patting on the door of her own house, and there was a freshly filled bucket in her footsteps. You can tell that this water bucket was bought in a supermarket, and you can buy it with just 1 contribution point, but the quality is very average. And it smells bad. When Lan Jin was queuing up to get water, Lan Jin went to the supermarket to take a look. The smell of plastic barely made her dizzy. In addition, the mouth of the bucket is very large, so if you have less strength to go back and forth all the way, you may be able to sprinkle a lot of water out. Lan Jin had a holiday with her, so naturally she didn't intend to say hello to this person, but the woman in 3204 turned around and found that it was her who came over, and she was also able to find a young man to help carry water, so she felt a little upset. She hummed at the two of them and rolled her big eyes before continuing to pat on the door of her own house. Huang Jinghe looked bewildered, and he blinked at Lan Jin, as if asking, "What's the matter?" Lan Jin smiled and said nothing, and opened the lid of the trailer, wanting him to take the bucket and go back quickly. However, the people in 3204 didn't seem to hear the knock on the door, and they didn't come to open the door for her for a long time, and the originally unhappy mood became even more unhappy. Looking at the harmonious appearance of 3202, and seeing how much difference there is between having a man and not having a man, I couldn't help but say, "Hey, I don't know what trick I used." At this time, the young man who can be coaxed can help get the water up, but we honest people can't do it. So we can only bury our heads and do it ourselves. Originally, Lan Jin wanted to say a few words, but felt that he couldn't talk to this woman, so after she choked up for a second, she didn't speak. Again, took out the key, and planned to open the door and enter the house. At this moment, Huang Jinghe had already brought out his pot of water, but when he heard the woman's words, he was worried and left now. When he recalled the woman's voice again, "Well, isn't this just going up?" The woman who knocked on the door of Lan Jin's house for the first time? So it was because he was scolded by Lan Jin last time and left, and now he was upset that no one was helping him with the water, and wanted to get back on the spot? But if this is the case, Huang Jinghe feels that he can't leave. If there is a fight, he will go to help. But Lan Jin didn't think so. If she really wanted to fight, she would definitely not suffer. On the contrary, Huang Jinghe couldn't play well here. After she opened the 2 doors of the house, she said to Huang Jinghe who hadn't left yet, "It's nothing, you go back first." Huang Jinghe was a little worried, but Lan Jin shook her head, expressing that she was fine. She took a step towards her house, as if planning to enter the house. Seeing that Lan Jin really didn't intend to pay attention, he just nodded and went home. Speaking of the two of them having been together for so long, he doesn't say he knows Lan Jin, but he also knows that Lan Jin is not a temperament that will suffer, not during the poisonous fog, let alone now. Anyway, he is upstairs. If something happens listening to the sound, he can come down in less than a minute. Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe left, and no one came to see the gate of 3204, but who would have thought that as soon as Lan Jin's door was closed, the man in 3204 opened the door, and the woman at the gate had a look of displeasure. He said patiently, "What's the matter with you? It took so long to open the door." The man replied indifferently, "I just fell asleep." If the woman doesn't believe it, sleep on it. The man didn't sleep before she went out to fetch water. How could she fall asleep within the time of fetching water? It's obvious that she just doesn't want to help. What excuse is she looking for? Okay, hurry up and get the water in. The man didn't even look at the bucket, and turned around as if he didn't hear it, and entered the house. The woman was holding her breath, and quarreled with the man again after returning. End of this chapter. Speaking of which, this couple is also a miraculous existence. From the time they moved here to now, they have been arguing almost every day. No matter what, as long as they open their mouths, they will definitely quarrel.
Speaking of sound insulation, the sound insulation of their house is really good, but when I stay at home, I can clearly hear the conversation between
these two people arguing. How loud are these people's voices?
After Lan Jin put the bottled water into the space, she took a bowl to share the meal with Rin Xiqiao, but hearing the familiar quarrel, Rin Xiqiao
frowned and said, "It's arguing again. Yeah, it's noisy again. Why are you arguing every day?"
After Xiao Doubting finished speaking, he stuffed the small green vegetables he had picked up into his mouth, chewed,
and swallowed them. Who knows then?
After Lan Jin finished speaking, he brought out a previously cooked soup from the space.
Although the food was delicious, he still wanted to drink soup occasionally.
In the past 2 days, Xiao Doubting liked to drink tomato soup and mushroom soup very much, and he didn't need much. It's too much, a small bowl is enough, and it's very exciting to eat, so she naturally made another small bowl for her today. With the soup, Rin Xiqiao stopped talking even if she quarreled. She took a sip from the bowl, and then seriously ate today's dinner. After they finished their dinner, the quarrels next door finally stopped. After stopping, Lan Jin reckoned that they must also be eating, otherwise
they would not be able to block their mouths anyway.
Fetching water is now the same as clocking in, once a day, whether you are used to it or not, but no one will get used to those who are not used to it. After everyone fetched water for 5 consecutive days, a gossip quickly spread in the community, that is, the reopening of the supply and marketing cooperative. Just when everyone was rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find unused RMB at home, the official news came down. The supply and marketing cooperative was indeed reopened, but it did not accept RMB and only gold as a transaction currency. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone really couldn't sit still this time. However, even if you can't sit still, it's useless. The people above won't listen to you at all. You can buy it or not. But the day before the official opening of the supply and marketing cooperative, Lan Jin received an unexpected gift, which was an invitation letter from Huang's father, Huang Mutua Zhanyu, to Huang Jingha and her Beijing base that came over a little bit. When Huang Jingha put the invitation letter in her hand, Lan Jin felt like she was dreaming. But the invitation letter from Jing City did indeed appear in her hands.
Invitation letter available? Do I still need an invitation letter to go to the base in Beijing? Lan Jin asked curiously, why do I need an invitation letter to go to the base in Beijing? She knew that she didn't need to go to the base in City J. Of course, City J can't compare with Beijing City, but the gap is too big.
Fortunately, she met Huang Jingha, otherwise when the flood passed, she would no matter how fast she passed, and she couldn't get into the base in
Beijing, that would be a real disaster.
Huang Jingha's parents naturally had popularized science with him in advance, and now he explained it to Lan Jin, and Lan Jin's mouth twitched when he heard it. It turns out that this is just a threshold for entry, that is to say there will be other requirements, just the invitation letter is not
enough. Huang Jingha nodded and said, yes, my parents mentioned it to me before, but I didn't tell you about the later request. Now that the request is made, my parents will send us the two of you.
The invitation letter was dragged to us by his comrades in arms. Huang Jingha said again, if I go there, because of my parents' relationship, my immediate family members only need an invitation letter, but other people go there. In addition to the invitation letter, they also need a lot of supplies or other things. Anyway, the invitation letter alone is definitely not enough. If Sister Lan wants to go, she can bring supplies and we will go there together. Lan Jin has the supplies, she has many, but it is convenient for her to take them out if she goes by herself, but it is not convenient to go with
Huang Jingha, but if there is a trustworthy person along the way, it is always be at ease. But, is the base built now? Is it that fast over there? The one in City J hasn't been built yet. Huang Jingha said, it hasn't been built yet. My parents didn't mention when they would let me go there. They said they would let me know when they have a letter. I will start again. If the traffic is open, we will take the car. If the traffic is not open, maybe I will think about it.
There is a way, maybe I can take a ride with the army, but my parents said it is best to find a way by myself, so if Sister Lan wants to go there, we can just take a companion. Lan Jin twitched his lips. Go, but let's discuss how to get there after the base is built. If there is a high-speed rail, it will be there soon, but if you drive by yourself, I remember more than a week. Let's not mention the car, the road in the last days is not as easy as the road before, who knows what will happen along the way, so I really want to arrive at the same time as before. I'm afraid it will be difficult.
Huang Jing has said with a smile. Yeah, anyway, it's not a matter of a day or two. I think it might not be possible to build it before this year. A base can accommodate so many people, and the base of so many people is short. How can it be built well in a few months? So there is no need to rush. After all, I am afraid that I will not come back after I go, so Sister Lan can also take this time to think about it. Lan Jin understood the meaning of Huang Jinghe's words. It is true that the relocation of the family needs to be carefully considered, and she should not be too excited to agree directly. But the most important thing is that Lan Jin is not stupid, not to mention that her previous goal was to go Beijing base. Isn't it hard to choose between these two bases? As for the neighborhood, if you don't have any strength, you really can't live a stable life in the community. Of course, she wasn't talking about the present anyway. Speaking of the invitation letter in her hand, she always felt a little shameless for accepting such an important thing. Lan Jin said, "Your invitation letter is too precious, I can't accept it." Although Lan Jin wanted it very much, it was not a bit false, but she didn't want to refuse, and before Huang Jinghe could speak, she said, "But I don't want to give it back to you, besides it also says I guess you can't give my name to others anymore, so I will go with you, but I can't just accept the invitation. Let me think about how I can repay you." Huang Jinghe didn't expect Lan Jin to speak so honestly, but it's good not to refuse. While thanking Lan Jin, he also completed the task his parents entrusted to him. "You're welcome, I also have to thank you for taking care of me." The consequences of any of the things during the poisonous fog period would be disastrous, and I'm not a person who doesn't know what's going on. That's different. I'm just reminding you verbally. It's up to you whether you listen or not, but your invitation letter is a real benefit. It can't be said that way. End of this chapter. But at this moment, Lan Jin still has a question. This invitation letter is not based on the head, is it? I have a child and a dog with me, can I go in with these two? When it comes to children and dogs, Ren Xiqiao and Nana are very aware that they are talking about themselves, and they all looked at Huang Jinghe. Huang Jinghe naturally asked this question in advance, otherwise there would not be only one invitation letter. Yes, underage children and family dogs can enter the base with you, there is no need for a separate invitation letter, otherwise I would definitely ask for a few more. If this is the case, Lan Jin will be relieved, otherwise, she can enter the base alone. What will happen to the children and dogs? With the invitation letter and the materials on her body, it shouldn't be difficult to enter the base after thinking about it. The Huang family solved such a big problem for her, and she has to thank her, Huang Jinghe. As for what to thank, what she needs most right now is undoubtedly the power generation equipment, although she has it in her space, but no matter how much she can thank her, the space cannot be exposed either. But the time limit is good right now. The supply and marketing agency will open tomorrow, and there will definitely be some power generation equipment for sale. No matter how expensive the price is compared with the invitation letter, it is worth it, so just go buy it tomorrow. The next day, Lan Jin squeezed in as soon as the supply and marketing cooperative opened. Just like last time, not to mention the overcrowding, all the supplies were robbed, but because there were staff watching from every corner, even if it was messed up, nothing major happened. Most of the things sold in the supply and marketing cooperative are similar to last time, but because of the power outage and high temperature, there are a lot of power generation and heat insulation equipment inside. Isn't this the goal of Lan Jin this time? Speaking of which, this battery board is indeed very durable. Put it in front of the French window of the balcony, and after absorbing the energy of the whole day, it will be stored in its battery. It can be used while charging, and it can also be used after charging, and the stored value in it is really durable. She can charge it for a day,
and used the air conditioner fan continuously for a whole night without consuming much power. Not to mention, it has no sound yet, but it is really practical when it is said. But just because it is practical, the price is also high. Lon Jean bought 2 boards, and a gold necklace was enough before the end of the world, but now she used 5 gold necklaces to exchange for 2 batteries. It must be distressing to say that it hurts, but who told the supply and marketing agency to sell different brands from the brands in her space, even? If she wanted to save that money, she couldn't save it. Lon Jean left the supply and marketing cooperative after buying the battery. Although the battery is expensive, there are quite a few people who buy it. The battery is not so eye-catching. Lon Jean had been prepared for a long time. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, he put the battery in the small cart, and then dragged it all the way home. Perhaps the storage battery was too eye-catching, and she didn't go far when an elderly man walked up to her with enthusiasm and said to her, "Hey, sister, wait a minute." The old man's voice was so loud that he immediately attracted Lon Jin's target, but maybe the old man's smile was too malicious, so she only glanced at the old man, recalling her steps and walked towards him. Seeing that Lon Jin ignored her, the old man jumped up to Lon Jin and blocked her way. At this time, the old man's face was not as pleasant as before, and his eyes were even sharp, with some hatred in it. Lon Jin feels bad. This person is probably trying to blackmail her. No, she doesn't want to break up with the old man, there are so many people here. Even if she is right, she might be wrong if she says a few words, so she pretended to be frightened, took a few steps back, and then pretended to accidentally tilt her foot, and fell asleep on the ground. When she fell, she not only held the battery in her hand to protect it intact, said, "The mouth is still in line with the ouch up." This acting is smooth, and there is not a single stutter. If someone does not pay attention to their situation, they will definitely not be able to see it, but if someone is watching them all the time, they will definitely see her poor acting skills. Lon Jin's ouch sound successfully attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. An old man with a fierce face and a pitiful woman lying on the ground. Without asking why, everyone blamed the old man. "I said, old man, what are you doing?" After finishing speaking, a woman similar to her age came to Lon Jin's side. She tried to help Lon Jin up, but Lon Jin held her arms, and it was hard for someone to help her up for a long time. She must not be able to help her up. Why would she pretend to be pitiful if she helped her up? But looking at Lon Jin's soft and weak appearance, the old man looked confused. I didn't do anything." The woman had a look of disbelief. "If you didn't do anything, why are you staring at him aggressively?" "I didn't stare at her. It doesn't matter to me that she fell down. It really doesn't matter." The old man continued to explain. However, not only the woman, but also the people around her obviously didn't believe the old man's words. "It wasn't me. She touched the porcelain. I didn't touch her. She fell on purpose." The old man chopped off his feet excitedly, but anyone with a little memory will remember that in the supply and marketing cooperative, when buying supplies for the first time, the same routine was used in reverse. That's right, the old man acted in this scene last time, but the old man was lying on the ground, and the victim had to pay a lot of money to get over. The days are boring these days, and every little thing that happens can attract everyone's attention. After a while, someone recognizes who this old man is. "Oh, I know you. You were the one who fell to the ground last time when the supply and marketing cooperative opened its doors." "Yeah, I really have an impression when you say that." The group of people looked at Lon Jin on the ground again. No matter whether Lon Jin fell for real or fake, he couldn't fall alone. It seems that what happened last time was not small. For a while, more and more people surrounded him. More and more people are whispering. And last time the victim also jumped out from the crowd, pointed at the old man and said, "She's just pretending, don't believe her, she stole a lot of things from me last time, big girl. This old man should be seeing that you bought a battery. I wanted to blackmail you, but who knew I accidentally hurt you. Are you okay?" Lon Jin continued to pretend to be weak, waved her hands and said, "I'm fine, let me take my time and I'll be able to get up, it's fine." However, Lon Jin didn't get up and didn't talk, and there were 2 women standing beside her, coupled with the pressure of public opinion around her, she felt that the old man who couldn't please her was about to turn around and run away. But there were so many spectators around, the old man squeezed for a long time but couldn't find a gap to get out, and finally bumped into the little girl to open a hole, and then left here without looking back. End of this chapter. After the old man left, Lon Jean naturally stopped pretending. The victim from last time left here bitterly after caring for her a few words, but the other woman kept supporting her. Seeing that the people around her finally left, the woman whispered in her ear, "Don't pretend, I know it's fake, I saw it all, I was right behind you. At that time. Oh. I saw it when I saw it, she was just pretending." Seeing Lon Jin's reaction, the woman felt bored, and said to herself, "Why are you reacting so quickly? If you want to leave this matter on me, she must have been blackmailed by her like the woman next to you. It's a battery, I'm so distressed that it's stolen. Yes, I also fell down quickly because I felt distressed. In the matter of touching CIR, whoever does it first will be the one to count." Now that everyone has seen that she is pretending, Lon Jean has nothing to hide. Besides, she is doing this to protect her own rights. I don't care what time it is. Is it possible that morality will kidnap her? Seeing Lon Jin's truthful confession, the woman didn't like it, but felt that Lon Jean was very attractive to her. She said, "You probably don't know me, I live next to you in 3203, your neighbor. Because of the flood I lived before the apartment she lived in was collapsed, so I moved here with my grandma. By the way, my name is Ling Jiang, I am 35 years old, judging by my appearance, we should be about the same." 3203? That's right next door to her. Lon Jean asked, "I have met your grandma, but why haven't I seen you?" Ling Jiang didn't take it seriously. "It's normal for me to go out early and return late at work, and everyone doesn't like to go out at the moment. I really didn't know you until I got there, but once I took a break to fetch water, the one from 3204 in front of me, I knew you when she kept pointing at you and swearing at the boy." When mentioning the woman in 3204, Lon Jean pursed her lips in distaste. This woman can't say a single good word. After talking about right and wrong, she naturally wanted to introduce herself. "By the way, my name is Lon Jean, I am 32 years old, I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I have a dog at home. In fact, I only moved here after the year. Before I came here, I was the only one on this floor, but I didn't expect that after having neighbors, it would be so lively every day." Her so-called liveliness naturally refers to how annoying the couple in 3204 are to quarreling every day, and Ling Jiang, who is closer to 3204 than Lon Jean, suffered a lot that day. "My grandma, old man, at night I was about to fall asleep, but the two of them quarreled, fought and fell, and couldn't sleep well at all. I've told them several times, but they still go their own way. If the previous house hadn't collapsed, I would definitely move back. I don't live here." After finishing speaking, Ling Jiang couldn't help complaining, "I don't know what those couples are doing all day long. They are arguing all day long. If you can't make it through, just leave it. Is it interesting to quarrel all day?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Jiang's words fell, the woman in 3204 rushed towards them and yelled, "My old lady provoked you, and said bad things about our family behind my back. How did the two of us get through your business, one by one like this, lacking a man, insisting on staring at other people's house is really embarrassing to you." The woman in 3204 had a very loud voice, which inadvertently shocked the two of them who were talking right and wrong. It is indeed not a good character to speak ill of people behind their backs, so after the two of them heard the loud roar of the woman in 3204, they were really shocked, and there was such a vacancy in their hearts, so they didn't speak immediately refute. But the woman in 3204 felt that she had said the same thing in the heart of these two people as soon as she opened her mouth. After glaring at them, she left with a proud face. Looking at the background of her leaving, Lon Jean and Ling Jiang, who stayed in place, looked at each other, because what the hell is tsundere? This woman probably thinks that they are envious of her having a man to quarrel with. This brain circuit is simple. This man is a wonder. Ling Jiang said speechlessly. No, it should be that the couple are both wonderful. Lon Jean replied without emotion. Therefore, some people live like this, and it is not without reason. But who would have thought that before the two of them lifted their feet, another woman rushed in front of them. And the person who came out this time was none other than Manhwa, whom Lon Jin thought about day and night. Yes, a scumbag and a bitch are a couple. It doesn't make sense that she finished cleaning up the scumbag, but forgot about Manhwa. It's just that sometimes gods will place tricks on people like this. When she doesn't want to find this person, she hangs in front of her eyes every day, but when she wants to find someone, she can't find it. Lon Jin wasn't talking nonsense. She would go downstairs almost twice a day, once to fetch water, and the rest of the time to just hang out. As for the goal of wandering, of course, it is to attract the attention of Manhwa from the opposite community. She will wander all the way from her own community to the vicinity of the opposite community, and then go around the supermarket, cafeteria, and supply and marketing cooperatives. The mobile phone number was removed from the blacklist just to let Manhwa find her. It's a pity that Manhwa didn't seem to sense this, let alone the phone call, and she couldn't see anyone at all, so Lon Jin was really pleasantly surprised to meet her who hadn't seen her for a long time. It's good to be able to see people. Only by seeing people can she find a chance to deal with him. Lon Jin suppressed the joy in her heart, and looked at Manhwa from the beginning to the end in front of her. Looking at Manhwa, who was covered in jewels, Lon Jin was suddenly a little puzzled. This person seemed to be doing well, but she remembered that Manhwa's family was very poor. So, without Renxing, how did she live such a good life? When Lon Jin was puzzled, Manhwa who caught Lon Jin was so happy that she wanted to fly. Because after changing the mobile phone, all the numbers were lost, and she had to rely on the little contribution points left in her residence card to eat during that time. Fortunately, Mother Ren contacted her. She told her about her plight, and Mother Ren actually took her back. After living in Ren's house, she immediately flattered Ren's mother and asked Ren's mother to help find someone to find Lon Jin's address. Su Ren's mother really thought that Renxing and Lon Jin were together, so she naturally spared no effort to help contact her. Finally, she got Lon Jin's approximate address in the past few days, and then she took advantage of the opening of the supply and marketing cooperative to guard here. She felt that if she was lucky, she would be able to meet Lon Jin when there were many people today, but if she was unlucky, she would stay here every day and one day she would catch Lon Jin. But she really didn't expect that she would be so lucky to meet Lon Tai when she first arrived. This is really hard work, God pays off. She not only met Lon Jin, but also saw a play played by Lon Jin. End of this chapter. Speaking of this scene, Manhwa didn't miss a single frame from the beginning to the end. She walked up to Lon Jin and taunted her. I really didn't expect that Sister Lon would learn such little skills. If I had done it earlier knowing this, maybe your husband won't be snatched away by me. Lon Jin grinned and said, it's my honor to be snatched away by you, but I want to correct you, that's not my husband, please call her ex-husband. Also, you are older than me, don't learn how others call me sister. You are not afraid that people will say that you are pretending to be tender, but I am afraid that people will think that I am really old. You. Manhwa felt angry when she heard Lon Jin's indifferent words. Whether it was before or after the poisonous fog, she hadn't had a good day since she followed Renxing, but Lon Jin, his ex-wife, woolen cloth. Looking at her current appearance, there is no slight difference from before. It is clear that she has been living a good life all the time. How can this not make people jealous? In fact, in the final analysis, Manhwa is poor. After all, she has never used any money. All her money and house are left to her by her parents. Now it is 2121, not to mention 100 years earlier. 50 years ago, no one was short of houses. It is a basic operation for children in every family to inherit 2 to 3 suites, not to mention the money left by the family, so it is normal for her to have money herself? To put it bluntly, it was because Manhwa was out of balance. But can she abuse her child if she is unbalanced? Look at Manhwa's style now. Tut, tut. Lon Jin looked Manhwa up and down, and Manhwa was uncomfortable looking at her. She hated Lon Jin's condescending eyes the most. Lon Jin. Condescending, she was clearly looking at it. What are you looking at?
let me see how you, who are so poor, got this outfit. Lan Jin's eyes suddenly caught Meng Ying's brand name bag, but the bag was a fake that even Gao Feng couldn't count. Goods, but the necklace on her neck is so familiar.
Taking a closer look at the style, her thoughts went back to when she was not married to Renxing. The necklace seemed to be a gift she bought for her ex-mother-in-law.
How could it appear on Meng Ying's neck?
So, even if Renxing disappeared, her ex-mother-in-law still had contact with Meng Ying because she liked Meng Ying so much, and gave her the necklace.
She didn't like.
Lan Jin took a deep breath, not because she was jealous of how well Meng Ying got along with that ex-mother-in-law, but because it was really
disgusting. If you don't like it, then you don't like it.
You don't have to wear it, or you can sell it, but you can give it to the mistress outside your ex-husband.
Did you slap her in the face without knowing it? There is still nothing good about this family.
At this moment, Lan Jin even hated both her father and mother.
But in fact, Lan Jin was only half right about this matter. Meng Ying and this ex-mother-in-law did get along pretty well.
After Renxing disappeared, the two had contacted several times, and because they liked Meng Ying so much, this seeing that she was helpless, a former
mother-in-law took her home. But it was just taken home. As for the necklace, it was given by Ren's father. But at this moment, Lan Jin didn't know, she couldn't bear the idleness, and asked face to face, who gave you this necklace?
Meng Ying didn't expect Lan Jin to ask about the necklace, she just thought that Lan Jin was jealous of the beauty of the necklace, and the necklace was given by Ren's father, so she showed off proudly, this is Ren's gift.
Yes, my father gave it to me, it was.
Before Meng Ying could finish her sentence, Lan Jin's hands trembled in fright, and the battery she lifted almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Ling Jian quickly dropped the things in his hands and hugged her quickly. However, Lan Jin couldn't help but thank you, and said in disbelief, this is from Renxing's father. Meng Ying was very uncomfortable when Lan Jin interrupted her, but when she thought about the relationship between Lan Jin and the Ren families, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she was still very proud of it. Yes, his father gave it to me. Lan Jin took another deep breath, took the battery and thanked Ling Jiang, then looked at Meng Ying again, her eyes were like looking at cute. Because what Meng Ying just said made her think a lot content comes. Then, she couldn't look directly at it.
Why didn't I realize that you are such a person before?
I didn't expect that you would dare to do anything for money.
Meng Ying couldn't understand Lan Jin's words. What nonsense are you talking about?
It's really messy, so let me explain briefly to you, Meng Ying. I gave this necklace to my ex-mother-in-law before Renxing and I got married. As a woman, it is impossible for her to take things from her daughter-in-law.
To eunuch, do you understand what I mean?
Even if she doesn't like me anymore, she doesn't like to give my things to her husband, but now you say it was given to you by my ex-eunuch.
How messed up is the relationship?
Some things don't need to be said so clearly. We are all adults, and once the thinking in our minds spreads out, we can understand the meaning.
Regardless of Meng Ying's reaction, Ling Jiang's reaction was quick anyway.
The bag she picked up just now fell to the ground again, but she didn't intervene. She just glanced at Lan Jin, and then looked at it again. Meng Ying glanced, and then showed a mysterious smile. This smile is a bit self-evident, but that's what smart people are good for.
People don't ask, but they know everything.
But no one could understand such a smile. Meng Ying's face immediately became ashamed when the paper in front of her was pierced by the most hated Lan Jin. Meng Ying pointed at Lan Jin and said, don't talk nonsense, don't be complacent, I already know where you live, and I will come to you again.
Lan Jin was speechless, I haven't said anything yet.
As for looking for her, let's look for it. She was still worried that Meng Ying would not look for it. It would be best for the old couple of the Ren family to look for her together. They are all worthless. If you dare to look for her, let's see how she cleans up. These people. But when it comes to where she lives, Lan Jin feels that Meng Ying's words are a bit watery.
She really needs to know her exact address because of her personality.
As for arresting people at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative? So not only did she accept that Meng Ying came to find her, but she also had to hang out more to give Meng Ying a chance to find her.
Meng Ying couldn't beat Lan Jin. She turned around in a panic and ran away with embarrassment on her face. But Lan Jin and Ling Jiang, who were left in place again, had the illusion that they didn't read the almanac when they went out. After all, it's only a short time. It really doesn't take much time. I've already had 3 fights in the same place, and if I don't leave, do I still want to continue to fight? The two packed up their things and left the place quickly. But Lan Jin didn't want to talk about her things with the people she just met, so she changed the topic abruptly. She glanced at Ling Jiang and said, "I didn't expect you to be older than me. I thought you were younger than me." Woolen cloth. End of this chapter. Ling Jiang glanced at her and immediately burst into a speechless smile, but adults can know what to do without opening their mouths, so she quickly picked up Lan Jin's topic. "It was my accident. I didn't expect you to be younger than me, and the child is almost 3 years old, but why didn't I hear your child's voice at home?" Ling Jiang said, with a strange face. Lan Jin didn't take it seriously. The children and dogs spend most of their time in the space, so it's normal that they can't hear them. But it's not that the children and dogs have never been outside. As long as they have been outside, they will definitely make noise. Ling Jiang said that she was working outside. "It should be due to the time stagger," she explained. "The children need to be taught. My children don't make much trouble. Besides, I have a dog at home. You probably haven't heard a dog bark before." Ling Jiang shook his head. He really didn't hear it. "The child and dog in your family are angels, right? It's not bad. When it's good, it's really good, and when it's leather, it's real leather." Although the two of them didn't stop talking, their footsteps seemed to be chased by a dog. They ran all the way back and finally came to the 12th building. Now they are finally going upstairs. Ling Jiang looked at Lan Jin's trailer. The battery is really not very easy to move. When she collected the car, Ling Jiang said, "I'll get you this car, otherwise you won't be able to handle the battery. This problem does not exist. It is not easy to hold things if you are weak, but you can easily hold anything if you are strong." Lan Jin said, "No, I have great strength, so I can handle it by myself." After finishing speaking, she hung the handle of the trolley on her left shoulder, and she clamped the 2 batteries under her right armpit, and went up the stairs slowly, and even walked from the 1st floor in one breath to the 32nd floor. Here on the 32nd floor, she still didn't even catch her breath. Regarding Lan Jin's physical strength, Ling Jiang really had a new understanding. Your body is really good. That's right, I don't go to work, I'm fine at home every day, and I got it out of practicing yoga. There is always a reason why she is in such good health at home every day. She can't say that she drinks from spiritual spring water. As for other sports, there will always be a little movement, but yoga, that is, there is no movement. She can also exercise, and she is really good at it, so practicing yoga is a good excuse. But on the contrary, Ling Jiang surprised her a bit, because she, like her, climbed up to the 32nd floor in one breath, and now she was just a little panting when she spoke, and her physical strength was not enough. "It's all right," Lan Jin said unexpectedly. "By the way, your physical strength is also quite good. I thought you would take a rest after walking a few steps. I didn't expect you to come up like this with me." Ling Jiang smiled and said, "That's right, I work in a boxing gym, and I'm the coach of the boxing gym, so my physical strength will naturally not be bad." Boxing gym coach, Lan Jin really didn't see it, but Ling Jiang said that she was at work, so maybe. Is the boxing gym still open at this moment? No, should the boxing gym be able to open? Isn't it that most companies have closed down where the recycling of materials can't open to work? Ling Jiang replied, "That's someone else's company, our company doesn't have these, because our boxing gym can open without any supplies, but because the traffic has not resumed, there are not many coaches and students. If you are interested, we can all teach one-on-one right now." "One-on-one, this one is really tempting," she asked. "Where is your boxing gym? How do you charge? I have children and dogs at home, it's okay to go out for a short time. I'm afraid I can take them with me for a long time. Can I take them there? Do you have a place to settle there?" Lan Jin asked so many questions one after another,
which gave Ling Jiang the illusion that she really wanted to go. Of course, as I said, there are not many students who really want to go, there must be a place for them, and our boxing gym is on the second floor of the office building next door. It's really not far away, and it takes more than 10 minutes to walk there. After thinking about it, Lan Jin asked, how do you charge? Seeing that Lan Jin asked about the fee, Ling Jiang also came to talk about it. You can use the residence card to pay with contribution points, and the business owners who have not yet closed down can apply for one with their superiors. The boss received it, so it is considered a legal operation. The general class time is 2 hours and 20 contribution points. If you want to add time, you can add contribution points by analogy. In addition, you can use materials to pay for it. For materials, 2 hours at a time, 5 packs of instant noodles. The price of a pack of instant noodles is 4 contribution points, so its value is equal, which means that it is the same no matter what is used to pay. But these don't matter to Lan Jin, she has a lot of material or contribution points, just want to think about it, it's another thing to learn. Now I just say, let me think about it. Anyway, you are at the opposite door. Okay, I take 1 day off a week. We only have a day shift. You can come to me at night. I'm usually at home. In addition, our boss lives upstairs. We were neighbors upstairs and downstairs. The old house was demolished. Later, we bought this place together and became neighbors again. That's really a coincidence. It's a coincidence that they live so close. I'll think about it carefully. I have something to do upstairs. I'll contact you when I think about it. No wonder you stand here without moving. Alright, I'll go back first. After speaking, the two separated and came to 3303. After Lan Jin handed the 2 batteries to Huang Jinghe, she said, I think you must have no gold. After all, your children don't know how to save these, and your parents don't have any gold. Living here, you can't get it even if you want to change it, so let's use this for you. Huang Jinghe said in a daze, Sister Lan, you won't dismantle your house and give it to me. Take it back quickly. When Huang Jinghe gave Lan Jin the invitation letter, he went to her house to give it. He didn't blindly see the 2 big batteries on the balcony of the living room. Although he was envious, he didn't covet it at all. Although he wanted to buy it too, he could barely get it if it was something else, but he really couldn't do anything about gold for a while. It's not my family's. I just went to the supply and marketing agency to buy it. He said he bought it, and he was even more embarrassed to accept it. This thing must be very expensive. How could he just accept it like this? Sister Lan, the price of the battery must have increased in such a hot day. Why is it so expensive? It can be used for me like this. Why can't I give it? You haven't given me the invitation letter. If you don't accept this, I'm too embarrassed to accept the invitation letter. Okay, don't talk about it. You can install it yourself, and I won't help you. Alright, let's fetch water together in the afternoon. After finishing speaking, just as she was about to leave, Lan Jin turned back and asked, I have something to ask you, is there anyone on your floor who looks like Lian Jiazi? End of this chapter. This Lian Jiazi naturally refers to someone with a little skill. People who practice martial arts all the year round and their ordinary temperament can be seen at a glance. Everyone lives on the first floor, but anyone who has a little heart can be impressed. After all, this is the top floor. Won't come here for a spin. Speaking of people with different temperaments, Huang Jinghe really paid attention to them. He said, Sister Lan, you are talking about the household. In 3301, right? That man always wears a racerback vest, and his arm muscles are terrifying. As far as this floor is concerned, he is the only one who seems to have practiced. Sister Lan, there must be something wrong with him. Don't be so nervous. When I first bought this battery, I met a neighbor of 3203. She is the coach of the boxing gym. Now the boxing gym is open. When we left, she said that their boss lived upstairs. I was very interested after hearing it. So I came here to inquire with you. After hearing what she said, Huang Jinghe was not as nervous as before, but when he heard that the boxing gym was still open, he was also a little
Interested in it, Sister Lan? Are you planning to learn boxing? How about let's go learn with you, no matter it's useful or not, learn to feel at ease, but how are you charged there? I'm a bit undecided. If you go, it would be better if we go together. I just asked, it is to pay for 1 day, 2 contribution points for 20 hours, or 2 packs of instant noodles for 5 hours, and the address is not too far away. It's on the 2nd floor of the office building in front of us, so it's very convenient to go back and forth. Since this is the case, there is no need to hesitate. Anyway, we pay day by day. We can try it first, and learn if it suits us. If it doesn't suit us, we can just practice for a day. Lan Jin was interested in this at first, but now that Huang Jing has said it, she agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll go downstairs and tell her. I'll send you a message when I make an appointment. What? Okay. After speaking, Huang Jinghe glanced at the battery and said, "Thank you, Sister Lan." You are welcome. Lan Jin did this purely because she accepted Huang Jinghe's invitation letter. The two of them were tied to the same boat. Once the heavy rain period passed, they would drive to the base in Beijing together. Who would encounter any danger along the way? I don't know. Now that the two of them are going to learn these things together, whether it's useful or not, they can always feel at ease. After going downstairs, Lan Jin knocked on the door of Ling Zhang's house. It was an old lady who opened the door. This grandmother Lan Jin can still see her occasionally. They are familiar with each other. At this time, Lan Jin politely greeted her, "Grandma, my neighbor next door is Lan Jin. I'm looking for Ling Jiang." The old grandma smiled kindly, nodded at her with a smile, and said, "Wait a minute, Zhang'er, someone is looking for you." After a while, Ling Jiang came to the door. After opening the door of the house, he was really surprised that Lan Jin would come so soon. Lan Jin said, "I just went upstairs and came back. There is a young man upstairs. I heard that your boxing gym said you would go with me after opening. Is it convenient for you to go there tomorrow?" Convenience. Ling Jiang finished, "I didn't expect you to be an actionist. Since you are going tomorrow, let's meet at the boxing gym at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can easily find the boxing gym when you get to the office building. It is good." Huang Jinghe's family. As soon as Lan Jin left, he called his parents. "That's right, it's just a power cut, not a permanent power outage, so there are still signal stations, and mobile phones can be used if they have power, and the restrictions are only on some household appliances." However, Huang Jinghe's phone call was not connected, and then he sent what happened just now to his parents in the form of a message, hoping that the other party would write back to him after seeing it. But the battery has already been put away, and after putting down the phone, Huang Jinghe immediately got busy. Like Lan Jin, he also put the battery in front of the French window of the balcony in the living room, allowing it to absorb the most sunlight and allow him to use the most strong power. I have to say that after having electricity at home, Huang Jinghe's life at home has been better for more than a week. Not to mention being able to blow an electric fan, he dared to use his mobile phone and computer at will, and he even dared to put Coke in the refrigerator. Well, as for games, he definitely wouldn't dare to play large-scale games, but standalone games are not impossible to pass the time. Plus the novels he saved on the Kindle before, it's a proper mix of artifacts. After the time was mixed, he played until it was time to fetch water in the afternoon. The life of the two of them is really messed up, but Meng Ying, who was full of anger, was so angry that she was going to die on the way back to Ren's house. Moreover, although she was picked up by Ren's mother, she didn't argue with Ren Xing after all. Even if she lives there, she still feels a little dependent on others. Even if Mother Ren likes her, there is always a gap between them. Not to mention how sincere Mother Ren is to her, she can't see it. Meng Ying has always understood her situation very well. She just moved from a place with many people to a place with few people. It is safer to be safe, but it is also the existence that can ask to go out at any time. Nothing in this day-to-day event can make her happy. When she returned home, Meng Ying's mood was still not adjusted well, but she looked at Ren's mother who was sitting in the living room with a straight face, and she carefully smiled, "Auntie, I'm back. However, how could Mother Ren observe the face of a junior? Of course, even if she saw her, she would ignore it, so she didn't care about Menging at the moment, and asked directly, "Have you met Lan Jin?" "Forced me to look, her address should be guarded there, why did you come back without seeing anyone?" Mother Rin didn't speak very nicely, but she was actually blaming her for forcing her to find someone to check Lan Jin's address, but she didn't keep it when she found the address. Why did she come back so early? But didn't she just find it, that's why she came back? Menging glanced at Ren's mother, and replied quietly, "I found it, your ex-daughter-in-law's life is not a little bit good, I really don't know what kind of high branch she has climbed, and she can still maintain the same status as before at this time. In terms of state, the life I have lived during this period of time is quite good. What's more, Lan Jin looks even better now than before. If she hadn't climbed a high branch, how could she be more beautiful than before at this time?" And then said bitterly, "Maybe it was before divorcing your son, she has already found another one behind her back, but you don't know it, and she just let them take so much money and leave." Mother Rin frowned, although she didn't like Lan Jin, but she didn't find out what happened back then. Otherwise, how could Rin Xing have lost all of his wealth to Lan Jin? "Don't talk nonsense about things that have no basis. When they arrested you, why didn't you catch her when you were a little 3, since you didn't catch her, then you didn't, but they caught you right after all. If you didn't get the money, it's because of your incompetence, don't say anything about it." End of this chapter. After Mother Rin finished speaking, she turned her head and found the necklace on Meng Ying's neck somewhat familiar. Mother Ren asked sharply, "Where did you get this necklace?" Lifting the necklace, Meng Ying subconsciously covered her neck, her eyes dodged, and she also argued in her mouth, "No, this is my necklace." Meng Ying was brought back by Ren's mother when she was penniless, so it is absolutely impossible that the necklace was left by her before. Taking a closer look at this style, it is clearly the one that Lan Jin gave her before she got married. A few years have passed, and it is impossible for this style to be sold outside. Mother Rin hurried back to the room, opened the safe to check, who knew that the safe was missing a necklace, and this missing necklace was the one on Meng Ying's neck. There is no need to brainstorm, Ren Madan even guessed the various relationships among them. But Ren's father, who was outside the door, whispered anxiously, "Why didn't you take off the necklace and come back again? How did you promise me when you wore it back then?" Meng Ying hurriedly explained, "Didn't I forget it?" Who knew she was so smart? She could tell at a glance. As soon as the words fell, Mother Rin came out carrying the vase in the room. After seeing Father Ren, she smashed it on Father Ren's head without hesitation. She knew that the contents of the safe could not be taken out without the password, and only she and Ren's father knew the password. Besides her, Ren's father had opened the safe, and the necklace was worn around Meng Ying's neck. Humph! The vase in Ren's mother's hand was relatively thin, and when it hit Ren's father's head, it shattered instantly. However, because of the thinner vase, Ren's father's head was red and swollen with pain, but there was no trauma left. But Ren's father was old after all, and he was hit so hard head-on that Deng even sat on the ground in a daze. The beating is not the end, but the culprit, Meng Ying, is still standing aside. This person is a repeat offender, first her son, now her husband, retribution, all retribution. Mother Ren looked sharply at the fruit knife on the coffee table. She took a big step and took the fruit knife in her hand. She turned around and wanted to stab Meng Ying. However, Meng Ying was already prepared. After being a little free for a long time, she can always show some of her own experience. When encountering anything, no one else needs to worry about it, and she will run away first. So when Mother Ren hit Father Ren on the head with a vase, she had already moved towards the door trembling carefully, while Mother Ren was holding a fruit knife. She was already leaning against the door, and when Mother Ren stabbed her in an instant, she immediately opened the door, turned around, and closed the door tightly without saying anything. No one dared to leave, and firmly blocked the door with both hands to prevent Ren's mother from chasing her out of the house. However, at this time, Mother Ren had already lost her mind. She slammed the door of the house and screamed at Meng Ying, "Meng Ying, I can't help you. If you want to treat me like this, if it's because of you I was with Xing before, how could I bring you home? I didn't even care about Lan Jin and Chow Chow, that's how you treat me."
Meng Ying outside the door didn't move and said coldly, "You old woman, don't think that I don't know that you never liked me at all. You have looked down on me from the beginning to the end. I hate Lan Jin only because Lan Jin is better than your son.
Why do you take me back to comfort you? Who doesn't know when you look at me?
Ren Xing is missing, Lan Jin doesn't care about you, you don't flatter me, there's something wrong things, who cares about you two old things?"
Mother Rin really didn't think about this.
She brought Meng Ying home because she really felt that it was too pitiful for Meng Ying to be squeezed into a rented house with a large group of people. After all, she was also Ren Xing's girlfriend. When he comes back someday, he finds out that his girlfriend is not doing well, so what should he think of them? But who knows, sometimes people really can't be too kind, everything will have retribution. No, it's a proper retribution for the world, it's just a few days here. Mother Rin still did not give up her determination to beat Meng Ying, but Father Rin could not sit idly by. After his head recovered, he tremblingly walked up to Mother Rin and hugged her. If Ren's father doesn't move, Ren's mother will lose her strength to vent for a while, and this will be the case for the time being. After all, Ren's mother is already a middle-aged and elderly person, and no matter how physically strong she is, she can't beat young people.
But Ren's father's move was tantamount to adding fuel to the flames. Meng Ying didn't want Meng Ying to talk about it later. This old thing is still protecting Meng Ying at this moment, is he looking for death?
At this time, Meng Ying finally found a gap, turned around and ran downstairs. As for coming back, it was absolutely impossible.
But Ren's father didn't have the idea of protecting Meng Ying at all. For Meng Ying, he was just looking for something new. Most of the family's property was in the hands of Ren's mother.
The property and the contribution points exchanged for store supplies are all on Ren Mu's card. These things are enough to make him worry-free for the rest of his life. Naturally, he can't abandon Ren Mu for other women. So what he did just now was sincerely trying to get his mother's forgiveness, but who made the timing wrong? Didn't this make his mother misunderstand, and then there was a round of explanations and a round of beatings. But while being beaten, Ren's father also had to blame his own craftsmanship in his heart, and Lan Jin gave him a necklace for nothing.
Lan Jin. I am not wronged. After that. Naturally, Father Ren couldn't get through it.
However, under Ren's father's venting, Ren's mother finally sat down on the chair without strength, and stared at Ren's father viciously. And at this time, Father Ren obediently took out the washboard, and knelt for 2 hours. Finally, when he couldn't kneel down, he sat down on the ground and explained weakly, "Once, really that one time, you were usually at home, really. Only that one time, I really know I was wrong, and I thought you didn't wear that necklace, so I gave it away. That necklace was given to me by Lan Jin before she got married. You give it to her, and let Lan Jin see what Lan Jin will think." Ran Mu stroked her chest angrily.
Lan Jin can't see it again, you don't like her anyway. Haven't you never worn the necklace she gave you? Father Rin still argued. But is this the problem?
Mother Rin took a deep breath and looked at the sky speechlessly. Meng Ying just went to see Lan Jin this morning.
But that happened so many years ago, she can still remember this. Father Rin didn't take it seriously, thinking that Mother Rin really thought too much.
However, our relationship has never been good.
She gave me only this necklace, and Lan Jin is so exquisite.
As long as she sees it, she can definitely guess what you did with that Meng Ying, and why I don't like Lan Jin. It's because she's so smart, and our son is so stupid. If we can't handle Lan Jin, how can we beat her? End of this chapter. It has to be said that knowing the son is better than the mother. When the divorce was made, Lan Jin took away all the money and houses under Rin Xing's name because he had no reason to. After the end of the world, because Rin Xing had Rin Xiqiu as a reason, Lan Jin lost his life because of this. But no matter what, Mother Rin believed that Lan Jin already knew that Meng Ying and Father Ren were getting together behind her back, so she might
laugh at her now.
At this moment, Ren's mother is not only angry with Ren's father, but also Meng Ying, and even more angry that Lan Jin might know about it. But when she thought of this moment, she suddenly felt that the matter was not over yet, and Meng Ying had nowhere to go, so why not go to Lan Jin? With her temper, and let her make a fuss, she would save face, all lost. Mother Ren, who was originally sitting on the chair, stood up straight like a corpse, and said with a serious face, "No, Meng Ying must have gone to
look for Lan Jin, and we will go too." Ah. Ren's father didn't understand the situation at all, and he looked confused. "No, where can I find Lan Jin? Don't you have an address?" "I'm not stupid. I told Meng Ying that I didn't have an address."
In fact, she had already checked Lan Jin's address.
Afterwards, Ren's mother and Ren's father went out in a hurry.
It's a fact that the neighborhood where Ren's mother lives is not too far from where Lan Jin lives. Meng Ying only walked for more than 20 minutes on her small high heels, and the old couple on flat shoes naturally only got stuck for 20 minutes. At that time, I came to the main entrance of Lan Jin's community. However, the two of them had just arrived here, and before they entered the community, they saw Lan Jin and two strangers carrying buckets from a distance, as if they were going to fetch water, and the old couple followed quickly. They chased after them. As expected by the old couple, Meng Ying, who had nowhere to go, was playing with Lan Jin. After leaving Ren's house, Meng Ying walked aimlessly, but her footsteps moved towards Lan Jin. She originally wanted to go back to the rented house she lived in before, but it's a pity that after such a long time, even if the people above didn't let people in, her room had already been divided up by the people in the same room. There will still be a place for her. Rental housing is not feasible here, Lan Jin's figure flashed in his mind. She has no place to live, so she just took Lan Jin's house, where she pestered Lan Jin to let her live in a flat.
With so many flats under her name, why not give them to her ex-husband's girlfriend?
Lan Jin. If not, she will rush into Lan Jin's house directly and ask her to feed her, drink her, work, abuse her child. No matter what, she must go to add trouble to Lan Jin. In short, she must not let Lan Jin. Jin Xiaoyao is happy.
Robbers always have their own set of logics, and Xiao San's thinking is not something normal people can understand. But no matter what, Meng Ying
rushed to give away the head, which is a good thing for you, Lan Jin.
Things that save time and effort. It would be even more congratulatory if it didn't attract the attention of others in the process.
Meng Ying stepped on the small high heels, and after walking for more than 20 minutes, she returned to the place where she met Lan Jin before. She stood there and made some analysis. Lan Jin must live nearby, otherwise she would not be here. The supply and marketing cooperatives to buy things. Although she left in a hurry in the morning, she also hurriedly glanced behind when she left.
Isn't that direction the direction of the apartment complex she lived in before? But it's not like she hasn't gone downstairs to the same neighborhood before.
The neighborhood she lived in before definitely didn't have Lan Jin, so the closest one is the opposite neighborhood. But regardless of whether it is true or not, anyway, she can just go there for a squat today. If she can't squat today, she will continue squatting tomorrow. She still has some contribution points in her residence card. After the contribution points are exhausted, she can always find someone from Lan Jin. Then Meng Ying went to the place where the water was fetched in the community, and in the bushes directly opposite it, she found a hidden corner and squatted in. An hour has passed. No one. 2 hours have passed. Still didn't see anyone. Finally, when she was waiting for the 4th hour, Meng Ying saw Lan Jin's figure. Before she was excited and her guess was confirmed, a tall young figure beside Lan Jin caught Meng Ying's attention. Meng Ying grabbed the leaves in the grass, and then threw them on the ground angrily. She rushed to Lan Jin and said mockingly, "Lan Jin, you are really good. You just found a divorced woman. You are so young, Ren Xing has been missing for so long, you still have the leisure to talk about love here, do you have the heart?" Lan Jin knew that Meng Ying was coming to her, but she didn't expect this person to come to her so soon. She mocked, "This is my neighbor. If you can't speak, don't ask for this mouth. I told you, that's my ex-husband, I'm not with him. What does his disappearance have anything to do with me? But you are the most suspicious. Who knows where you hid him? If you can't find anyone, come to trouble me, you can do it." After Lan Jin finished speaking, even Ling Jiang on the side couldn't help sighing. They came out together. Not only Huang Jinghe and Lan Jin stood together, but she also stood beside Lan Jin, but in front of her the person who spoke was interesting, and ignored her, and only talked about Lan Jin. And Huang Jinghe. Does she not deserve a name? Ling Jiangyuan is not a soft and weak character, and he also watched such a play in the morning, and now he said impatiently, I said, why are you? Like a dog, you came here by smell. Come on, Lan Jin, you should be careful, just like this, maybe next time I will go to your house. Ling Jiang felt that she had never seen such a brazen person, first with someone's son, and then with his father. After that, it's okay to be a little three, and to trouble someone's ex-wife all day long, you just say what she thinks. Besides, Lan Jin is divorced, not to mention that she and Huang Jinghao are fine, even if something happens, they are already divorced, so it is understandable for her to find another one. But Meng Ying not only ruined her marriage, but also made her ex-wife feel better. Ling Jiang had to doubt, you must have dug his ancestral grave, what a big hatred. Lan Jin sighed and said, you don't understand. When I divorced my ex-husband, I found evidence of their messing around. My ex-husband left the house without leaving the house. She didn't get any money. As soon as Lan Jin said about Ling Jiang, he understood, that's no wonder, but what happened to the disappearance? When the flood just receded, she said that my ex-husband came to look for me, but I didn't see anyone, and then my ex-husband disappeared, and I haven't found him until now. Lan Jin said with an innocent face, completely ignoring Ren Xing's still facts in her space. Ling Jiang frowned, what does that have to do with you? It's okay, but people think it's related. After speaking, Lan Jin looked at Meng Ying again, if there weren't too many people at the moment, then find a place with few people, why don't we talk about it? End of this chapter. Lan Jin intends to find a place where no one is around. But Meng Ying didn't seem to think so. Just as she was about to speak, Ren's mother who was not far away rushed towards them. Mother Ren's posture is really scary to look at. Lan Jin originally thought that Mother Ren was here to trouble her, so she subconsciously took a few steps to the side, trying to avoid Mother Ren. But who knows that Mother Ren did come to find her, but not entirely. When she saw Meng Ying who was even more hateful than Lan Jin, how could she care about her ex-daughter-in-law? He rushed in the direction of Meng Ying. Meng Ying is a thief. The first time she saw Ren's mother rushing over, she had already moved to the side, but Meng Ying moved in the same direction. As Lan Jin moved, and Meng Ying didn't care, it's hard to guess, he probably wanted to use her as a shield. How could Lan Jin do what she wanted? Seeing Meng Ying running towards her, she tore off Meng Ying's clothes and threw her to the ground in front of her. Lan Jin was so strong that just throwing it like this knocked Meng Ying to the ground, unable to get up at all. After running over, Mother Ren didn't hesitate, and jumped onto Meng Ying's body, desperately biting and beating Meng Ying who was on the ground. Look at Ren's mother at this time, not to mention her actions and behavior like a lunatic. She is unkempt, disheveled, and even lost one of her shoes. This is the first time she has seen such a mother. I'm afraid this matter has really stepped on Ren Mu's minefield. But Lan Jin is very speechless. If you want to make a fuss, you can make a fuss. Why come to her place to make a fuss? Her place is not a treasure of geomantic omen. It is worth so many people to find out? But if you come, you will come. It is also a good thing to know where she lives. It is not a good thing to be a father or a mother. If you can, directly together, there is nothing wrong with it. At this moment, Mother Ren was still frantically beating Meng Ying who was on the ground. Because of the loud noise, the surrounding people soon gathered to watch. After all, such excitement is rare on weekdays. At this time, Ren's father, who was not as good as Ren's mother in physical strength and momentum, ran over a step too late. He stood on the spot panting and took several deep breaths, and then hugged Ren's mother from behind, trying to pull him away from Meng Ying's hand. Get it up on your body. However, Ren's father is used to being weak, and he doesn't have much strength. In addition, his head was injured at noon. Lan Jin, who was watching the play, opened his mouth and shouted, Lan Jin, come and help, why are you standing there stupidly, you are responsible. For what happened? Lan Jin rolled her eyes and wished she could roll her eyes to the sky. She was in charge of AP, I said this, ex-eunuch, why should I listen to you? Besides, the person my ex-mother-in-law beat was the one who seduced my ex-husband. 3. My ex-mother-in-law vented her anger on me. Why should I tell her to stop? If you want me to say it, she should be beaten to death. Although Mother Rin said that she was beating Menging at this time, she could hear Lan Jin's words clearly. Judging from Lan Jin's mocking tone, she was sure that Lan Jin had already guessed all the things. But there are so many people watching the excitement around, and it is impossible for her to refute anything, and the culprit who is lying on the ground, let her vent her anger first and then talk about it. However, Ling Jiang on the side didn't just look at it like this, she said, "Call the police, it's time to tell the truth in a while." Lan Jin really doesn't care about reporting to the police, anyway, this matter is really not bad for her, so she said, "Report, I can still stop you." Ling Jiang turned around and called the police. He thought it would take a while for someone to come, but it only took a few minutes. Mother Rin didn't use up all her strength, and she didn't stop beating Menging. The civilian police have come over. But Lan Jin was a little surprised to see the police coming over. Looking at the acquaintance in front of him, Lan Jin twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Hello, policeman." This time policeman is the captain of the policemen who has been in contact with them many times. After several cases and countless visits to inquire about the situation, Lan Jin and this time policeman really got mixed up. Familiar. When Shi Jing saw Lan Jin, he couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. He was a little irritable, but also a little helpless. "This time it won't be your business again. It does have something to do with me, but it's really not my fault. But why did such a trivial matter send you here?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Lan Jin finished speaking, Ling Jiang stood beside Shi Jing and asked, "You two know each other?" Lan Jin put his gaze on the two of them, and then said with a surprised face, "Could it be that you are?" Ling Jiang smiled and said, "This is my partner. Originally, the bureau here is not far away. I don't have a relative channel here, so I came here sooner." What a coincidence! Isn't it a coincidence? Shi Jing was really helpless. He glanced at Lan Jin and then at the few people on the ground, and asked, "Tell me, what's going on here?" Lan Jin also glanced at the people on the ground, and said a little discouraged, "It's a long story, and it's all old calendars." Hearing this tone, one can guess what it is about. In short, it is smelly and long. Shi Jing said with a wry smile, "Go to the bureau and talk about it, all relevant personnel will go over." "It's not a problem, it's always okay anyway, but it's okay if the water is not knocked down, but the child and the dog can't be left alone, although they must be in her space, but others don't know, she has been there for so long, the child should be afraid." Lan Jin said, "Can I go there later? My children and dogs are still at home. Just now I said I would go back in a while, but I didn't bring them out. I don't know when the confession will be recorded. I wonder if I can go back. Connect them first. Special treatment is given to special matters, and this involves children." Naturally, Shi Jing. "Come over." Shi Jing sent someone to follow Lan Jin. Lan Jin originally wanted to ask Huang Jinghe to help fetch water, but Shi Jing said, "Both of them are parties, let's go together, and Ling Jiang will take the bucket. There is a faucet in the bureau, and I will fill it up and bring it back for you in a while." After Shi Jing finished speaking, the other end picked up the trailer in Huang Jinghe's hand. Ling Jiang followed Shi Jing to the bureau first, and Huang Jinghe accompanied her home to pick up the child and the dog. The two came to the door of Lan Jin's house. Lan Jin first released the child and the dog with his thoughts when the door was opened, and then Xiao Doubting and Nana ran towards her as soon as the door opened. In a situation like this, you must know how to adapt to changing circumstances, otherwise it will be easy to slip through. However, Lan Jin and Xiao Doubting had simulated this scene many times before. Seeing someone behind Lan Jin, Xiao Doubting said wittily, "Mom, you've been away for a long time. Xiao Xiao misses you." End of this chapter. Xiao Xiao, Mommy will take you and Nana out for a walk, okay? When he heard about going out, Ren Xiqia was very happy. Okay, Xiao Xiao wants to go out. She first put Nana on a leash and handed it to Huang Jinghe, and then she picked up Ren Xiqia before closing the door. But seeing Nana, the policeman who came back with her was very surprised. "You are such a big dog, let him stay alone with the child, don't worry." Nana in the poisonous mist period has always appeared in the form of a puppy. At that time, Nana was only a little small and grew slowly, but now she is 10 months old, and she is indeed a bit big. But Nana is a medium-sized dog, and it takes 12 months to be considered an adult. However, since Nana entered the pest infestation period, that is, in the past 2 months, her food intake has increased sharply, and her size has also grown rapidly. When he was sitting on the ground, he was already about the same height as Rinsiqiao, who was over 2 years old. It is indeed a very worrying thing to let the big dog and the child stay together alone. So at this moment, the policeman really didn't know whether to say that Lan Jin had a big heart, or that he trusted the dog too much. Lan Jinhan said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll point the dog at the child. My Nana is very human, she can understand everything I say." After the three went downstairs and got into the police car, they went all the way to the bureau. It is not surprising that Che Lanjin can be used in the bureau. After all, these units, the people above will equip them with these basic equipment, otherwise what should they do if they encounter something? A group of people came to the bureau, and as soon as they entered the hall, they saw Menging sitting on the ground with tears streaming down her face. The scene looked as pitiful as it could be, and as miserable as it could be. No matter what others think, anyway, Lan Jin doesn't accept this kind of thing. As soon as he came in, he immediately waved to Menging and said with a smile, "Oh, you still have the face to sit on the ground and cry, cry, cry. There should be no more tears in a while. After all, you can cry for an hour, and you can still cry. Cry all day." And judging from the expressions of the people around, no one wants to spoil her at all. Hearing Lan Jin's voice, Menging stopped crying abruptly, and stared at her with hatred instead. "I see that you haven't been beaten enough." Lan Jin raised her arms immediately after speaking, and Menging subconsciously wanted to hide behind. But Lan Jin just tried to scare her. How could she be so stupid as to beat someone in the game? After Menging took a few steps back in fright, Lan Jin immediately withdrew her arm. However, Lan Jin took it away, and the Rottweiler beside her, who was being held by Huang Jinghe all the time, refused to accept it. Seeing that someone dared to threaten its owner, it immediately stood on Lan Jin's body and faced Mengying's Wang Big. He yelled, "The momentum!" The echo, it seemed that Menging had to be dismantled in order to relieve his anger. But Lan Jin knew that Nana was protecting the master, and she was also warning and threatening, but about biting people, it would never dare to bite people without Lan Jin's order, but it looks like that, don't say. Menging froze, and almost everyone present shrank back in fright. But Shi Jing still came into contact with Nana. Seeing him approaching Nana, and Nana didn't dodge, he squatted next to Nana again, stretched out his hand tentatively, seeing that Nana just looked at him. After not biting him, he stroked Nana's back to smooth her fur, and said together, "Don't worry, no one can bully your master, but don't scream, it will scare others." Hearing Shi Jing's words, Nana took the opportunity to look at Lan Jin behind it. It knew Shi Jing was not a bad person. Lan Jin had told it about this, but whether to listen to him or not, he still listened to his master. Opinion. Lan Jin nodded towards it, and said, "Well, Nana, don't bark, it will scare people." Nana immediately let out a wang in a very small voice, indicating that she knew. Seeing such a spiritual dog, several frightened civilians and policemen gathered around to tease him, and Shi police took advantage of the situation. And said, "Pets can't go in, why don't you leave it to my colleagues, I promise I won't lose it to you." Shi Jing looked at Nana too enthusiastically. If he hadn't been a civilian police, she would have mistakenly thought that this man was going to steal her dog. But people just want to play with dogs, and she is not so stingy. Lan Jin said, "Okay, Nana, you and these policemen will play here for a while, don't go too far and don't get lost." After Nana whispered Wang again, Huang Jinghe handed out the dog leash, and Nana also turned her head 3 times and left the crowd. Those police officers did not take Nana too far, they stopped after reaching the door, and Lan Jin even instructed, "Nana, don't bite her. I don't know if there is a rabies vaccine at the moment, but she didn't say that, anyway, she has already ordered it." Nana seemed to respond to her with a sob, and they followed Shi Jing and left the hall. On the way to leave, Ling Jiang couldn't help but said, "You dog is too human, it seems that you really understand what you say. It can understand human speech, otherwise I wouldn't dare let it take care of Xiao Xiao, it will listen to what Xiao Xiao says, but Xiao Xiao usually can't say anything,
just play around with her.
Several people turned several turns in a row, and then they were brought into a larger room similar to a conference room for questioning. Lan Jin is the one who was emotionally stable here, and she naturally became the first person to be interrogated.
Sitting next to her are Ling Jiang and Huang Jinghe.
They are not important people, but at the time the three of them are together, and the two of them can just check the gaps and make up for the gaps. Lan Jin first told the story from the beginning to the end, from how Mangying seduced Rinxing, to when she discovered
Mangying and her ex-father-in-law.
In short, she told everything well. The two of them really counted. It is not an exaggeration to say that they have a deep hatred. But such a scandal was publicized openly in public, and the few people next to him still couldn't hold back their faces. Especially Ren's mother. She was angry that Mangying let Lan Jin know about this matter, but Lan Jin not only did not hide it after knowing it, but also told the police about it, which made her feel a kind of embarrassment.
Feel like pumping.
For a while, Ren's father, Ren's mother, and Mangying all attacked her. In short, it seemed that she was the culprit for things that had nothing to do with her. Lan Jin said with a sneer, "How dare you do such an ugly thing? How much face do you need?" Mother Ren slapped the table in front of her, stood up and shouted at Lan Jin, "Lan Jin, our family has never treated you badly.
But your family didn't treat me very well.
Whether before or after marriage, I never spent a penny from you.
I don't owe you anything. Now you are no longer my mother-in-law. Please don't speak like my mother-in-law, accuse me."
End of this chapter.
Mother Ren looked at Lan Jin, and she didn't get angry. She knew that there can't be two smart people in a family.
She is, and so is Lan Jin, so they are destined not to be good mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. I have never treated Lan Jin badly. You have never spent a penny on our family, the wedding, the bride price, the house.
You still have the nerve to mention the bride price, so I have to talk to you now. Before Ren's mother finished speaking, Lan Jin interrupted.
Directly, you mention the wedding, and all the money for the wedding banquet and so on is I'm half of your family.
I'm taking advantage of your family. Is it possible that you still plan to let me pay all the money? Then why should your son get married? You can just marry him.
Dowry gift, you did give me a dowry gift, but you took back the money from the dowry gift because you couldn't turn over your business when you just
got married.
You didn't take back the idea when I almost divorced Rinxing. I know that the divorce was fine at that time. Anyway, the bride price was just a formality. I didn't confiscate any cents. I wrote a note to prove
it, and now it's still in my house. What's the matter? Do you want to bring it over to confront me?
Speaking of the house, your family did buy the house, and it has nothing to do with my money, so is there any problem with the decoration of your house? In order not to live in this house for nothing, didn't I buy all the furniture, adding in the water and electricity bills after we got married?
And the living expenses for your family's meals, isn't it enough to pay the rent for the past few years? You want to talk about living expenses again?
You pay Rinxing 2 yuan a month as living expenses, but your son doesn't spend a penny on me, and even spends on eating and drinking at home every day. Don't say it's impossible. I can tell you what your son's virtue is. In short, there is nothing between us, so I owe your family something.
Mother Ren was panted by Lan Jin's anger. You guys are a couple anyway. Do you need to say that about him?
No one knows where he is now.
Where can he be? He's not fooling around in a woman's house. You don't really think that Mangying is the only woman Rinxing is outside, right? Don't be naive. Why do you have to remind me of your son's virtues?
It's good that Lan Jin and Ren's mother didn't quarrel, but this time, Mangying was immediately disillusioned. The self-conceived rich second generation she snatched away by all means didn't have much money on hand. It didn't take his money, let alone her as an outside woman. It's a waste of work, and she is charged with such a crime. Right now, Rinxing is still missing, just like Lan Jin said. Even if Ren's father and mother died and Rinxing inherited it, he might not necessarily give her flowers. At this moment, Mangying was extremely wronged, and immediately yelled, "You didn't spend a penny from the Ren family to get married, so you married a P and found an ancestor to take care of you at home. Are you stupid?
Aren't I young and ignorant?
Ren Xing is indeed good at nothing, but he has a good face.
Besides money, isn't he also a face? Lan Jin is not talking nonsense.
Although Ren Xing can't do anything, he has a really good-looking face. Anyway, at least he is the type that Lan Jin likes. If Menging hadn't hooked him away, and the end of the world hadn't come, she couldn't see the perpetrator clearly, and she would definitely continue to live with him. Speaking of it, she is really a love brain. But after the love brain was discarded, Lan Jin still returned to the shrewd period at the beginning, and now she couldn't help but thank you.
Anyway, I sincerely thank you for taking my ex-husband away.
I am sincerely grateful, but every time I don't even believe it, and I am helpless. You always believe what I say now. When Lan Jin said this, there was still a hint of grievance in his tone, but Ling Jiang, who was beside him, couldn't help laughing out loud when he heard this. Although Ling Jiang's smile was inappropriate, but she was not an important person, and no one would pay attention to her, but Menging was really choked back by her. If you really count, Ren Fu was more generous than Ren Xing. However, both father and mother always felt that this was not the reason for Lan Jin to speak out about the family's scandal. This is this family matter. I didn't lie anyway. You can't let me hide something because of your scandal. Why should I hide it for you? Besides, do you know the consequences of lying to the police? My family, Chow Chow, knows all about it. To tell the truth to the police, don't you two even understand this when you're a couple of decades older? Lan Jin almost made it clear that these two guys are not as good as a child. Ren's father said angrily, "We are Chow Chow's grandparents after all. You should be more careful about what you say." Back to grandparents, Ren Xiqiu has been sitting beside her for a long time, never greeted her from the beginning, didn't even raise her eyes. Now she remembers that she has a granddaughter. However, Ren Xiqiu really knew how to cooperate with Lan Jin. After hearing this, she asked Lan Jin directly, "Mom, who are the grandparents?" Mother Ren thought she had found a loophole to hate Lan Jin, and angrily said, "Lan Jin, you usually teach your children like this, and you don't even recognize your own grandparents. Is it true that after a while, the ancestors of the Ren family will also be yours?" "I don't recognize it. We, Chow Chow, are suffering. Since I was pregnant with her, it is the first time that my family, Chow Chow, has seen her grandparents." "What kind of grandparents? I don't recognize them. Every time I want to take the child to your house, if you don't want to watch it, you won't answer the video call when I make you a video call. Is this my problem?" Your old lady can shirk responsibility. So in this case, is there any problem with the granddaughter not knowing her grandparents? Although Ren Xiqiu didn't understand such a long passage, she still knew if she knew her grandparents, just like she pretended not to know her hated father, Chow Chow never met Mom, who are grandparents. Ren Xiqiu's words couldn't help but make everyone present feel distressed. The child is so innocent, and now he will be used by a few wicked adults to quarrel. However, at this time, Lan Jin had an idea in his mind. Didn't the Ren family dislike her child? Didn't it mean that she didn't recognize the old couple and the ancestors of the Ren family? Then just ignore it. Why would she let her child follow the surname of someone she doesn't like? Why not just change it? Anyway, it should be able to change now. Can change it. Lan Jin said to Ren Xiqiu, "Chow Chow, why don't you change your surname to your mother? Can you take your mother's surname from now on? With your mother's last name?" Ren Xiqiu came to her senses. She smiled and asked Mimi, "Lan?" "Yes, my mother's surname is Lan." Ren Xiqiu immediately applauded happily. Okay, take my mother's surname, take my mother's surname." The discussion between the mother and daughter was too hasty. They were talking about other topics just now, so why did they talk about changing their surname? But the change of surname immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the Ren family's parents. Now their son has disappeared, and they don't know if he can come back. Could it be that even the granddaughter is not our own? End of this chapter. No. Two voices strongly opposed it. However, whether Ren Xiqiu changed his surname has anything to do with them. Lan Jin said, "I changed my child's surname. What does it have to do with you?" "It doesn't matter. Chow Chow is a child of our Ren family.
Ren's mother immediately slapped the table and stood up and scolded, but Lan Jin was too lazy to argue. Xiao Xiao doesn't even know you, and grandparents, what are you?
Things, take care of your own family affairs. The father-in-law stole and came to your son, you really have face. Meng Ying, who had watched the play for a long time, really didn't expect that the effort of saying a word was transferred to herself, and she
immediately denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? We are innocent.
Humph, you're innocent. Why she hit you? Maybe she's still venting her anger for me. How long has it been since I divorced Rinxing? Her reflex arc is really long. Just this reflex arc, her family has been exposed. I'm afraid I don't even know. Lan Jin's words choked Ren's mother to death again, and she really couldn't find a place to refute for a while. However, this farce was just a farce in the first place. It is not a bragging that the saying that a clean official can't solve housework can be spread for hundreds of thousands of years, so it's really hard for the police to manage such housework. It was impossible to control them, and secondly, they continued to control them. In short, nothing good or bad happened. After making a fuss and educating them, they were let go. Ren's father, Ren's mother, and Meng Ying were sent out by force, but Lan Jin and the three of them stayed in the hall without waiting for the bucket to arrive. It is feasible, and immediately said, Shi Jing, I would like to ask, is there any procedure for changing the child's surname? Shi Jing glanced at her, and said not too surprised, you really want to change the child's surname? Well, I was just talking about it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Anyway, Xiao Xiao can't be liked by his family, so why take up Ren's family name? Just change it. Shi Jing frowned, and Lan Jin looked at Ling Jiang again, hoping that the other party would give her some strength. Ling Jiang naturally understood her eyes. To be honest, all these procedures should be carried out according to the normal process. There is nothing difficult about it. So I asked, is it because you don't do this business now? That's not true. If you change your surname, you need a confirmation signature from your father. If you are alive, you need to sign. If you are dead, you need a death certificate. This is not easy for you. Renxing is missing, and it is really not easy to deal with the immortal. But, these are the regulations before the poisonous mist. In fact, the management is not so strict at the moment. If he really wants to do it, he can barely help them. If it is not, he is afraid that some people will make trouble, so he hesitates. Is there no other way? After finishing speaking, Lan Jin touched Rensicho's little head, feeling a little annoyed, and asked again, is there no other way without father's signature? Is there anything else? There is a way. The police officer next to Shi Jing said, the father's signature is needed mainly because I am worried that after the child's surname is changed, he will come to find trouble later. Upon hearing that there was a turning point, Lan Jin hurriedly said, it doesn't matter, I just changed the child's surname, and I don't intend to spread it around. Naturally, I won't seek a sense of presence from Ren's parents. I still understand this. Ling Jiang blinked in Shi Jing's direction. Shi Jing reluctantly agreed, okay, let's make an exception and do it for you. Hearing Shi Jing's words, Lan Jin's gripping heart finally let go, and Huang Jinghao was also let go. He originally thought that Lan Jin really wanted to change Rensicho's surname, but Shi Jing, if this side can't agree, he will ask his parents to find a relationship. Now it's over, he doesn't need to drag people around anymore. It is really not difficult to go through this procedure, the system and everything can be connected to the internet. Rensicho is young and has not yet applied for an ID card, so just take out the household registration book and residence card. Lan Jin has a bag, so he can use the bag as a cover to take out these two documents. Of course, it must be a bit strange to carry the documents in the bag, but who stipulates that the documents cannot be carried in the bag, but the explanation is still there. He explained, my house has been burglarized several times. If Nana wants to be at home, I usually don't carry my ID with me. But when Nana is not here, I usually carry it on my back. It is difficult to make up for it if it is lost. The certificates that Lan Jin took out also included Nana's dog certificate, which looked exactly like what she said.
But when it comes to Ren Xiqiao changing his name, Lan Jin still needs to think about it. Rancho? Sounds like Lan Xiang. Lance Zhou? It's okay, but it's the same as not changing, the difference is very small. Lan Jin glanced at Ren Xiqiao and asked, Xiao Xiao, what do you want to be called after changing to the same surname as your mother's? Ren Xiqiao tilted his head to look at Lan Jin. Was he asking for her opinion? But what's her opinion? Ren Xiqiao said weakly, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao? After thinking for a while, Lan Jin said, then change your name to Ran Xiao Xiao. The corners of the mouths of the people standing beside her couldn't help twitching. The name was really too casual, but it's not bad at all. Ren Xiqiao was very satisfied with the name Ran Xiao Xiao, and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, it sounds good. Xiao Xiao is still Xiao Xiao, but with my mother's surname. Yes, Xiao Xiao, your name will be Ran Xiao Xiao from now on. After confirming the name, Shi Jing took her and the child to get busy, first changing the name on the household registration booklet, updating the printing, and then updating the information on the residence permit. The front and back of the residence card only have the child's photo and QR code, so there is no need to replace it. You just need to connect the QR code to the system and refresh it. After changing this, the police will return the ID. She also said, the system here has been modified, but if you need to use access control and contribution functions, you still need to go to the community to open it. It's still early, you go now, this is the certificate just issued, you can take this and they will do it after reading it. Even if Lan Jin doesn't know much about the bureau, he still knows that this work is not within the scope of the time police, and he has finished the matter without much effort. How could Lan Jin not be grateful? After accepting this after receiving the certificate, Lan Jin said, thank you Shi Jing, don't worry, I will definitely not cause you any trouble. Shi Jing didn't believe Lan Jin's words at all. She really didn't take the initiative to find trouble, but the trouble came to her. It's nothing. It's much easier to go through the formalities now than before. Hurry up here. Let's go, it's time to get off work late. Okay, thanks for the time police. Of course, I would like to thank Ling Jiang and Huang Jinghe who are beside her. I also caused you trouble today, and you have been with me for so long. End of this chapter. It's okay. It's okay to stay at home anyway. I even watched a play when I came out. Ling Jiang replied heartily. Of course, the play must not be about Lan Jin, but the other three people, but even if it is Lan Jin, she didn't care too much. Anyway, today I must thank Ling Jiang and Huang Jinghe. Huang Jinghe also replied, it's nothing, Sister Lan, I took the bucket and the trailer, let's go back now, and we have to go to the community to buy food. Well, let's go. As soon as they left the hall, the policemen who were playing with dogs returned Nana to her, and boasted, you are such a good dog. That's right, it thinks we're annoying but you don't want it to bite. It grinned there for a long time but didn't open its mouth. It even barked very softly. The policemen said with envy on their faces, but it's a pity this is someone else's dog. When others praised her dog, she was naturally very happy. Lan Jin thanked again, thank you for helping me take care of Nana. Nana will see you brothers again. Nana turned her head and gave them a wow with a look of disgust, then happily wagged her tail and pulled her to go outside without looking back. It felt like it was a very happy thing to be able to leave here. It made everyone dumbfounded. But as soon as she left the office and saw the three people standing at the gate, Nana immediately stood in front of her vigilantly, grinned her teeth, and shouted loudly several times, knocking the three people who wanted to come forward to make trouble, frightened and backed away, but also stepped forward. Lan Jin didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. She said quietly, hey, some people don't have a place to live tonight, and I don't know if the old lover's daughter-in-law will take some people in. Ling Jiang listened to these words with great enthusiasm, and she didn't expect Lan Jin to speak so boldly, but Huang Jinghe beside him had a wry smile on his face. Just the world of adults, is there so much going on? He thought about his home. Well, my grandparents and my parents didn't live together before, but when my parents came home occasionally,
the atmosphere didn't seem to be very
good. Huang Jinghe doesn't want to think about it anymore. After all, he hasn't reached this age yet, so it's useless to think about it.
Lan Jin's words stabbed 3 times, and directly poked the hearts of the 3 people waiting outside. Ren's father and mother were immediately annoyed by her and turned their heads away. Ren's father originally wanted to scold her a few words, but he was scared back by the dog.
As for Meng Ying, there was really no place to stay.
At this time, she felt extremely regretful.
Why did she leave with Run Mu? There is no place to stay.
Therefore, Meng Ying's desire to live in Lan Jin's house is as hard as iron, completely unshakable.
Meng Ying said to Lan Jin from a distance, "You live alone now, why not give me a room? Believe it or not, I will report you to the higher authorities."
Aren't you stupid?
It's my own house. It's useless even if you report it, and you still haven't learned to go around seeing me? Why didn't Meng Ying know to take a detour, but where could she go after leaving? She had nowhere to go, so she could only grab Lan Jin, the last straw. "Lan Jin, I want to talk to you." "Can I talk to you?" "You didn't want to talk to me when I wanted to talk to you before." "What are you talking about now?" "What's there to talk about?"
Lan Jin said against her will. In fact, what she wanted to chat with Meng Ying was to have a good chat with her in private in a place where no one was around, but unfortunately there were too many people at the moment. Lan Jin had to give up this opportunity, so as not to get burned, is beyond redemption. Revenge is important, but it is also necessary to be cautious at this time. She can't let her live forever because of Meng Ying, then she will bear it for nothing in the past few months. Another one, Meng Ying's mentality has been firmly grasped by Lan Jin. She knows that no matter what she says, Meng Ying will not leave, because she has nowhere to go. At this moment, Lan Jin wanted to give her a chance to see how she would seek death by herself when no one was around. After speaking, Lan Jin didn't talk to Meng Ying anymore, and Meng Ying followed behind Lan Jin without accident. And in front of him, Nana was protecting him all the way, and the people passing by saw it as if it was trying to clear the way, and they all ran to the side to avoid it. Ling Jiang looked very funny. Do we count as human beings? Ah, it feels like everyone is avoiding me when I'm with Nana. Huang Jinghe replied, "We are inappropriate people relying on the dog's power, but by the way, Sister Lan, this Nana is only 10 months old, why does it seem to be taller and stronger than other Rottweilers?" "What? It's been eating a lot lately, maybe it's getting fat." Lan Jin pretended to be thinking about it, but when it came to getting fat, Nana quit. It glanced at Lan Jin and whispered, said he was protesting. Lan Jin hurriedly coaxed, okay, don't say you've gained weight, you're not willing to hear it, but you must be growing up, your head has grown rapidly in the past few months, and your appetite has also increased a lot. Nana eats 3 meals a day like their mother and daughter, dog food in the morning, dog food at noon, and night. The dog food is the size of a fist of an adult man. When Nana was young, the dog food was divided into lunch, and dinner. Eat it twice in the evening, not to mention 1 meal at the moment, and add a supper to it in the middle of the night. Although supper is very casual, occasionally dog food and canned food, occasionally dog food, or the leftovers that she and Xiao Xiao haven't finished eating, but no matter what they eat, in short, they just don't miss 4 meals. Isn't it normal to grow tall and strong by eating so much every day? In addition, during this period of time, she cooked a lot of dog food, and Nana basically ate all the dishes that she hoarded in the space earlier. Now she has to replace them with the dishes in the space to meet Nana's daily needs. Need it? After the food in the space was richer in nutrition and taste than before, it was a matter of course for Nana to grow taller, but looking at her body, she was indeed taller and stronger than ordinary dogs. But when it comes to cooking, even if it's dog food, she can't cook it outside. People in the whole building can smell the smell. After thinking about it, isn't there an RV in the space? The room's own kitchen only consumes electricity, so not only Nana's dog food, but occasionally she and her children want to add food, they are also cooked in the space room. There is only one thing, Nana is the only one who is tall and strong. She and Ren Xiao. Oh no, there is no change in Ren Xiao. She is probably due to the spiritual spring water. The comparison between her transformation and Xiao Xiao earlier, the influence of space dishes on their mother and daughter was not that great. Therefore, Xiaodo, who is less than 3 years old, is still only a little tall, and it is not enough to stay with Nana. End of this chapter. After leaving the bureau, a group of people walked towards the community with a lot of things.
I thought that there should be no one in the community at this time.
After all, people work from 24 to, but who knows that the community is now on duty hours a day, so when Lan Jin passed by, there were really staff working there. She first handed over the certificate and the certificate just issued to the staff, and then asked, "Is it still possible to do this now?"
Yes, but after the staff saw the certificate in her hand, she couldn't help muttering, "There are still people doing this business right now."
Lan Jin smiled and said, "If it's not impossible, who would think of these things at this time?" Due to Huang Jinghe and too many accidents in the 12th building, the staff of Lan Jin's family knew more or less about those messy things, and there was so much noise when fetching water just now. Lan Jin mentioned this again, who could not understand it. With all the procedures in place, no one would embarrass her, and then they took over the residence permit and handled it for her. The staff first updated the information in the residence card, then reset the access control card system, and finally enabled the contribution point function. Although the little Rancho Qiao may not be able to use it, the above requirements are fully open, so they naturally it is about to be opened again. All the procedures were completed in just a few minutes. After the completion, the staff handed back the proof and the residence permit to her, and also said, "It's done, I'll go back later." "Oh, right now I can't try it. I suggest it's best to get up in the middle of the night today and try to see if the access control at the downstairs door in the community can be used. If it doesn't work, I'll refresh it for you tomorrow. If it works, then it's fine." Waking up in the middle of the night is really no trouble. Lan Jin hurriedly thanked, "Okay, I will try it tonight, and I will feel relieved after I try it." Lan Jin used her bag as a cover to put all the IDs into the space. After the IDs were put away, the rest of the task after leaving the community was to buy food. It was mealtime right now, and there were more than one person in line. When they stood at the end of the line, Huang Jinghe said angrily, "I should go to line up first, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a while." Lan Jin glanced at the team and said, "There aren't many people, and it will be soon. After all, they are all packed meals, so just load them up." Even though they said so, they still waited in line for 20 minutes before they arrived. After confirming the number of lunchboxes, Lan Jin handed over her residence card to the staff and said, "4 box lunches and 4 bottles of mineral water." After finishing speaking, she handed the bag of packed lunch to the staff to let her put it in, and then said to the 2 people, "Don't argue with me. Today, I really want to thank you for today's matter. Right now if the restaurant is open, I'll definitely invite you out for a meal, but, anyway, I'm already very embarrassed to eat this, so don't refuse."
"Okay, but it's just this one meal. Everyone's life is hard now. You need to save some money and have to raise children."
"Okay." Lan Jin reluctantly agreed. After buying the meal, I was finally able to go home, but on the way back, Huang Jinghe kept paying attention to the movement behind him, and he said, "Sister Lan, Menging has been following us, so we need to know where we live. I'm afraid one building is not good."
"There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't matter which one you know.
We don't have an elevator, so we can't go upstairs with us."
"As long as I don't know the floor, it doesn't matter to me."
Seeing that Lan Jin really didn't care about Menging, Huang Jinghe naturally didn't say anything more, but Ling Jiang was very curious about some
things. "Hey, let me ask you, how do you talk to the old man?"
"I met him when I was here. I think you two are very familiar with him, but why haven't I heard him mention you?" Hearing this, Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe looked at each other with wry smiles, and then said, "This matter is stinky and long. If you are interested, go
to the boxing gym to tell you tomorrow."
Huang Jinghe nodded again and again. "Yes, it's been a long time, I can't finish talking in a while." After speaking, they walked to the door of Building 12. It's really inconvenient for Lan Jin to go upstairs with the dog and the child. Ling Jiang's water bucket and lunch boxes for the 4 of them can be put on the trailer's deck just now. Now he can only carry them upstairs. Ling Jiang took the bucket and lunchbox in his hand and said, "It's a pity that the mouth of my bucket is too big, otherwise I will definitely ask
you to lend me the trailer and drag it up by myself. Let me carry this box of lunch too."
All of a sudden the car was shaken apart.
"Thank you."
"You're too polite, why are you thanking me? You always love to say thank you."
"I'm not bothering you, please be polite."
After speaking, the group started to go upstairs. When going upstairs, in order to save energy, they usually didn't talk until they got to the 32nd floor.
Huang Jinghe looked at the two ladies who were not breathing.
Feeling that he has been greatly insulted regardless of gender or age, he is simply depressed. "It seems that I should really learn, otherwise I will be beaten by you sooner or later with my physical strength."
Ling Jiangdao, for nothing else, just exercising is fine. That's fine. Come here tomorrow.
I haven't said a word since I went out for a long time.
Grandma should be worried.
I'll go back first. As soon as Ling Jiang finished speaking, her grandma opened the door of the house.
Seeing the three of them standing in the corridor, she said, "Why are you standing in the corridor chatting? I sound like you. I came back so late today."
"What?" "No, I'll go back right away, Grandma, let me put the water in the house first." Ling Jiang stuffed the water into the door, took out 2 lunchboxes, and planned to go back. Lan Jin handed her the mineral water. It was originally bought by the head. Ling Jiang didn't argue about anything, he took both boxes of lunch, and 2 extra bottles of mineral water was really nothing, thanked him, took the
mineral water and went back to the house.
After Ling Jiang went back, after Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe shared the food and water, he also went home directly. Today is a very fulfilling day, one after another all happened on this day, it really makes Lan Jin a little unspeakable. But fortunately, everything was under control, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a lot. After returning to her home now, Lan Jin did not relax too much. After all, the matter has not been resolved yet, so there is nothing to be excited about. She first put the water and box lunch she just brought home on the coffee table, then went to the window and looked down quietly, and found Meng Ying's swaying figure downstairs. Lan Jin couldn't help but laughed. This person really didn't leave, and she had nowhere to go. If there was no accident, she probably wouldn't leave here today. She happened to have a reason to go downstairs in the middle of the night. As long as Meng Ying was still there, then in the middle of the night. End of this chapter. On such a happy day, Lan Jin definitely couldn't fool her with a box lunch. She first prepared dog food for Nana, and then thought about what to eat tonight. Seeing that Lan Jin was in such a good mood, Ran Xiaoqiao took the opportunity to make a request of her own. "Mom, you love Xiaoqiao very much, don't you?" "That's right, Mom is cute, Jojo." After finishing speaking, Ran Xiaoqiao threw herself into Lan Jin's arms and said, "Mom, since you love me so much, can I have a piece of cream cake today?" "No." Lan Jin rejected Ran Xiaoqiao's request without even thinking about it. Of course, Ran Xiaoqiao has nothing to lose, anyway, her mother is the best mother in the world, no one else can compare, so she just can't eat it. Just a cream cake, nothing to be disappointed about. But seeing that Xiao Doubting didn't look disappointed at all, Lan Jin lost her temper. "Xiao wants to eat cream cake, but you already ate a piece. This morning, the sugar content has exceeded the limit today, why don't you eat it tomorrow, eat it today. Let's eat KC." As soon as she heard KC, Ran Xiaoqiao immediately became excited again. Lan Jin often took her to eat this stuff before, but since she was locked up at home, she really ate very little. "Wow, Mom is so nice, Mom awesome, I love my mother the most." Afraid that Ran Xiaoqiao would be too excited to say something for the neighbors to hear, Lan Jin hurriedly silenced Ran Xiaoqiao, but the children's laughter could not be ignored. Hearing the voice of Lan Jin's family, even Grandma Ling couldn't help but said, "How did you know that family? I remember you didn't meet before." "The family next door is named Lan Jin." Ling Jiang replied while eating his boxed lunch, "It's purely accidental that I got to know her. Anyway, the two of them were bored at home, so Ling Jiang told Grandma Ling what happened this morning and what happened just now. I have to say that this situation sounds really pitiful to Lan Jin.
Grandma Ling said, "This good boy, what a pity, you did a good job today, although you two just met today, just met by chance, but we live on the first floor now, so everyone is neighbor. The old saying goes that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. If we can help, we can help. You see, there are contacts today, which proves that Lon Jean can make friends. If she goes out alone in the future, she will let the child go. I'm here and I can watch for her." Grandma Ling's coming and going refers to today's lunchbox and water, but this is how people are, and the relationship between coming and going can last for a long time. Ling Jiang smiled and said, "It should not be necessary. I see that Lon Jean has an idea. This kind of difficulty seems to be no problem for her, and she also has a dog. But it understands everything when it is human. When Lon Jean is not around, this dog will watch over the child for her." Grandma Ling was taken aback. "What, dog? Is there a dog next door? Why didn't I hear the dog barking? That's why I said that it has human nature. If Lon Jean doesn't let him bark loudly, he will immediately whine softly. He won't bark no matter how annoying he is. This dog is really smart." Ling Jiang said it was very itchy, but when it came to dogs, Grandma Ling also said, "The German Shepherd we raised back then was very human, but the dog is old. If you want to have another dog, you can buy a dog doll. Keep it up, always be a companion." "Grandma, where can I buy puppies now? How many people can't get enough to eat?" After dinner, Lon Jean kept paying attention to Meng Ying's movements downstairs. Watching Meng Ying walking back and forth, after she finally couldn't bear it and found a seat, Lon Jean was sure of that position, she just didn't intend to leave. Lon Jean was so excited beyond words, she finally stayed up until midnight and got a call, and she finally had a reason to go downstairs. She thought that there would be many people in the corridor after the call came, but who would have thought that the more the call came, the less people would be outside, because people stayed up all day and finally got the call in the middle of the night, and everyone would want to take advantage of this moment, blow on the electric fan at home to sleep for a while, so Lon Jean went all the way from the 32nd floor to the first floor, without seeing a single person. There was no one on the road, which made Lon Jean more courageous, but no matter how excited she was, she still had to do the business. She first tried the access control on the first floor, and after confirming that it was correct, she blocked the door again. Go through the door. Meng Ying didn't dare to stay too far away from her, so the chair she was leaning on was on the road leading to the gate. Lon Jean didn't care whether this person was really asleep or pretended to be asleep. Anyway, when she passed by Meng Ying, she deliberately glanced in her direction to let him see her face clearly. Sure enough, after seeing her, Meng Ying immediately got up and followed behind her. With the previous lesson, Meng Ying is really not afraid of Lon Jean's scolding at this moment, and almost sticks her whole body behind Lon Jean, for fear that if someone runs away, she will have nowhere to look for her. But who would have thought that after going all the way, Lon Jean just tried the access control of the gate, and then returned all the way to building 12. Seeing Lon Jean going in, Meng Ying followed without hesitation. But who knows, Lon Jean didn't go upstairs at all, she went straight down in the direction of the underground parking lot. Meng Ying was puzzled, but she didn't want to lose Lon Jean, so she didn't think much, and followed Lon Jean to the parking lot. In the dark parking lot, there are not only few cars and no surveillance, but there are also many dead spots. Lon Jean had already noticed the directions of these dead spots when she bought supplies with Huang Jinghe before. He ran towards the blind corner. Just when Meng Ying couldn't help but wanted to ask, Lon Jean turned her head and struck Meng Ying's neck with a palm, and then Meng Ying fell to the ground in response. Except for the sound of ah, during the whole process, Meng Ying there was a boom when he fell to the ground. Lon Jean squatted down and tried Meng Ying's breath, and she was still breathing. It seemed that she was not strong enough to split someone with a single palm. Then she raised her hand and slapped a dead hand on the back of her neck. Meng Ying, who was originally unconscious, suddenly woke up in pain, and breathed out before she could make a sound. Lon Jean took him into the space, and went upstairs to go home as if nothing had happened. She changed her clothes and lay down next to Xiao Doubting, but when she calmed down, she was suddenly a little dazed. In the previous life, this couple she hated to death was solved like this? It's just like that. It was solved easily. At this moment, it was as if a heavy burden on her shoulders was suddenly let go, and her whole body relaxed. That night, she couldn't sleep at all, whether it was because she was excited or because she had no worries or burdens in her future life. After preparing breakfast early, he got Ran Xiaoqiao up. "Jojo, wake up, Mom has a surprise for you." Ran Xiaoqiao, who didn't want to move at first, asked excitedly when she heard about the surprise, "What surprise, Mom?" Lan Jin brought the child and the dog into the space together. After seeing Menging beside Ren Xing, Ran Xiaoqiao said with a really pleasant face, "Mom." Lan Jin said proudly, "Xiaoqiao, Mom gave you, and I also gave myself, revenge." End of this chapter. What a joyful thing this is, but... Ran Xiaoqiao said with an unhappy face, "Mom, you didn't take me with you when you did something bad, it's bad." Lan Jin choked, "Well, how could she not guess what this bitch wants to do? But, you fell asleep last night, and you didn't know when Mom left, so I can't call you, I woke up by myself before you can shout." Xiao Doubting said with a reproachful face, "I didn't do anything, Mom worked too hard." The little guy wants to share the responsibility with Lan Jin really appreciates it, but the little guy doesn't care about the things he does, Lan Jin really can't bear it. "Okay, Mother has worked hard, and Mother just told Xiao Qiao about this matter so that you can know that the matter has been resolved." After speaking, Lan Jin said with a serious face, "Xiao Qiao, can this matter be resolved? Did anyone else say it?" "No, Xiao Qiao's mouth is very strict. You can't say anything about our family." After finishing speaking, she said, but, it's a pity." Lan Jin pretended not to understand her little expression, and then said, "Yes, you can't tell about space, and neither can Auntie. Both Father and Auntie are our secrets, and if we tell them, something big will happen." Ran Xiaoqiao sighed, and replied with a serious face, "I know my mother, don't say anything, don't know anything." "Okay, let's go out for dinner. Mom is going to learn boxing this morning. Can you and Nana go with Mom?" Ran Xiaoqiao tilted her head and let out an ah. Although she was very happy to go out, she didn't understand what the hell is learning boxing. Lan Jin took Ran Xiaoqiao out of the space, and she explained while they were having breakfast, but no matter how she explained, for Rin Xiqiao, whose knowledge was completely blank, he didn't understand what it was. But what should be instructed, Xiao Qiao, remember to control your strength when you are outside, and don't let anyone find out that you are so strong, you know? Mother who knows, Xiao Qiao has very little strength and can only hold the refrigerator. Ran Xiaoqiao said innocently. However, what are these words? Lan Jin reminded, holding the refrigerator is already a lot of strength. Many adults can't lift it up. You can only carry a water glass. You are a weak little girl. Don't do it. Do you remember like a Hercules? Although Ran Xiaoqiao nodded again and again, Lan Jin was not at ease after all. Anyway, let's try today first. If anything happens, I can only talk about it. She can't never take Ran Xiaoqiao out because of this. After all, no one knows how long it will take for the plague of insects to pass. Yesterday, she and Huang Jinghe made an appointment at 8:8. When the time came, the two exchanged messages and then locked the door and went downstairs. When they reached the boxing gym, it was already 55:9. When they officially entered the boxing gym, the time was just right, stuck at 1:2. Ling Jiang stood at the front desk and said with a smile, "It's really good that you were stuck on time. We left at 8. It's not far from here, but who knows, it's quite time-consuming." Lan Jin replied. As soon as she finished speaking, a man with a height of 1 meter and a rather eye-catching arm muscle line walked around behind the front desk in a racerback. With a racerback vest and muscles, this man must be Huang Jinghe's neighbor. Seeing someone coming, Ling Jiang quickly introduced, "This is my boss, Lao Gao, we are both coaches of the boxing gym." "Hello, Boss Gao." Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe said at the same time. Boss Gao immediately said, "You can call me Lao Gao just like Ling Jiang. Just looking at my face, I should be the oldest. If you want to talk about face, you must be the oldest, but if you want to talk about age, you are only a little older than Huang Jinghe. Ling Jiang said bluntly.
But no one believed what he said. Huang Jinghe said, I'm only 19. Huang Jinghe's original intention was to say that he was still young, so the two of them stood together and compared their faces. Lao Gao looked like he was 35 years old. However, it was just a resemblance. Although this Lao Gao was old, with a beard and well-developed muscles, he was really only 23 years old, and he just turned 23 last month. As soon as this age came out, Lan Jin's jaw dropped immediately. Huang Jinghe, who was on the side, also said that it was incredible, but the fact is that the 23-year-old tall looks like a 35-year-old, very mature. Lan Jin said with emotion, "Is this considered young and mature?" Huang Jinghe said with a wry smile, "This word should describe the connotation rather than the appearance." Sorry, I didn't read the book well. Lao Gao seemed to be used to being teased, and he really didn't mind listening to the conversation between the two, but Ling Jiang couldn't help laughing for a while before saying, "Okay, let's start. Today is a test day class? Let's go directly to one-on-one. I've used a small detachable fence to separate a space in the classroom. Children and dogs can be put in there. You can rest assured." Okay, do you want to start directly? Or pay the fee first and then start? Everyone lives next door, and it's okay if you don't give it. I'm afraid that you will run away. Huang Jinghe said, "Yes, let's practice first." Then Ling Jiang and Lao Gao took them around the boxing gym. I have to say that the area of the boxing gym is really big. Before Ling Jiang said that he was in an office building, he was really humble, but in the boxing gym, except there is really no one outside them. On the way Ling Jiang led her to the classroom, Lan Jin asked, "Are the other students of yours having afternoon classes?" "There are no other students today except the two of you, but there will be classes tomorrow afternoon. It is inconvenient for everyone to come out without a car right now, and the students are all nearby, so there are very few students." Ling Jiang paused and said again, "Rare. That means you can get off work after this morning class?" Ling Jiang said, "There is no such freedom. I still have to stay for a while in the afternoon. In case someone comes over, I can still receive it." Arriving at the classroom, Ling Jiang opened the door and let her in. The classroom is quite big. In the innermost wall, there is indeed a fence that separates it from each other, and there are some toys for children. And the area is really not small, it's just a small space away. No matter how small this place is, it's no smaller than our toy corner. However, this is not the case. Lan Jin, the toy character at home, is separated from the living room. After the sofa and coffee table are placed in the living room, it cannot be that big no matter how big it is, and the training room is not so small no matter how small it is. It may be smaller than the living room, so the surrounding area is not small. After putting the child and the dog in, Lan Jin began to learn from Ling Jiang. End of this chapter. As for Huang Jinghe, it's not too far from hers, that is, the next door, and the partitions here are all made of glass. Even if she followed Ling Jiang to practice basic movements, she could still see Huang Jing on the opposite side. His situation. I have to say that Lao Gao's teaching method is really strict. I should be able to use the word strict, because it's just some basic movements, and Huang Jinghe, who can practice them, keeps howling. But these basic movements seem to be similar to what she did. Lan Jin asked suspiciously, "Is he too strict, or you are too loose? Why do I feel that I am in a completely different state from him?" Ling Jiang glanced at the opposite side and said, "You two practice the same thing. I guess it's because you usually exercise so your body can bear it, and Xiao Huan usually moves less. It's just the beginning. I don't recommend you to increase the amount of training. The basic movements are very important. If you don't practice these basics well, even if you practice by yourself, it's easy to get injured. There is no need to make it heavier, we can just practice normally. Because it is some basic movements, and she usually uses spiritual spring water to recuperate, so there is really nothing that can't bear the load on her body." And seeing that she practiced interestingly, Ran Xiaoqiao didn't play with toys to imitate her appearance. Got into action. That posture is interesting to anyone who looks at it, but compare it with Huang Jinghe again. Well, he is a young man, and his physical strength is not as good as that of a child. After all, he has been learning from Ran Xiaoqiao for a long time.
Not even a breath.
But class is class, and no one wants to tease the children, nor wants to talk to the next door.
After the basic movements are taught, the next step is the actual combat teaching. Ling Jiang took out the existing boxing tools and taught while fighting.
Lan Jin hasn't recalled it yet, and 2 hours have already arrived.
As for Lan Jin's physical strength, Ling Jiang also had a new understanding. Your physical fitness is quite good. If you want to learn, I will speed up the teaching progress for you later.
Lan Jin really thought it was interesting to learn, but she also wanted to ask Huang Jinghe's opinion next door. It's just that Huang Jinghe next door is really not like that. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with sore body, gasping for breath continuously, and he didn't even have the slightest strength to get up. After the two of them passed by, Lao Gao was really speechless. This physical strength is too weak, and he collapsed before I even started
practicing. Huang Jinghe looked at Lan Jin, who was fine, and wanted to cry. Sister Lan, why don't you react? Even if there is a difference, it can't be so big. This.
Ling Jiang quickly explained, I didn't let the water go. Your sister Lan's physical fitness is really so good, and I don't want to hurt you. This. Xiao Xiao has been practicing with us. She is not as tired as you. If you want, let's not do this. If you still want to learn the next lesson, let's switch. Lao Gao will take Lan Jin, and I will take you.
Huang Jinghe was still panting, but although he was tired today, he clearly saw his shortcomings.
Physical strength was really bad for him, but he couldn't get up if he couldn't get up. Huang Jinghe said, I still want to learn, but I will apply for a day off tomorrow.
I really can't do it. I guess I won't be able to lift my arms tomorrow. No problem, our class is originally a class with 1 break and 1 break.
Although he has finished studying now, Ling Jiang forbids people to leave. Let Xiao Huang rest here first, and tell me about what happened in our
building before. Is there anything going on in our building? Lao Gao asked after recovering his face. Do you want to know what happened during the poisonous fog? It's not the same. It's almost the same, but there are always some differences. We live in this building. It's no harm to know more.
After finishing speaking, both of them turned their attention to Lan Jin. Lan Jin agreed to Ling Jiang about this matter yesterday, so naturally she didn't want to hide it. The matter was told to these two people from beginning to end. Of course, this narration must be based on her perspective and what she heard and saw.
There is no need to hide these things. The people who lived here have not moved away. Anyone who inquires will know. So Lan Jin didn't add fuel and vinegar, and just told the truth.
But after hearing what Lan Jin said, there are a lot of things to say, but to be honest, it is much, much better than their original building. Lan Jin was a little puzzled. They killed both of them, and the murderer hasn't been caught yet, so it's too much, too much. Ling Jiang explained, the place where we used to live was really, the lock-picking is light, and some people just smashed the door and entered the house to snatch it. There are indeed people in our place, but most of the days are still very quiet. Yes, if I knew this place was so stable, I would have moved here a long time ago. Unlike before, I was afraid of someone breaking in suddenly. No
matter day or night. If you want to say that, it's true. Lao Gao also echoed. If this is the case, it's no wonder that the old man didn't tell me anything.
He seldom revealed anything related to the case.
Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe said that even one of the parties concerned it's not even counted, so naturally I won't mention it to Ling Jiang.
But the peaceful chatting method of the two of them made Lan Jin feel a sense of shame, which seemed to be a very good illusion.
Huang Jinghe had already rested now, and sat up from the ground. After paying today's contribution points, the group of them also bid farewell.
On the way back, he couldn't help but ask, it's strange, we didn't see Menging when we came out in the morning, why haven't we seen it now? Of course I can't see it anymore, but Lan Jin can't say that. It's not good if you can't see it. She's the kind of person who won't give up so easily. She probably has to find a place to live.
Huang Jinghe nodded repeatedly, yes.
Today's boxing training trip was really enjoyable, and she didn't see anything from herself if it was useful, but seeing Huang Jinghe like that, it should be useful, so I still have to go. In the following days, every other day, she would go to the boxing gym with Huang Jinghe to report. After the four of them got acquainted with each other, Ling Jiang and Lao Gao didn't wait in the boxing gym, but went to the boxing gym with the two of them. It's quite casual as far as this business is concerned. After half a month of such a peaceful life, when she woke up one morning, she picked up her phone and saw the latest news posted in the group, J City base has been built, all residents are cordially invited to move in. Not only Lan Jin, but also Huang Jinghe was very excited about the news of the completion of the J City base. The completion of the J City base meant that the Beijing City base was almost ready to be completed. Thanks for the reward from the lost moonlight, thank you. End of this chapter. Huang Jinghe called his parents early, probably before he started to be busy. The phone was connected soon. Huang Jinghe asked excitedly, Dad, the news I just received, the J City base has been completed, and the Beijing City base, has it been completed? Can Sister Lan and I go there now? No, the base here is a bit big, and it won't be built so soon. You and Sister Lan will stay in J City for a while, and don't run around. Just stay in the community. I will come as soon as possible. Just to inform you, you are still worried that your parents will miss you. Huang Jinghe was not disappointed. That's not true, I'm just excited, and I don't know what the base looks like. It's not like that, okay, your mother and I will go to work first, and we will contact you as soon as we have news. Huang's father and Huang's mother quickly hung up the phone, and after Huang Jinghe also hung up, he immediately told Lan Jin about the matter. Lan Jin is really not in a hurry, after all, the heavy rain season hasn't come yet. She doesn't want to be trapped by water halfway and cannot move. So even if it is built, she will go later, so she said, then let's just wait for the news. Anyway, this is my home, so it's okay to stay longer. After breakfast, the four who wanted to practice boxing gathered on the 32nd floor and set off to the boxing gym together. It's just that after Czi met, he didn't talk about the news received in the group. Presumably, everyone had their own thoughts on this matter. It's just that it's one thing that the four of them didn't mention it, but it's another thing when there are people talking about it everywhere in the community. Because there was an arrangement earlier, the staff was soliciting the residents of the community to go to the base early in the morning. Now they are acting together as a group, and the staff in the community seem to have seen a group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. That look is too excited, so excited that anyone who looks at it will feel that this person is uneasy and kind. But she didn't feel it herself, and walked forward with a smirk on her face, opened her mouth and said foolishly, You have read the group news, the J City base has been built, it is on the side of XX Road, over there is water, electricity, and air conditioning. Compared with this place, it is really a good place to go. If you have a car, you can go there by yourself. If you don't have a car, you will have a car to take you there together next Monday, and it's not expensive to live there. 10 caddies of food per person is enough for the occupancy fee. The tone of the staff seemed as if they had promised to go to the base immediately. But the conditions of the base are indeed very attractive, with water, electricity and air conditioning, which is much better than the environment here in the community. But, she didn't think about how many people would be able to pay the 10 caddies of food for the occupancy fee. Regardless of this life, she remembered that there were not many people who were the first to leave in the last life. But no matter what, Lan Jin didn't go, so naturally he didn't want to listen. Seeing Lan Jin's displeased expression, Nana immediately walked between the two of them, and shouted at the staff, Wang Wang. The way Nana bared her teeth really startled the staff. She stepped back several steps immediately and said, Big girl, take care of your dog, don't bite anyone. My dog doesn't bite. This is a must-have term for dog owners, but no one can control whether a dog bites or not. Of course, her dog is different. A dog that drinks water from the spiritual spring is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary dog, so I say after saying this, she really has no burden. But the staff didn't believe it. You dog owners say that, after biting someone, you say it wasn't intentional. Anyway, big girl, take care of me. Don't bite me,
I don't know if there is any the rabies vaccine can be given. After finishing speaking, the staff handed the paper similar to the leaflet to them and said in a strong tone, "There is the address of the base on it. You can think about how to get there. First go to my place to register. Remember." Lan Jin glanced at her blankly, then said, "I didn't say I'm going. I'm not going to the base." After Lan Jin refused, Huang Jingha also immediately refused, "I'm not going to the base either." Since the two of them didn't consider going, they naturally refused on the spot, but just after they finished speaking, Ling Jiang and Lao Gao also said, "We won't go to the base either." As soon as I heard that they were not going to the base, the staff had a good attitude just now, but suddenly changed their face. Inviting a person to the base is a reward of a pack of instant noodles. They all agree forget it, it's 6 packs of instant noodles. Seeing that the 6 packs of instant noodles flew off and there was no food for several days, she couldn't help laughing. "No, the base is so good. Why don't you go?" To pass. Lan Jin ignored her, turned around and left with the dog. Because of the dog's defense, the staff was afraid of being bitten and really didn't dare to approach them, but she was unwilling to waste the time. And now she shouted bitterly, "If you don't go, don't tell me earlier, it will waste my mother's time." Ling Jiang's temper was quite violent, and he wanted to turn around to argue with her, but before he opened his mouth, Lao Gao pulled him back. "Okay. What are you fussing with her about?" The Ling Jiang person left, but her anger was not going well. She said with an indignant face, "This person just needs to be dealt with, I should go and beat her up." What kind of attitude? Who doesn't know that she recruits people? There were rewards in the past, look at that face-changing. Face-changing game, she is not as fast as she is at playing face-changing. After finishing speaking, Ling Jiang thought they didn't know, so he explained, "The old man told me that if you invite someone to the base, you can get a pack of instant noodles as a reward. I don't want to eat, but that's not the way to do it." "But isn't it possible to cheat?" "I've registered now, and when she gets the instant noodles, I won't go there again, so she won't get instant noodles for nothing?" Lan Jin asked suspiciously. "No, registration is registration, but you still need to swipe your residence permit. What's the use of writing on light paper, so this can't be faked. There are instructions from above, and indicators are issued to the people below. This is all a task." "Yes, but that's not how things are done." After Ling Jiang finished speaking, his anger still didn't calm down. But Lao Gao said with some doubts, "Why don't you two go to the base? The conditions in the base are quite good." The two of them didn't explain much. Although they had been happily together for half a month, it was just a pleasure. These pleasures were based on the absence of any benefits or money. Huang Jingha understood this truth, so he had Lan Jin will not mention it. "The base has just been built, and we don't know what's going on. Anyway, we want to wait for others to go and live to see the situation first. Besides, our own house is also at the moment. It's not that I can't live." End of this chapter. There is no problem with Lan Jin's explanation. After all, when a new gadget comes out, you have to look at other people's feelings before making a decision. In addition, she and Huang Jingha have batteries. Although there is no air conditioner, fetching water is a bit troublesome. But everything else is the same as before. Compared with it, it must be that my own home is more comfortable. But Lan Jin and Huang Jingha are fine, and Ling Jiang is depressed. "I really want to take my grandma to live in the base, but once we go, I will be separated from Lao Shi, and I don't have a car right now. Once I go there, it will be difficult to think about coming back, and grandma is not willing, because I am afraid that I will be separated from my old age because of this, and I will not be able to find a partner by then." Lao Gao immediately said, "That's not true. How deep is your relationship?" Lao Gao explained to the two of them, Sister Ling and Lao Shi were classmates in elementary school, junior high school, and they separated in college. They are childhood sweethearts, but they only got together after they were 30 years old. What are you messing with, anyway? I think you two will definitely not be separated. If you don't want to be separated, you won't be separated, but there is no car at the moment. After you and Grandma Ling passed by, it is hard to see the police.
It is normal for Grandma Ling to have this idea. Lan Jin finished speaking. Why don't you just wait and talk about it later, see how the environment is over there, and see how the situation will be after there are fewer people here, and then see what arrangements Shi Jing has for himself. Go, this is not the only opportunity for the base, so we can talk about it slowly, there is no rush. Maybe it's because the four of them didn't seem in a hurry, and they really didn't talk about the matter of the base after that. A week later, 2 buses stopped at the entrance of the community. These buses were for the residents who were transferred to the base. However, after all the registered residents got on, they found that the 2 buses were not full. But when this group of people passed by, it was different. Although everyone passed by, the internet did not stop. There was water, electricity, air conditioning, and the internet. When I was excited, I also sent photos of the base to the residents group, very smoothly attracted a group of residents who were still hesitant to sign up. With this enthusiasm, there are indeed many more people who register again than before. And during this week, the supermarket is undoubtedly the place with the most people. Where do the supplies come from? They can only be bought from the supermarket with contribution points. At this time, who can have more supplies? Besides fetching water and buying meals, the supermarket is the busiest. However, no matter how busy you are, the supplies are always limited, not to mention the purchase time limit. There are still so many people in each family. In short, even if there are many people, they cannot be transferred in a short time. After the second batch of residents were sent to the base, the time finally came to December. The weather is still hot, and the high temperature outdoors has remained above 60 degrees for a long time, and finally broke through to above 70 degrees this month. The leaves are withered and yellow, the land is dry and cracked, and the yellow sand and dust are everywhere outside, but these are nothing. When the weather is hot, the mosquitoes will become more infested. It used to be that you can walk outside wearing long clothes and trousers. The child has finally reached the point of bumping into the face at any time, not to mention being dirty, and the heat is also unbearable. After discussing with Huang Jinghe, Lan Jin and Huang Jinghe finally decided to end their boxing lessons. Lao Gao and Ling Jiang were not surprised by their decision. After all, no matter how much contribution they made, they couldn't stand the long-term consumption. It's just that after the 2 of them stopped going, Lao Gao's boxing gym closed down. But after learning the course for half a month and a month, Lan Jin feels that she has gained a lot. After all, she has the skills and her strength. Improvement. As for Huang Jinghe, this is really up to him. During the half-month course, he didn't have a single day where he didn't cry like ghosts and wolves. It doesn't matter whether it's Lao Gao or Ling Jiang. Huang Jinghe has gained a lot of frustration during this month, but Ling Jiang said to her privately, Xiao Huang has made great progress. If you actually do it, you can see the effect. Hearing what Ling Jiang said, Lan Jin was naturally relieved. It's good to have an effect, and it also means that the contribution points of this half-month are not in vain. Another week later, when the third group of people were sent away, Lan Jin began to pay attention to the weather. After all, the heavy rain in the previous life started to fall when the third group of people were sent to the base. However, this heavy rain not only did not fall, but it still did not fall after half a month. Then Lan Jin became confused. After all, this last life is really different from the previous life, so is there still a heavy rain period? If Huang's father and Huang's mother call at this moment, should she leave or not? However, before she could finish tangling, one morning in late December, light rain dripped and tickled on the rainproof edge. Not long after, the sound of the rain became louder and louder, accompanied by the sound of the rain and the cheers of the residents in the building. After all, it has not rained for several months. Not to mention reducing the heat, it can reduce some mosquitoes. A very happy thing. It's just that the rain has just fallen, and the smell of rain accompanied by dust and silt permeates the air, which is really unpleasant. Lan Jin turned on the humidifier and dropped a drop of peppermint essential oil into it. After the effect of the essential oil evaporated, the air smelled much fresher. It's been a long time since I've seen the rain, and Ran Xiaoqiao, who just woke up, was so excited that she wanted to open the window and go out to catch the rain, but Lan Jin refused to let her. Let's go play in the rain later, let's have breakfast first. What would Xiao Xiao want to eat?
Yeah. Let's eat and then play.
As soon as he heard about breakfast, Foodie Xiao Xiao immediately gave up the idea of playing in the rain, took his own small chair, went to the
coffee table and sat down to think. The buns are delicious, they should be the same as yesterday.
Yesterday, Ran Xiao Xiao ate custard buns, the kind with cartoon patterns. It is a favorite of almost every child, and Ran Xiao Xiao didn't just eat it yesterday, she ate it all this week.
This one doesn't even change the taste.
Lan Jin took out the custard buns, and took a few meat buns for himself, then served them with soy milk, and breakfast was ready. However, before the mother and daughter finished their breakfast, they heard a burst of wailing outside. Ah, what kind of rain is this, it hurts so
much.
The wailing sounded one after another in the building, and many voices were very close to her, so it was not a small-scale probability problem, and
there must be something wrong with the rain.
Thinking of Xiao Doubting going to play in the rain before breakfast, Lan Jin was very glad to stop him. Fortunately, we had breakfast, otherwise you
would be screaming like those people right now.
End of this chapter. Xiao Doubting didn't get over it at first, but when she listened carefully to the wailing in the building, she immediately became frightened. She threw down the bun in her hand and threw herself into Lan Jin's arms, crying loudly, "Ah, Mom, I'm so scared, so scared." There were constant screams outside. Ran Xiaoqiao heard this sound. No matter how Lan Jin tried to coax him, he couldn't coax him well, and after a while, he even brought Ling Jiang from the next door over. Lan Jin hurriedly put the breakfast on the table into the space, opened the door, and before she could speak, Ling Jiang asked, "What's the matter?" "Xiao Xiao has been crying for a long time. I wanted to play in the rain just now, but I didn't let it just in time for breakfast. Who knew that I was frightened when I heard the screams at this moment?"
This is really lucky. Fortunately, Ran Xiaoqiao didn't go to play in the rain. But Ling Jiang's family was not so lucky.
She didn't play in the rain, but Grandma Ling wanted to catch the rain with a bucket to flush the toilet. Who knew that there was something in the rain, and the plastic bucket was completely corroded in a short time. Leaked. Right now I was looking at Tong and felt distressed, but no matter how much I felt sorry for that barrel, hearing the crying from next door.
She also asked Ling Jiang to come quickly to see their mother and daughter.
Seeing that they were fine, Ling Jiang was also relieved. "It's fine anyway, I'll go upstairs and ask." However, where did the two people upstairs need her to ask? They were still lying in bed and fell asleep and didn't get up at all, so naturally they
couldn't participate in the activity of catching the rain.
But hearing Ling Jiang's words, the two of them squinted their sleepy eyes and took a look. But rain can corrode buckets. For the two people who haven't woken up, their brains are really useless for a while. What is in the rain that can corrode the bucket? But as soon as Lao Gao finished speaking, Huang Jinghe, who was sleepy, suddenly remembered the post-apocalyptic essay he had read before, so it
couldn't be acid rain. He said cautiously, "Acid rain?
I remember that if the concentration of acid rain is high, it will corrode things, such as skin or other things. If the amount of acid rain is enough, it will also corrode walls, iron, and so on.
It could be acid rain, so is our building safe?
And if the acid rain touches the skin, it needs to be rinsed with a lot of water, and the water has been stopped right now."
You haven't touched the water since then, have you?
Ling Jiang shook his head quickly. The rain was obviously wrong. Grandma Ling was stopped by Ling Jiang when she was about to touch it. But when I think that acid rain can corrode things, I'm afraid of the signal from the outside. After all, such a thin line can't last long. Lan Jin took out her mobile phone and took a look.
Sure enough, the signal has been cut off at this moment.
It seems that the rain is undoubtedly acid rain, but it has just rained, so there is no need to scare yourself. She comforted, "Don't be afraid, you also said that there must be enough rainfall. Let's see how long the acid rain lasts." But no matter how long the acid rain has been, they are trapped in this building again anyway, and the acid rain outside is not much stronger than the poisonous mist before. At least the poisonous mist can go out with the equipment. In this acid rain, the buildings are not secure, not to mention the rainproof equipment, so you should stay at home obediently.
Lao Gao couldn't help sighing. Why are there so many things going on every day?
Ran Xiaoqiao in her arms was finally coaxed by her, and naturally everyone did not stay in front of Lan Jin's house for long. Just as everyone was about to go home, the man and woman in 3204 had an argument again. There was another round of beating, smashing and cursing, and immediately, Ran Xiaoxiao, who had been coaxed just now, was frightened again and burst into tears. Ling Jiang was speechless, and when he was about to kick someone's door, Lao Gao stopped him. I said, why are you so hot-tempered? It's not the first day these two have quarreled. Okay, Sister Lan, you hurry up and go back to the house and close the door. If you don't hear the sound, Xiao Xiao won't cry. Okay, I'll close it first, and you all go back quickly, and make sure you don't get caught in the rain. Sure enough, as soon as the door was closed, Ran Xiaoxiao stopped crying after a while. She rubbed her red eyes and glanced at the empty breakfast on the coffee table. She remembered that she hadn't finished eating, so she hurriedly asked, Mom, breakfast? Lan Jin laughed angrily. You still remember that you didn't finish your breakfast after crying like that? I'm afraid you've digested what you just ate after crying for so long. Ran Xiaoxiao shyly hid in Lan Jin's arms, but children came and went quickly. After Lan Jin took out the breakfast again, Ran Xiaoxiao ate it as if nothing had happened. Of course, the screams around them still continued one after another, but after the little guy got used to it, he was not as scared as before. Moreover, Ran Xiaoxiao said to her solemnly, Mom, Xiaoxiao will definitely be obedient in the future. Mom didn't say you were disobedient. Didn't you come here when Mom called you just now? Obedient is a good boy. You are very obedient. Being praised by Lan Jini, her little butt rose to the sky again. But other people are not as lucky as them. It is a trivial matter if the barrel is gone, but it is really uncomfortable if the skin is covered with acid rain. It's nothing more than a heart-wrenching pain, but there is no other way but treatment, not even extra water to clean the wound. Looking at the repeated wounds on their bodies during this period, everyone was speechless and didn't want to struggle, but the pain made them unable to calm down. You don't need to think about it to know that everyone is probably not very good looking during this period of time. In order to avoid seeing things that you don't want to see, Lan Jin decided not to go out for the time being, and Huang Jinghao was also notified. As for Ling Jiang and Lao Gao, they also chose not to go out in a tacit agreement, and one more thing, in this situation, they can't go out at all. The rain outside was dripping, perhaps because it was really corrosive. Even if the rain was only a little bit light, it still reduced the number of mosquitoes outside by more than half. This acid rain. When it comes to acid rain, Lan Jin is completely messed up right now. There is no way, after all, where did the acid rain come from in the previous life, and the other one, she died after the heavy rain period, and she died sooner and later, the difference is really not that big. The night passed fairly peacefully, and when the sky dawned again, there were hardly any traces of the mosquitoes outside. Lan Jin took a sharp breath through the screen door. The air was less cloudy with the dusty smell of yesterday's dust and yellow sand, but more with the fresh smell of green leaves, which made people feel very comfortable. Huang Jinghe has been observing the rain outside. The main reason is not to observe. His house is on the top floor. If something happens, he will be the first to suffer. He stayed up all night last night, and now he is guessing Lan Jin after getting up. I chatted with him on the walkie-talkie. Sister Lan, why do I feel that the rain outside seems to have changed? It doesn't seem to be acid rain anymore. Isn't it? Don't try it. In case, it's just a look. If it's not injured, there is no cure, and in our building, there will always be a group of fools who will try it first. What are you in a hurry for? End of this chapter. Indeed, after a while the idiots in the building started yelling and cursing. I smelled the air and thought the acid rain was gone. Who knew it was still acid rain? My barrels were all corroded. Who's from just now? Is it stupid? Even if it's not acid rain, don't use buckets of water. It hasn't rained for a long time. Who knows how dirty the rain is? How to fetch water after the rainwater is installed? Then still want to drink. But there's only one bucket at home, and I can't try the rain without using it. Did you throw away the mineral water bottle we drank before? It's also plastic. Wouldn't it be obvious if you put one outside?
Why bother to try it with a bucket? It's good that the barrel is gone. When I threw a mineral water bottle out just now, my hand accidentally got wet with rain. Now my hand hurts. Fortunately, it's only a small piece. What should I do? Does anyone have medicine, Pa? Who has this medicine? What are you thinking?
The residents at the moment don't have any devices that can be used to communicate, so all they want to talk to each other rely on yelling, but anyway, it's enough to hear clearly, and Lon Jean has also figured it out a little bit now. Today is still acid rain. After 2 days of continuous light rain, the rain gradually became heavier. Residents who had already closed their doors and windows earlier were even more afraid to open them now. Unexpectedly, another 3 days later, the rain changed from moderate rain to heavy rain. At this moment, there are 2 news in front of the residents, 1 good news and 1 bad news. The good news is that after the rain turned to heavy rain, the original corrosive acid rain disappeared. The bad news is that due to the excessive acid rain in the past 2 days, the walls of the building are still showing some signs of corrosion. For example, the slanted windows of Huang Jinghe's top floor attic, the cement that was painted not long ago, has traces of being melted away. But in any case, the absence of acid rain is a good thing. When he sealed the windows before, there were still a lot of materials left over, but now he can't control that much, so he reconciled and sealed the windows, and then covered them with plastic bags to save them from being washed away by water. As for the remaining extra materials, the 3 of them were also given to fill in the loopholes. It's just that other people's homes were not so lucky. Although this heavy rain was not as raging as during the storm, it was still flying around with the strong wind, and the heavy rain naturally surged wildly towards the various gaps in the residents' homes. In short, every household is leaking. The key is that there is no material to make up, and everyone's life is in dire straits for a while. In the end, we had no choice but to use waste clothes and waste cloth to fight, and where the rain leaked and blocked, no matter what, as long as it is not acid rain, it is a good thing that it does not hurt people when touching it. The rain fell from 21:21 to 21:22, but it was not over yet, because the heavy rain continued, and after only 1 day, the sewer was successfully blocked. After 1 day and 1 night, the entire first floor was flooded. Middle. With the shadow of the last rainstorm, no one dared to live on the lower floors even if there was no electricity in the water, so after discussing, they all wanted to move to the top floor. And the first thing these people are looking for is those who live alone with someone at home. It doesn't matter if the 2 have a companion together, there is someone who can discuss with each other if there is anything. But in fact, to put it bluntly, those residents who have no one can enter their homes at all. They are forced to break in and enter, and the door locks are broken. After they live in, they will only be more unsafe.